The perception of Hokage by others. Passion, friendship, bonds. My perspective on Hokage. Corpses on the battlefield, knives in the back, endless scheming. As an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, I struggle to survive in the waning days of the Second Great Ninja War. If my teammate wishes to betray me, then I shall strike first. To survive, what is the harm in aligning myself with Orochimaru for human experimentation? This is a tale of the Uchiha survival in the dark world of ninjas. Chapter 1. The Survival Duo. Damn you, Hyuga. One day, I will drag you to the dissection table. In the shadows, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes fixated intently on Nara Shikaho across from him. He is indeed an exceedingly clever yet troublesome teammate. At this juncture in the Second Great Ninja War, while the intensity has waned compared to earlier battles, the mentality of fighting to the death prevails, rendering the dangers even greater than before. Survival on the battlefield hinges solely on luck. Uchiha Jun, amidst the misfortune of the Uchiha clan, has become a formidable fighter. His father, Uchiha Huai, was dispatched to the front lines at the onset of the war, only to return a year later, a broken man. Consequently, their family of three fell into dire poverty, subjected to the scorn of their village. Even before Uchiha Jun could enroll in a ninja academy, he was thrust onto the battlefield. Possessing the soul of an adult, Uchiha Jun remained unfazed. However, his father, Uchiha Huai, felt an immense guilt, imparting all of his life's experiences and jutsu to his son, including the vital skills necessary for survival on the battlefield. During wartime, ninjas are mere resources. Even the most esteemed clans must send their members to fight. Wherever there are people, there is war. In the 2 years spent within the Uchiha clan, it was only upon receiving the summons to battle that he truly grasped the brutality of the world around him. For the Uchiha clan, substituting a non-activated Uchiha for a key candidate represents maximized profit, regardless of whether the child has attended the ninja academy or is merely 6 years old. The peculiar team that Uchiha Jun was coerced into forming comprised a commoner jonin named Matsumoto Kai, with teammates including Hyuga Han and Nara Shikaho. It was this very teammate he was glaring at, unwilling to let down his guard. All of his injuries were inflicted by the other teammate, Hyuga Han. As clans renowned for their ocular jutsu, the Uchiha and Hyuga have always been at odds. Throughout the past year on the battlefield, he not only had to guard against enemies, but also remained wary of his dim-witted teammate, fearing he would become a human shield. Despite his vigilance, he still fell victim to betrayal in a moment of peril during a skirmish with the Sand Ninja. Han pushed him forward to serve as a shield and tossed an explosive tag. Had he not awakened his eyes just in time, he might have been the first 7-year-old to perish in the world of Hokage. Only those Uchiha who possess the Sharingan can truly be deemed Uchiha. Although the Uchiha clan lacks both the main and branch families, those with the Sharingan enjoy a status far superior to their unawakened kin. Rather than aspiring to become a great ninja, he is more fascinated by the study of human anatomy, eager to uncover its mysteries. The Uchiha clan's emotions are delicate and fragile when stimulated. Their chakra spirals uncontrollably around the cerebral center, resulting in mutations known as bloodline limits. In Uchiha Jun's words, it is akin to a hereditary mental ailment, triggered by stimuli, leading to a gradual distortion of character. His experiences from past lives have led him to the conclusion that, regardless of the circumstances, individuals with mental issues often possess considerable intelligence. In his quest to awaken the Sharingan and secure his survival, Uchiha Jun initially attempted self-hypnosis before resorting to fervent prayers to the heavens, all to no avail. In this life-or-death moment, unexpectedly, he awakened his double tomo. He felt the changes within his body and documented them as notes for future study. "Hey, Uchiha Jun, are you still alive?" Uchiha Jun snapped back to reality, noticing Nara Shikaho seated nearby, casually tossing a roll of bandage at his feet. "I'm not dead yet." Uchiha Jun unapologetically grasped the bandage, inspecting it for flaws before channeling a vibrant green glow from his palm. He utilized rudimentary medical ninjutsu to treat his critical injuries and hastily bandaged the less significant wounds. Without a leading jonin, and with Hyuga Han's recklessness, should we continue the mission? Nara Shikaho inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Jun's medical techniques. In the front lines, a squad with a medical ninja is akin to possessing half a life. This was also the reason why Nara Shikaho chose to accompany Uchiha Jun during their flight. Even if uncertain whether the other would waste chakra to save him, it was still preferable to following that reckless Hyuga. Continue? What can we do when the Jonin is dead? Uchiha Jun retorted, having finished tending to his final wound, muttering a few choice curses in his native tongue. Hyuga-han, I won't let you off. This marked Uchiha Jun's first outburst on the battlefield. Having just awakened his eyes, he had yet to fully adjust. A slight ache throbbed behind his eyes. The consumption of chakra and mental strain caused by the Sharingan was still quite taxing given his current state. Now, Uchiha Jun had little chakra remaining, and should enemies appear, he would have to rely on Nara Shikaho to carry the burden. Since departing from Konoha on their mission, the trio harbored ulterior motives. One sought money, another sought survival, and the last sought glory. Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikaho remained wary of Hyuga Han's reckless actions, potentially jeopardizing their safety. Han, fearful of them seizing his opportunity for merit, was likewise cautious. Nara Shikaho worried that Uchiha Jun would use him as a human shield. Uchiha Jun, in turn, feared that Nara Shikaho might betray him to the enemy. This dynamic underscored the harsh reality of the ninja world, where ninjas were scarcely regarded as human. The camaraderie and brotherhood depicted in Hokage were mere illusions. Yet a faint glimmer of solace remained. His former profession had accustomed him to operating on corpses, and now he merely transitioned to living subjects. Aside from an initial discomfort with the tactile sensation, he quickly adapted to this new existence. First, let's locate Hyuga Han. Nara Shikaho stroked his chin, analyzing. Our mission is to divert the attention of the Sand Ninja, allowing our rear to launch a surprise attack on their supplies. This task cannot rest solely on our team. There must be others, though we cannot guarantee they will reach the objective. After all, we've been ambushed and lost a Jonin. Now that the second Great Ninja War neared its conclusion, if they could just survive a few more months, they would safely return to Konoha. Once there, a period of calm would ensue, during which he could focus on developing biological weapons, enhancing his chances of survival in the Third Great Ninja War. Uchiha Jun quickly regained his composure and said slowly, "You're right. We must continue the mission, for we are still alive. Otherwise, even returning to Konoha would lead to punishment." However, Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikaho exchanged glances. Sometimes, communication with an intelligent individual requires few words. Just a look is sufficient. Given Nara Shikaho's fear of death, he would never allow himself to fall into a trap. Chapter 2. A Young Uchiha. The following morning, Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikaho had nearly recuperated. The wounds on Jun's back appeared severe, but were merely superficial, not affecting any muscles or bones. For Uchiha Jun, who had often danced on the precipice of death over the past year, this hardly qualified as an injury. "Let's find Hyuga Han first," Nara Shikaho said without hesitation, while Uchiha Jun's gaze remained fixed upon him, causing an unsettling feeling. "What are you staring at? Bring it here." Uchiha Jun fixed his gaze on his ninja pouch, extending a hand with no trace of shame for the act of robbery, exhibiting a practiced ease. "You are too clever not to understand what I mean. In times of war, some vanish without a trace, while others amass wealth." Uchiha Jun's survival largely stemmed from his opportunistic plundering on the battlefield. Nara stood intact, and no one could have guessed that at the moment the explosive tag detonated, he had pulled their injured captain in front of him to absorb the brunt of the impact. Uchiha Jun clearly observed that he not only used the man as a shield, but also stripped him of all his resources. Initially feigning ignorance due to physical constraints, now that he had recovered, it was only natural for him to step forward and claim his share. After all, the resources on a Jonin could sustain a family of 3 for several years if sold. Narajia's expression darkened as he instinctively covered his ninja pouch at his waist, spitting in annoyance as he tossed 2 scrolls and half a bottle of soldier pills to Uchiha Jun. Uchiha Jun inspected the loot, uncertain of where their captain had procured the scrolls and intelligence, but the soldier pills were satisfactory. He nonchalantly stuffed the items into his own pouch. In some respects, he relished dealing with Naraja, as it required no superfluous dialogue. If it were Hinata Yuan, it would not be so simple. He would need to resort to force to obtain what he desired. Uchiha Jun shifted his focus back to Narajiha, who, at only 12 years old, barely qualified as a Chunin yet possessed an unsettling level of intelligence. It was hard to believe that a genin could survive a year on the battlefield. Luck alone could not account for it. Hey, no one to stop, Narajiha warned darkly. What are your plans next? Uchiha Jan's smile did not reach his eyes as he replied earnestly. Naturally, we must complete our mission. We are ninjas of Konoha. Desertion during wartime is a grave offense, often deemed more horrific than death in battle. Not only does the individual face punishment, but their clan is also implicated. Uchiha Jan was determined to pin the blame on Hinata Yuan, seeking retribution for his prior actions. Narajiha saw through his intentions and inwardly agreed, yet he still feigned disdain. TCH, what a hassle. The two reached a brief consensus. Even as cannon fodder, they would prefer to remain alive. After exiting the hiding cave, Uchiha Jan used a fire technique to obliterate all traces of their presence. As they navigated through the forest, just as they were preparing to rest, they stumbled upon another Konoha team engaged in combat. To be cautious, Uchiha Jan and Narajiha halted their advance, ready to take a detour. At that moment, they resembled a pair of sparrows. If asked what technique they had mastered most on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly be transformation techniques. Unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan could not discern the skirmish of the two teams. They could only rely on sound to gauge the situation. Suddenly, a familiar voice drew Uchiha Jan's attention. Hinata Yuan, the teammate who had betrayed him. Narajiha also noticed, subtly flapping his wings to signal Uchiha Jan. Receiving Narajiha's message, he contemplated whether to flee, but Uchiha Jan chose to ignore it. It appeared that a Sand Ninja team had captured Hinata Yuan, and on their way back, they encountered a reconnaissance team from the Hyuga clan, resulting in a clash. The two sides were evenly matched, and could see that moment. Uchiha Jan fervently hoped that Hinata Yuan belonged to the main branch, allowing him to play the role of a cunning predator, studying the remnants of the clans. Genes and their potential utility in matters of bodily exploration. Uchiha Jan held great admiration for Orochimaru, who had left Konoha in pursuit of scientific discovery. In this world where life is as fragile as grass and strength reigns supreme, he was indeed a unique presence. An empty-handed palm technique brushed past Uchiha Jan as it soared above, allowing Narajiha to seize the opportunity to escape. Uchiha Jan flapped his wings, soaring above them, and after leaving droppings on the heads of others, he dispelled his transformation technique. His sudden appearance shocked none more than Hinata Yuan, who could not fathom how Uchiha Jan had survived beneath 3 explosive tags. The Sand Ninjas reacted amusingly. Upon spotting Uchiha Jan, they visibly relaxed. Even more entertaining was the reaction of the Hinata team, who, upon seeing their comrade, displayed unabashed disdain. Who did you think it was? Just a kid. Konoha is truly finished. One Sand Ninja mocked loudly. Such a young age and still not graduated. Can you even throw shuriken? Haha. Uchiha Jan, why are you just standing there? Come help us. After being kicked aside, Hinata Yuan struggled loudly. In a clan where rules were paramount, he stood out for his extreme lack of shame, having harmed others and then calling for assistance. What audacity did he possess to think he wouldn't be stabbed in the back? Uchiha Jan glanced at the tree where Narajiha had just flown away, refraining from exposing his hidden position. Ah, so it's an Uchiha. Show us your Sharingan. The Sand Ninjas continued their taunts, seemingly aware that Uchiha Jan was merely a feeble child. If we're amused, we might just make it quick for you. Uchiha Jan brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and replied with utmost seriousness, I apologize, but I am merely passing through and have no intention of joining. Kindly resolve your matters swiftly. I am pressed for time. To these words, everyone stared at him in disbelief. Even Naraja, hiding in the shadows as a sparrow, was taken aback. To utter such words could easily label him as a rogue ninja, unless he intended for everyone to remain here. With this thought, Naraja undoubtedly felt a chill of sweat on his brow. He had never underestimated Uchiha Jan. His survival thus far proved he possessed sufficient strength. Suddenly, the Sand Ninja erupted into laughter, entirely disregarding the expressions of the Hinata team. Uchiha Jan assessed the battlefield, excluding the bound Hinata Yuan. The Hinata team consisted of 6 members. Among them, 2 were Jonin, while the remaining 3 were Chunin, with one barely reaching that level dot on the Sand Ninja side. There were 10 in total, 1 Jonin and the rest Chunin, including 2 puppet masters. If both sides fought to the death, the likelihood of mutual destruction was 90%. Uchiha Jan could certainly play the role of the cunning predator, provided Narajiha remained a docile bird, content to sit on a branch and incubate. Uchiha Jun resolved to seize an opportunity from the Hinata clan, addressing the Hinata team with a measured tone. Hurry up. After all, you are from the esteemed Konoha. You have a member of the main branch among you. Surely, you wouldn't let your own kin down and force this young Uchiha to intervene. Chapter 2. A young Uchiha at the break of dawn the next day, Uchiha Jun and Narachiha had nearly regained their composure. The injuries on Jun's back appeared severe, yet they were merely superficial wounds, devoid of any damage to the muscles or bones. For Uchiha Jun, who had walked the fine line between life and death for the past year, this hardly constituted an injury. Let us seek out Hyuga Yuan, Narachiha suggested without hesitation, while Uchiha Jun's gaze lingered on him, inducing an unsettling feeling. What are you staring at? Nara inquired. Hand it over, Jin commanded, his eyes fixed on Nara's ninja pouch, extending a hand without a hint of shame, displaying an alarming level of proficiency. You're clever enough to know what I mean. In times of war, while some met their demise, others thrived, and Uchiha Jun's survival was largely attributed to his knack for opportunism on the battlefield. Narachiha, standing unscathed, was a testament to his decision to shield their wounded captain from the blast of an explosive tag, absorbing the shock. Jin clearly noticed that he not only used his companion as a human shield, but also stripped him of his resources. Initially feigning ignorance due to physical limitations, he now felt entitled to claim his share of the spoils. After all, the resources possessed by a Jonin could sustain a family of 3 for several years should they be sold. Narachiha's expression darkened, instinctively covering his waist pouch. And with a scornful spitting sound, he tossed 2 scrolls and half a bottle of military rations to Jun. Jin inspected the items, pondering the origins of the scrolls and intelligence, and found no fault with the rations, contentedly stuffing them into his own pouch. In many respects, Jin appreciated his dealings with Narachiha. There was little need for superfluous conversation. With Hyuga Yuan, it would have been a different story. One would have to resort to force to obtain what they desired. Jun's gaze returned to Narachiha, who, at merely 12 years of age, barely qualified as a chunin, yet possessed an alarming degree of intelligence. It was hard to believe that a genin could survive a year on the battlefield. Luck was an insufficient explanation. Hey, know your limits, Nara admonished darkly. What are your plans from here? Jun smiled, though it did not reach his eyes, and fervently replied, naturally, we shall complete our mission. We are ninjas of Konohagakure. In wartime, desertion was a grave offense, even more terrifying than death in battle, as it not only brought punishment upon the individual, but also jeopardized their clan. Jun was resolute in ensuring that Hyuga Yuan would take the fall, a form of retribution for his previous actions. Narachiha discerned Jun's intentions and silently concurred, albeit still displaying his disdain. TCH, troublesome. The two reached a brief understanding. Even as cannon fodder, they would prefer to remain living. Upon exiting their hiding place in the cave, Jun unleashed a fire technique to obliterate all traces of their presence. The pair navigated through the woods, and just as they were about to rest, they stumbled upon another Konoha team engaged in combat. Exercising caution, Jun and Nara simultaneously halted in their tracks, opting to take a detour. At that moment, they transformed into sparrows, for in the chaos of battle, their greatest skill lay in transformation techniques. The Sharingan was not akin to the Byakugan, rendering them unable to observe the skirmish between the two teams. They could only rely on sound for information. At that juncture, a familiar voice captured Jin's attention. Hyuga Yuan, that traitorous teammate. Narachiha also recognized him, subtly flapping his wings to signal Jun. Understanding Nara's implication, Jun inquired whether they should proceed, but chose to disregard him. It appeared that a Suna ninja team had captured Hyuga Yuan and en route to their stronghold. They had encountered a scouting party from the Hyuga clan, resulting in conflict between the two factions. The two sides were evenly matched. Jun fervently hoped that Hyuga Yuan was of the main branch, for this would allow him to play the role of a cunning predator, seeking to extract and study the remnants of the Moon clan's genes embedded within the Hyuga lineage, contemplating their potential utility. In matters of anatomical exploration, Jun held a deep admiration for Orochimaru, who had sacrificed his ties to Konoha to pursue scientific endeavors. In this world of ninjas, where life was as fragile as grass and strength reigned supreme, such individuality was noteworthy. An 8 trigrams empty palm brushed past Jun as he soared overhead, providing Narachiha the opportunity to flee. Jun flapped his wings, soaring above them, and after defecating on the Suna ninjas, he dispelled his transformation technique. His sudden appearance shocked none more than Hyuga Yuan, who, within his understanding, believed Jun could not have survived beneath 3 explosive tags. The reaction from the Suna ninjas was quite amusing. Upon seeing Jun, they visibly relaxed. Even more entertaining was the expression of disdain from the members of the Hyuga team, who, upon seeing their comrade, displayed their contempt unabashedly. Who is this? Just a brat? Konoha is truly finished, one Suna ninja scoffed. Is he even old enough to graduate? Can he even throw shurikens? Ha ha. Uchiha Jun, what are you waiting for? Come help. Hyuga Yuan shouted, having been kicked aside and struggling to regain his footing. In the rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga clan, his audacity was striking. To harm others and then summon help for himself was a testament to his arrogance, betraying his belief that he wouldn't be stabbed in the back. Jun cast a glance at the tree where Uchiha had taken refuge, choosing not to expose his hidden position. So it is Uchiha. Why not show us your Sharingan? The Suna ninjas continued their mockery, seemingly aware that Jun was merely a child of little consequence. If we're in a good mood, we might even grant you a quick death. Jin dusted off non-existent dirt with a serious demeanor, stating, apologies, but I'm merely passing through and have no intention of intervening. Please resolve your matters swiftly. I am pressed for time. This declaration left everyone in disbelief. Even Uchiha, who was concealed as a sparrow, was taken aback. Such words could easily brand him a rogue ninja, unless he wished for everyone to remain here. With this realization, Nara felt a chill run down his spine. He had never underestimated Uchiha Jun, for his survival to this point was proof of his considerable strength. Suddenly, the Suna ninja erupted in laughter. Entirely disregarding the expressions of the Hyuga team, Jun analyzed the situation. Not counting the bound Hyuga Yuan, there were 6 members of the Hyuga team. Among them, 2 were Jonin, while the remaining 3 were Chunin, with 1 barely qualifying as such. The Suna side comprised a total of 10 ninjas, 1 Jonin and the rest Chunin, including 2 puppet masters. Should both sides engage in a death struggle, the likelihood of mutual destruction would soar to 90%, rendering Jun a cunning predator. As long as Uchiha remained passive, playing the role of a bird incubating eggs atop a tree, he would be safe. Determined to seize an opportunity from the Hyuga, Jun leisurely addressed the Hyuga team. Hurry up. After all, you are a prominent clan of Konoha, and there is a member of the main branch among you. Surely you can't let a mere child from the Uchiha clan intervene in rescuing your own kin? Chapter 3. Good allies must support each other. Upon hearing this, the ninjas of the Hyuga team encircled in the middle visibly stiffened, a subtle reaction that Jin keenly observed. Unexpectedly, there was indeed a member from the main branch. The previously mercilessly mocking Suna ninjas grew serious. Capturing a Hyuga from the main branch implied obtaining a pair of Byakugan, an exceedingly rare resource. The tension of battle was palpable. Uchiha Jun had already caught the eye of the Hyuga, and the previously trivial banter between the 2 clans had escalated into a genuine conflict. The Hyuga clan had now categorized Jun and the Suna ninjas as one and the same. To Jun's relief, the Suna ninjas refrained from attacking him as they witnessed the internal strife within the Hyuga. This allowed Jun to breathe a little easier. Uchiha Jun, while deftly evading attacks, kept a watchful eye on Uchiha, who had transformed into a sparrow to incubate eggs, fearing that he might flee and leave them to bear the brunt of the mission's failures. With the absence of their captain, Matsumoto Kai, they had fully exploited their own interests. How could Uchiha Jun allow his capable comrades to hide idly? Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he maneuvered behind Hyuga Yuan, delivering a swift kick that sent Hyuga flying, then bellowed, 8 trigrams air palm. Upon witnessing Hyuga plummeting towards him, Uchiha cursed Uchiha Jun and transformed back from a sparrow into his human form. The most astonished of all was Hyuga Yuan, who had not anticipated their survival. Once steady on his feet, he shouted, "Where is Captain Matsumoto? Why isn't he here to rescue me?" Uchiha shrugged, casting a glance at Uchiha Jun, lazily responding, "Didn't you kill the captain? You lie. Where is he?" Hyuga Yuan seethed, wishing to eliminate his 2 so-called allies, one dodging and the other attacking his fellow villagers. With no one coming to his aid, attacking comrades from the same village was unforgivable. Throughout the skirmish, Uchiha Jun never activated his Sharingan nor employed ninjutsu. Instead, he skillfully cast a fine suturing thread around a branch he had picked up, forming an arch. He deftly maneuvered to evade, strike, and accurately sever a Hyuga's throat in a fluid motion. Uchiha gasped upon witnessing Uchiha Jin truly kill one of the Hyuga clan, seizing the chance amidst the fray to escape. However, Uchiha Jin noticed and utilized a body flicker technique to grab Uchiha by the hair, halting his retreat. Hyuga's forces perceived them as a collective threat. Half of them engaged the Sand Shinobi while the other half sought to intercept the two. "If you wish to die, don't drag me into it," Uchiha exclaimed, evading the Hyuga while trying to distance himself from Uchiha Jin. "If you wish to survive, find a way to eliminate them." Uchiha Jin struggled against the relentless assault of the Hyuga, making it clear to Uchiha, who recognized his plight, that he too would abandon the techniques of the Nara clan. In the face of the fierce onslaught, he charged into the ranks of the Sand Shinobi, and Uchiha Jin followed suit, blending into the Sand Shinobi's formation, which eased their burden considerably. 3 remain, Uchiha Jin noted as he and Uchiha briefly allied, awaiting a confrontation with the Sand Jonin and 2 Hyuga Chunin. At this juncture, Uchiha Jin's chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and he fervently hoped that the Sand Shinobi would at least eliminate one Hyuga, preferably in a mutual demise. A Hyuga dispatched a ninja to target the duo. Exhausting their chakra, Uchiha took it upon himself to restrain the adversary, while Uchiha Jin, seizing the moment, activated his Sharingan. The once menacing Hyuga froze, and in that brief interval, Uchiha picked up a kunai from the fallen Sand Shinobi and plunged it into the Hyuga's heart. Confused, Uchiha wondered why Uchiha Jin had suddenly resorted to Jinjutsu, as it could easily expose the identity of the assailant. On the other side, the Hyuga, having slain the Sand Shinobi, glared at Uchiha Jin with ferocity, charging at him recklessly. At this moment, Uchiha Jin was nearly out of strength, and the Hyuga seized him by the throat, pressing him against a tree trunk. Breathing became increasingly labored for Uchiha Jin, but he suddenly activated his Sharingan, gathering every ounce of strength in his legs to deliver a crushing blow. The Hyuga collapsed to the ground, attempting to rise again, seemingly intent on a mutual destruction. Uchiha Jin, however, utilized a body flicker technique to position himself just out of reach, grasping the Hyuga by the throat. The Hyuga, understanding his impending doom, rasped, "Uchiha Jin, I curse you to eternal solitude. Your kin will perish because of you." With that, the Hyuga fell lifelessly to the ground, and behind him stood Hyuga Yuan. Having freed himself from restraints, his Byakugan activated, clutching a bloodied kunai. The Hyuga had met his end at the hands of his own clan. Now, Uchiha Jin was devoid of combat power, leaning against a tree to keep himself upright, wearing a strange smile as he realized a singular truth. "You are not afraid I will kill you?" Hyuga Yuan pointed the still-dripping kunai at Uchiha Jin. "Kill me?" Uchiha Jin smirked, his eyes reflecting an unnerving calm that belied his age. "Do you think you can?" As Hyuga Yuan slightly turned his head, he overlooked Uchiha stealthily approaching from behind, brandishing a poisoned senbon against his neck. Uchiha Jin produced a soldier pill, placing it in his mouth, and stated matter-of-factly, "So many Hyuga have perished, you shall join them." "Wait." Hyuga Yuan retracted the kunai aimed at Uchiha Jin, sweat cascading down his face, his Byakugan's gaze unwavering. "Deal." Uchiha Jin readily agreed, having devised the perfect means of revenge against Hyuga Yuan, dismissing the lifeless Hyuga on the ground, forcing himself to appear composed despite his waning strength. Hyuga Yuan's expression darkened, and he remained silent until Uchiha gradually lowered his senbon, allowing him to exhale in relief. The animosity between the main and branch families of the Hyuga had festered to such an extent that one feared the village of Konoha, while seemingly peaceful, concealed numerous unsavory affairs beneath the surface. The irony of Naruto's perspective on brotherhood in the Hokage was palpable. "We must swiftly sever their heads. With so many Hyuga dead, the village will surely be alerted, and the Yamenka clan will undoubtedly involve themselves in the investigation, as they are adept at extracting memories from the deceased." With that, Uchiha picked up a kunai, preparing to dismantle the bodies scattered around. "There's no need for such trouble," Uchiha Jin replied, feeling his chakra replenished sufficiently. Bending down beside the fallen Hyuga, lifting his forehead protector to reveal a birdcage tattoo, evidently painted on. "Oh, risking the branch family's safety for achievements on the battlefield. How amusing." Uchiha Jin retrieved a sealing scroll to encase the corpse. This scroll was a battlefield trophy he had initially thought would be of no immediate use, yet now proved invaluable. After sealing the body, he tucked it away, snatching the kunai from Hyuga Yuan's grasp and making precise incisions on the head of the nearest corpse, sneering, "I will handle this. You check for any remaining traces." Chapter 4. The supplies were divided. Hey, are you even listening? You don't intend to carry a dozen heads on your journey, do you? Uchiha Jun gazed at Narajiha with a peculiar expression. Trust me, there's no problem. The seemingly simple cuts Uchiha Jun made irrevocably damaged the neurological connections in the other's brain. He had no intention of developing a peculiar habit of toting around severed heads, and the usually astute Narajiha had made a foolish oversight in this regard, providing ample fodder for Uchiha Jun's amusement. The Yamanka clan's ability to invade others' minds and extract memories stemmed from their intricate neural networks that penetrate the hippocampus, thus obtaining stored recollections. As long as the nerves connecting to the hippocampus were destroyed, the Yamanka clan would be unable to probe their memories. However, to be safe, Uchiha Jun obliterated the entire contents of each brain. Narajiha, having received Uchiha Jun's affirmative response, did not dwell on it, firmly believing that his companion would never jest about such matters, and turned to begin clearing away other potential traces. With the awakening of his Sharingan, Uchiha Jun felt a noticeable increase in chakra, now firmly at the level of a chunin. Strangely, his chakra had taken on a cold, shadowy quality, each use accompanied by a sensation of devouring the opponent. Throughout this process, Uchiha Jun did not neglect to scavenge for spoils, discovering several unidentified scrolls and various colored liquids on the bodies of the Sand Shinobi. The realms of medicine and poison are inseparable, and Uchiha Jun is solely interested in these matters, casting aside everything else he scavenged. Hyuga Yuan and Narajiha unreservedly claimed their share of the spoils. Shortly after their departure, Jiraiya and young Minato arrived at the battlefield the three had previously managed. Minato examined the treated ninjas first, furrowing his brow. "Teacher, there are 5 from the Hyuga branch and 10 sand ninjas." Jiraiya crouched down to inspect each individual, not limited to the Hyuga, but also the sand ninjas. From the scene, it appears there was a conflict between both parties. However, one peculiar detail stands out. All of their heads sustained identical injuries, with the wounds' locations, force, and depth remarkably consistent. As Jiraiya pondered, he realized that although Minato's findings were accurate, he neglected a crucial point that troubled him greatly. While it seemed that both sides had suffered mutually devastating losses, the reality was quite different. 2 Hyuga ninjas perished at the hands of a puppeteer, 2 fell victim to poison, and 1 was ambushed by a sand ninja. Conversely, the majority of sand ninjas met their end due to the techniques of the Hyuga clan, many of which involved ambushes. Significantly, the tools used for these ambushes belonged to the sand ninjas themselves. It was plausible that the Hyuga had seized their tools to execute the attacks, yet such a coincidence seemed implausible. Even the Hyuga branch would not be destitute enough to lack ninja tools. With this in mind, Jiraiya immediately instructed Minato, "Check their tool pouches." Minato, momentarily taken aback, swiftly responded by examining the tool pouches of all the ninjas, only to discover them completely emptied. "There is nothing. I'm sorry, teacher." Minato felt remorse for overlooking this detail. However, it was not entirely his fault, for he, as a man of integrity, held a basic respect for his enemies and would never engage in such heinous acts of murder and theft. Just as I suspected, this is a battlefield involving 3 parties. Yet there is no evidence of the third party's presence. Could it be bandits? Jiraiya inquired, presenting a twisted branch to Minato. "No, look at this." Minato noted the unnatural curve of the branch, reminiscent of a hunter's bow, with binding marks on both ends, yet the bindings themselves were conspicuously absent. There were no signs of arrows having been shot, making this deliberately altered bow branch appear rather out of place. "Indeed, it seems we must split up, Minato." Jiraiya had already wrapped all the ninjas and handed a sealing scroll to Minato, stating, "This situation is suspicious. You need to return to the village. Especially since the Uchiha Jin squad, which bears a significant mission, has not immediately proceeded to the border conflict zone, but has instead found a sufficiently concealed location to discuss how to survive while completing their task." A fleeting alliance would not foster trust among the 3. Rather, it merely served as a means to hold each other in check. "How did you timid mice even become ninjas?" Hyuga Yuan disdainfully glared at the 2, particularly at Uchiha Jun, pondering how the Uchiha, once so esteemed in the village, now seemed to slink away like a coward outside its walls. Hyuga Yuan spoke with righteous indignation, as if he himself had no fear of death. Uchiha Jun spared him a glance, recognizing that aside from his verbal bravado, he had no means to vent his frustrations, to prevent himself from bottling up emotions. He didn't mind the occasional outburst. After all, debts incurred would eventually need to be repaid. After a brief discussion, the three found themselves at an impasse. Uchiha Jun closed his eyes, replaying the previous battle in his mind to identify and rectify any shortcomings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling Narajiha. "Oh no, the corpses." Narajiha's eyelids flickered as he involuntarily asked, "What's wrong? We haven't left anything behind." His voice trailed off as he recalled the branch left at the scene, the very one Uchiha Jun had used to slay a Hyuga. Hyuga Yuan's expression soured as he inquired, "What? Didn't you take care of it?" Uchiha Jun's furrowed brow deepened, heightening the tension between the two. The fact that several individuals had sustained identical head injuries would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, whether discovered by Konoha or the Sand, leading to an investigation. Uchiha Jun was infuriated by the imperfect disposal of the bodies, recalling a time in his previous life when he had inadvertently left traces of himself, leading to wrongful imprisonment. Once a paragon, he had been reduced to a mere villain, and he was certain that the one responsible for his downfall was among those closest to him. He vowed that when the time came to return, he would exact vengeance upon that individual. The two grew increasingly anxious, fearing their actions might be revealed through memories. Narajiha regretted not insisting on severing the heads of their victims. "If they see our memories." "They won't," Uchiha Jun replied resolutely, fully confident in his abilities, albeit wary of provoking unnecessary trouble. "Are you certain they won't be able to probe into our memories?" Narajiha questioned hesitantly. "I didn't take that branch with me. Could it lead them to us?" "No, it signifies nothing," Uchiha Jun dismissed. He held no fear of being implicated. As a young Uchiha who had yet to attend ninja school, he was not a target for blame. What weighed heavily on him was the pressing need to complete their current mission. Their task involved transporting supplies to delay a formidable adversary while dismantling rear resource caches, a prelude to the final battle. However, the supplies had been greedily appropriated by him and Narajiha, containing little of value. Such a mission could not have been the work of a mere squad. It likely involved one or two powerful individuals. Presently, Orochimaru was stationed at the Rain Ninja Village. Tsunade was in the Land of Iron, and Kakashi was commanding the front lines. The only candidate among the three was none other than Jiraiya. "I have conceived a plan that ensures our survival while allowing us to evade our mission." Chapter 5. Can you guarantee our safe arrival at the front lines? Uchiha Jun smiled innocently. Hyuga Yuan retorted, "Spit it out quickly." Narajiha added, "I won't partake in troublesome matters." Currently, they lacked a leading jonin, and most mission scrolls were in the captain's possession. With Captain Matsumoto absent, how could they ascertain the complete details of the mission? The supplies had likely vanished alongside the captain. "We'll do our utmost to delay and arrive at the front lines in a disheveled state. As for the mission, I am uncertain. We will follow the orders of the commanding officer when the time comes." As the war neared its conclusion, the commanding officer would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with tasks and would have little time to attend to their trifling concerns. So long as Hyuga Yuan refrained from reckless behavior, they would be safe, perhaps even finding time to train. "I concur with your idea," Narajiha hesitated. "But it will take some time to reach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. If we travel without pause, it will take at least 5 days. Can you ensure we won't be attacked by ninjas during those 5 days and arrive safely at the front lines?" Uchiha Jun replied, "He cannot guarantee that. The front lines are commanded by Lord Shikubo. Can you guarantee he won't assign you to execute an ambush mission?" Hyuga Yuan countered. Uchiha Jun responded, "He cannot guarantee that either." As silence enveloped them, Uchiha Jun contemplatively asked, "At what age did you first step onto the battlefield?" In the realm of conflict, only ninjas exist, devoid of age. Paradoxically, those who are younger are often underestimated and seen as lacking in strength. "I was 6 when I first fought. Now at 7, Lord Shikubo would not let a budding genius perish prematurely." Uchiha Jun spoke with conviction. Yet Hyuga Yuan and Narajiha were less than pleased. One was 14, the other 12, both considered mature ninjas. They found it difficult to utter such shameless words as Uchiha Jun did. For them, the mission had lost its significance. "I agree with your plan. We shall proceed cautiously along the way." Naratomo had acquiesced, evidently having found a plausible escape route for himself. Hinata Yuru, who had remained silent, did not voice any objections either. Uchiha Jun recognized that he wished to seize this opportunity to accumulate more merits. with their objectives clearly defined. The trio set off with urgency. Alas, their fortune proved to be rather dire. It was indeed as Naratomo had stated. Reaching the mission site unharmed was exceedingly challenging. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The three swiftly scattered to evade one another's attacks. Shadows intertwined, leaving them no chance to react before being thrust into the battlefield. Uchiha Jun discerned that their assailants were from the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, he activated his Sharingan. The adversaries, upon noticing, immediately halted their assault, turning to cast jutsu at the rain ninjas attempting to ambush them. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Jun executed the hand seals with remarkable speed. Having practiced each technique countless times, hundreds, if not thousands, embedding the flow of chakra into his very being, streamlining the sealing process. Some simpler jutsu could be completed with a single hand seal. In the age of ninjas, while others were still performing hand seals, his techniques had already been unleashed. It was evident who would survive such a scenario. Without pausing, Uchiha Jun drew his short blade, targeting the enemy's vital points with precision and efficiency. With the addition of the three, the rain ninjas were swiftly vanquished. As the battle reached its conclusion, he discovered that the ally he had just fought alongside was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The concluding tasks did not require their involvement. The remaining rain ninjas were ensnared in Jinjutsu by the Uchiha and bound like dumplings, discarded upon the ground. Uchiha Fugaku approached Uchiha Jun, holding a kunai, and asked uncertainly, "Are you Uchiha Jun?" Upon hearing this, all the Uchiha present were astonished. No one could have anticipated that the boy, who had not even attended the ninja academy and had been sent to the battlefield to meet his demise a year prior, was still alive. Initially, the elder had feared for the boy's safety on the battlefield and had substituted him for his grandson Spot, thrusting Uchiha Jun into the fray. Though such actions were deemed dishonorable and even despicable, no one dared to speak against it, harboring silent contempt instead. The elder was a high-ranking member of the Uchiha, while Uchiha Jun's father was merely a cripple, contributing little to the clan. Thus, Uchiha Jun became the scapegoat. To their utter disbelief, the clan member they had presumed dead stood before them, having awakened his two-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 7, something even the next clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had only recently achieved with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Jun scanned the gathered Uchiha clansmen, not recognizing a single one, while his two companions observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. "Yes, I am Uchiha Jun, Lord Fugaku. I never expected to meet you here, nor to be of such assistance." Uchiha Fugaku's tone softened, well aware of the perils of the battlefield. He had set out with a full squad of 20, now reduced to a mere handful. Surviving and awakening the Sharingan was ample proof of his prowess. "What brings you here?" "We encountered the Sand Ninjas while on a mission. Our captain perished, and the specifics of our task remain unclear, except that we were headed to the front lines." Uchiha Jun maintained a calm exterior, but the expressions of the Uchiha present shifted dramatically. Some, ill-tempered, began muttering indignantly. It was evident they understood that a 2-tomo Sharingan Uchiha was being sent to his death, a prodigy destined for greatness at the age of 7. To sacrifice him? Even if the Hokage himself requested it, they would refuse. Fortuitously, they had encountered the situation here, and their captain's early demise had spared them from further complications. No one questioned why the Jonin captain had perished while several weaker teammates remained unscathed. "Jinkuin, if you do not mind, you may join us," Uchiha Fugaku invited, mainly hoping to recruit a future genius. After all, once the war concluded, he would aspire to become clan leader, with his rival being the elder's son. And his own ranks thinned significantly. "Very well," Uchiha Jun replied, maintaining a serene facade while inwardly rejoicing at the prospect of free protection. Glancing at his two teammates, Naratomo was practically in unanimous agreement, almost raising his feet in approval, while Hinata Yuru, though reluctant, offered no objections. Uchiha Jun reflected on the merits of the Sharingan. Once a mere scapegoat, now the future clan leader was to serve as his guardian. Throughout their journey, Uchiha Jun remained silent, yet he was far from idle, mentally rehearsing the 2 ninjutsu he had acquired from Naratomo. The water release technique was of no immediate use, merely a subject of study for enhancement, while he found the lightning release technique particularly intriguing. Upon investigation, he discovered that its essence lay not in offense, but in self-enhancement, rendering the user less susceptible to harm, numbing pain, and augmenting speed. Chapter 6. Insights on Awakening. Seeking divine favor, Uchiha Jun allocated himself 3 days to master and refine this technique. He adhered strictly to his time management, ensuring 4 hours of sleep daily, dedicating the remainder of his time to missions or training, and contemplating ways to accrue wealth on the battlefield for a peaceful retirement thereafter. As for the captives, the Uchiha showed no compassion, delivering kicks and insults, and offering them minimal water after 3 days of travel, justifying it with, without nourishment, one lacks strength. Without strength, there can be no resistance. It was unclear how they had arrived at such conclusions. Despite encountering various minor skirmishes along the way, they experienced a marked increase in safety compared to before. At least Hinata Yuru no longer brazenly shouted at Uchiha in his presence. Jinkuin, how did you awaken your Sharingan? Perhaps we could share insights, Uchiha Fugaku finally implored. Unable to tolerate Uchiha Jun's closed eyes for 3 days. Had it not been for the boy still breathing, he might have lost patience. Completion. Uchiha Jun announced as he finally opened his eyes, just in time to hear Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry. No insights to share. Perhaps it was merely a moment between life and death, reciting a few words to Umitba. Perhaps the Buddha manifested. Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members exchanged incredulous glances. Good teammates, the Buddha manifested? Ridiculous. Such were Hinata Yuru's unspoken thoughts. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the captives, eager to extract further intelligence from them. With their captain slain, and as the squad's highest combat power, as long as he could secure some merits, ascending to Jonin and assuming the role of captain would be entirely feasible. Thus, during their breaks, he discreetly interrogated the captives, and indeed, he managed to acquire some intriguing information. Perhaps in a moment of folly, Hinata Yuru assumed there were secrets to uncover before the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. His actions displeased the Uchiha ninjas considerably. The two clans, already at odds, grew even more contentious. Uchiha Jun perceived Hinata Yuru's intentions. He would not allow himself to be burdened, nor would he seek excuses for someone he wished to eliminate. Instead, he earnestly explained to Uchiha Fugaku, "This Yuru is desperate for credit, compounded by the pressure of battle. Any trouble here is best ignored." Uchiha Jun pointedly gestured to his head. Hearing this, the Uchiha clansmen cast sympathetic glances at Hinata Yuru. Naratomo covered his face, feigning unfamiliarity with the teammate. In times of war, having a trustworthy companion was paramount. Yet, in actuality, their squad, following the demise of their Jonin leader, was engaged in a mix of profiteering, survival, and credit-seeking. No one found fault with this, though the needs of each individual varied in their era. Nevertheless, this served as a stark reminder for Uchiha Jun. Lacking strength and support, mere survival was a transgression. People need to look up to the strong, to regard them as pillars of spirit. For instance, the Hokage, the legendary Sannin, and the esteemed Konoha White Fang. Once, Uchiha Zen might have distanced himself from such matters, yet now his foremost desire is to enhance his power, to find a stronghold that would liberate him from the shackles of the village, allowing him to rest peacefully. Zenkuin, have you ever contemplated where you might serve upon returning to the village? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, probing whether he aspired to join the guard or to run for the Umbu. Serve? Can I simply take a few years off at home after returning? Uchiha Zen retorted, dismissing the notion of immediate employment. For the spoils of battle would suffice for his sustenance for 3 to 5 years. The Second Great Ninja War had concluded, yet it would not be long before the third erupted, and next time, fortune might not favor him with a comrade eager to claim glory in the fray. Uchiha Fugaku appeared momentarily surprised, but soon regained his composure, chuckling, "Upon your return, tasks will not diminish. Your desire for rest may go unfulfilled." Oh, Uchiha Zen mused in silence, before eventually murmuring, "Then I shall take a leave of absence, claiming injury for recovery." The Uchiha clan exchanged glances, and Nara Shikao, who had been listening intently, took note of this. The Nara family could thrive on intellect alone, and battlefield injuries came with compensation, albeit meager. It was enough for a solitary existence. With so many ninjas in the village, his absence would hardly be felt. And what the Uchiha truly needed were leaders like Lord Fugaku to guide their clan towards greatness. Uchiha Zen was unbothered by the prospect of flattering those who could offer him protection until he grew stronger. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the fidgeting Hinata Yado and sensed his restless intentions. Yado, while interrogating a Rain ninja, had noticed that the ropes binding him had loosened, allowing for potential escape. "Lord Fugaku, How commendable are the achievements of the Hyuga on the battlefield. Uchiha Zen had already detected the glint of malice in the Rain Ninja's eyes, his heightened sensitivity to emotions ever since awakening his Sharingan. Ah, illustrious accomplishments. Yet the Uchiha are not to be underestimated. Fugaku's expression darkened at the mention of the Hyuga. However, I have heard news of a squad of Hyuga being completely annihilated by the enemy, with none surviving. Truly, a cause for celebration. Upon hearing this, Narashikaho, who had been silent, perked up, sending subtle signals to Uchiha Zen. Meanwhile, Zen's gaze remained fixed on Yato. Has the village identified those responsible? The slaughter of an entire team of esteemed Konoha ninjas is no trivial matter. Strangely, there was no response, as the village seemed intent on suppressing the incident. Suddenly, the anticipated moment arrived. When Hinata Yato had momentarily let down his guard, the Rain Ninja struck, piercing his abdomen with a hand that acted like a blade. Die? The occurrence was so abrupt that no one had time to react. Shadow imitation technique. Narashikaho managed to restrain the assailant, yet the effort was taxing. The Rain Ninja's hand, still embedded in Yato's wound, writhed in defiance. Sweat beaded on Shikaho's brow, indicating his struggle as he cast a sharp gaze at Uchiha Zen. The sudden turn of events prompted Yato to quickly assess the situation, laboriously turning to face Uchiha Zen. The Uchiha clan, being closest, were the first to act, granting a swift end to the Rain Ninja. At that moment, Narashikaho collapsed, utterly drained. Uchiha Zen, Yato shouted through gritted teeth. What shall we do? Such grievous wounds. As Zen passed by Shikaho, he overheard the latter's concern for their injured comrade. Caring for a wounded ally was commendable. Yet the irony lay in Shikaho's manipulation of the shadow imitation technique, causing the Rain Ninja to twist at the wound, as if pulling out the very entrails. Observing Shikaho's current feeble condition, one could almost believe his act of helplessness. Uchiha Zen narrowed his eyes, offering a comforting tone. Do not blame yourself. You did your utmost. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 7. Your intestines have been displaced. Allow me to assist you. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the severity of Yato's injuries seemed beyond salvation. The Rain Ninja had been eliminated, and in essence, the Uchiha had avenged Yato. A hand patted Uchiha Zen's shoulder from behind, offering solace. Do not grieve too much. He shall be honored as a martyr. This statement from Uchiha Fugaku ignited a fierce anger in Yato, who glared menacingly at Zen. Who the hell wishes to be a martyr? The war is not over, and I have yet to be recognized by the Hokage. It is well known that martyrs are for the deceased. Uchiha Zen paused, approached Yato, and deliberately donned a pair of gloves, as if grasping at a lifeline. Quickly, he urged, extracting a segment of Yato's intestine and waving it before him. Your intestines have been exposed. I must assist you in reintroducing them. All of Yato's emotions transformed into pure hatred, his Byakugan fixating on Zen, veins bulging with rage. I beg you, save me. The humiliation of seeking help from the Uchiha was a profound disgrace, yet faced with the specter of death, Yato cast aside his pride. The expressions of those around the Uchiha grew increasingly peculiar. A rare spectacle indeed, a Hyuga seeking assistance from the Uchiha. To ascertain the authenticity of this moment, they activated their Sharingan one after another. Wait, did I just witness a Hyuga begging for our aid? You activated your Sharingan, did you not? I am using a single Tomo. You should check with your double Tomo. Even Uchiha Fugaku could not escape the urge to activate his Sharingan, questioning whether he had fallen victim to an illusion. Do not speak as if you are an outsider. I will undoubtedly save you. After all, we are comrades in adversity. Uchiha Zen began to reposition Yato's intestines, one hand pressing against his chest, while the other emanated a gentle green light upon the gaping wound. Yato dared not relax his gaze from Zen's actions, fearing any misstep. As he sensed the wound gradually healing, he allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. Crack. The ribcage was compromised by Uchiha Zen's lightning-infused medical chakra. Naturally, this was a secret shared only between Zen and Yato. Uchiha Zen, you did this on purpose. Yato's words sparked discontent among the Uchiha clan. To them, it seemed they had saved a Hyuga, only to be accused of malice. What treachery! My apologies for neglecting the fact you had broken ribs. That Rain Ninja seemed intent on taking you down with him, showing no mercy. Uchiha Zen's face bore a mask of regret, concealing the havoc wrought by his lightning chakra within Yato's body. Feigning weakness, Narashikaho approached, pretending to care. Is there still hope for him? The underlying implication of his question was clear. Do you wish for him to survive? Uchiha Zen glanced at him, sensing the green chakra in his hands waning and dissipating. Sorrowfully, he declared, "My chakra is running low. Yato must return to Konoha for treatment at once. I can only stitch the wound for now." Though he claimed to lack proficiency in medical ninjutsu, within the Uchiha clan's perspective, saving Yato's life was a testament to his exceptional skills. A medical ninja was a boon on the battlefield. Possessing a genius Sharingan, who also practiced medical ninjutsu, would guarantee him recognition upon returning to the clan. However, suturing with thread was not a feasible option. Uchiha Zen plucked a few strands of Yato's hair, threading them through to sew the wound, striving to prevent any further displacement of his intestines. Meanwhile, Yato's hatred for Uchiha Zen reached a boiling point. "Lord Fugaku, it would be prudent to send my teammate to Konoha for treatment. Otherwise, we Uchiha shall face the scorn of others should he perish." Uchiha Fugaku, who had previously worried about Uchiha Zen's naivete, now recognized the necessity of adeptly navigating the village's intricate relationships. "We shall send him to the nearest logistics unit for treatment, and I will clarify the circumstances." Uchiha Fugaku led his team to the front lines to support Konoha's White Fang in executing a secret mission. However, they encountered numerous ambushes along the way, leaving only a handful of his squad intact. Now, he can not only do a favor for Uchiha Zen, but also annoy the Hyuga clan, which he naturally welcomes. After reaching a consensus, the group hastily fashioned a stretcher, using Jinjutsu to control the captive who carried Hinata far towards the nearest combat zone's logistics area. Uchiha Zen never anticipated that the Sharingan could be employed in such a manner, thus expanding his peculiar knowledge. At that moment, Uchiha Zen had reached the rear of Konoha's main camp, where numerous injured personnel were assisting with tasks within their capabilities. He was preoccupied with contemplating Hinata's actions upon returning. If it weren't for the potential trouble that a single Hinata could bring him, he would have relished the idea of sending him off to meet his maker. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had narrowly escaped death, felt no joy. After being transported to Konoha Hospital for urgent treatment, the numerous bone fragments throughout his body proved exceedingly difficult to mend. Had he not encountered a fellow Hyuga clansman in the hospital, his career might have been abruptly ended at the hands of Uchiha Zen. During his time in the hospital, Hinata transformed all his animosity into rumors, voicing his grievances against Uchiha Zen to anyone who would listen. Initially, people perceived it as mere discord between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, dismissing it as mutual slander. However, as the rumors proliferated, coupled with the Uchiha guards' arrogant demeanor within the village, the populace gradually came to accept them as truth. Uchiha Zen, far from the battlefield, had become indistinguishable from a rogue ninja in the villagers' eyes. Disturbingly, some foolish villagers even wished for Uchiha Zen's demise in battle. The elders of the Hyuga clan had entirely ceased to question the rumors that Uchiha Zen had harmed Hinata, using his teammates as shields. An elderly figure, well past his prime, defied objections to approach the Hokage's office. "Third Hokage, Uchiha is crossing the line. Such a young man committing such heinous acts. Who knows what he might do as he matures?" At this point, the former clan leader recognized his error and promptly halted his speech. "Old clan leader, it's merely a rumor." The third Hokage's expression soured. That particular history was a taboo in Konoha, and even in private, discussions about it were prohibited, especially concerning a child. "Third Hokage, the Uchiha must provide us Hyuga with an explanation regarding this matter." The third Hokage, still vigorous and unwilling to pacify, exuded an aura of authority that required no words to convey his stance. Realizing the implications of his demeanor, the old clan leader immediately bowed humbly, extinguishing his earlier arrogance, and hoped the Hokage would handle the matter justly. "I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory response at the next council meeting. Once the brothers Hinata and Hinata return, the new leader of the Hyuga clan will be appointed. Regardless of the outcome, I will ensure they provide an account to the old clan leader." Chapter 8. A disastrous mission in the Konoha frontline tent. This was Uchiha Zen's first encounter with the formidable Kakashi Hatake in reality. The fleeting moments captured in animation portrayed a figure of immense strength, yet standing before him, even amidst Kakashi's smile, the weight of his presence was palpable. "Lord Kakashi." The events unfolded as such. The Rain Ninja was slain on the spot, and I attempted to render aid, but his injuries were too severe. Uchiha Fugaku meticulously reported the situation to Kakashi Hatake. As Konoha's White Fang was aligned with the Hokage's faction, he received Fugaku's report with skepticism. Unwilling to entangle himself further with the Uchiha on this issue, he swiftly shifted the conversation to Shikamaru Nara. Given that your captain has fallen and one of your comrades is grievously injured, I will reassign your team. Kakashi scrutinized Uchiha Zen, noting his calmness and humility, which seemed unexpected for one of his age. Uchiha Zen, you will join Uchiha Fugaku's team. Yes. Uchiha Zen bowed and turned to Uchiha Fugaku. All right. You may rest for now. As for Shikamaru Nara, you will need to wait for your new teammates. At that moment, a stout individual and a blonde youth entered, brushing past Uchiha Zen and Fugaku. The clan emblems on their attire indicated they belonged to the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. You have arrived just in time. This is Shikamaru Nara, your new teammate. Shikamaru lazily greeted them. Akimichi Ken, Yamanaka Kuro. Historically, the three clans had always teamed up, perhaps making for better synergy than previous partners. Kakashi observed Shikamaru intently. The discord between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans made him wary of potential sabotage, and regardless of the situation within the village, he wished to avoid such conflicts extending onto the battlefield. Uchiha Zen is broad-minded and an excellent teammate, Shikamaru continued, narrowing his eyes. He is also a prodigy. Throughout our journey, he has provided significant assistance with his medical ninjutsu. Unlike other higher-ups, Konoha's white fan quickly discerned Shikamaru's working style. He believed that talents should be honed on the battlefield, rather than kept safe like canaries in a cage. Although he and Uchiha Zen did not share a particularly amicable relationship, he still lauded him excessively, even infusing his tone with envy. Such hyperbole for a mere child from the Uchiha clan. How naive, muttered Yamanaka Kuro, with another teammate displaying a look of disdain. Kakashi, upon overhearing this, dismissed it as youthful rivalry, unaware of the underlying tensions, and he had other plans for Uchiha Zen's placement. I see. I cannot let such a prodigy go to waste in my unit. Back in the Uchiha clan's tent, Uchiha Zen lay on the tatama mat, pondering whether the damage inflicted on Hinata would be discovered in Konoha. He estimated that Hinata would not survive the journey back. It was impossible for him to die at his hands, for if Konoha pursued the matter, it would surely end in ruin. The extensive casualties among the Hyuga on the battlefield would undoubtedly attract the village's attention, and the third Hokage was no fool. As an Uchiha without a strong backing or significant power, his immediate concern was to find a formidable ally. In modern times, the emphasis on evidence could still lead to wrongful accusations. For a powerless ninja, should he be implicated, the village might readily sacrifice him to quell the Hyuga's wrath. To ensure his safety, he required a robust ally and aimed to garner some renown in the final battle. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed subtle movements outside the tent. Who goes there? Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens were launched, and he sprang into a defensive posture, ready for combat. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause accompanied the entrance of a figure. I sincerely apologize for disrupting your rest, Zenkuen. Uchiha Fugaku, while offering praise, felt a shiver. The trajectory of the 3 shurikens was unusual, challenging even for him, a jonin, to evade. Not taking Uchiha Zen's vigilance to heart, he reflected that without such caution, he might have already become a mere skeleton on the battlefield. Lord Fugaku, is there something you need? Uchiha Zen relaxed his guard, fingers moving to retrieve the shurikens. Zen, no need for such formality, just call me Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku treated Uchiha Zen as an equal, for in the shinobi world, merit was measured by strength, not age. In 3 days, there will be an S-rank assassination mission, and Lord Kakashi has specifically named you to proceed to the Land of Wind. An assassination mission? Alone? He thought he had not demonstrated sufficient capability to undertake such a task. Uchiha Fugaku shared his bewilderment, feeling a touch of indignation. Uchiha ninjas were not so easily squandered. Do you know why such a crucial mission has been assigned specifically to you? I do not. I originally suggested that another squad accompany you, but Lord Kakashi rejected the idea. Uchiha Fugaku handed him the mission scroll and then produced another one, which contained the insights of the Uchiha clan regarding the Sharingan. Thank you, Uchiha Zen replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he unfurled the mission scroll. Upon reading its contents, even his refined disposition could not suppress a few exclamations of traditional culture. The target of the S-rank assassination mission turned out to be the son of Chiyo, with the intelligence stating only that he was exceptionally skilled in puppet techniques and at the level of an elite jonin, with no further details provided. The son of Chiyo? The parents of Sasori of the Red Sand. Wasn't this task akin to the work of Konoha's White Fang? although they had not appeared in the anime. Could the individuals who fell to Konoha's white fang truly be weak? After finishing the scroll, Uchiha Zen took a deep breath and inquired, Lord Fugaku, have I offended Lord Sasori in any way? If so, please inform me, and I shall willingly lie in my coffin. 3 days later, Uchiha Zen trudged through the wind and sand, cursing vehemently and sending greetings to the entire lineage of Hatake Sasori, even including Kakashi. He spat out mouthfuls of sand. A sand lizard scurried through the desert, distinguished by its blood-red, double tomo eyes, pausing periodically to assess its surroundings before continuing on. Indeed, this sand lizard was Uchiha Zen, employing the safest method of concealment he could conceive. The insights on the Sharingan provided by Uchiha Fugaku had proven immensely beneficial. The breakthrough to the 3 tomo was merely a catalyst. Perhaps this mission would serve as a further opportunity. Yet, amidst the vast desert, where could he possibly locate the red sand couple? A clang of ninja tools echoed nearby. He halted, concealing part of his body within the sand, and slowly crawled closer. Guided by the chakra fluctuations emanating from the skirmish, a thrown projectile whizzed past him. How swift! Judging by the chakra fluctuations, it was a mid-sized battle. And to his surprise, he detected individuals from the Uchiha clan among the combatants, alongside chakra emanating from ninja of secret arts clans. Chapter 9. Sunagakure. The Konoha ninjas were thoroughly restrained by those puppet masters, with many succumbing to poison and losing their lives. While most of the survivors were elite jonin or special jonin. Incompetent fools. After all this time, they can't even locate the enemy's main body. Amidst the chaos, one Sunagakure ninja remained stationary at a distance, taking no action. Uchiha Zen released a mere hint of his chakra, which was instantly detected by the enemy. And a dark cloud of magnetic sand surged toward him. Was this reinforcements? The Konoha ninjas muttered to themselves in relief. Uchiha Zen was enveloped by the overwhelming killing intent of the opponent. The frigid, emotionless gaze, along with the indifference to life, sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Uchiha Zen was not an arrogant Uchiha. He could adapt and bend in the face of life and death. His short, stout limbs propelled him upward, and he dove into the sand, sprinting several kilometers before finally halting. The sand lizard's head emerged from the ground, confirming his safety before spitting out the sand in his mouth and cursing as he began to strategize how to complete his mission. As for the fate of the Konoha ninjas, he would simply sketch their likenesses and report back to his superiors. While Uchiha Zen pondered how to infiltrate Sunagakure, a child exclaimed, "Daddy, look! It's a sand lizard." The child tugged at the tail of Uchiha Zen, transformed into a sand lizard, waving it in front of his father. "Daddy, it's really a sand lizard. Can I keep it?" The middle-aged man patted the child's head and chuckled, "Of course, but you have to find ants to feed it." Ha ha ha. Uchiha Zen was unceremoniously tossed into a basket, making his way into Sunagakure without so much as a glance from the guards, which conveniently spared him considerable trouble. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. The next morning, the child named Rin approached him with a box of ants, holding it to his mouth. "Come on, open wide, it's time to eat." Uchiha Zen instinctively recoiled, prompting Rin to think that the sand lizard was afraid. And he dumped the entire box of ants into the paper box where Zen resided, retreating to peek through a slight crack in the door. Swarms of ants began to approach Uchiha Zen, and at that moment, he longed to incinerate them with a fire jutsu. Flagging Hatake Sasori was equally troubled. Ever since Uchiha Zen had departed the camp, he had been trailing him, eager to determine whether this so-called genius was truly deserving of such accolades. As for the S-rank assassination mission, he had no intention of allowing Zen to complete it. Nature calls, and in a moment of distraction, Uchiha Zen had entirely slipped from his sight. After rescuing the last 3 remaining Konoha ninjas, he had lingered in the vast desert for 2 full days. The day-night temperature fluctuations exacerbating the injuries of the already wounded ninjas. "Are you certain you haven't seen Uchiha Zen?" Hatake Sasori persisted, convinced that a living individual could not simply vanish in mere seconds. "Lord Sasori, as long as he is a ninja of the Uchiha clan, if he appears, I would undoubtedly notice. The chakra of Uchiha clan members is distinctive." One Uchiha ninja, relieved to be rescued, began to speculate about the relationship between Uchiha Zen and Hatake Sasori. He had no recollection of Zen, only a vague memory from a year prior. Hatake Sasori took a deep breath and instructed, "Reinforcements will arrive early tomorrow. As long as you remain here, you will not be in any danger." "Thank you, Lord Sasori." For your rescue. We will wait here for assistance, the ninjas expressed. Sasori assessed the group. Aside from one individual suffering from poisoning, they mostly bore superficial wounds. And as long as Orochimaru led the reinforcements, they would face no significant peril. Without further ado, he vanished into the night sky. The moon hung like a hook, and families settled down for the night. Sunagakure was a nation devoid of nightlife. By 9 o'clock, the streets were bereft of stalls. Uchiha Zen's stomach protested incessantly. For days, he had subsisted solely on the ants provided by Rin or stealthily snacked on military ration pills. Although his basic survival needs were met as long as he received sufficient nutrition, witnessing others dine sumptuously was a form of silent punishment. Once, during an interrogation, one of his partners had gone 24 hours without a morsel while he feasted on spicy skewers, leading to the rapid unraveling of their resolve. Physiological needs represent the most fundamental tier of human necessity, and once they falter, the instinct for survival can shatter even the most steadfast will. Now, Uchiha Zen, enduring hunger, found himself in a place of ill repute, likely the only establishment still in operation, relatively unscathed by the war. A jug of sake and a platter of peanuts were ordered. Uchiha Zen transformed into the likeness of Konoha's White Fang, appearing disheveled and unsteady, with dark circles under his eyes that marked him as a man accustomed to the vice-laden lifestyle. This incarnation of Konoha's White Fang, if not scrutinized closely, might even deceive his own son. Uchiha Zen harbored a small desire for vengeance, wishing to drag him down with him should he meet his end. The proprietor, upon recognizing Uchiha Zen, promptly dispatched a striking beauty to serve his drinks and offered the enticing service of intimate conversation. Though he had once been a medical examiner, he had also gone undercover with his team's captain, albeit under duress. Thus, gleaning information was a straightforward endeavor. Uchiha Zen rhythmically tapped on the table, gradually rendering the serving girl's gaze vacant. "Tell me," he commanded. The girl, in a trance, recounted all the information Uchiha Zen desired, detailing the residences of the high-ranking officials within Sunagakure who frequented the establishment, their preferences for companions, and the types of beverages they favored, all with remarkable clarity. It was no wonder that Jiraiya from the original narrative favored such places. Though seemingly disreputable, they were, in fact, one of the most reliable sources of intelligence. Having acquired the information he sought, Uchiha Zen snapped his fingers, and the girl instantly regained her composure, unaware of any irregularity in her brief lapse of memory. The conversation concluded with a charming lady, as Uchiha Zen stepped through the doorway, donning the visage of Konoha's White Fang, and made his way to the abode of Chiyo's son, as the girl had previously instructed. Disguised as a drunken man, he was intercepted by the Umbu lurking in the shadows before he could approach their residence. A cold kunai pressed against his neck. He halted abruptly, feigning a moment of sobriety, and stumbled to the ground, nervously swallowing and stammering. "Forgive me, I seem to have taken a wrong turn." He then scrambled away. Out of their sight, Uchiha Zen realized that Chiyo had dispatched Umbu ninjas to encircle her son's home, intending to either lure him out or distract the Umbu. Suddenly, a cunning plan sparked in his mind. Chapter 10. Nara Shikaho's counterattack since forming a team with Uchiha Zen. Nara Shikaho had not found harmony or camaraderie among the three noble clans. The opportunities for plundering resources diminished, and the safety of his two less capable teammates plummeted compared to when he had partnered with Uchiha and Hyuga. Just yesterday, they had completed a mission, and today Yamanaka Shirakumo brought another task. Had it been Uchiha Zen, he would have surely devised ways to delay for days. Though rapid growth occurs on the battlefield, as Uchiha Zen remarked, it's about who survives longer, otherwise, it's merely a race to death. Upon seeing the task at hand, Shikaho's face turned pale, hunting wild game for injured ninjas. This mission appeared deceptively simple, yet it was far more perilous than confronting enemies head-on in battle. Where does wild game dwell? In the forest. Seemingly tranquil, the forest was fraught with unseen dangers. One might inadvertently step on an explosive tag or be ambushed by enemy ninjas. He held no grand ambitions. He merely wished for a stable and peaceful existence. Nara Shikaho. Though our three clans are noble, some matters must be clarified. Akimichi Yari's facade of simplicity vanished, replaced by cunning and aggression. You are not like us, true ninjas. Why waste words on him? Yamanaka Shirakumo seized Shikaho by the throat. Based on my intelligence, you've changed teammates multiple times. They either died or were maimed. Why are you unharmed? Why? Of course, They were not only weak, but lacked cunning. Calm down, Yari interjected, grasping Shirakumo's arm. Shikaho was frantically devising ways to create an accident that would leave them stranded here. The three clans, aligned under the Hokage, should coexist harmoniously, yet exceptions always arise. His father, a member of the Nara clan, had been betrothed early to the granddaughter of an elder, only to fall in love with a foreign ninja during a mission. Bringing her home. Before the entire clan, his father severed the engagement with the elder's family and married the foreign woman. This act humiliated the elder, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for his parents, leading to their ostracism within the clan. The animosity only intensified after his mother's death, and all malice was directed toward him. Meanwhile, the two ninjas connected to the Nara clan, influenced by public opinion, also suppressed him. He was an outcast wherever he went. So, you are Bayu's brother. He often speaks of you. Nara Shikaho, clutching his nearly throttled neck, saw Yamanaka Shirakumo relax his guard, allowing him to reach into his ninja tools pouch. In his final moments, he longed to see his family once more. In the urgency of the situation, he had only managed to bring back their belongings. Although Shirakumo remained wary, he did not anticipate Shikaho's intention to leave them all behind. In an instant, an explosive tag was affixed to Shirakumo's chest, and he seized his wrist, forcefully throwing him onto a Kimichi Yari. Boom. The two were severely injured from the blast. And Shikaho, relieved, placed another explosive tag on the ground, leaving them atop it while he stood at a safe distance, just close enough to be affected by the blast, orchestrating an accident. Boom. Another deafening explosion echoed. At this moment, he was uncertain whether any Hyuga patrols were nearby. His injuries were not severe, but without timely treatment, they could lead to infection. Such commotion would soon attract Konoha's ninjas for assistance. Surprisingly, half an hour passed without a single soul appearing. He longed for the cunning Uchiha Jun to devise a plan for executing dangerous tasks. Achu, at that moment, who dared to insult him? Uchiha Jun rubbed his nose and continued to indulge in revelry at a local establishment. For the past few days, he had been wandering the pleasure houses, casinos, and taverns of Sunagakure, masquerading as Konoha's White Fang. Whether gathering intelligence or gossip, his lavish spending made it easy to obtain the information he sought. Of course, his funds were not his own, but rather pilfered from houses during the day while disguised as a sand lizard. The issue of lost property quickly escalated, reaching the higher echelons, as the beleaguered Sunagakure was already at its wit's end. The Kazekage was overwhelmed with work, lacking the time to address such trivial matters. After several incidents, the Kazekage assigned the task to Chiyo's son, who, after thorough investigation, pinpointed the culprit as Konoha's White Fang. Just as Hatake Sakumo had infiltrated Sunagakure, he was immediately targeted. Before the skirmish commenced, several Anbu were swiftly dispatched. Hatake Sakumo's swordsmanship was astonishing. His prowess was formidable, marking him as an adept assassin. An unusual occurrence unfolded. Barely a minute after resolving the situation, the alarm was sounded by Sunagakure. In his life, this was Hatake Sakumo's first experience of being so reactive during a mission. At this moment, he began to suspect that Konoha's higher-ups had been infiltrated by spies. Chapter 11. The Birth of the Shadow of the Cauldron Useless. A bunch of useless fools, incapable of handling such trivial matters. When will we ever compete with Konoha? Chiyo, with her diminutive stature, comically leaped up to bang on the Kazekage's desk. Chiyo Dano, please confront reality, with Orochimaru wreaking havoc and Konoha's White Fang commanding. Do not make futile sacrifices. The Kazekage closed his eyes, weariness etched across his face. He had endured enough as the village leader. The elder's interference rendered him powerless. No one in a high position could remain calm while being constrained by a cadre of old men. Now, as the Kazekage, he yearned to quell this war and minimize losses. Konoha's White Fang was currently in the Wind Country, and here he was, diminishing his own ambitions while bolstering another's power. Enough. The Kazekage interrupted Chiyo sharply. Konoha has altered its tactics, stealthily infiltrating the village. In just a few days, half the village's wealth has been plundered. If this continues, the villagers will have no choice but to beg in foreign lands. The one plundering Sunagakure's treasures was none other than Uchiha Jun. For the past few days, aside from adopting the guise of Konoha's White Fang in various disreputable establishments, he had been brazenly transforming into a sand lizard during the day, entering the homes of ninjas and villagers, emptying them of their possessions, money, rice, oil, and all. Without money or food, chaos would soon ensue. Even ninjas were human and would become ordinary men without their basic needs. Sister, the Kazekage makes a valid point. Hoki Izo interjected to ease the tension. But Chiyo did not relent, sharply retorting, silence. Since the Kazekage is fatigued, I shall handle this matter myself. Humph. The temperature fluctuations in the wind country were significant, and countless shadows flitted across the rooftops at night. The mastermind, Uchiha Jun, cloaked in a mantle, stood atop the Kazekage's building, surveying the disarray of Sunagakure with a sly smile. Heaven is aiding me. Swish. A fleeting shadow vanished into the night. Recently attacked. Kakashi Hitaki found refuge in a brightly lit alley, having evaded all pursuing ninjas. He sighed, pondering who could have leaked the whereabouts of the mission's ninja. He suspected the Elder Council, though he was not favored by them. It seemed unlikely they would stoop to such treachery. He also considered the third Hokage, wondering if his own prowess had incited jealousy, but that too felt improbable. Even if such thoughts existed, it was too early for any drastic measures, as he had not yet outlived his usefulness. Ah, Brother White Fang, why haven't you come in today? A strikingly beautiful woman approached from behind, embracing Kakashi with a flirtatious demeanor. Startled, he instinctively pushed her away. How could she recognize him in such a place, a haunt favored only by Jiraiya, whom he had never visited? Kakashi concealed one hand behind him, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice, even prepared to sacrifice himself if necessary. After a prolonged silence, it was only the woman before him, posing seductively, who broke the stillness. No ninja lay in ambush. At this moment, rather than uncovering the source of the leak, he was more inclined to assert his innocence. He took a few steps back, creating a safe distance, and asked, "Madam, we are not acquainted, are we?" The woman giggled, leaning against the wall with a playful glint in her eyes. "Just yesterday, you called me your little heart, showcasing your finest swordsmanship. Today, you feign ignorance?" Kakashi searched his memory earnestly, convinced that he had never encountered this woman. Her presence was utterly unfamiliar. She was not a ninja, merely a courtesan, yet she mentioned swordsmanship, unless he had inadvertently shared that detail. Had he truly done something? Kakashi felt disoriented, unsure how such an absurd situation could unfold. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zen had plundered the remaining treasures of half the village. Not only did he seize valuables, but he also employed Jinjutsu to incapacitate and abduct Chiyo's grandson, the young Sasori. Gazing at the sleeping child, Uchiha Zen reflected on the S-rank rogue ninja who had once devoted himself to the pursuit of knowledge. Sasori's demise had indeed been a tragedy. Uchiha Zen sighed. He held a deep admiration for capable individuals, yet that did not hinder his path, as everyone fought for survival. A piercing scream shattered the night as Chiyo stared intently at the trembling maid on the ground. She had merely stepped away for a moment, and the young master had vanished, along with the family's possessions. The Sand Village ninjas learned of the thief's success in plundering the elder's estate, which somewhat balanced their disdain for the criminal. If caught, they would relish the opportunity for retribution. As the alarm rang throughout the village, escape became increasingly challenging, especially while carrying an unconscious child. With no trace left behind, revealing themselves to lure the target out would be unwise. Help! There's an intruder. The sharp cry spurred Uchiha Zen to flee with utmost urgency, mentally urging Sasori to remain asleep. However, after running for a while, he realized no ninjas pursued him. Even when he encountered others, they scarcely glanced his way, leading him to marvel at the whims of fortune. Kakashi, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. He found himself besieged by nearly all the ninjas of the Sand Village. Had it not been for his exceptional abilities, he would surely have perished on the spot. This marked the first time he had faced such a constraining assassination mission. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zen remained oblivious to his own exposure, suddenly feeling remorseful for the child, who was of a similar age to Kakashi, while his own son was still in school. Regret was futile now. He needed to locate the mission target, complete the task, and leave. The Sand Ninjas lacked the rigorous training of the Leaf Village, and upon hearing of the plunder, they began to worry whether they would receive any payment for their efforts. Summoning technique. A pack of ninja dogs appeared, teasing Kakashi in his disheveled state. "What kind of trouble have you found yourself in?" The esteemed White Fang of the Leaf appears rather disheveled. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. He was equally puzzled by the string of oddities that had transpired since entering the Land of Wind. Naturally, he could not disclose that he had been pursued by a courtesan. The group split into two, one seeking Uchiha Zen while the other relayed Kakashi's instructions, with 8 ninja dogs setting off in different directions. As a shuriken grazed his neck, Kakashi transformed into a flash of white light, dispatching his adversary and assuming the guise of the Sand Ninja. Just as he stepped out of the alley, he was confronted by another Sand Ninja. "Hey, what are you doing here? Hurry. The young master of the Chiyo household has also been taken by that thief. He might be planning something big." Even the calmest of individuals could feel the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Was he to bear the blame for others' misfortunes? "We're risking our lives here, and we don't even know if we'll get paid." Kakashi dared not say more, casually inquiring, "What is the situation now?" Chapter 12. Fighting ahead. You wish to slack off? Should he discover who was misusing his visage for nefarious actions, they would certainly experience the deadly art of the Hitaki style. What can be done? It's likely other ninja from different villages. A mere common thief could not pull this off. Moreover, it would require elite ninjas above the rank of Jonin, White Fang, and the legendary Sannin. Such levels of skill were involved. The Sand Ninja's words nearly broke Kakashi's composure. Just a fraction more, and he would have ended that Sand Ninja's life in that instant. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi swiftly dispatched the Sand Ninja, and the Chiyo residence erupted in flames. The explosion resonated like a homecoming. Sasori, a woman with dark hair, turned to leave, but a red-haired man seized her arm. "Mother is there. She will be safe. I am not at ease. I must return." In the shadows, Uchiha Zen emerged, carrying an unknown child through the night. "Can you escape?" The pair instinctively retreated, warily watching the figure emerging from the darkness. Upon seeing the hostage in Uchiha Zen's grasp, the woman screamed and lunged forward. "Sasori, don't move." Uchiha Zen held a kunai to Sasori's throat. Sasori's father remained remarkably composed, glaring coldly at him. "You've been causing chaos in the sand. What is your objective? If it is wealth, we can provide it. Just do not harm my child." Sasori's mother realized that the assailant had merely been after their riches, with no intention to harm. If money could secure her child's safety, it would be a worthwhile exchange. Raising a child was both burdensome and costly. Uchiha Zen spoke unhurriedly, the kunai never wavering from Sasori's neck. "All I desire is your lives." Hidden beneath the sands, Uchiha Zen felt the fury emanating from Sasori's parents. But what of it? He had no desire to harm them. He only sought to settle the score with Kakashi. Just as Sasori awakened, Uchiha Zen cast a genjutsu, sending him back into slumber. When his own life was not at stake, Uchiha Zen was harmonious, democratic, and prosperous. But when his safety was compromised, he would not hesitate to extinguish even an infant's life. Suddenly, sensing danger from behind, Uchiha Zen swiftly released Sasori, evading the threat. A mother, in that moment, lost her composure, rushing to catch her child. In an instant, the explosion resonated once more. Anata, a mother's life was extinguished. Uchiha Zen transformed the clothing imbued with Sasori's essence into his likeness, further ensuring his ruse by affixing numerous explosive tags. Sasori's father's eyes blazed crimson, fixated on Uchiha Zen with a hunger for vengeance. "Who are you? Why assume the visage of the White Fang to commit such acts?" Uchiha Zen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his transformation technique would be so easily unraveled. Realizing there was no need to continue the pretense and waste chakra, he earnestly explained that he had assumed his appearance because the one who commanded the order to kill them was indeed the true culprit. As a ninja, he was bound to execute orders. Failure to do so could result in his own demise. This revelation left Scorpion's father in a daze. However, the sincerity in Jun's demeanor did not suggest deceit, for a ninja's actions were often beyond their control. "My mission pertains solely to you as a couple. Your son merely serves as a means of self-preservation. Moreover, I am but a pitiable soul myself." As he dispelled his transformation, Uchiha Zen reverted to his original form. Scorpion's father stood frozen for a moment, then let out a howl towards the heavens. Truly, the prodigies from Konoha were remarkable. At such a tender age, one could manipulate the entirety of the Sand Ninja village. After his moment of madness, he fixed a resolute gaze upon Jun and inquired, "How can you be so certain that I would relinquish my life for Scorpion?" Beneath the sands, Uchiha Jun's true self furrowed his brow, cursing the cunning of his adversary. Activating his Sharingan, he hypnotically asserted, "You will. Consider your mother. How fervently she wishes for her grandson to inherit her legacy. Even if my mission fails, others will undoubtedly come." Gradually, Scorpion's father began to calm himself. I can assure you that as long as you spare my life, not a single hair on your son shall be harmed. Under Uchiha Jun's influence, Scorpion's father slowly raised a kunai to his own throat. In the next instant, a loud bang echoed as Uchiha Jun's shadow clone exploded. Concealed underground, Uchiha Jun stifled a cry of pain. Damn it! Such a formidable ninja has me, an uneducated one, attempting assassination. I don't know where you are hiding, but if you ensure the safety of that child, I can comply with your wishes. Although I cannot fathom why I should trust you, an inexplicable intuition tells me you will uphold your promise. Upon witnessing the explosion of the shadow clone, despair washed over him. It seemed his adversary had anticipated every move. With that, he slit his own throat. Having long since grown weary of the sacrifices demanded by war and the daily toll of taking lives, feeling the life ebb away, Uchiha Jun seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. He dispatched a shadow clone to see the man had collapsed, and with his experience, he discerned the artery had been severed, leaving no chance of survival. Slowly, he emerged from the underground, carrying Scorpion with him. You have fulfilled your promise. I shall honor mine. Uchiha Jun did not dispel the illusion affecting Scorpion, but placed him beside his father, who, sensing the absence of his parents, furrowed his brow in distress. Thank you. Meanwhile, Kakashi Tsukumo had exposed his whereabouts, carving a bloody path through the onslaught of the sand ninjas. Tsukumo, Uchiha Jun has departed. He has kidnapped Chiyo's grandson, killing the third Hokage's son and daughter-in-law. Upon hearing the report from a ninja dog, Kakashi Tsukumo was initially incredulous. However, he soon came to a realization. That little brat, the one masquerading as him at the brothel, is indeed him, petty and vengeful, plundering others' possessions. Is such behavior typical of an arrogant Uchiha? Withdraw. Pursue. Chiyo, accompanied by a throng of sand ninjas, was determined not to let Konoha's white fang escape. Yet, her heart-wrenching cries compelled her to relent. Upon seeing her son and his lifeless body on the ground, Chiyo could no longer contain her tears. Scorpion, witnessing his mother. Scorpion felt a flicker of relief knowing he was safe, a faint smile gracing his lips. Konoha, I shall never be at peace with you. At the borders of the Land of Wind, Kakashi Tsukumo finally confronted Uchiha Jun. Their eyes locked in a tense exchange. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Jun respectfully inquired, Lord Tsukumo, have you also come to fulfill a mission? With a solemn expression, Kakashi Tsukumo struggled to find fault in Uchiha Jun's actions to admonish him. He found himself wishing for Jun to exhibit the same arrogance as other Uchihas. I have completed my mission, but injuries are inevitable. The anger that had yet to dissipate surged anew. Injured? Look at you, full of vitality. You hardly appear wounded. How can there be such a lackadaisical Uchiha? Do you seek to rest in logistics? Chapter 13. The Quirks of Genius. Upon returning to Konoha's headquarters, Uchiha Jun submitted his mission report. Back at the tent, Uchiha Fugaku awaited him at the entrance. Fugaku? Jun mused silently, outwardly agreeing to take a rest, hoping that the injured forces returning to Konoha would not lead to an immediate reversal of this decision. Jun, I cannot believe you truly completed the mission. I have heard you were injured. I have brought some family remedies for your wounds. In truth, after Jun's departure, Uchiha Fugaku had already sent word throughout the clan, clarifying all matters. Should Uchiha Jun encounter misfortune, the blame would surely be cast upon Kakashi Tsukumo. If he survived, the clan would ensure this prodigy was nurtured. The clan is making overtures. Uchiha Jun chuckled coldly to himself, wondering if it was too late. Upon Fugaku's return, he would surely be the next clan leader. Jun spoke candidly, leaving no room for subtlety. The position of Uchiha clan leader was vacant. The elder wished for his son to inherit the title. Yet it was against the rules. Uchiha Fugaku was the rightful heir, yet lacked support and merit. Furthermore, a significant portion of his loyal followers had perished on the battlefield, severely undermining his claim to leadership. Jun, I can support you, even rally more members of the Uchiha clan behind you. Typically, such words would warrant skepticism. How could the Uchiha upper echelons possess the power to sway the leadership? Yet, a voice within Uchiha Fugaku urged him to trust Jun. What do you require of me? I can unconditionally provide you with training resources or merits. Uchiha Jun shook his head. I need your assurance that my parents will be safe within the Uchiha clan. While he could remain cold as ice towards others, the kindness shown to him by that couple was genuine. Moreover, the treatment within the Uchiha clan was far from favorable, and he had no desire to continue his mission. Thus, he sought support from his family. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Is that all? You are a hero of the Uchiha. Your parents deserve proper treatment. Lord Fugaku, I wish to experience Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Jin recalled his feeble illusion from the Sand Ninja encounter, barely managing some psychological influence through hypnosis. However, what truly defined the Uchiha was their mastery of Jinjutsu. One could not gaze directly into their eyes. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned. You are moving too quickly. Do today's youths think so erratically? I can provide you with insights into Uchiha Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Uchiha Jun politely declined. What belonged to others would ultimately remain theirs, and he harbored doubts about the clarity of those teachings. Please. Uchiha Fugaku cast a minor Jinjutsu upon Jun, one that posed little harm but mirrored the typical chaos of battle. Jun, be cautious. Instantaneously, Uchiha Jun was drawn into a Jinjutsu, surrounded by 10 assailants, some slicing his thigh, others slitting his throat, while the most despicable among them seized his ninja tools. This sensation resembled the legendary advanced hypnosis. It was said that elite hypnotists could subtly induce hypnosis, compelling the subject to commit illicit acts against their will. Although Jun had a rudimentary understanding of it, he was but a novice compared to a true master of hypnosis. Yet, breaking free from a Jinjutsu required unwavering will, meaning he was now on the verge of backlash. In an instant, the scene before Uchiha Fugaku transformed. Previously, Uchiha Jun had been pinned to the ground. Now, he had assumed Fugaku's form. Incredible. Would even Jinjutsu falter beneath the power of the Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku broke into a cold sweat. If this were an enemy. Suddenly, the surroundings snapped back to normal, and Uchiha Jun's eyes shifted from the 2-tomo to the 3-tomo. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer maintain his composure. A tinge of jealousy crept into his heart. A 7-year-old with 3-tomo, what a prodigy. Perhaps he could achieve the same heights as the legendary figure of yore. Thank you, Uchiha clan leader. I must return to Konoha ahead of you, he said. Uchiha Zen's smile was devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down Fugaku's spine. A quick glance revealed that Zen bore no injuries. Was there a hidden agenda at play? Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tent from outside. It was Nara Shikao. Zenkuin, refrain from speaking so recklessly. The position of clan leader is reserved for the capable. Despite his words, Uchiha Fugaku's heart brimmed with joy, and he chose not to disturb Zen's rest. After Fugaku departed, Nara Shikao limped in, resembling a mummy, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Zen's mouth. Is this appearance truly fitting? Help me tend to my wounds. Some have already become infected, Shikao implored. Understanding the decorum, he tossed a scroll to Zen. Frowning, Zen naturally stowed the scroll in his ninja pack. Injured by an explosion? Where are your teammates? Dead, Shikao replied, his team belonging to the Inuzuka clan. Indeed, none of my former Inuzuka teammates survived. This realization transformed Zen's gaze, unveiling a man with a story. In truth, you could return to Konoha and avoid the frontline chaos. They will arrange for your treatment. It would be a loss for you to remain here. Indeed, I will return, but I shall not allow Konoha to provide my treatment. I do not trust them, Shikao asserted. As he unwrapped the bandages from his wounds, the extent of the damage became apparent. While significant, it was not life-threatening. These injuries are rather particular, he noted, undeterred by Zen's scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, Zen faced Nara Shikao with a fierce intensity, his eyes slightly askew. In an instant, Shikao understood the unspoken message, and silence enveloped them. After half an hour, most of the explosion-induced injuries had healed, leaving only a few gruesome patches of skin. Once Shikao removed the bandages, intact skin would be revealed, prompting a slight smile from him. Zen shook his head, thrusting a bottle of ointment sent by Uchiha Fugaku into Shikao's hands. My chakra is insufficient to assist you further. Keep this, it may prove useful. Thank you, Shikao replied, rewrapping his bandages before limping out of the tent, his form forlorn. Who goes there? Zen swiftly threw several kunai. A small white snake slipped away the moment it was spotted. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, discussing Zen with Hatake Tsukumo, paused as the snake returned to his grasp, revealing a wicked grin. Tsukumo, this little one is quite intriguing. Mentioning Zen filled him with frustration, as his pristine reputation had been tarnished. This rascal was cunning, unlike the Uchiha. Slippery as an eel, evading capture yet remaining untrustworthy. A genius, indeed, always possessing peculiarities. Orochimaru licked his lips, his pale, elegant visage now emanating an unsettling aura. Peculiarities? Tama transformed into his likeness to visit a brothel? Thank goodness it was in Sunagakure and not Konoha. He scoffed. I must meet him and witness this Uchiha genius who has slain 2 elite shinobi at the tender age of 7. Chapter 14. Resonance among kindred spirits. Let us set that aside for now. The deaths of 2 members of the Inuzuka clan are suspicious. Tsukumo hastily redirected the conversation. Wishing to avoid further mention of Zen, uncertain how to relay the news to the village. Should he truly write that Zen had disguised himself as another to visit a brothel and abduct a child, completing an exceedingly difficult S-rank mission? Should the village disbelieve him and uncover that Zen had committed other acts while bearing his face? Would he still retain his dignity? If Kakashi learned of this, how could he maintain his authority as a father? Nara Shikaho was indeed suspect. The deaths of the 2 Inuzuka were clearly not coincidental. The bodies had been obliterated. The power of a single explosive tag could not have caused such devastation. Moreover, they were merely genin. What was there to fret about? Death was commonplace on the battlefield. Orochimaru drummed his fingers on the table, unconcerned whether Nara Shikaho was involved. His focus lay solely on Zen. Reports indicated that all of Shikaho's Inuzuka teammates had perished. Tsukumo finally recognized the issue but questioned whether he was overthinking it. Zen, too, was his teammate, and he was thriving. How could that equate to harming his comrades? He was not a true member of the Nara clan. Perhaps he lacked the requisite intellect. Orochimaru casually turned the page. Tsukumo pondered for a moment, finding some clarity. Being on the same team as Zen, that slippery rascal, coupled with his assured strength, made for a formidable combination. In contrast, the Inuzuka clan, as the team's leaders, could falter if their intelligence was insufficient. Having grasped this notion, he returned to the initial dilemma: how to report Zen's slaying of 2 elite shinobi to the village. Finally, he looked to Orochimaru for assistance. Their relationship was relatively amicable, especially since he and Orochimaru shared a rapport, with Orochimaru being a favored disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru, I seek your aid. Consider it a debt of gratitude owed. Orochimaru appeared momentarily distracted. Tsukumo was a person of high standing among the legendary Sannin. For him to request assistance was rare, especially while invoking a favor. It was well known that favors were burdensome to repay, particularly for individuals of their stature. Instantly, Orochimaru withdrew from his musings about Zen. Oh, pray tell, what predicament has beset the white fang of Konoha? Tsukumo's expression grew peculiar as he inhaled deeply and, with eyes closed, recounted the events involving the shinobi from Sunagakure. Orochimaru, how should I report this matter to the village? I have a family to consider. Orochimaru was taken aback, his mouth agape before he erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, he had contemplated countless methods by which Zen could have slain 2 elite shinobi: assassination, ninjutsu, strategy. Yet, he had never imagined the boy would resort to such a sordid approach. While shinobi need not confront each other like samurai, to engage in debauchery and murder in another village while maintaining a facade of innocence was a first. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel compassion for Tsukumo. He was undoubtedly burdened with this predicament. Tsukumo's countenance grew serious as he addressed Orochimaru. I am earnestly requesting your help. Orochimaru rarely chuckled in such a manner. It was a rarity to be unable to contain himself. If you report the truth, I can ensure that the 3rd Hokage will not disclose the details to anyone. But you will undoubtedly bear the blame for the Sunagakure incident. With Orochimaru's assurance, Tsukumo felt a measure of relief. Should the advisors learn of this, the entire shinobi village would become aware. As for the blame, he was no stranger to it. How many lives weighed upon his conscience? After 4 hours of rest, Zen rose before dawn to train. He did not expect to possess a golden finger of fate, but he was determined not to be without the skills necessary for survival in this world. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued his regimen of high knees and frog leaps. From the shadows, Orochimaru observed for an extended period, unable to decipher the nature of Zen's training. Was this truly the training regimen of a genius? Such diligence in a youth. Zen turned and caught sight of Orochimaru silently materializing behind him, sending a chill through his spine. If Orochimaru intended to kill him, Orochimaru-sama, Zen dared not act rashly in the presence of this formidable figure. He had dared to deceive Tsukumo because he knew the latter was honorable and would not turn against him. However, Orochimaru was different. The coldness that emanated from him was profoundly unsettling. Apart from the respect he outwardly displayed, there was also a genuine admiration within him. While others were entangled in the pursuit of power, he dedicated himself to the realm of scientific research, living for his dreams. Once, He too had aspired only to fulfill his ambitions within his chosen field. "Little one, it seems you recognize me," Orochimaru said, licking his lips. For few dared to meet his gaze so directly. There was no fear in the young man's eyes. Instead, it revealed a hint of kinship. "I do not know you personally, but I have heard of the illustrious reputation of Lord Orochimaru, and I hold him in great esteem." Despite Uchiha Zen's calm demeanor, he was internally gripped by Orochimaru's chilling aura, his body slipping from his control. To put it simply, he was terrified. Orochimaru chuckled at Uchiha Zen's words. Most who respected him did so out of fear. Yet this young man's admiration came from the heart, evoking in Orochimaru a sense of having found a kindred spirit. "It was you who caused the Hinata squad's demise, wasn't it?" The gravelly, magnetic voice, tinged with amusement, sent shivers down Uchiha Zen's spine, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Where had the oversight occurred? Apart from an untreated branch at the scene, there was no evidence pointing towards him. Where had the flaw arisen? Even now, Orochimaru remained one of the legendary Sannin, revered by the people of Konoha. Would he choose to end Uchiha Zen's life, or hand him over to Konoha for interrogation? Lord Orochimaru certainly has a sense of humor. I possess no such capabilities, especially considering my teammates are from the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Zen endeavored to maintain his composure, even engaging in self-hypnosis to suppress any irregularities in his heartbeat. His candidness gave Orochimaru pause, sowing seeds of self-doubt within him. Had he truly misjudged? Indeed, it was a jest. At your tender age, successfully assassinating 2 elite jonin. You shall soon become a hero of Konoha. Orochimaru scrutinized Uchiha Zen's reaction, only to find him gazing down with a blank expression. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, assessing Uchiha Zen. "Do you not wish to be a hero of Konoha?" The 3 Tomo and Uchiha Zen's eyes slowly rotated as he lifted his gaze to meet Orochimaru's. Those who have faced despair on the battlefield cherish life more profoundly. Rather than aspiring to be a hero, I yearn to explore the essence of existence. Chapter 15. The suppression by the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. Such maturity at such a young age. Like himself, this child was filled with a thirst for the truths of the world. Truly, a remarkable Uchiha. "Zenkuin, let me witness whether your current strength aligns with your mindset," he declared, pressing a kunai against Uchiha Zen's neck. "I am grateful for your high regard, Lord Orochimaru. My meager abilities are akin to those of an ant before you." It was not that he did not wish to engage Orochimaru in combat to glean experience. He simply found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Orochimaru, recognizing this, chose not to pursue the matter further. "Zenkuin, we are truly fated. Life is frail and fleeting. Have you ever contemplated immortality, Lord Orochimaru?" Uchiha Zen quickly interrupted, seeking to bolster his leverage, subtly planting psychological suggestions in Orochimaru's mind while speaking earnestly. "I once read an overseas myth. One can transcend the limitations of the human body through cultivation." Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Zen thoughtfully. "I shall present this to you when the opportunity arises, for I feel a remarkable affinity with you, Lord Orochimaru." That night, the inhabitants of the Konoha headquarters were rife with their own thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku, in particular, could not find rest, his eyes bloodshot from sleeplessness. He struggled to understand why he should place his trust in Uchiha Zen's words. After all, he was merely 7 years old, even if he was a prodigy. "Fugaku-sama, there's trouble." Just as Uchiha Fugaku was at his wit's end, his confidant, Uchiha Ryui, burst in. "What is it?" "Rumors are spreading through the village that Uchiha Zen has betrayed his teammates." Uchiha Ryui did not continue, instead handing a confidential letter to Uchiha Fugaku. "Damn it. How dare the Hyuga slander our Uchiha genius?" The very next morning, everyone would learn that Uchiha Zen had completed a secret S-rank assassination mission and was a hero on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage sat in silence, contemplating 2 reports from the front lines, one from Orochimaru and the other from Hitaki Tsukumo. The young 3rd Hokage, displaying some resolve, refrained from convening the Elder Council to discuss the authenticity of the information regarding White Fang. Had another Uchiha prodigy emerged? In the streets, the villagers pointed and whispered about the Uchiha clan. The naturally proud Uchiha could hardly endure such treatment. The head of the guard took it upon himself to find a reason to arrest those individuals. On his way back to the Uchiha compound after his night shift, Uchiha Zen's mother, Uchiha Reina, faced countless cold stares, and some even hurled stones and insults at her. Zen would never do such a thing. Back at their clan, life for her family became increasingly difficult. The meager compensation they had been receiving ceased after the incident gained traction. They were left uncertain about the availability of resources for the children on the battlefield. Most concerning was that their child had been thrust into combat without even attending the ninja academy. Uchiha Huai gazed at his disabled body and shook his head helplessly, comforting his wife. How arduous it is for Zen to survive on the battlefield. What we have endured pales in comparison. Meanwhile, within the crystal ball, the third Hokage observed the village's rumors and chose not to clarify them, instead suppressing Uchiha Zen's achievements in the frontline reports, keeping them from the public eye. This decision only deepened the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village. The third Hokage took pleasure in the suppression of the Uchiha clan. If questioned, he would attribute it to Orochimaru and White Fang, claiming they had insisted on his silence. As for Uchiha Zen, his treatment within the Uchiha clan seemed rather dismal. Should he extend a helping hand, Zen might prove as loyal to Konoha as Uchiha Kagami, serving his purposes. If not, Konoha was not lacking in geniuses. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly found Uchiha Zen, who was leaning against a tree, motionless. Zen, I have some unfavorable news for you. After returning to the village, Hinata Yoru has been spreading rumors about you. Still immersed in the chill of Orochimaru's presence, he had not yet recovered. After Orochimaru's departure, his body trembled uncontrollably. Excitement. This is what it means to be strong. The combat instinct ingrained in Uchiha's DNA clamored within him. Become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can one do as they please. Presently, he felt far too weak. Uchiha Zen opened his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan rotating as he focused on Uchiha Fugaku. Zen, it's nothing. Let them talk. He dismissed the matter. As for Hinata Yoru in his heart, Uchiha Zen had already deemed Hinata Yoru as mere experimental material. How dare he act behind his back? It seemed he was indeed courting trouble. He wondered how the Hyuga would handle a branch family member that harmed the main household. This situation had already begun to affect the bond between the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing that gaze. Reminiscent of facing one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Uchiha Zen licked his lips and said to Uchiha Fugaku, future clan leader, when will Lord Tsukumo arrange for me to return to the village? There is no such arrangement. Uchiha Fugaku replied, baffled, unable to comprehend the child's thought process. Assuming it was a backup plan. No arrangement? Uchiha Zen frowned. That Hatake White Fang wouldn't go back on his word, would he? However, it was precisely Hatake Tsukumo's wicked sense of humor that dictated such arrangements. To repay Orochimaru, he had no choice but to allow Uchiha Zen to remain on the battlefield. For he had sustained no injuries. Those capable should work harder. Orochimaru, I have acquiesced to your request. I will ensure that Uchiha Zen remains here, awaiting the final confrontation with the Sand Shinobi in 3 days. When Kakashi found Uchiha Zen, he was assisting in the logistics of Konoha, changing bandages for patients. The nurses and the injured showed great care for Uchiha Zen, partly due to his striking appearance, and partly because his healing technique offered substantial aid to the patients. In a mere half-day, Uchiha Zen had endeared himself as the beloved support of the logistical team. Lord Kakashi, what brings you here? A nurse exclaimed, astonished. With the war imminent, was the commander truly so idle? I am seeking Uchiha Zen. Upon realizing he was looking for their cherished support, the nurse called out, Jinkuen. Lord Kakashi is looking for you. As Uchiha Zen removed his gloves, he surmised that returning to the village was now unlikely. He had learned that this morning, Nara Satoshi and the injured were already en route back, expected to arrive by nightfall. Yet, he had foolishly anticipated a return to the village for a tranquil retirement. Feeling a tinge of guilt in the face of Uchiha Zen's composure, Kakashi cleared his throat and said, Come with me. Let me assess your capabilities. Chapter 16. The birth of Konoha's taijutsu secrets. Kakashi led Uchiha Zen to an open area, drawing forth his renowned weapon, the White Fang. Uchiha Zen, allow me to witness the prowess of a genius who has survived the battlefield without ever attending the Ninja Academy. Your comrades hold you in high regard. The chilling aura emanating from the locked blade of his sword was palpable, while Uchiha Zen regarded Kakashi with an impassive expression, already discerning the reason behind this encounter. It appeared that Nara Satoshi and his cohorts had conspired against him. After all, a genius on the eve of war was invaluable, particularly one from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi unsheathed his famed weapon, the White Fang. Pardon my intrusion, Lord Kakashi, Uchiha Jun remarked, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear behind Kakashi, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Engaging in combat with a formidable opponent would enrich his practical experience without risking his life, a most advantageous scenario. As for why he had not sought experience from someone as powerful as Orochimaru, it was simply a matter of self-preservation. Impressive. I did not expect you to wield the body flicker technique with such finesse, Kakashi remarked, astonished. A glint of cold steel flashed before him. Bam! Uchiha Jun transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. As Kakashi registered his surprise, a cacophony of voices erupted around him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. 8 Uchiha Juns, centered around Kakashi, unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. Due to insufficient chakra, the fireballs lacked potency. But the primary threat lay in the ninjutsu unleashed by the real body underground. Konoha's taijutsu secret. 1,000 years of pain. The moment Kakashi landed, he felt a sharp pain in his rear. Bam! The clone dissipated. Kakashi's expression darkened as he conversed with Orochimaru not far away. What is this? This brat has shattered my clone. I suppose our discussion must come to an end. Orochimaru, keenly aware of Kakashi's reaction, sensed it was not merely the result of being outmatched by a younger ninja. Lord Kakashi, that was a technique I conceived amidst the war. You are the first to witness it. I would appreciate your insights. Insights? Kakashi mused darkly. Does wishing to stab you in the rear count? Had Uchiha Jun not uttered those words with such earnestness, Kakashi might have suspected him to be a provocateur from the enemy. Oh, an original ninjutsu? Orochimaru inquired with interest, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Jun. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Kakashi's expression grew more peculiar upon hearing Orochimaru's words. If you're so idle, why not engage yourself? What is it like? I wonder how it feels to poke you in the rear with a kunai, real or shadow clone. The sensation would be undeniable. Noticing Kakashi's subtle expression, which suggested he perceived Uchiha Jun's technique as formidable, his gaze intensified with fervor. Boy, let us see how long your taijutsu can withstand my blade. Kakashi scrutinized the youth before him, merely 2 years his son Kakashi's senior, pondering what skills allowed him to survive the battlefield. In the dance of blades, Uchiha Jun felt the weight of a powerful presence. But the combatant within him refused to succumb to weakness as he did in the throes of battle. Truly, Kakashi was worthy of his title as the White Fang of Konoha. 3 minutes. Uchiha Jun managed to endure beneath Kakashi's blade for 3 minutes, sustaining no injuries beyond the exertion of his stamina. Kakashi marveled at Uchiha Jun's prowess, which had evidently surpassed that of an average chunin, cautious, ruthless, and unyielding. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's focus shifted to matters beyond the duel. Evidence. The marks left by Uchiha Jun's combat, amidst their clashing blades. Uchiha Jun meticulously erased the traces of his presence. When they finally ceased their engagement, not a single hair remained at the scene, only the imprints of the White Fang. What a fascinating young man, Orochimaru mused. Initially a mere hypothesis, he now concluded that the Hyuga squad and the Sand Shinobi had all perished at his hands. Fortunately, in his previous life, Uchiha Jun had trained in combat and wielded a blade. Otherwise, he would have revealed his hidden cards. Kakashi felt a twinge of concern, recognizing that Uchiha Jun's combat instincts made him a suitable heir to his legacy, even more so than Kakashi himself. During their exchange, Uchiha Jun exuded a familiar aura, reminiscent of Orochimaru. He could not pinpoint the similarity, yet it was unmistakable. Given the shortage of personnel on the battlefield, you cannot return to the village for recuperation. As compensation, I shall instruct you for half an hour each day before the war commences. Kakashi temporarily relinquished the notion of taking on an apprentice. After all, he was an Uchiha, and he did not wish to apply his swordsmanship solely to the art of taijutsu. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Kakashi, Uchiha Jun expressed, his demeanor unwavering. Truly splendid. Lord Orochimaru, what ninjutsu did you employ to shatter Kakashi's clone? Just as Kakashi was preparing to depart, he halted abruptly. His expression grew even more morose. Orochimaru, we have much work ahead. Uchiha Jun was momentarily taken aback, realizing Orochimaru wished to witness the 1,000 years of pain technique. It is a ninjutsu I comprehended on the battlefield, known as Konoha's taijutsu secret, 1,000 years of pain. As he spoke, he traced the technique's application in the dirt with his toe, before promptly erasing it. Kakashi's face darkened, while Orochimaru turned to him, an enigmatic gleam in his eye, scrutinizing him without reservation. After the two departed, a gentle breeze whisked away several strands of silver hair from Uchiha Jun. It seemed that chakra was the foremost issue to be addressed. The Second War was nearing its conclusion, and after the new year, the Third War would soon commence. In a dilapidated traditional Japanese building, Nara Satoshi heard rumors concerning the Uchiha from Hinata upon his return. It was not so much a rumor as it was a surprise that no one in the village had stepped forward to intervene. Moreover, Uchiha Jun had recently completed a mission that involved assassinating 2 elite jonin, rendering him a hero on the front lines. By all accounts, such news should have circulated throughout the village by now. Hello, may I inquire if this is the residence of Satoshi-kun? Uchiha Reina, having learned of her son's returning comrades, arrived at Nara Satoshi's home bearing gifts. Furrowing his brow, Nara Satoshi queried, "Who could it be at this hour?" His cautious demeanor from the battlefield did not wane upon returning to Konoha. "Who is there?" "I am Jun's mother." "Is this the residence of Satoshi-kun?" Upon opening the door and seeing only one person, Nara Satoshi sighed in relief. "Yes, I am Narachiwa." Upon seeing the items held by Uchiha's mother, I understood her intentions. "Aunt, please take a seat. I just returned from the battlefield and have no tea to offer you." Narachiwa placed a steaming cup of water before Uchiha Reina and, noticing her anxious demeanor, spoke. "Jun-kun is alive and has completed an S-rank mission. He is a hero." Chapter 17. How can I repay this favor? Upon hearing that he was alive, the tension that had gripped Uchiha Reina for a year finally eased. As long as he is alive, that is enough, she thought, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Narachiwa observed Uchiha Reina. Feeling a tug at the softest part of his heart, his own mother had once been equally gentle. Unsure how to comfort her, he said, "Aunt, Jun-kun is strong. He has awakened the Sharingan and will return safely. You need not worry. Uchiha Jun would surely survive. He had outsmarted the Hyuga clan, defeated 2 elite jonin, and amassed explosive tags, military supplies, potions, ninjutsu, and wealth on the battlefield. Even if the Hokage starved, he would not perish. Thank you. Jun-kun has been under your care." Uchiha Reina suddenly recalled that Narachiwa had returned to the village due to injury. "Chiwa-kun, I work at the hospital. If it is inconvenient for you, I can come to treat you." "Thank you, but my wounds were mostly treated by Jun-kun before I returned. I just need some rest." Considering the plight of the Uchiha clan in the village, he presumed they would not be treated kindly. Narachiwa took out 100,000 ryo to give to Uchiha Reina, initially hesitant, but then thinking of how he could take advantage of Jun's return. "Aunt, I have heard of your family's situation. Please take this." No, this is too much." Uchiha Reina was taken aback. Their clan had a poor reputation in the village, and now it was even worse. They had become a thorn in everyone's side. Narachiwa expressing concern for Jun was already a blessing. "Aunt, please accept it. When Jun returns, I will have him repay me double." Although he was not skilled in comforting others, his unique identity had taught him the art of social navigation, preventing him from becoming a target. Jun was a hero on the battlefield and would undoubtedly receive accolades. With those words, Uchiha Reina ceased to refuse and accepted the 100,000 ryo, enough to sustain her for 2 or 3 months if spent wisely. "Jun is truly fortunate to have a teammate like you." After Uchiha Reina departed, Narachiwa lay on the tatami, murmuring to himself, "Hinata, have you considered Uchiha Jun's revenge? Indeed, a sharp mind is a valuable asset. Not everyone possesses it." Back at the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Reina reported her findings and informed them that Jun had awakened the Sharingan. "Our child is doing well. One must not forget whose son he is. Today calls for a drink in celebration." Uchiha Huai had not felt this joyful since returning from the battlefield. However, the moment Uchiha Reina turned to the kitchen, his expression darkened, clouded by gloom, anger, and guilt. After the meal, he leaned on his cane and made his way to the family shrine, seemingly speaking to himself. "Ancestors, father, please bless Jun with safety." Uchiha Huai knelt and bowed deeply several times before suddenly raising his head, his 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on the ancestral tablets, spinning wildly. The names of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna appeared atop the tablets. If the village could not accommodate him, then let him become a formidable force like his ancestors, instilling fear throughout the ninja world. War was imminent, with Konoha and Sunagakure engaged in direct conflict. "Kill." Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru led the charge into the ranks of thousands of Sunigakure ninjas, slaying dozens and instantly boosting morale. Tsukumo, I will fight to the death alongside you. Chiyo manipulated a puppet army to clash with Hatake Tsukumo. Countless Konoha ninjas surged onto the battlefield, with Uchiha Jun among the Uchiha ranks. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Uchiha Jun immediately utilized wind style to enhance the fire techniques employed by his clan members. Fire techniques, in such chaotic battles, often risked inflicting harm upon allies. However, Uchiha Jun was unconcerned about injuring his comrades, as long as those bloodthirsty foes did not approach him. He was content. Amidst this powerful combination of ninjutsu, Uchiha Fugaku identified a flaw and challenged Uchiha Jun, saying, "Jinkuin, let us see who can kill more." With that, he charged into the fray. "Uchiha Fugaku, you scoundrel!" The surrounding Uchiha followed suit, plunging into the melee. Uchiha Jun felt the weight of the moment. Now was the most perilous time, and he could not afford to lose his life here. He was not fond of direct combat, but the thought of the valuable items, including corpses, spurred him on. With so many bodies, a few less would likely go unnoticed. His father's disability presented an opportunity for research that might lead to recovery. With this thought, Uchiha Jun executed the sword techniques he had honed over the past few days under Hatake Tsukumo's guidance. Compared to the sharpness of Konoha's white fang, his swordsmanship was more cunning. Each strike claimed a life. This boy's swordplay is impossible to block. Both Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru noticed Uchiha Jun's unusual behavior. The three-tomo Sharingan granted him unparalleled dynamic vision. A single lethal blow could be delivered, or an illusion could ensure a fatal strike against a Jonin. Reminiscent of Madara in the Fourth Great Ninja War, where he used explosive tags against others. Every move Uchiha Jun made was calculated. He had anticipated any unexpected events on the battlefield the night before. Uchiha Jun, well done. Kill. The sight of Uchiha Jun continually reaping enemy lives invigorated his comrades. Truly, he was a hero capable of assassinating two elite Jonin. Chiyo's face darkened with fury. Has another genius emerged in Konoha? Suddenly, the puppet entangling Hatake Tsukumo turned toward Uchiha Jun. Shameless. This is bad. You old hag, Chiyo? Uchiha Jun found himself surrounded by 4 or 5 ninjas. With no allies in sight, he would have to brace himself for the impending strike. Summoning technique. A serpent's tail emerged, obliterating the nearby puppet. Uchiha Jun was taken aback that Orochimaru would choose to save him. He merely glanced before swiftly eliminating dozens with a series of body flicker techniques. Orochimaru. It's Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Retreat. Chiyo shouted, and all the Sunigakure ninjas hastily withdrew. Konoha's forces were unwilling to let them escape, unleashing ninjutsu and throwing explosive tags, claiming many lives in the process. At that moment, Uchiha Jun, covered in blood, felt no joy of victory, nor relief at having survived. He stood silently, gazing towards Orochimaru, pondering how he could ever repay such a debt. Chapter 18. Lord Orochimaru, have you come out for a stroll as well? The moon hung like a hook, and the entire Konoha encampment was celebrating today's victory. After helping to tend to the wounded, Uchiha Jun stealthily slipped out of the Konoha camp and returned to the battlefield under the cover of night. To avoid detection, he minimized his presence. He first rummaged through the corpses, taking anything of value. Drawing upon his memories from the daytime battlefield, he believed he could locate members of the Hyuga clan and others. He wondered if the clan's ninjas had been cleared away. However, the battlefield appeared untouched. Shaking his head, Uchiha Jun decided to search each body, taking valuable items and useful corpses with him. When he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a sand shinobi, he sensed the presence of breathing nearby. Who could it be? Uchiha Jun leapt 2 meters away from his original spot. Orochimaru-sama, is that you? The raspy yet magnetic voice carried an air of astonishment. Orochimaru had not anticipated encountering Uchiha Jun while merely collecting some corpses, and it appeared that he was equally taken aback. Goodness, you, a renowned Sannin, are wandering amidst the dead at such an hour. Jun's heart nearly faltered at the shock. The two exchanged glances under the moonlight for an extended moment. To alleviate the awkwardness, and to prevent Orochimaru from suddenly lunging at him for his eyes, he spoke up. Have you come for a midnight stroll under the moonlight as well? It seems you are the only one with such peculiar tastes. Orochimaru's slitted pupils gleamed ominously in the moonlight. He pondered that since Uchiha Jun had spotted him, leaving him alive could lead to trouble. However, killing him would be a shame. To kill or to spare. Orochimaru-sama, thank you for your timely assistance today. How about we continue our moonlit stroll together? Uchiha Jun felt a twinge of discomfort as he sensed Orochimaru's murderous intent. In such a predicament, he needed to make his stance clear. Oh, Orochimaru's interest piqued, finding this young man rather intriguing. A clatter of shuriken and kunai fell from Uchiha Jun's person. Oh dear, I've carried too much. My ninja tool pouch has sprung a leak. Orochimaru likely assumed Jun was merely after some ninja equipment. The Uchiha boy appeared to have a rather leisurely disposition. Orochimaru licked his lips, filled with interest. The Uchiha clan was known for its pride, and Jun would never stoop to rummaging through corpses, as it would be beneath his dignity. Yet, there he was, displaying no shame, only surprise at seeing Orochimaru and an attitude of entitlement. What troubled Orochimaru was that the corpses of several clan ninjas he had previously marked were now missing. Initially thinking they had been collected by the clan, he had now concluded that this Uchiha not only pilfered their belongings, but also absconded with several corpses. Orochimaru-sama, indeed. Uchiha Jun cautiously bent down to retrieve the fallen ninja tools, skillfully removing the equipment from the corpse and attaching it to himself. Young man, hand over the remains of the clan ninjas. Orochimaru recognized the sealing scroll on Jun's person and demanded the items without hesitation. How brazen to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Jun's expression stiffened, realizing he could not keep the experimental materials. Naturally, these were all meant as offerings to Orochimaru. Just as he spoke, another pouch on his leg leaked, causing several vials of Sand Shinobi's toxins to roll to Orochimaru's feet. Oh dear. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Uchiha Jun. In fact, he even entertained the notion of taking him on as a disciple, considering his proficiency in medical ninjutsu. However, the most troublesome aspect was that he belonged to the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage would likely not let this go easily. Suddenly, several kunai whizzed between them, shattering the tension. Both Orochimaru and Uchiha Jun retreated simultaneously. It's a Hyuga. Just one. Young man, you possess remarkable sensory abilities. Orochimaru-sama, we've been discovered. What should we do? Though framed as a question, his tone indicated he wished to keep the individual alive. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. This was precisely what he had desired. A single Hyuga wandering out alone. Who could be blamed for that? In an instant, as Orochimaru vanished from sight, the Hyuga who had ventured onto the battlefield lost consciousness. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable. The opponent had not even uttered a sound before being slain. Alive. Once Orochimaru had dealt with everything, his gaze shifted to Uchiha Jun. What kind of look is that? Surely he doesn't intend to. At this thought, Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Flee? No, absolutely not. Orochimaru-sama, shall we continue our stroll? Uchiha Jun stated nonchalantly, catching Orochimaru off guard, who then burst into laughter. Are you not afraid of ending up like him? We are different. He left the military camp without permission, while I am merely out for a moonlit walk with Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha Jun understood that his survival hinged on piquing Orochimaru's interest. It seemed that at this juncture, Orochimaru's scientific pursuits had not yet reached a frenzied state, but judging by his collection of materials, it was evident that he had begun. With that, he painfully presented the scrolls of the remains he had scavenged to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, here are the items I collected along the way. Orochimaru accepted the scrolls, scrutinizing Uchiha Jun intently. As for the stolen goods from the Sand Village, what goods? I know nothing of that. Uchiha Jun's heart sank. There was no way he could allow that, for those were meant to secure his future and honor his parents. Their lives were frugal, and he remained on the battlefield not out of valor, but through pillaging and scavenging. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He hadn't asked for any of that. To be so avaricious. You are still an Uchiha. However, Orochimaru was not unreasonable. He simply operated based on his mood. He casually tossed a few empty sealing scrolls to Uchiha Jun. Do not carry so much on you. Jun, seeing this, did not hold back, cheerfully tossing all his collected items into the scrolls given by Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan was known for their striking appearance, and Uchiha Jun stood out even more, his smile under the moonlight exuding an icy allure. One could question the intellect of the Uchiha, but their beauty was beyond reproach. As dawn approached, upon returning to the Konoha military camp, two fierce Hyuga ninjas barged in. Uchiha Jun, come with us. Get lost. Upon seeing the Hyuga, Jun's demeanor soured, yet he understood the reason behind their intrusion. You are forcing me into a drink I did not ask for. One of the Hyuga was about to strike, but was restrained by another. Lord Shikaku has summoned you. Chapter 19. I was out for a stroll with Orochimaru-sama. Hearing that Shikaku had called for him, he knew he had to comply. Truthfully, he felt no fear at that moment. Compared to Shikaku, he preferred the company of Orochimaru. Shikaku was excessively upright, unable to tolerate any flaws, and placed too much emphasis on reputation. Otherwise, he might have been a Hokage. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was more focused on his ideals. After all, can reputation fill one's stomach? He felt the same. What is reputation? As long as one is strong enough, any rumors would be rendered powerless. Lord Shikaku, may I inquire what business you have with me? Uchiha Jun took the initiative to ask, momentarily stunning Shikaku, as no one had ever displayed such audacity. Hinata Chiji has gone missing, and you were absent from the camp last night. Oh, Shikaku furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased with Uchiha Jun's attitude. The disappearance of a fellow villager warranted concern. What does that have to do with me? I am an Uchiha, and I do not associate with the Hyuga. Not to mention the significant age gap, there's a generational divide. Jin scoffed at the Hyuga present, speaking haughtily. Besides, Hinata Chiji is nearly 18 or 19. Surely he can fend for himself. Why would you question me about a grown adult's disappearance? Uchiha Jun's arrogant demeanor was very much in line with the Uchiha's disposition. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, glaring dangerously at Uchiha Jun, emanating the aura of a strong individual. Mind your attitude. Where were you last night? Lord Shikaku. This situation has nothing to do with Jinkuen. Uchiha Fugaku had arrived, almost bursting onto the scene. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Shikaku's eyes grew even more perilous. Doubts began to creep in, pondering whether this was the machination of the Uchiha clan. Although he held no bias, constant exposure to such thoughts inevitably stirred concern. I inquired, where were you last night? He replied, last night, under the beautiful moonlight, I went for a stroll with Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Jun boldly brought Orochimaru into the conversation, asserting that he indeed spent time alongside him on the battlefield. What? Everyone, including Kakashi Hatake, was taken aback. A stroll with Orochimaru? Orochimaru would accompany you? You and Uchiha? Strolling with him? Preposterous. Yet, was Orochimaru truly so easily manipulated? Uchiha Jun, how could you utter such reckless words? How could Orochimaru, of all people, stroll with you? One of the Hyuga clan bellowed, clearly questioning Orochimaru's leisurely demeanor. Kakashi's expression darkened. It would not bode well to bring Orochimaru into this. Call for Orochimaru. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, recovering from his astonishment, queried, Jun, were you truly with Lord Orochimaru last night? Uchiha Jun affirmed, we went for a stroll. The way he said it hinted at something more intimate between him and Orochimaru. Indeed, we contemplated the essence of life. Uchiha Jun's declaration seemed to solidify the surrounding air into a palpable tension. He did not mean it that way. Even Kakashi's expression shifted noticeably. Yes, we were indeed discussing the intricacies of life. As Orochimaru entered, everyone made way. Lord Orochimaru, were you strolling with Uchiha Jun last night? Kakashi had never felt so disheartened. The mere thought of Orochimaru and Uchiha Jun together was unfathomable. A picture of paternal affection was impossible. Indeed, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Jun, who had just settled down to rest when summoned. I quite like this young lad. Let us have him join my team. The mere gaze from Orochimaru startled Uchiha Jun, prompting him to avert his face, feigning indifference. After all, he was not the one responsible for any wrongdoing. However, Orochimaru's subsequent words shocked everyone. Earning the favor of one of the legendary three, the cold Lord Orochimaru, was no small feat, yet the issue remained. He was an Uchiha. Kakashi frowned. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Yes, I am willing to learn from Lord Orochimaru. To Uchiha Fugaku's ears, all he heard was a muddled proclamation of admiration. Uchiha Fugaku felt as if he had become a mere backdrop in black and white. While the prospect of allying with one of the legendary three excited him, they were proud Uchihas. How could they stoop so low? Moreover, Uchiha Jun was still just a child. In the charged gaze between Uchiha Jun and Orochimaru, Fugaku perceived a deep emotional connection. Had Uchiha Jun been privy to his thoughts, he might have resorted to extreme measures to extract his eyeballs for the sake of clarity. If his vision was impaired, he could simply remove them. Did he not see that he had already caught the attention of the serpent? Lord Kakashi, the disappearance of Hinata Chinshur is undoubtedly linked to Uchiha Jun. The Hinata side was already in a frenzy, entirely disregarding Orochimaru's presence. Are you questioning me? Orochimaru's cold gaze fixed upon the speaker, instantly sobering him. The individual before them was not one to be trifled with. We were rash, Lord Orochimaru. In Orochimaru's eyes, they were no different from lifeless corpses. In truth, uncovering the reason behind Hinata Chinshur's disappearance was not particularly challenging. As Uchiha Jun concluded his statement, he sensed a dangerous gaze and continued, investigate his relationships, ascertain his whereabouts, and identify any enemies he may have. The answers will soon become apparent. Uchiha's assertions were indisputable. The problem was, aside from the Uchihas, who else could Hinata have any quarrels with? It was merely a rivalry between their two clans. Perhaps it would be best to entrust this matter to Uchiha Jun. After all, the subsequent cleanup on the battlefield does not require excessive resources. Orochimaru proposed, intrigued to see how Uchiha Jun would handle this situation. This was becoming increasingly to his liking. Investigating the missing ninja could yield accolades if handled well, yet failure would bring about consequences. Uchiha Jun furrowed his brow, glancing at Orochimaru, instantly realizing this was a test, a chance for merit, provided he succeeded. What is the reward for this task? Kakashi interjected. What? You expect a reward? You won't do it without one? Orochimaru retorted. What I acquired yesterday would suffice for 3 years without any tasks. Uchiha Fugaku chimed in. This is an achievement. As long as you perform well, I shall cover the expenses. The Hinata clan members responded. All right, let us consider this an A-rank mission. I want results by this time tomorrow. Kakashi wished he could pry open Uchiha Jun's head to discern his thoughts. Where had the Uchiha's arrogance vanished to when it came to matters of finance? Indeed, but I hope the Hinata clan will cooperate. Kakashi cast a warning glance at the Hinata members. They had stirred this chaos, and if they did not cooperate, the disappearance would reflect their internal discord. Receiving Kakashi's look, the leading Hinata, suppressing his anger, replied, We will certainly cooperate. Chapter 20. Fabricating a disappearance scene after departing. Uchiha Jun pretended to follow a few Hinata members to Hinata Chinshur's tent. Uchiha Jun. Do not think. The ninjas from the branch of the Hinata clan stood frozen in place. Uchiha Jun's three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Since awakening his Sharingan, he noticed that the power of his left eye seemed to gravitate towards illusions. As his chakra grew, so did the potency of the Sharingan. Wearing gloves, Uchiha Jun discreetly took Hinata Chinshur's kunai and a few inconspicuous items from his life, subtly altering their arrangement, including hair and fingerprints. He was now entangled with Orochimaru in a precarious alliance. Orochimaru could not admit to his involvement, nor could Uchiha Jun reveal it. To complete this task before dawn, there was but one way. He needed to fabricate evidence of Hinata Chinshur's unauthorized venture to recover a corpse, only to be captured. It seemed he would have to return to the untidy battlefield tonight, while also retrieving some items belonging to Hinata Chinshur from Orochimaru. As he passed the Hinata member ensnared in an illusion, Uchiha Jun snapped his fingers. The recovering branch member, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed, What a powerful illusion! Curse that Uchiha! My lord, what do you need us to do? We can assist. Just as he exited Hinata's vicinity, preparing to ascertain Orochimaru's stance, he encountered several Uchiha. Among them was the eldest, Uchiha Hakudai, who, in his recollection, seemed to have no close ties with his clan, even bordering on enmity, often seeking to provoke disputes, only to later offer gifts, euphemistically termed as compensation. However, Uchiha Jun recognized this as a veiled form of charity. It appeared that his task was to protect Uchiha Fugaku. Another Uchiha named Uchiha Yen complained, The Hinata clan is disgraceful. Why should we Uchiha search for them? How could we find someone in a day? Who knows if they were even captured? Uchiha Jun responded, Young man, you are quite astute. He has indeed been captured. However, such sentiments could not be shared with them. Uchiha Jun politely declined their goodwill, for this was information that should remain confidential. Thank you. But I believe I understand the situation. The truth will reveal itself by morning. Watching Uchiha depart, the Uchiha clan members frowned. What did he mean? Uchiha Hakudai speculated. Perhaps he wishes to avoid implicating the Uchiha. An individual's responsibility differs from that of the clan. The disgruntled Uchiha clan members fell silent. In the dead of night, Uchiha Jun arrived at Orochimaru's tent, skillfully avoiding all prying eyes. "Come in." Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated his arrival. "What brings you here? Have you found the person?" Faced with the deliberately provocative Orochimaru, Uchiha Jun rolled his eyes. "Do you not have even a hint of awareness about your own situation?" Clearing his throat, Uchiha Jun began to speak with an air of seriousness. "Of course, after a day's investigation, it is evident that Hyuga Chunshur left the military camp and returned to the unkempt battlefield." "Oh." Orochimaru's pupils glimmered ominously. He had encountered the Sand Ninja while scavenging corpses at midnight and had been captured and killed. However, now he lacked evidence of Hyuga Yuan's encounter with the Sand Ninja's ambush. The two culprits exchanged glances. "Do you have any insights, Lord Orochimaru?" Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru recognized that Hyuga Chunshur's fate had already been orchestrated clearly by Uchiha Jun. Yet, he understood Jun's intent. He needed to fabricate the scene, but it required Hyuga Chunshur. "Evidence will come. I hear your medical ninjutsu is quite impressive." "Moderately so. I focus more on the human meridian system and do not excel in medical ninjutsu." Uchiha Jun was puzzled as to why Orochimaru inquired about this, but he explained candidly that it was impossible for him to remain on the battlefield to handle reinforcements. He needed to return to Konoha soon to digest over a year's worth of insights. The Third Great Ninja War would commence next year, and who could guarantee his survival through it? Human body? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Beyond Tsunade, few possessed such intricate knowledge of the human anatomy. "My father was injured on the battlefield. I wish to restore him to normalcy." Uchiha Jun used this rationale to deflect Orochimaru. Unwilling to reveal his desire to dissect a ninja to discern the differences from an ordinary person, Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was not surprised. He was well aware of the family's circumstances, even the recent developments. What would he do upon returning? How intriguing. Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll for Hyuga Chunshur, and upon unsealing, the figure lay quietly within. "If your Sharingan can control him, I can lend him to you for a while. There's no need for such trouble." Uchiha Jun retrieved a puppet thread and poisoned Senbon from his prepared supplies and punctured Hyuga Chunshur's body, staining them with his blood. He then used wind release to dry the fresh blood with one hand. His actions were entirely to prevent any potential witnesses from discovering their machinations. Once everything was in place, Orochimaru spoke. "I shall accompany you to the battlefield. After all, we have already lost one member of the Hyuga clan, and we cannot afford to lose a Uchiha as well." Uchiha Jun was speechless. Whose fault was that? Was it not simply a desire to witness the scene fabrication? Was Orochimaru truly this prideful in reality? As the night deepened, it was an opportune moment for their scheme. Upon entering the battlefield, Uchiha Jun first erased all traces of himself and Orochimaru. He then selected a suitable location to create the illusion of a minor skirmish between the Sand Ninja and the Hyuga. A kunai, emerging from Hyuga Chunshur's tent, was embedded in the body of a fallen warrior, with traces of being pulled back. He placed Senbon, tainted with Hyuga Chunshur's blood, at the right spot along with collected strands of hair. Orochimaru observed Uchiha Jun's meticulous work, astonished to discover such a method. Initially believing it to be a mere rough setup, he was taken aback by how perfectly Uchiha Jun had calculated the distances and angles. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would have believed Hyuga Chunshur had genuinely been ambushed and killed by the Sand Ninja. A true genius. As dawn broke slightly, Orochimaru declared, "Now that the evidence is irrefutable, shall we summon the Hyuga clan to collect Hyuga Chunshur's belongings?" Chapter 21. The truth revealed. A pair of serpent-like eyes glimmered with approval. "Good, very good." As ninjas are akin to 007 with their biological clocks, many were irritable after being roused from sleep. Furthermore, Orochimaru had summoned everyone from the Konoha military camp, including the logistical support team, to witness the spectacle. Uchiha Jun's lips twitched upon seeing such a scene. "Orochimaru, you are too wicked. You've ensnared them into this predicament and now wish for them to be humiliated before all." Meanwhile, in the Sand Village, Chiyo and the Kazekage were in a panic as they convened an emergency meeting upon receiving news of the Konoha forces at the front lines. "Elder Chiyo, the Sand Village has been almost completely depleted. Without compensation, we cannot continue the fight. Do not jeopardize the entire village for personal vendettas," the Kazekage stated bluntly. Those circumstances left him no choice. The last battle had claimed over 1,000 ninjas, including more than 100 elite ones. After distributing compensation, the Sand Village's treasury was nearly empty. Chiyo was acutely aware of the Sand situation. I know about the grudge against Konoha's White Fang. But Konoha has now reached our borders. If they choose to advance, they could assault the Sand Village within half an hour. What news from the front lines? Lord Kazekage, they have not proceeded. They are encircled at the battlefield. Are they praying for the deceased? The Sand's high-ranking officials could not comprehend Konoha's behavior, leading them to this conclusion. It seems they are holding a meeting. Kazekage, are you joking? A meeting on the battlefield? Are Orochimaru and Konoha's White Fang insane? As it turned out, they indeed were somewhat unhinged. Hyuga had grown impatient and provocatively remarked that he did not care about Hyuga Chinsure's disappearance. Their focus was merely to cause trouble for the Uchiha. Uchiha-jun, if you cannot uncover the truth, then there is no need to drag everyone here for your performance. Could it be that the Hyuga clan has hidden him and framed us, fearing exposure? Uchiha Yen, living up to his name, ignited the situation like a spark to kindling. We are merely being considerate of your dignity to avoid embarrassment, the Hyuga countered discontentedly. The Uchiha clan's honor is a divine blessing. Are you envious? Jealous? Is that why you have resorted to slander? At this moment, Uchiha Jun could not help but commend Uchiha Yen. Young man, you can certainly spin a tale. Is that truly what they meant? However, Hyuga's words incited discontent among all present. Firstly, many injured ninjas had received aid from Uchiha Jun during the logistics. Secondly, all were from prominent ninja families. Uchiha Jun displayed no airs of superiority and was affable, often joking with them during treatments. Most importantly, he was a hero before and after battles, yet a Hyuga dared to tarnish his name. Whispers among the ninjas caused Kakashi Hatake to furrow his brow, beginning to suspect whether Uchiha Jun had employed Jinjutsu on them. Conversely, the Uchiha were astonished that so many would speak in defense of Uchiha Jun. In Konoha, regardless of right or wrong, they were often the targets of scorn. Jinkuin possesses such a charm. Hee. In the village, we found your Uchiha demeanor quite off-putting. But after interacting, you all seem rather amiable. Indeed, quite handsome as well. As Uchiha's companions received praises from the surrounding ninjas, they involuntarily blushed, further provoking laughter from those nearby. Uchiha Jun, have you summoned us here because you have discovered the whereabouts of Hyuga Chinshur? Kakashi Hatake interrupted the murmurs of the crowd. Hyuga Chinshur, alive or dead, remains unknown. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. Having been awakened before dawn, how could one expect him to know anything? However, I have learned of Hyuga Chinshur's whereabouts throughout the night. First, under the cloak of darkness, Hyuga Chinshur ventured onto the battlefield to scavenge corpses. Unthinkable. How could our esteemed Hyuga clan resort to such despicable behavior? The Hyuga's words simultaneously condemned Uchiha Jun and Orochimaru. Kakashi Hatake did not utter a word. It was quite commonplace to touch upon the battlefield. However, it was the more reputable ninjas who would refrain from such actions. Indeed, could the branch family of the Hyuga possess such abundant resources? Certainly not. Hence, it was imperative to act stealthily under the cover of night. The Hyuga, taken aback by the accusation, could only stammer, "What evidence do you have?" The evidence lay plainly before them. Most of the valuables had been pilfered. Uchiha Jun pointed towards the vast array of items he had examined. Kakashi signaled his subordinates to investigate further. Lord Kakashi, these items have indeed been looted. Impossible. The Hyuga would never engage in such disgraceful acts. You must be slandering us. Following this, Uchiha Jun continued to speak earnestly. Lord Kakashi, Lord Orochimaru, observe here. Hyuga Chinshin, in his fervent search, neglected to notice the events behind him and was seized from behind, as evidenced by the slight scuffle marks present. Clearly, Hyuga Chinshin had offered only minimal resistance, even lacking the strength to retaliate. The evidence was in the form of a poisoned, blood-stained kunai and the signs of being dragged. Other ninjas, upon reviewing the scene, began to conjure vivid images in their minds. Oh, it appears Hyuga was so engrossed in his search that he failed to notice being struck by a poisoned kunai and subsequently ensnared by a sand ninja's puppet strings, leading to these traces. Yet the question remained, why had they not tampered with the scene? Need I say more? This is a battlefield. What is there to rectify? Many began to recount the events that had transpired. Orochimaru unexpectedly realized that these individuals had been subtly led astray by Uchiha Jun's insinuations. What a formidable little fellow he was. This time, Kakashi personally oversaw the investigation, confirming that there was no error, even uncovering remnants of puppets and shuriken that correlated with the scene. Now, the expressions of the Hyuga were rather grim, inwardly cursing Hyuga Chinshin. The truth was that Hyuga Chinshin had recklessly left the military camp to scavenge corpses, only to be ambushed by the Sand Ninja. Perhaps it was merely a low-ranking ninja. Those detestable Sand Ninjas. Lord Kakashi, we must teach them a lesson. The Hyuga ground their teeth in rage, uncertain whether their ire was directed at Uchiha Jun, the Sand Ninja, or the disgraceful Hyuga Chinshin. Kakashi's expression darkened. So, you err, yet expect me to bear the brunt of your vengeance? Dream on. Hyuga Chinshin's unauthorized departure from the military camp demands an explanation from your clan. Kakashi's words were firm, subtly casting aspersions upon them for consorting with external enemies. Furthermore, Uchiha Jun had proven himself quite capable. Chapter 22. The First Encounter with Hyuga Nichi. After this incident, Uchiha Jun was transferred from the Uchiha ranks to serve under Orochimaru. Orochimaru, a formidable challenge. One must find ways to enhance their strength and survive. Currently, his abilities were constrained by his physical form and chakra. His prowess should be at the level of a jonin, yet his chakra fell short of that standard. Since chakra is extracted energy from cells, could it not be that exhausting his chakra each time would foster growth? Upon this realization, Uchiha Jun shook his head. This was a battlefield, and depleting one's chakra was perilous. Perhaps stimulation could also lead to an enhancement of chakra. Suddenly, he recalled having collected a number of items on the battlefield, including techniques related to lightning release. Uchiha Jun was fond of taking notes, categorizing ninjutsu and insights for future reference. However, he hesitated to experiment with lightning attributes on himself. How wonderful it would be to have two living subjects. Living subjects? Test subjects. In the midst of the battle, many were injured, and the severely wounded would rarely waste resources. Were they not living test subjects? If they perished, it would not be his fault. The logistics team, along with medical ninjas and nurses, were currently engaged in tending to the wounded. Upon seeing Uchiha Jun approach, they greeted him warmly. Jinkuen, you've been working all night. Why not take a moment to rest? I'm here to see if there's anything I can assist with. Rikone, please continue with your duties. Do not mind me. You are truly diligent, Jinkuen. I will return to my tasks. Nurse Riko was among those who admired Uchiha Jun. In the logistics department, he had become well acquainted, able to procure medical supplies freely, often without the need for reports for small quantities. Uchiha Jun approached a ninja, who was heavily bandaged and appeared to be on the brink of death. What is your name? He inquired calmly. Arama Junichi. He gazed at the boy before him, devoid of any emotional response, for his injuries were exceedingly grave. Konoha had nearly abandoned any hope for his treatment, providing him only with water and no medications or rations. To everyone, he was known as Honda Ramaru, while Arama Junichi was his true name. He wished for someone to remember him in his final moments. Such was a fervent wish. The Arama clan, a lineage capable of contending with the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. I have developed a new medical ninjutsu. Would you be willing to try it? Uchiha Jun felt it prudent to secure the other party's consent before utilizing their body for experimentation. The lifelessness in Arama Junichi's eyes seemed to flicker with light, and the instinct for survival compelled him to disregard his apprehensions. If it meant preserving his life, he would willingly serve the one before him, even at the cost of his own existence. Upon receiving Junichi's agreement, Uchiha Jun proceeded, unwrapping the bandages from Junichi's form and grimacing at the sight of his extensive injuries. The numerous contusions, stemming from Earth-style ninjutsu, were likely inflicted during a battle with the Rock Ninjas. However, that engagement had occurred nearly half a month prior, and the lack of treatment had led to some wounds beginning to rot. Your wounds are severely infected. I must excise the necrotic tissue first. Considering the frailty of his condition, he administered a soldier pill to Junichi. Uchiha Jun wielded a chakra blade, meticulously removing the decayed flesh from Junichi's body, the pungent odor attracting the attention of the staff. Jinkuen, this individual is gravely injured. There is almost no hope left. Do not waste your efforts. But he is still alive, is he not? I cannot stand by and do nothing. Uchiha Jun's words were resolute, as he focused on excising the rotten flesh, disinfecting, applying medicine, and bandaging. Jinkuen is truly kind. If I were younger, I would wish to marry him. If I were a woman, I would feel the same. Jinkuen is a good person. I no longer hope. My daughter is about the same age as Jinkuen, perhaps in less than 10 minutes. Uchiha Jun had become the favored son-in-law of Konoha, a prime candidate for husband. This news soon reached the ears of both Orochimaru and Kakashi. Uchiha Jun initially employed mild lightning release to stimulate Arama Junichi's cells, lacking the Byakugan's insight into internal conditions. He relied solely on sensation and Junichi's reactions to intensify the stimulation. One of the Hyuga branch family members, having been treated by Uchiha Jean, approached with his cane, stating with poise, "Lord Jean, I can assist you in observing his condition." Uchiha Jean glanced at him, recognized him as a member of the Hyuga clan, and nodded. "Byakugan, activate." Hyuga Nichi was taken aback by the state of Junichi's body. "Lord Jean, his body, it's beginning to regain vitality. The dead meridians are slowly reviving." This response pleased Uchiha Jean immensely. It indicated success. "How much has he recovered?" 50%. Uchiha Jean found that answer unsatisfactory and increased the electrical stimulation. His wounds began to heal autonomously, and his chakra was gradually replenishing. Hearing this, Arama Junichi looked at Uchiha Jean with gratitude, his voice hoarse. "Thank you, my lord. Should you experience any discomfort or sensations, please inform me." The unwavering focus of Uchiha Zen shamed many of the staff, prompting them to disperse and diligently resume their tasks. As Kakashi approached Uchiha Zen, he gazed at the scene before him and mused, "What a prodigy, only 2 years younger than Kakashi." Uchiha Zen halted when he sensed his chakra was dwindling. The previously incapacitated Kuruma Junichi had regained vitality, able to move slightly. As for his external injuries, there was no need to waste time treating them. He could leave that to the medical ninjas present. Once all was accomplished, Uchiha Zen acknowledged the Byakugan ninja beside him, who had been quite helpful, akin to an X-ray. "Thank you. I am Uchiha Zen," he introduced himself. "I am Hyuga Hizashi. It was Lord Zen who treated me and spared me considerable suffering, so I should be the one expressing gratitude." Hyuga Hizashi? The father of the genius Niji? He looks nothing like him. In contrast to the free-spirited Uchiha Zen, Hyuga Hizashi appeared much more rigid and conventional. "Though your clan is rather despised, you seem quite decent." The young Hizashi felt a bit awkward. He had heard of the issues regarding their clan and was somewhat at a loss, knowing they had instigated trouble first. "As long as I can assist you, my lord." Upon returning to his tent, Uchiha Zen began to gently stimulate his cells with lightning release. Initially, he was cautious, only applying a 10% intensity of stimulation, yet he was already drenched in sweat. Success. His chakra control had become more refined, and its quantity had increased. Now at the level of a jonin, he should possess the ability to protect himself, barring encounters with formidable foes. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to test it further. Uchiha Zen intended to merely experiment with the power of a chakra scalpel, which was not designed for destruction, but to his surprise, the tent exploded. Chapter 23. A discussion with Orochimaru. This commotion startled many nearby, particularly the Uchiha clan. Witnessing the remnants of Uchiha Zen's tent, everyone grew wary. Had an enemy attack occurred? What had transpired? Where was Uchiha Zen? Kakashi hurried over, observing the chaos and reprimanding those present with dissatisfaction. The sand-hidden village had already surrendered. It was merely a matter of finalizing the compensation agreement before they could return to their village for a period of rest. "Apologies. I was training and accidentally caused an explosion," Uchiha Zen said, offering an apology devoid of any semblance of regret. "All right, since there's no issue, you may disperse." Kakashi dismissed the crowd and called Uchiha Zen into his military tent, expressing mild frustration. "Could you be a bit quieter? I apologize for the trouble," Uchiha Zen replied nonchalantly, leaving Kakashi feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. There was no outlet for his exasperation. Mentally, he was nothing like a 7-year-old child. He was composed, mature, and audacious, executing actions that left no room for criticism. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of a jonin? Kakashi marveled, surprised that Uchiha Zen had already attained such prowess in just a few days, considering he had only been a chunin before. Was this the growth of a genius? Kakashi began to doubt whether the Ninja Academy could produce outstanding shinobi, wondering if he should have Kakashi drop out and throw him onto the battlefield. Uchiha Zen had only been 6 when he entered the battlefield, roughly the same age as Kakashi. With no foundational training, such growth seemed implausible. Could his own son possibly fall short of this? Suddenly, Kakashi was struck by an idea. He wished to gauge Uchiha Zen's perspective on the village and the Uchiha clan. He was inclined to take this disciple under his wing, but Orochimaru had clearly set his sights on him. Was he to compete with Orochimaru for a pupil? That was out of the question. Being targeted by Orochimaru was far from pleasant. He was not as amicable as the lord stationed at the border of the land of Earth. Which do you consider more important, the Uchiha or the village? Upon hearing Kakashi's question, Uchiha Zen felt a ripple of doubt within him. Who was attempting to test him? The third Hokage? Danzo? Or the Uchiha? Had his low profile somehow reached the village? Was this even significant? In this time of war, the Uchiha represented Konoha in battle. If one were to prioritize, it would be survival. If one could not even survive, what was there to discuss regarding importance? Uchiha Zen's response made it increasingly difficult for Kakashi to regard him as merely a child. Even when faced with inquiries about the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he had to contemplate deeply. Orochimaru has reassigned you to his team for a mission. Upon completion, you may return to the village. Kakashi thought to himself that once they returned, he must ensure that Kakashi and Uchiha Zen had ample interaction, for he had yet to discern Uchiha Zen's interests. The boy seemed indifferent to everything, as insipid as water. This was the most daunting aspect. Yes, when is the assembly? You may inquire with Orochimaru, as it is his mission. Uchiha Zen thought to himself, accompanying Orochimaru on a mission? Is that not courting death? What rank is Orochimaru? He is still just a child. Under Uchiha Zen's resentful gaze, Kakashi shivered. It felt more terrifying than being scrutinized by Orochimaru himself. After departing, Uchiha Zen made his way directly to Orochimaru's tent. Orochimaru was not surprised by Uchiha Zen's arrival. Lord Orochimaru, I have come to inquire about the assembly time for the mission. Enter. Upon entering, Uchiha Zen observed Orochimaru's desk, piled high with documents. From the front, it appeared he was diligently reviewing them, yet the quantity seemed unyielding. Orochimaru squinted at Uchiha Zen, noting that his chakra had indeed reached the level of a jonin. Come here, Orochimaru commanded, gesturing toward the mountain of papers on his desk. Complete these revisions, and then we shall depart. Uchiha Zen was momentarily taken aback. Was he being tasked with correcting Orochimaru's documents? He pointed to himself and then to the papers, repeating the confirmation. Upon seeing Orochimaru lower his head and fervently write at his desk, he was stunned. He had assumed Orochimaru was diligently reviewing documents, only to realize he was making research notes. Looking again at the towering stack of papers, Uchiha Zen felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Shall we switch roles?" Though he had only glanced at them, he was greatly astonished. Truly, he was a scientific maniac. With his research into biology reaching such depths, Uchiha Zen flipped through several completed documents, emulating Orochimaru's approach to make some revisions. The monotony began to weigh heavily on him. He could not comprehend why the third Hokage and Danzo were so fixated on power. Was poring over these documents truly so captivating? Just as he felt he could no longer endure, he continued to steal glances at Orochimaru's side. Upon seeing the content Orochimaru was writing, his interest was rekindled. After several attempts, he could no longer withstand the tedium. He was far more intrigued by Orochimaru's notes. Lord Orochimaru, I believe the reason for human aging lies in the cessation of cell division. As chakra is extracted from cells, when individuals reach middle age, cell division gradually decreases, limiting chakra growth. When all cell division halts, natural decline in strength ensues. As Uchiha Zen spoke, Orochimaru paused to contemplate, intrigued by his insights. Indeed, the human body may age, yet the soul remains eternal. What are your thoughts on this? Precisely, but each soul and body are meant to be compatible. Delaying physical aging is not challenging, yet achieving eternity is arduous. Uchiha Zen furrowed his brow, eager to understand how one could prevent bodily decline. But certainly not through Orochimaru's method of body switching. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, quietly listening. Since he began his research, few had offered such opinions. Recalling discussions among women prior to entering the world of Hokage, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be about combating oxidation? What thoughts do you have, Zenkoin? Orochimaru inquired. Uchiha Zen hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts, fearing it might lead Orochimaru astray. The image of Orochimaru applying sunscreen before battles lingered in his mind. He recalled hearing many girls mention that to delay aging, one must focus on antioxidants. Antioxidants? The term was entirely foreign to Orochimaru. Uchiha Zen elaborated. The human body's antioxidant system is a complex and well-developed system, comparable to the immune system. The stronger the body's ability to combat oxidative stress, the healthier and longer one lives. As he spoke, he produced his notebook and entered into a profound discussion with Orochimaru. They spent an entire day and night engrossed in knowledge, subsisting on military rations. In the face of enlightenment, everything else paled in significance. Since his arrival, He had never experienced such an exhilarating exchange of ideas, where even finding someone who understood his words seemed a rarity. Thus, antioxidants could indeed slow the aging process. While eternity was unattainable, life could be prolonged, and should he discover an antioxidant agent, it could be marketed to noble ladies for profit. Chapter 24. The departure. After deceiving Konoha's White Fang during their extensive discourse, the two seemed to find a harmonious resonance in knowledge, wholly immersed in their world. The mountain of documents on the table forgotten. Orochimaru casually set up a barrier in the tent and produced a corpse, initiating practical experimentation. Jun, your understanding of the human body appears to rival Tsunade's. Compared to Lady Tsunade, your skills are akin to a child wielding a sword before a master. Uchiha Jun wished to remain under Tsunade's radar. Although they were both medics, their theoretical approaches diverged. Might I borrow your insights, Jinkuen? Orochimaru expressed keen interest in the molecular, cellular, immune, and pathological notes in Uchiha Jun's writings. In exchange, I can offer my own knowledge of ninjutsu. Uchiha Jun was taken aback. Orochimaru was surprisingly forthright. Even if he refused, Orochimaru's current prowess made it difficult to deny. Receiving Orochimaru's acknowledgement was a privilege. If possible, he wished to add additional research on the Sharingan. Orochimaru's interest piqued further. For the study of the Sharingan, Jinkuen should directly approach the Uchiha clan. TCH, those fools know nothing of true research, Orochimaru remarked, prompting Uchiha Jun to clear his throat and seriously amend. I believe in your expertise in research, Lord Orochimaru. Outside, Uchiha Fugaku had sought out Kakashi. Learning that Uchiha Jun had gone to see Orochimaru and had not returned for a day and a night, his mind conjured a dramatic narrative. He observed Orochimaru's tent stealthily several times. Uncle Hakadai, what is Fugaku doing? Uchiha inquired, puzzled. Is the Uchiha clan contemplating action against Orochimaru? Hakadai frowned, shaking his head in confusion. It's best not to meddle in the affairs of our superiors. Go train instead. Meanwhile, Kakashi was overwhelmed. Orochimaru, who had come to assist, had vanished for an entire day and night, leaving many documents unattended. He resolved to personally investigate, under the pretext of inquiring about tasks to assess their progress. The subordinates guarding Orochimaru's tent intercepted Kakashi, who felt an unsettling premonition. Where's Lord Orochimaru? We shall inform him. Hearing the commotion outside, Orochimaru and Uchiha Jun suddenly recalled the pile of documents. They had initially intended for Jun to review them before handing them to Kakashi, but their engrossing conversation had made them forget entirely. They exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Lord Orochimaru, do we not have tasks to attend to? Uchiha Jun sensed he might need to brief Kakashi. Shall we proceed with the tasks? Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he picked up several of Uchiha Jun's reviewed documents. To his surprise, they aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Kakashi, come in. Lord Orochimaru, I came to inquire. Kakashi expressed surprise at seeing Uchiha Jun present, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the mountain of documents on the table, his eyelids twitching. When are you scheduled to depart for the land of rice? Tomorrow is fine. No, we leave immediately. These are documents I have reviewed. They are in order. The remaining ones are yours. Orochimaru spoke with a straight face, setting aside a few documents and addressing Uchiha Jun. Since you are prepared, let us depart. Oh, yes, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Jun was astonished by the sudden turn of events. Indeed, those in positions of power often become increasingly brazen. Observing Orochimaru's unfazed demeanor, it was evident he was accustomed to this behavior. Kakashi remarked, this task could also commence in the following days. The urgency is not pressing. He finally understood the source of his foreboding. The muscles in his expressionless face began to twitch, attempting to regain composure. Lord Kakashi, if Lord Orochimaru includes me, the speed of our journey will significantly decrease. It is wiser to set off early. Uchiha Jun began to persuade without a hint of embarrassment. This infuriated Kakashi. How could a 7-year-old jonin be deemed a waste? 99% of Konoha's ninjas were less capable than him. Watching the pair leave with such nonchalance, Kakashi's expression darkened. When did that child arrive? The guard hesitated, recalling, Jun-sama arrived the night before last. Kakashi's eyelids twitched incessantly as he suppressed his anger. Are you saying he has been here since the night before last, and hasn't left? Yes. The guard looked at Kakashi, whose eyes radiated murderous intent. Lord Kakashi. It's nothing. I shall return to my duties. What have they been doing inside? I do not know. The guard was on the verge of tears. He was merely a sentry and had no idea what transpired within. Even if he did, he dared not speak. Kakashi threw all documents onto his desk, unable to contain his anger. Orochimaru, Uchiha-jun, you two rascals. After their departure, the duo headed straight for the land of rice, with Orochimaru showing no inclination to accommodate Uchiha-jun's slower pace. Nonetheless, Jin kept up, earning a glance of appreciation from Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru and Uchiha-jun skillfully evaded several shuriken. Uchiha-jun drew the short blade from his back, applying poison acquired from a sand ninja. Subsequently, a flurry of shuriken was hurled from Uchiha-jun's position. As they gleamed in the light, Uchiha-jun and the flying shuriken surged toward the source of the kunai. Clang, clang. Amidst the chaos, only a few strands of hair were severed. In a swift turn, countless shuriken were launched toward the opponent, resembling a celestial shower. Orochimaru, perched in a tree, quirked an eyebrow. How many shuriken do you possess? Uchiha-jun then appeared before the adversary, brandishing his blade. Upon noticing a faint cut on the opponent's neck, he smirked. Oh, I can't evade this. In a critical moment, ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. Jiraiya? Uchiha-jun sheathed his sword and retreated to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. As the figure ensnared within the Needle Earth Prison emerged, he respectfully addressed Lord Orochimaru. His gaze remained fixed on Uchiha-jun, who bore a half-shorn head and a narrowly escaped throat, leaving him profoundly shocked. Especially upon realizing that the figure appeared to have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, he found himself speechless. Jiraiya's attention inadvertently shifted to Uchiha-jun, recalling how perilously close his companion had come to death. Oh, Orochimaru, did you not claim you would not teach your students? Your combat awareness is rather commendable. Uchiha-jun casually responded, his gaze shifting to the individual he had nearly struck down. It was Minato. To his astonishment, it was the youthful version of Minato. Chapter 25. To become the fastest man in the ninja world, do you have an antidote? Orochimaru disregarded Jiraiya's inquiry and inquired with a smile. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Orochimaru's cheerful demeanor, curious as to what he meant by the antidote. You want an antidote? Without expressing gratitude to his old friend, Orochimaru produced a few vials and handed them over, saying, Here, for Tsunade's new concoction. Looks like you don't have any. Orochimaru regarded him as if he were a fool. Jiraiya was perplexed by the strange look Orochimaru was giving him. Suddenly, Minato, standing nearby, collapsed with a grim expression, his complexion turning pale. I poisoned my blade, thinking you were enemies. Uchiha-jun remarked quietly, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. He finally understood why Orochimaru had asked about the antidote. He quickly administered the medicine to Minato and felt relieved as his color improved. Whose child are you? That was quite vicious, Jiraiya complained. Unable to voice his frustrations due to his friendship with Minato, who had merely assumed they were foes, Uchiha-jun coldly introduced himself, Uchiha-jun. He held respect for Jiraiya, yet their philosophies diverged. Respect was all he could muster. If he harbored grievances, he would merely support Jiraiya's work in the future. Uchiha? Jiraiya's gaze shifted toward Orochimaru, curiosity evident in his expression. Indeed, how did you come to be here? Logically, you should be at the borders of the Earth country. And yet you brought Minato along. Well, the Iwagakure has signed a truce with us, and Nara Shikaku is stationed there, so I brought Minato for some covert investigations. I didn't expect to encounter you. Covert investigations? Is it wise to speak so openly? Isn't that contradictory to the very essence of secrecy? Is it the Hyuga team? Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a casual glance at Uchiha-jun. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Uchiha-jun remained unperturbed, standing silently as if he were air, yet attentively listening to their conversation. Jiraiya sighed. You truly see through everything, don't you? Ha. But it seems there's no outcome. Perhaps they truly perished alongside the sand ninjas. At that moment, Minato regained his composure and greeted Uchiha-jun with a smile. Hello. I'm Minato. You're quite formidable. Observing the future fourth Hokage, whose smile was as warm as spring, one couldn't help but ponder, for the village's sake. Sacrificing everything, with children being viewed as monsters, was it worth it? Hello, Uchiha-jun. He was tempted to ask why he hadn't used the Flying Thunder God technique earlier, or if he hadn't learned it yet. Instead, he casually asked, Is your hair dyed? Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances. Minato, taken aback, Never expected the stoic Uchiha Jun would pose such a question. Is he truly Uchiha? Jiraiya whispered to Orochimaru, suspecting that Jun's previous ruthlessness in battle was indeed characteristic of the Uchiha. Absolutely genuine. Orochimaru showed little interest in the seemingly foolish duo and addressed Uchiha Jun. Let us go. Hey, wait for me. Jiraiya exclaimed. Summoning technique, Gamamaru. Deliver this intel to the Hokage. He rushed to catch up, with Minato following closely behind. Orochimaru maintained his pace, and Uchiha Jun shook his head, quickening his steps as he observed the tumultuous dynamics of the duo. Jinkuin, I didn't expect you to be this fast. Sensei and Lord Orochimaru aren't holding back. Minato exclaimed, running alongside Uchiha Jun, his cheerful demeanor reflecting a warmth that suited a Hokage. Indeed, we cannot afford to be left behind, Jun replied. And they both hastened their pace. Ahead, Orochimaru seemed irritated by Jiraiya's incessant chatter, increasing his speed. Damn it, Jiraiya, can you say a little less? Uchiha Jun clenched his teeth, channeling chakra into his feet, quickening his pace under the stimulation of lightning chakra. Impressive, you can keep up. Minato squinted, observing Uchiha Jun's silhouette while also accelerating, feeling he was nearing his limits. Don't you have a mission report to submit? Orochimaru snapped, finally losing his patience with Jiraiya's incessant prattle. He intended to complete his task while also pursuing his own agenda. Jiraiya's presence complicated matters. What a burden. Turning to look at Uchiha Jun, who was enveloped in lightning chakra, he was surprised to see him catching up. Your disciple is quite capable, Jiraiya. Frustrated at not being able to shake him off, Jiraiya contemplated how to bring Minato up to speed instead. Orochimaru accelerated once more, leaving Jiraiya behind, while Uchiha Jun felt a strong urge to place the duo on his dissection table. With no other choice, Uchiha Jun intensified his lightning chakra to stimulate his speed further, passing Jiraiya in an instant while making a silent curse. Jiraiya paused, reflecting, have I offended Uchiha Jun in some way? As Uchiha Jun surged ahead, he inadvertently inspired Minato, who resolved to become the fastest man in the ninja world. My apologies, Sensei Jiraiya. I'm so inadequate, Minato lamented, feeling disheartened that he had become the one lagging behind. After catching up to Orochimaru, Uchiha Jun felt as though his legs might give out. Lord Orochimaru, could you please slow down after reminiscing with Sensei? I'm still just a child. Isn't this child abuse? You can freely utilize your chakra without restraint, Orochimaru replied, eager to see how much longer Jun could endure. Yet he recognized Jun's hesitance, adding, in my company, you might struggle to keep your life. This was Orochimaru's pride. As long as he faced an enemy attack, preserving his life was a simple task. Life is not something one can rely on others for. Uchiha Jun stated plainly, realizing neither of them harbored good intentions, which was why he had survived thus far. Orochimaru was surprised by Uchiha Jun's awareness, chuckling as he slowed his pace. That day, Orochimaru nearly exhausted all of his chakra, ultimately lacking even the strength to retrieve a soldier pill from his bag. Fortunately, Minato assisted him, placing a pill in his mouth. Otherwise, he might have starved on the road. Jinkuin, how did you manage to keep up with Lord Orochimaru? Minato inquired, sitting beside him, having transformed his earlier dejection into a newfound determination to grow stronger. Jiraiya, too, grew curious. Although their ages were similar, he doubted they possessed such strength at that age. Uchiha Jun closed his eyes, articulating each word carefully. Chase, pursue with all your might, until you can no longer keep up. If you fall behind and encounter an enemy, death is certain. Chapter 26. Turmoil resurfaces upon hearing this response. Jiraiya's face darkened, turning to Orochimaru with a dubious expression, as if to ask, are you certain these are the haughty Uchiha? Are they afraid of death? How long do you intend to follow me? Orochimaru had his own plans regarding the mission in the land of rice, never intending to bring Jiraiya along. After all, with his strength, he could easily handle a mere B-rank mission. Bringing Uchiha Jun along was merely a guise to conceal his true intentions. It's perfectly acceptable for me to assist you. It's been ages since we've worked together. It's the perfect opportunity. Uchiha Jun slightly opened his eyes, discerning that Orochimaru wished to avoid having Jiraiya and his disciple accompany him, indicating that it was not a legitimate mission and perhaps involved some ulterior motives. As Orochimaru's gaze met his, the tension in the air was palpable. At this moment, they silently reached a consensus to part ways with the two individuals. Jiraiya, you will guard the first half of the night, while I will take the latter half, allowing them to rest. After proposing this suggestion, Orochimaru turned away and ceased speaking, while Uchiha closed his eyes once more. Aware of Orochimaru's plan to escape in the latter half of the night, he intended to seize the opportunity to rest. Indeed, when the shift change occurred, Uchiha had already awakened, and with the enhancement of his Sharingan, he swiftly cast a hypnotic technique, causing Jiraiya to succumb to slumber. After their departure, Orochimaru inquired, as expected of the Sharingan, "It can ensnare Jiraiya." "What are you saying, Lord Orochimaru? Jiraiya-sama is merely asleep." "Indeed, this is hypnosis, not an illusion. If it were an illusion, Jiraiya would have noticed. Reporting to the third Hokage would only attract unwanted attention. I currently lack the strength to contend with an elite, so I must remain inconspicuous." "Hee. It seems you possess great confidence in your illusions." At that moment, Jiraiya, lost in a chaotic dream, envisioned Orochimaru, hand in hand, walking together. Suddenly, he jolted awake. "Orochimaru." "Oh, Teacher Jiraiya, you are awake." Noticing Orochimaru's absence, Jiraiya asked, "Where are Orochimaru and the others?" Minato scratched his head apologetically, saying, "Sorry, I was in such a deep sleep that by the time I awoke, they had already vanished. They might have gone on a mission." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling the imagery from his dream, muttering, "How could I possibly hold hands with Orochimaru? If it were anyone, it would have to be Tsunade. Could I have been ensnared in an illusion? No. There are no signs of an illusion upon awakening, nor are there any on you, teacher," Minato explained. He had indeed checked Jiraiya's condition after awakening and found no traces of an illusion. Perhaps it was simply exhaustion from yesterday's journey. Jiraiya examined his own body again, confirming he had not fallen victim to an illusion. It wasn't a matter of distrust towards Minato. Rather, Uchiha's illusions were exceedingly potent. Never mind. They must have intentionally shaken us off. Let's return to the village. Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya headed straight for the Hokage's office. Bang! The door to the office was kicked open. "Old man, Jiraiya, could you please knock? You've broken 3 doors already." Jiraiya scratched his head, laughing heartily. "I'll be more careful next time. However, I have good news to share. Orochimaru has taken on a disciple." "What?" The third Hokage hesitated, pipe in hand. "What kind of ninja has caught Orochimaru's eye?" Orochimaru, his most prized student, proficient in all 5 elemental jutsu, was the most likely candidate to inherit his legacy. Most importantly, he hailed from a commoner background, devoid of familial support. Uchiha, a remarkably talented young lad. Jiraiya fumed as his irritation grew. "Orochimaru hasn't he even treated me with such favor?" Upon hearing Uchiha's name, the third Hokage's eyes glimmered with cold light. Another Uchiha genius. During this period, he had allowed the Hyuga to spread rumors without stepping in to clarify. Uchiha-jun's achievements on the battlefield had been suppressed, and it was only a matter of time before this matter became known. Has another Uchiha genius emerged? I wouldn't quite call him a genius, Jiraiya pondered, recalling how Uchiha-jun had desperately chased after him and Orochimaru out of fear of being left behind, awkwardly stating, "He's just a bit timid, cowardly." Initially, Jiraiya had intended to say he was afraid of dying, but since Orochimaru was a friend, he couldn't tarnish the image of a friend's disciple in front of his master. Timid? Uchiha-jun is timid? The third Hokage did not believe it for a moment. Orochimaru would never accept a cowardly disciple. Such a person would hardly attract his attention. He is a bit timid. You know, he's just a child. Education will surely improve him. Jiraiya ceased his idle chatter. Adopting a serious tone, "We have yet to uncover any results regarding the Hyuga incident. Perhaps we have indeed overthought it. Whether it was the bodies of the Sand Ninjas or the Hyuga, no one from the clan could ascertain what had transpired, as the opposing party had acted with great secrecy." Understood. Please personally explain this matter to the Hyuga clan leader. The third Hokage did not wish to waste too much energy on this issue, but had to remain vigilant. After Jiraiya's departure, the third Hokage urgently contacted the Umbu on the front lines to inquire about the situation. At the Hyuga clan leader's residence, Jiraiya was welcomed by the old clan leader's son, Hyuga Hizashi. In terms of decorum, perhaps no clan in the Land of Fire could rival theirs. "Lord Jiraiya, please." The Hyuga residence was a quintessential Japanese-style building, with every detail meticulously crafted. Jiraiya smirked, feeling a twinge of envy for these noble families. What wealth! Soon, Jiraiya was led to the reception hall, where the old clan leader sat on tatami, preparing tea. "Lord Jiraiya, please." Jiraiya wasted no time, stating directly, "Old clan leader. I have thoroughly investigated the Hyuga incident. The 5 heroes of the Hyuga will be forever remembered by the world." "What do you mean?" The old clan leader furrowed his brow, flames igniting in his gaze. "According to my investigation, the 5 Hyuga engaged in a mutual demise with the Sand Ninjas. And there are no indications of a third party present." Jiraiya was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding this matter. He had kept the broken branch as evidence. But for now, the greater picture took precedence. "Impossible." The old clan leader bellowed in anger. "Please accept my condolences. I must take my leave." Jiraiya had little desire to deal with these families. They were troublesome. It was 6 Hyuga. The old clan leader's anger mingled with helplessness. His hand resting on the table, now marked with scratches from his nails. "What do you mean, old clan leader?" Jiraiya felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Initially, they had not mentioned 6 Hyuga ninjas. He had brought back the bodies of 5 ninjas, and they had tacitly accepted this matter. "We dispatched 6 individuals. 5 from the branch family to protect 1 from the main family." Chapter 27. The man from the land of rice paddy arrives. At this moment, Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration. "You main family members deserve to be treated as live targets on the battlefield for your secrecy. Now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The loss of the Byakugan was detrimental to both the Hyuga and Konoha. I must report this to the 3rd Hokage. Farewell." Jiraiya's expression darkened. If he continued to pursue the whereabouts of the Byakugan, it would inevitably reignite war, and more importantly, Konoha needed to recuperate. The Wagakure and Sunagakure had already signed a peace treaty, ensuring a period of tranquility. "You old fool. How could you fail to report such an important matter?" After scolding a few times, Jiraiya returned to the office, preparing to report this matter to the 3rd Hokage. Just as he reached the door, he overheard the Umbu inside reporting on their mission. "Is it true that Lord Orochimaru has a close relationship with Uchiha-jin?" The 3rd Hokage frowned. It was Lord Orochimaru himself who said he favored Uchiha-jin and Uchiha-jin, in order to be closer to Lord Orochimaru. Destroyed his own tent and spent a day and night in Lord Orochimaru's camp without emerging. Initially hesitant to report this matter, he had thought it was merely gossip. However, the truth of the situation had emerged. Upon hearing this report, the 3rd Hokage's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as though it could accommodate 2 eggs. If the person before him were not a member of his Umbu, he might suspect they were sent by the Uchiha to sway his judgment. Is this information accurate? It originated from the Uchiha, and Lord Shomu is also aware. After the 2 departed, he expressed his outrage. The entire Konoha frontlines are aware. The Umbu elaborated further, fearing the Hokage might doubt their intelligence. Jiraiya, eavesdropping outside, nearly had his eyes pop out. No wonder Orochimaru smiled at that lad. I must intervene and prevent Orochimaru from going astray. Though Uchiha-jin is quite handsome, he is still a child, and a boy at that. Come in. As I was preparing to depart, I heard the voice of the 3rd Hokage. Jiraiya reluctantly made his way to the Hokage's office. Have you eavesdropped enough? Has the Hyuga clan clarified everything? The old man, agitated, remarked. The situation has grown quite complicated. The ambushed Hyuga team comprised 6 members, and one of the main family members is missing. The 3rd Hokage's eyelids twitched. The disappearance of a Hyuga clan member was indeed serious, compounded by the fact that the old man had waited until now to disclose this information. How long has it been? Any leads have surely vanished by now. Jiraiya hesitated. That Orochimaru. He is a dear friend, and I cannot allow him to stray from the path. As for the Hyuga situation, I will seek out Orochimaru. While Minister Marino can handle the Hyuga affairs, I suggest Minato take over the handoff. What is your opinion on Uchiha-zen? The 3rd Hokage rubbed his temples, acknowledging that he had indeed provided Orochimaru with limited emotional guidance. He is rather handsome, Jiraiya remarked with a frown, but it seems all Uchiha are striking in appearance, particularly the female ninjas. Silence. Meanwhile, Uchiha-zen and Orochimaru were oblivious to the fact that their affairs had reached the attention of the Hokage. Jiraiya had even managed to extract the mission details from the Hokage's hands as he rushed towards the land of rice. Orochimaru-sama, the target is a ninja from Mizuki, and we require him alive. Although Uchiha-zen held little interest in the bloodline limit, it did not imply that Orochimaru shared the same sentiment. After all, could he merely be seeking to alleviate the burden of B-rank missions for everyone? That depends on your strength. Orochimaru licked his lips. Assassination is straightforward, yet capturing him alive would double the difficulty. Moreover, Orochimaru had no intention of intervening. In that case, it may prove challenging. However, I shall do my utmost. Just ensure you allow me to breathe, Orochimaru-sama. Uchiha Zen sought assurance from Orochimaru, expressing that as long as his life was safeguarded, he feared no task. That is not a problem. Zen is now my subordinate. With this affirmation, Uchiha Zen felt liberated to proceed. The target, identified as Mizuki, was an elite ninja who had awakened his bloodline limit, enabling him to contend with high-ranking ninjas. Should a direct confrontation arise, Uchiha Zen would not have the advantage physically. Thus, Uchiha Zen quickly devised a plan. Mizuki had come to the land of rice under the pretense of treating the feudal lord, and the mission giver had not disclosed their identity. A thought flickered in Uchiha's mind, and he suddenly realized. Orochimaru's objective was the feudal lord of the land of rice, using the guise of this mission to obscure his true intentions. Currently, he was merely a shield for Orochimaru. This meant that Orochimaru had begun to cultivate his own base. How infuriating! Uchiha Zen narrowed his eyes, recognizing that if Orochimaru could manipulate him, he could not remain a mere pawn. He must possess half the rights to Orochimaru's laboratory and materials. After all, Orochimaru was capable of obtaining the first Hokage's cells, while uncertain if Orochimaru would share. If he could reach the level of Uchiha Madara, would he refuse? He could simply convey a glance or directly request, Orochimaru, may I borrow the first cells? What need would he have for materials? Ultimately, it all boiled down to his insufficient strength. Orochimaru placed greater value on power than reputation. So once Uchiha Zen attained sufficient strength, the laboratory would belong to him. Nevertheless, he needed to complete the task. As Mizuki departed the feudal lord's estate after treatment, Uchiha Zen disguised himself as a beggar and used a jinjutsu alongside several shuriken to seal all of his chakra points. The traces of battle were non-existent. He sealed the target within a scroll provided by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised to see Uchiha Zen return so early. So soon? A scroll was tossed onto the table. Orochimaru-sama, you did not make me a shield merely for a Mizuki. Rather than feeling guilty, Orochimaru chuckled with delight. Oh, pray tell, what is my purpose? Uchiha Zen poured himself a glass of water and replied solemnly, the feudal lord of the land of rice. The room's atmosphere shifted into something sinister, as a dangerous glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Sensing the barely perceptible killing intent, Uchiha Zen immediately plastered a smile on his face. Why not enlighten me on what we are planning? Chapter 28. Do you suffer from illness? Even Orochimaru, accustomed to tumultuous affairs, did not anticipate Uchiha Zen's reaction. He had expected negotiations or an attempt to resist and flee. To his astonishment, upon sensing danger, Zen chose to join rather than oppose. How fearful of death must one be? While Orochimaru had indeed harbored murderous intent, he never intended to take Zen's life. Uchiha Zen exhibited remarkable awareness of the situation. Orochimaru could not help but laugh heartily. If all Uchiha were as astute as you, they wouldn't have fallen so low. Hearing this, Uchiha Zen sighed in relief. He had successfully secured a powerful ally. Yet the journey was not entirely without merit. Under Uchiha Zen's subtle guidance, Orochimaru revealed theories regarding chakra transformations. Thus, Uchiha Zen commenced his own research on conversion. By morning, Uchiha Zen's hands bore numerous injuries. Knock, knock, knock. Orochimaru-sama, I wish to request your assistance. Uchiha Zen entered Orochimaru's chamber, observing the fatigue etched on his face, as if he too had worked through the night. Oh, speak. Uchiha Zen's hands crackled with lightning. Without even forming seals, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, astonished. Have you managed to reach this level in just one night, merely through theoretical exchange? Truly enviable. Coming from a clan with a millennia-long heritage of bloodlines. In the woods outside the land of rice, Zenkuin, let me see your results. Shadow Snake Hand. Uchiha Zen activated his Sharingan and charged forward to demonstrate his findings. A flash of blue lightning erupted from his hands. Without the Sharingan, the vision would have been obscured, explaining why Obito had entrusted his eyes to Kakashi. Lightning Cutter. Uchiha Zen combined the body flicker technique and lightning shield for a high-speed thrust that penetrated Orochimaru's snake techniques. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Orochimaru was exhilarated. A genius. This is true genius. Boom. The Earth Wall was breached by Uchiha Zen's assault. The lightning did not dissipate. With a swift motion, he shattered the wall entirely. Indeed, a most convenient technique, perfectly complementing the Sharingan to bypass the inherent flaws of the ninjutsu. Orochimaru clapped leisurely. Orochimaru-sama, you flatter me. This technique is merely in its preliminary form and requires refinement. It was not false modesty. Uchiha Zen sought to gauge the current power of the technique, and the results left him somewhat unsatisfied. The lightning was too dispersed. It failed to concentrate its power at a single point, significantly weakening its lethality. You are correct. You can further integrate form alteration and nature transformation into one stage, allowing it to evolve into a technique suited to you. Orochimaru's suggestion awakened Uchiha Zen from his stupor. Yes, in the original story, Lightning Cutter belonged to Kakashi. I can learn it, but it may not suit me perfectly, merely serving as a foundation. If I refine it into a technique that belongs to me, I shall eliminate that barrier. Unlike other ninjas who solely focused on ninjutsu, he practiced both blade techniques and ninjutsu. The advantage was particularly apparent in close combat. If he could merge blade techniques with ninjutsu, augmented by the Sharingan, it would yield a unique style exclusive to Uchiha Zen. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama, for your guidance. Truly, you are the scientist of the ninja world, erudite and multifaceted. As Uchiha Zen was contemplating seeking guidance, a small snake slithered onto Orochimaru's arm, causing his expression to darken abruptly. Trouble was brewing. They needed to interrogate Mizuki about the Lord's affliction. Upon returning to their quarters, Orochimaru released Mizuki, who, upon seeing the numerous sunban embedded in his body, twitched slightly. Uchiha Zen seemed to perceive his hesitation and, employing a magnet, extracted all the sunban at once. The moment Mizuki opened his eyes, he was ensnared in a jinjutsu, conjuring an illusion of treating the Lord's ailment. Observing Mizuki's dazed state, Uchiha Zen mused, what ailment could this be? Kidney deficiency. Orochimaru. Uchiha Zen. The Lord of the Land of Rice suffers from kidney deficiency. No wonder someone attempted to assassinate Mizuki. The mastermind must be the Lord himself. If such a private matter were to become public, how could he maintain his dignity among the other lords? With his economic power already inferior to that of larger nations. If this were to come to light, he would truly have no reason to live. Seeing that they could extract no further information, Orochimaru prepared to dispose of Mizuki, only to be halted by Uchiha Zen. Lord Orochimaru, there is a significant difference between life and death. It would be wise to keep him alive. Orochimaru, sensing no offense, acquiesced to his suggestion. However, after securing Mizuki once more, they faced a dilemma. If the Lord were terminally ill, they could simply eliminate him at his estate and replace him with someone they could control. Yet, kidney deficiency is hardly fatal. They could not afford to draw too much attention. Remembering his slight acquaintance with traditional medicine, Zen mustered his courage and said, Lord Orochimaru, I have conducted some research on kidney deficiency. At that moment, Jiraiya, misled by his curiosity, arrived to surprise Orochimaru, only to overhear this provocative exchange at the entrance. Who is deficient? It must be Orochimaru. I never imagined he was incapable. No wonder he has been solitary for so many years. How pitiable. Sensing eavesdropping, Orochimaru's killing intent surged, and he burst out the door, ready to eliminate the intruder. It's me. Jiraiya awkwardly entered, only to find himself alone with Orochimaru and Uchiha Zen, his heart sinking. Surely, this ire would not jeopardize his plans. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru refrained from violence, but was displeased with his arrival, lamenting that the village was short-handed and questioning why the Hokage had permitted him to leave. Do you not feel ashamed? Fool. Jiraiya took a few hesitant steps closer, draping an arm over Orochimaru's shoulder and whispering conspiratorially, casting furtive glances at Uchiha Zen. Orochimaru, do tell me, how far have you and that Uchiha boy progressed? Orochimaru's brow furrowed, his pupils narrowing as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Questioning if their activities had been discovered, he coldly inquired, what do you mean by that? It's been rumored that Uchiha Zen spent a day and night in your tent, and you have openly admitted your affection for him, even recruiting him for your tasks. Jiraiya replied, lowering his voice further, yet as a ninja, he was acutely aware of his surroundings. Orochimaru mused, could it be that the higher-ups in Konoha have begun to suspect Uchiha of amassing followers? Uchiha Zen pondered, could it be that my frequent interactions with Orochimaru have drawn their attention? Chapter 29. The hero of Konoha at present, controlling the Lord was paramount. With Jiraiya in the mix, the difficulty of their mission escalated. They could only rely on Orochimaru to distract Jiraiya while providing him cover to reach the Lord's residence. Orochimaru signaled to Uchiha, who discreetly exited the room, leaving the space for the two friends. Meanwhile, Hyuga Yuan was enjoying increasingly leisurely days in Konoha, having achieved commendable feats among his peers. Every time he strolled through the streets and heard the village's disparaging remarks about Uchiha, he felt a peculiar satisfaction. If Uchiha were to perish on the battlefield, who would defend such a person? Are you not afraid that Uchiha might return to exact vengeance upon you? A sudden voice startled Hyuga Yuan, prompting him to distance himself. Nara Shikahisa? You're still alive? Shikahisa lazily yawned, his gaze at Hyuga Yuan laced with mockery. Of course. I'm still alive. At your age, how could I die before you? Besides, I'm actually 2 years younger than you. It seems you have become Uchiha-jun's lackey since my departure. Hyuga Yuan taunted, for their group held disdain for one another, each wishing to see the other's downfall. Ignoring his words, Shikahisa narrowed his eyes, casually leaning against Hyuga Yuan. He whispered, You've caused Uchiha-jun's parents considerable hardship. He will not let you off easily upon his return. Do you think he would spare you? Why is it that he hasn't returned while you have? Do not forget, this is Konoha. Hyuga Yuan retorted defiantly. Even knowing he was the one spreading rumors, what could they do about it? If he dared to act, the entire Uchiha clan would retaliate. Shikahisa regarded Hyuga Yuan with pity, shaking his head. A good brain is a rare asset. I gifted Uchiha-jun's mother 100,000 ryo to prepare for the day he might return and seek revenge after discovering his manipulation. Since I met him, none of those targeted by Uchiha-jun have lived to tell the tale. Spending 100,000 to avoid trouble is a wise investment. If possible, I would gladly reclaim double that amount. Konoha is truly splendid. I wish you luck. After Shikahisa's departure, Hyuga Yuan resumed his gossiping ways, spreading tales of Uchiha-jun's misdeeds. Uchiha is inherently evil. Why should such a person remain in our village? Indeed, Uchiha-jun is remarkably malicious for one so young. As Uchiha-jun passed by, he overheard these remarks, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet he could not retaliate. With an air of arrogance, he tossed money to procure goods and departed. However, this time was different. Many injured had just been discharged from the hospital and had heard the rumors regarding Uchiha-jun. Some of the ninjas were saved by Uchiha-jun's swift actions. Most importantly, he had successfully completed an S-rank mission, assassinating 2 elite jonin from the Sand Village. Now, these individuals dared to tarnish the reputation of a hero, the very person they fought to protect. Hey, Uchiha-jun is a hero on the battlefield. How dare you slander him? A recently discharged civilian ninja, still limping, charged at the gossipers, igniting a brawl. Others, also returning from the battlefield, rushed in to support him. Hyuga Yuan was left dumbfounded, never expecting the devious Uchiha-jun to have so many allies. This incident quickly reached the Hokage's office, with numerous returning ninjas and the last batch soon to arrive. Such matters could hardly remain concealed. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed the raucous crowd gathered at the Hokage building's entrance, stating, We shall not slight our heroes. I hope everyone will welcome their return in 3 days. The third Hokage did not clarify whether Uchiha-jun was a hero, but merely sought to suppress the uproar. Various clans seemed to sense a conspiracy, gathering for celebrations in Konoha's barbecue spots under the pretext of honoring the heroes. They sincerely invited the third Hokage, who, burdened with duties, declined the invitation but did not hinder his subordinates from surveilling the events. Meanwhile, Hyuga Yuan wasn't as fortunate. Upon returning to his clan, he was summoned by the elder. The elder, without uttering a word, activated the caged bird seal. In stark contrast to his earlier bravado with Nara Shikahisa, Hyuga Yuan now writhed in agony upon the ground. Elder. Useless fool, causing trouble. The elder's disdain was unmistakably reflected in his gaze upon Hyuga Yuan. He could not comprehend why, after achieving such remarkable feats for his family, he had to endure this treatment. Is the division of the family truly a reflection of being a mere dog to your main clan? Such sentiments he dared not voice openly. The disappearance of the Hyuga clan member had already incited discontent among the higher echelons of Konoha, and yet, you still dared to spread rumors. Upon hearing of the Hyuga clan's vanishing, Hyuga Yuan's heart skipped a beat. No one understood the intricacies of this matter better than he did. The body of that clan member was in Uchiha Itachi's possession, and he still owed him a pair of Byakugan. However, he could not speak up, for he too was complicit in this affair. Nevertheless, he soon found solace in the tone of the old Hyuga clan leader, which indicated that the Yamashiro clan had extracted no intelligence from the remains. Yet, He swiftly made a decision regarding the return of that pair of Byakugan to Uchiha Itachi. Yes, it was my fault. Hyuga Yuan lowered his gaze, concealing the malice that flickered in his Byakugan. He would wait for Uchiha Itachi to return to apologize personally. He hoped this matter could be resolved amicably. The old Hyuga clan leader, seeing Hyuga Yuan lying at his feet like a defeated dog, disdainfully commanded, "Get lost." Within the Uchiha clan, the news sparked tumultuous reactions among the upper echelons, especially the elder who had initially sent Uchiha Itachi to his doom. Go offer some compensation to Uchiha Itachi's family. Double the condolence money for Uchiha Hate. Uchiha Hate believed that since they were of the Uchiha bloodline, offering some recompense was a grace. Should anyone be ungrateful, they would face the clan's judgment. Little did they know, Uchiha Fugaku was already preparing to return and assumed the role of clan leader. Upon receiving his message, Uchiha Fugaku's team had subtly delivered numerous items, greatly improving the living conditions of Uchiha Itachi's parents. Besides the 100,000 ryo from Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Hate had not touched the items sent by the Uchiha clan, leaving them stored in the house's storage room. What challenges might await our Itachi upon his return? Uchiha Reina had been restless these past few days, and upon hearing that the last group of ninjas would soon withdraw, her and her husband's faces clouded with worry. They feared for Uchiha Itachi's safety and dreaded that upon his return, he would become embroiled in the Uchiha clan's chaotic affairs. Uchiha Hate patted Uchiha Reina's hand, his eyes glimmering with reassurance. "Do not worry. No matter what happens, even at the cost of my life, I will ensure Itachi remains unharmed." Chapter 30. Securing the daimyo of the land of Rice. Unsure of how to infiltrate the daimyo's residence, Uchiha Itachi decided to entrust the matter of intelligence to Orochimaru. He would not have established himself in the land of Rice without some degree of power. Uchiha Itachi ventured out alone for training, wielding his katana with peculiar movements. To any onlookers, it would appear as if he were merely playing pretend. In truth, he was more adept at the art of the blade than the conventional swordsmanship of this world. He had once sought a master abroad to learn the blade technique, having only practiced it superficially. Now, however, he could transform tempered steel into a supple weapon. Albeit he had yet to find suitable materials to craft his own sword and had to make do with a katana salvaged from the battlefield. With a single strike, he felled the trees around him. After his training, Uchiha Itachi wiped down the blade. Once he acquired sufficient funds, he would commission a blade and bestow upon his technique an elegant name. "Ah, young one, your swordsmanship is impressive." Uchiha Itachi turned to find Jiraiya and a brooding Orochimaru standing not far off. Uchiha frowned, puzzled as to why they had taken the time to observe his training. Yet he revealed none of his thoughts, respectfully greeting, "Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru." Unexpectedly, under Shoma's guidance, he has grasped the essence of his blade technique. "Truly remarkable," Orochimaru remarked. However, Itachi-kun's technique lacks a certain ferocity. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. Was this a form of guidance? But upon reflection, it was indeed so. He had no desire for battle. His aim to grow stronger was solely for the sake of survival. If possible, he would prefer to resolve issues through the most peaceful means. Closing his eyes once more, Uchiha Itachi grasped the katana anew. The moment he opened his eyes, he struck backward. This time, devoid of the previous softness, it bore a hint of murderous intent, and the trees that stood in his path were left mercilessly felled. It was this sensation Uchiha Itachi suddenly understood. The sword and his body seemed to have merged into a singular entity. Jiraiya watched in astonishment as Uchiha Itachi wielded his blade within the forest. If he had previously seen a prodigious junior, now he witnessed a slayer of lives. What others might take a lifetime to comprehend, he had grasped in the span of Orochimaru's mere words. No wonder Orochimaru enjoyed his company. Ugh, taking him on missions. Orochimaru thought. Within 10 years, he would likely surpass us. His destiny was destined for greatness. Orochimaru withheld the thought that Konoha could not contain him. After attaining this insight, Uchiha Itachi sheathed his sword, surveying the devastated grove, murmuring, "What a transgression, to have destroyed so much flora." Yet swiftly, such remorse dissipated. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, that was simply the way of things. Who faulted a tree for its existence? "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for your guidance." Orochimaru ensnared Uchiha Itachi in a genjutsu, instructing, "You must find a way to infiltrate the daimyo's residence, seize control of him, and return to the village via a shortcut, meeting up along the way." The two, one tall and one short, exchanged glances. Jiraiya stroked his chin, feeling their gaze upon one another was excessively intimate. Ahem. Have you completed your mission? When will you return to the village? Tomorrow, we may encounter Shoma. Orochimaru took Jiraiya to an izakaya, while he himself seized the opportunity to leave with the shadow clone. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, upon acquiring the map to the daimyo's estate, fell into contemplation. Should he treat the daimyo's ailment? Recalling the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge he had once encountered, he purchased every tonic that could bolster the yang energy, transforming into Mizuki's guise as he approached the daimyo's residence. Upon entering, he immediately sensed several powerful chakra signatures swirling within the estate. No wonder this ordinary man was protected. No ninja dared to attack. There were at least 10 jonin present. One jonin's annual salary would be a significant sum. It would be challenging to amass such wealth. The Hokage and the daimyo operated on contrasting principles, one profiting through skill, the other through commerce. As Uchiha Itachi entered the daimyo's chamber, he gasped in astonishment. Apart from a few female jonin attending to him, the room's decor was opulent beyond belief. Wow! For such a small nation to possess this level of luxury, how extravagant must the daimyo of the Land of Fire be? Greed was an inevitable sentiment. Were these resources allocated to research materials, a decade's worth of endeavors would pose no issue. As he passed by a jonin, he could distinctly sense the individual's prowess at the elite jonin level. Wait! The jonin called out to Uchiha Itachi, pointing at a basket filled with herbs. What are these? Medicines for men? Uchiha Itachi replied coldly. The man paused for a moment, then seemed to understand, giving Uchiha Itachi a look of desire. Uchiha Itachi discreetly slipped one of the packets into the man's embrace when the daimyo was not looking. All right, let us continue today. The daimyo, reclining on his bed, shooed away the surrounding ninjas. After all, such an illness was not something one wished to be publicly known. Daimyo, today we can try a special medicine. Results within 3 days. The daimyo rose with excitement. He had no desire for needles, and if medicine could bring about healing, who would choose to endure injections? Excellent. Is it truly so effective? Suddenly, a blade pressed against the daimyo's neck. Do not speak, look into my eyes. Uchiha Itachi employed his 3-tomo Sharingan to cast a genjutsu, thereby controlling the daimyo's thoughts. I am Uchiha Itachi. From this moment forth, you shall obey my commands. Yes, master, I will heed your commands. The words of Uchiha Jun echoed like a death knell, leaving the feudal lord without a shred of resistance as he lay prostrate. Was this all there was to it? From this moment onward, continue your role as the feudal lord, awaiting my command. Outside, a ninja, having procured a package of rejuvenating medicine, uttered something that drew the attention of all, who now gathered 100 meters from the door, eagerly waiting for Uchiha Jun's emergence. My lord, that medicine. A flurry of starry-eyed gazes met Uchiha Jun, causing his eyelid to twitch as he hastily scribbled a prescription and tossed it to them. By dawn, the herbs listed on that prescription had skyrocketed in price across the land of rice. According to Orochimaru, he could take a shortcut back to the village without having to rendezvous with him. Ah, splendid. I shall find a place to sell the surplus ninja tools from the battlefield to supplement my family's income. Uchiha Jun sold 9,000 kunai, 3,000 shuriken, and 500 scrolls at a weapon shop in the land of rice for a fraction of their original price, amassing a considerable sum to bring back to his ailing parents. Do you have any surgical knives here? The shopkeeper, who had profited handsomely from the low-priced ninja tools, beamed with delight, envisioning the substantial earnings he would make during these tumultuous times. Yes, we have several types. If you purchase the entire set, I can offer you a 20% discount. Chapter 31. Severing Roots for Reputation. The variety of surgical knives exceeded Uchiha Jun's expectations. I'll take 3 sets. Very well. My lord, I shall prepare them for you. The shopkeeper's face radiated with joy, displaying no interest in the purpose of the sale, merely eager to make a profit. My lord, I also have some basic medical supplies. Would you be interested? Uchiha Jun's interest piqued. There were certain items that were difficult to procure in Konoha, and acquiring suitable ones would be advantageous. Please, show me your latest medical supplies. The shopkeeper led Uchiha Jun to a separate display case, introducing him to various reagents, preservation chambers, silver needles, and surgical tools, claiming to have the most comprehensive collection. Surprised by the silver needles, Uchiha Jun selected 2 boxes along with some reagents, settling the bill before departing the land of rice. However, as he exited the shop, he found himself under surveillance. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Jun took a shortcut towards Konoha, only to be intercepted by a group of shadowy figures. Judging by their attire, this team hailed from Root. It seemed someone hidden within Konoha had become aware of his intentions to rob along the way. Uchiha Jun's blood-red eyes appeared terrifyingly bloodthirsty, devoid of any emotion. Of course, having never attended school, Uchiha Jun feigned ignorance. An interception signified an enemy, and he could not afford to show leniency. Perhaps he could even bring back their heads to Konoha for a reward. It appears you shall be the first to experience my swordsmanship. One of the ninja arrogantly commanded, Uchiha Jun, we are Yin Bu of Konoha. Come with us. Impersonating Konoha ninjas and attempting to seize Uchiha's Sharingan? How audacious! Uchiha Jun roared, his blade already slicing through one man's throat as he calmly inquired, which village do you belong to dare impersonate Konoha ninjas so brazenly? Water release, water chaos. Lightning cutter. Before the ninja could complete his hand signs, Uchiha Jun had pierced through his chest. Observing that these individuals lacked any clan affiliation, he reasoned that he could eliminate them without remorse. After all, they had concealed their identities, lacking the symbolic Konoha insignia. Moreover, Uchiha Jun had never attended school. How could he possibly discern such convolutions? With 2 Root members already dispatched, Uchiha Jun smirked coldly. You should be the ones to perish for impersonating Konoha ninjas. I will sever your heads and present them to the Hokage for a reward. As he wielded his katana, dancing gracefully amongst the remaining 4. His technique appeared almost alive, each slash, cut, and thrust finding its mark, his movements fluid as though performing a magnificent ballet. With a swift motion, he claimed another life. Gazing arrogantly at the remaining 3, caressing his bloodied blade, he murmured, from now on, my swordsmanship shall be known as Dark Night. The last 3, witnessing yet another fall beneath his blade, resolved to take his life, intending to extract his Sharingan for Danzo and redeem themselves. A gentle breeze tousled his bangs, brushing against his cool and striking visage, his eyes radiating an icy ferocity. In that moment, Uchiha Jun savored the exhilarating rush of power, his lips parting to emit a voice reminiscent of a hellish reaper. Let the dance begin. The Root ninjas, sensing impending doom, hastily retreated, but it was too late. 2 more lives were claimed, their eyes remaining wide open in death. Only you remain. Danzo will not spare you, one of them exclaimed, releasing a smoke bomb to obscure their escape. Yet, they perhaps forgot that their foe was Uchiha. Sounds of combat echoed nearby, accompanied by the thunderous approach of numerous footsteps. The Root ninja seemed to glimpse hope, turning to flee. Uchiha Jun pursued, shouting, halt! I shall not allow you to disrupt the peace of the village. Stop! A voice rang out from behind, belonging to Hatake Tsukumo. However, it was too late. Uchiha Jun had already claimed the final life. What are you doing, Uchiha Jun? Tsukumo and several other ninjas followed, equally bewildered. Uchiha Jun leisurely wiped the blood from his blade, severing the head of the Root ninja, and calmly explained, Lord Tsukumo, you arrived just in time. These individuals were impersonating Konoha ninjas, attempting to abduct me to procure my Sharingan. You. Observing the slain ninjas devoid of Konoha's distinctive insignia, Hatake Tsukumo recognized them as Root ninjas. Could it be that a certain lord intended to take action against Uchiha Jun, only to have his agents face retaliation? Renowned for their ruthlessness, the sight of 6 corpses left Tsukumo in disbelief. Lord Jun has saved the village, thwarting the infiltrators. Indeed, a true hero, murmured the crowd behind him. Hatake Tsukumo furrowed his brow, realizing the complexity of the situation. My lord, please step aside. I must sever their heads. Uchiha Jun remarked nonchalantly as he passed Tsukumo. The heads of spies are highly valuable. They could fetch a considerable sum, 2 jonins worth. Allow me to assist you. I will help as well. Ninjas behind Tsukumo eagerly prepared to retrieve kunai, while Uchiha Jun graciously offered a smile. Thank you, everyone. Perhaps we shall dine together upon our return. It has been ages since I indulged in Ichiraku ramen. Many ninjas followed closely behind, including Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, coldly inquired, what on earth transpired here? Without needing Uchiha Jun to speak, the assisting ninjas began to explain, interspersing their account with boastful remarks. While others were unfamiliar with the assailants, Jiraiya and Orochimaru recognized their identities. Sensing Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze, Uchiha Jun averted his eyes, inadvertently curling his lips in a smirk. Oh, this little one is being deliberate, yet lacks proof. How amusing. This will surely ruffle Danzo and the old man's feathers. Orochimaru licked his lips, eagerly anticipating their reactions. Let us hasten. We must reach the village before nightfall, commanded Orochimaru, prompting the others to quicken their pace, while Uchiha Jun nonchalantly hefted 3 heads in his hands. One ninja, seeing Uchiha Jun struggling with so many heads, suggested, "My lord, perhaps you should use a scroll?" Uchiha Jun turned back, a knowing smile gracing his face. No need. Should there be other spies, they must learn that attacking Konoha comes with dire consequences. Chapter 32 Danzo, Konoha Village. At the forefront, many ninja families and villagers welcomed their return. It was Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, and Lord Tsukumo. How impressive. I never expected to see so many prominent figures today. Heroes. Who is that beside Lord Orochimaru? What he is holding. When the third Hokage and the Elder Council saw what Uchiha Jun was carrying, their expressions darkened. However, a voice soon emerged from the crowd. Lord Jun, look at me, you saved me. Some female ninjas even waved small flags. Is he Uchiha Jun? That cruel and sinister Uchiha. It was he who harmed the Hyuga clan. How terrifying. Why has he returned to the village, carrying such a gruesome trophy? How could someone like him come back to the village? Why didn't he perish outside? It is truly frightening. The murmurs in the crowd quickly caught Uchiha Jun's attention. Upon spotting Uchiha Reina and Uchiha Huai among the crowd, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips, followed by a piercing gaze fixed upon the Hokage. He glanced at Orochimaru and quietly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, would it be appropriate to nail this head to the frame of the Konoha Gate? Such ambition. I look forward to it. Orochimaru rasped in response. Hokage-sama. On his way back, Lord Jun encountered a desperate traitor from his village, slaying 6 individuals, including 2 jonin. One ninja among the returning group shouted out, unable to contain himself. This saved Uchiha Jun the trouble, stepping forward with the head. He presented it before the third Hokage's feet. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched as he recognized the fallen ninjas of the Uchiha clan, his suppressed fury boiling beneath the surface. These were Root's dead operatives. How foolish of my old friend Danzo to dare act against Uchiha Jun at this juncture. The third Hokage, with a gentle smile, praised. You are indeed Uchiha Jun, a fine child. Yet the anger in his eyes was hard to conceal. Old man, since it is Lord Jun's achievement, let him deal with these traitors. Orochimaru interjected at an opportune moment, and the third Hokage, taking the cue, directly handed the matter over to Uchiha Jun. Uchiha Jun tossed the head towards the entrance, 6 kunai shot out, firmly pinning it to the gate. The third Hokage turned pale. He had expected Uchiha Jun to offer some pleasantries or hand the evidence to the intelligence department. Instead, he had nailed it to the entrance. The lurking ninjas might still be hidden in the shadows. As a warning, those who sought to disrupt Konoha should reconsider their fate. Uchiha Jun's grand declaration was met with applause from the returning ninjas, who cheered in approval. Only the higher-ups of Konoha wore grim expressions. Uchiha Jun, how dare you assassinate the village's ninja? A crime. Silence. The third Hokage interrupted Tezuki Kamachi's words. What? They are ninjas of Konoha? Not imposters? Then why did they attempt to kill me and take my eyes? Uchiha Jun posed 3 questions, laying all the conspiracies bare. If they acknowledged the identities of those from Root, it would mean the village had sent assassins to eliminate a hero returning from the battlefield, while coveting the eyes of the Uchiha. If they denied it, they would have to shoulder the blame themselves. A breakthrough. Just these 3 phrases. The third Hokage seethed inwardly, but his face remained adorned with a smile. These individuals had infiltrated deeply. If you had not uncovered their flaws, they might have remained hidden even longer. Uchiha Jun feigned realization and continued. I see now, they claim to have been sent to kill me. By whom, I wonder? Uchiha Jun pretended to ponder. I remember now. It was by Danzo. The third Hokage and the Konoha higher-ups tensed at the mention of this name. Danzo? Just as they sighed in relief at this answer. Uchiha Jun added, it seems it was Danzo. Yes, it was Danzo. Uchiha Jun disregarded the gazes of all around him and continued. We must investigate which ninja village this group belongs to. They clearly covet the eyes of the Uchiha and are likely not up to any good. We should be on guard. Who knows, they might even set their sights on the Byakugan. This seemingly casual remark was taken seriously by the Hyuga clan, who had lost a member of their main family. Uchiha Jun, you sow discord. Guards, take him to the Umbu for interrogation. Tezuki Kamachi barked furiously. Who dares? Orochimaru's killer intent surged, glaring dangerously at Tezuki Kamachi. You wish to attack a returning ninja? What would your reasoning be? Should we also be apprehended and interrogated? Though framed as a question, it bore an implicit threat. Elderly people often suffer from senility and become emotional. Lord Orochimaru, I understand. But I fail to see why you accuse me of sowing discord. Is Danzo your friend? Or is my analysis unfounded? If they sought the ocular bloodline technique and failed to seize the Uchiha's eyes, they would surely turn to the Byakugan. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in agreement. Could this advisor be a deeply entrenched spy from an enemy nation? Instantly, the gazes of many turned hostile towards Tezuki Kamachi. The existence of Danzo was not known to all, and root members remained in the shadows. Uchiha-jun, the head is a primary channel for obtaining intelligence. Your actions severely undermine the organization and will cause trouble for the intelligence department. The third Hokage quickly diverted the conversation. Tezuki Kamachi huffed. I believe he is doing this intentionally. He may have already harbored rebellious thoughts. Uchiha-jun nodded seriously, his innocent eyes turning to the third Hokage. I see now. I must attend the Ninja Academy to catch up. It seems not having attended school has its drawbacks. This statement left the third Hokage speechless, as he had forgotten that Uchiha-jun had never attended the Ninja Academy. It was no wonder he was so cruel and sinister. How could such a person be allowed to be a ninja, akin to a butcher? If you disdain butchers, then don't eat meat. The crowd erupted into chaos once again. The third Hokage rubbed his temples. Such a welcoming ceremony had stirred up so much turmoil. All right, welcome back, heroes. As for Uchiha-jun, I will arrange for you tomorrow. Before he could finish, Orochimaru interrupted. Hokage-sama, Uchiha-jun has already returned to my command. Chapter 33. Jun is a good child. He believed that Uchiha-jun could assist him in his experiments. How could he let him waste time in the Ninja Academy? Moreover, he was quite interested in the concept of antioxidants. If Uchiha-jun could complete this experiment, what harm would it do to lend him a hand? Uchiha-jun's return elicited mixed reactions. At a young age, being under the command of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, granted him a certain influence within Konoha. It was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the higher echelons of the village. Responding to the Elder Council and the returning Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Konoha's white fan convened in the meeting room to report. The focus was on the issue of Uchiha-jun. This child seems to possess a temperament different from the Uchiha. Mito Gatika expressed his concerns. Regardless of his awareness, he has slain Konoha's ninjas. Tezuki Kamachi harshly reprimanded, harboring a deep disdain for this troublesome young man. The third Hokage, relatively more rational, posed the question to Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Orochimaru. What are your thoughts? Kakashi remained impassive, as if frozen in place, while the third Hokage turned to his most favored disciple, Orochimaru. Orochimaru rested his chin on his hand, his mind drifting to his laboratory, reflecting on the biochemical and physical theories mentioned by Uchiha Zen. The third Hokage turned to Jiraiya, who was earnestly holding a notebook in front of him, his smile gradually taking on a lecherous quality. Losing hope in Jiraiya, the third Hokage directly addressed Orochimaru, inquiring about his thoughts on Uchiha Zen. Abruptly pulled back to reality by the third Hokage's interruption, Orochimaru expressed his displeasure but replied, "A splendid young fellow. I hold great admiration for him. I wish for no unpleasantness to arise in the future." The third Hokage's expression darkened, casting doubt on the veracity of the rumors. Orochimaru, you are not a child anymore. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two about courtship from Jiraiya. Having anticipated that his report would allow him to return to his long-neglected laboratory, Orochimaru found himself weary of the incessant prattle of the third Hokage and the Elder Council. If there is nothing of great importance, I shall take my leave. With a swift movement, Orochimaru vanished from the conference room, leaving behind an irate Elder Council and a restless Kakashi. Indeed, Lord Sarutobi was showing signs of age. Jiraiya, sensing the moment, chimed in, echoing, "A splendid young fellow. Orochimaru greatly admires him. I wish for no unpleasantness to arise in the future." With that, he too transformed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared from the conference room. Kakashi, feeling slightly awkward, noted that these were students of the Hokage. Able to depart at will, he pondered how to justify his own actions. Suddenly, struck by inspiration, he declared, "A splendid young fellow. Everyone holds him in high regard. I believe even Kakashi would appreciate him." With that, He too vanished from the conference room. Returning home, Uchiha Reina had prepared a warm feast, a rare occasion for a comforting dinner after a year. Regardless of the dangers posed by Orochimaru, the profound thoughts of his teammates, or the enemies on the battlefield, Uchiha Zen found himself at ease. Yet, he was uncertain how to confront Uchiha Huai and his wife. Perhaps it was due to his past as an orphan, lacking an understanding of familial bonds, or perhaps he simply could not accept their unprovoked kindness. Observing Uchiha Reina bustling about in the kitchen, he shook his head and sighed. "Mother, do not fuss. Let us dine together." Uchiha Huai at the table echoed. "Reina, there is no more room on the table." Coming. The soup will be ready shortly," Uchiha Reina cheerfully responded, placing a pot of fragrant soup on the table. Just as the family prepared to eat, Uchiha clan members burst in, haughtily commanding, "Uchiha Zen, the elder requests your presence." Though they used the word request, their demeanor was anything but courteous, especially during mealtime. Uchiha Huai's expression soured, while Uchiha Reina grasped the tablecloth in confusion. Noticing Uchiha Zen's indifference, the voice rose a few decibels. "Hey, do you wish to defy the elder's command?" Uchiha Zen's actions came to a halt. In a swift motion, a pair of chopsticks grazed the necks of the two Uchiha, instilling a fear akin to death's cold touch. "Begone!" Uchiha Zen coldly cast a glance at the two, then turned to Uchiha Reina with a smile, saying, "Mother, could you please fetch me another pair of chopsticks? We shall report to the elder shortly." Upon seeing Uchiha Zen's three-tomo Sharingan, the two clan members suppressed their anger and adopted a much more respectful tone. After all, in the Uchiha clan, only those with advanced ocular abilities commanded respect, and strength represented everything. "Is this appropriate, Zen?" Uchiha Reina asked, concerned that the clan members might create trouble for her child. "Mother, let us eat. Do not mind them." Seemingly struck by an idea, Uchiha Zen produced a large scroll and handed it to Uchiha Reina, revealing a bounty of 3 million ryo, plundered from the battlefield. "Mother, you may use this for household expenses. There is no need to be frugal." They were indeed somewhat impoverished, and it was likely that this meal was prepared through much saving. Uchiha Reina looked at Uchiha Huai, who nodded in acceptance of the scroll, her eyes glistening with tears. "It is wonderful that you have returned. By the way, Narachi has sent us 100,000 ryo, which helped us greatly. We should invite him over for dinner as a gesture of gratitude." Uchiha Reina's face lit up with joy at the mention of Narachi. Feeling proud that her son had such unwavering faith in his teammates despite the rumors. "Narachi? He sent us money?" Uchiha Zen pondered Narachi's intentions and asked, "Were things at home difficult before?" The compensation had not been dispersed, and the hospital salaries were delayed. Moreover, there were rumors that you harmed the Hyuga. So I wanted to check if you were injured. Chiha is a good child, thus. I understand. I will visit my teammates when I have the opportunity. After finishing dinner, Uchiha Zen reclined on the tatami mat to rest leisurely for a moment. Soon, Uchiha Reina approached with the scroll, thinking it was her child's act of filial piety. The amount within did not matter. She could add a little more to bring back to Narachi. After all, he had helped them during their most trying times. Upon opening the scroll, she was taken aback to find such a vast sum, 3 million ryo. Her first reaction was not joy but sorrow. How many dangerous missions must one undertake to earn such a fortune? As a mother, how could she accept money earned at the cost of life? "Zen, this is far too much. You should keep it for yourself to buy what you need. We have no use for it." Mother?" Uchiha Zen, observing his mother's panicked expression, explained, "I have set aside pocket money for myself. If it is insufficient, I shall ask you for more. We truly do not need to be frugal with this. But, mother, I will let you keep it until you find a girlfriend and start a family." Uchiha Zen thought, he is only 7. He is not that mature yet. Moreover, he has not harbored any thoughts about girls. From his previous life, he knew that emotions could hinder his abilities in dissection. Chapter 34, The Elder. Clan meetings are the right of the clan leader. May I inquire if Lord Zen is at home? The elder requests your presence at the clan meeting. Just as he had a moment to himself, a ninja from the Uchiha clan arrived to summon him to the elder. However, this time, both the strength and demeanor of the ninja were markedly improved compared to the previous ones. "Mother, I shall step out for a moment." Uchiha Zen returned to his room to don his sword. The Uchiha ninja waiting outside wore a stiff expression. After all, this was a meeting with the elder, not a mission to kill. Why prepare so thoroughly? Yet, the elder had not prohibited him from bringing it, so he chose to feign ignorance. Upon entering, Uchiha Zen was met with the elder's reprimand. Ah, Uchiha Zen, you would keep everyone waiting to attend the clan meeting? If you hold grievances against the Uchiha, you need not attend. The elder's discontent stemmed from Uchiha Zen's behavior, aiming to set an example. However, Uchiha Zen did not acknowledge his reprimand and instead dismissed him with indifference. Then, I take my leave. Uchiha Zen turned to exit. Everyone was taken aback. Even Uchiha Fugaku wore a bewildered expression. The two confidants of the elder blocked Uchiha Zen's path. Dark Knight's dying sun. As Uchiha Zen passed by the two confidants, they knelt in terror, a thin line of blood appearing on their necks, not deep enough to strike the artery, but sufficient to cause genuine harm. Had Uchiha Zen pressed even slightly further, they would have been on the path to the afterlife. The elder and all Uchiha clan members were simultaneously struck by shock and exhilaration. They revered strength. Impudent, Uchiha Zen, how dare you lay hands on your kin? Uchiha Zen slightly turned his face, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Elder, the Uchiha clan meeting is the prerogative of the clan leader. What authority do you possess here? The elder fell onto the tatami mat, witnessing Uchiha Jun in that moment, resembling a bloodthirsty Ajura, and could not help but recall a certain individual, a man whose name was synonymous with the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara. He had once regarded their clan with such a gaze. Cold, disdainful, even tinged with a hint of annihilation. The elder involuntarily uttered the name, causing the entire Uchiha clan to change countenance. In both Konoha and the Uchiha, this was a taboo. How dare one who manipulates power invoke such a name? Uchiha Jun remained as frigid as ever, turning and stepping forward, compelling all Uchiha clansmen to part ways for him. He understood that Uchiha Madara was a true powerhouse, a legendary hero of an era marked by chaos. He did not lose to Senju Hashirama, but rather to his disdain for the machinations of power. Betrayal by friends and kin, this was the fate of a great hero. From his nearly century-long scheming to resurrect and realize the Eye of the Moon plan, it was evident that he was not ignorant of political stratagems, but rather held them in contempt. Yet, his end was still dictated by such intrigues. Uchiha Jun was a man of ideals. He respected those who held aspirations, like Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara, who advanced relentlessly, overcoming obstacles for their beliefs. Was there wrongdoing in Danzo's actions? Was there fault in the third Hokage's? From their perspectives, they were simply enraptured by power, willing to sacrifice everything for it. However, they encroached upon their own interests, thus becoming destined adversaries. Do not approach. Do not come closer. The elder, now gripped by fear, retreated without dignity, entirely stripped of the authority he once commanded. According to Uchiha tradition, only the clan leader possessed the right to convene a clan meeting. When did the elder acquire such authority? With each step Uchiha Jun took, it felt as though he were treading upon the elder's very heart. Despite being merely a 7-year-old child, he exuded an overwhelming pressure upon all. Jinkuin, please remain calm. The elder convened the meeting to select a clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku interjected, concerned that Jun's blade might inadvertently touch the elder's throat. Is that so? My apologies. Whom do you recommend as clan leader? Uchiha Jun halted, looking down with an air of superiority. Your cowardly grandson? Indeed, that had been the elder's initial thought. Yet now he dared not nod, completely overshadowed by Uchiha Jun's presence. Noticing the elder's silence, Jun turned to the assembly. What do you all think? Who is suitable to become clan leader? The Uchiha clansmen remained silent, unable to discern Jin's stance on whether he wished to lead or had another candidate in mind. Since you have no recommendations, I believe Uchiha Fugaku would be a fine choice. Do you have any objections? The assembly was taken aback. Uchiha Fugaku was indeed suitable. His father had once been the clan leader, and he had achieved merit on the battlefield. I support Lord Jun's choice. Lord Fugaku should become clan leader. His age is appropriate, he possesses experience, and he has made contributions. Lord Jun is indeed talented, but still quite young. There is no issue with him becoming the next clan leader. Agreed. Agreed. Since there are no objections, let us disperse and return home to rest early. What do you think, Fugaku? Even Uchiha Fugaku was bewildered. Was it truly this simple and straightforward? He had anticipated how to win over the clansmen and eliminate the elder's influence to ascend as leader. Yet, it was settled so easily. Countless Sharingan gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, awaiting his response. Had it not been for the groundwork laid prior, he might have thought the clansmen wished to consume him alive. Then let us adjourn. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed, issuing his first command. After leaving the Uchiha shrine, he called out to Uchiha Jinkuin. Do you have time to join me for a cup of tea? Huh. Lord Leader, is there something you need? Uchiha Jun longed for a peaceful slumber. Ever since entering the battlefield, sleepless nights had become the norm, and he was still growing and needed ample rest, lest he become a mere shadow of himself. Thank you, Jinkuin. To express my gratitude, I will unconditionally provide training resources from your family. Uchiha Fugaku spoke earnestly. Oh, I require you to ensure the safety of my parents. That is my only condition. While he could not extend familial affection to Uchiha Huai and his wife, guaranteeing their lifelong security was imperative. Uchiha Fugaku, though surprised, understood and assured, as long as I, Uchiha Fugaku, am in power, I will guarantee your parents' safety. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan shall face annihilation. Others might not know, but Uchiha Jun was aware that the Uchiha had indeed faced extinction, orchestrated by his own eldest son, whether or not he was overthinking it. Perhaps there was no causal relationship. Contemplating his impending discussion with Hinata, he decided against further idle chatter with Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Leader, there is a fierce battle tomorrow. I must retire early. Farewell. Chapter 35. Killing 3 birds with 1 arrow at the roots of Konoha, in a dim underground chamber. Danzo was infuriated by the 3rd Hokage's aggressive demeanor. Hizashi, Uchiha are inherently malevolent. We must send him to the roots while he is still young. Your methods are too feeble. Konoha will inevitably fall under your watch. I need you to explain why you targeted Uchiha Jun. His current reputation can sway public sentiment. And today's events have already sown seeds of doubt among the villagers. You should have killed Uchiha Jun then. He killed Konoha's ninja. He murdered enemy spies. This matter hardly requires reiteration. Moreover, the entire village knows that the assassination of Uchiha was under your orders, Danzo. And so what? Danzo sneered coldly. The disappearance of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Jun has inadvertently linked the 2 incidents. I fear the Hyuga have already begun to harbor suspicions. The 3rd Hokage pondered for a moment. Hand over the Byakugan. I will find a reason to placate them. For the sake of the village. The elder of the Hyuga clan will grant me this favor. What do I care about the disappearance of the Hyuga clan? Danzo scoffed. If they seek trouble, we shall apply pressure with a hard stance. Danzo, the envoys from other nations are returning in the next few days. Do not provoke any incidents. The conversation has reached this point. The 3rd Hokage began to suspect that the Hyuga's gaze had fallen upon Danzo, for it was only this close friend who could discern the Hyuga's movements and erase traces without a trace. On a moonless, windy night, a sleepless night was in store. Countless shadows flitted through the Uchiha clan grounds. A ninja wielding kunai lunged toward the sleeping Uchiha Jun. Just a little brat. And Lord Danzo mobilizes 10 elite shinobi. Bang! The person beneath the covers transformed into a puff of smoke. What? It turned out that Uchiha Jun had silently reaped his life from behind. Outside, a ninja suddenly shouted, "Not good. Number 3 has been killed." Byakugan? Just right. Uchiha Jun emerged from his room clad in pajamas, brandishing a blade, his crimson Sharingan appearing especially sinister in the night. Kill! One of the ninjas commanded. And in the darkness, the clash of weapons sparked brilliantly in the air. Uchiha Jun smirked, tossing dozens of explosive tags into the air, detonating them simultaneously. The violent tremor awoke all Uchiha. Uchiha Huai and his wife were the first to rush out, witnessing Uchiha Jun battling several ninjas. Jun. Uchiha Huai covered Uchiha Reina's mouth from behind, whispering, "Return. Do not cause trouble for the child." The couple silently retreated to their room, where Uchiha Huai said a genjutsu. Anyone who entered would fall into the illusion, and even a few seconds would suffice for him to eliminate the intruder. Uchiha is under attack. Kill. The first to arrive was Uchiha Hakadai, with other clansmen following closely behind. Uchiha Fugaku, the furthest away, also rushed with utmost speed. Uchiha Jun stood atop the roof, wielding his great sword, observing the few who were preparing to flee. Leave no one behind. Uchiha Jun's voice was cold and calm, as if he were stating a mere fact. Uchiha Hakadai was the first to strike, seemingly possessed by madness as he began to obstruct the individuals. The other Uchiha followed suit, engaging in combat. Jinkuin, are you alright? Who dares to act against the Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku lamented, having just assumed the role of clan leader. Not even a full night had passed. Uchiha Jun shook his head, coldly stating, "Too merciful. Despite the 20-odd Uchiha ninjas merely trying to block the intruders, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Stand aside. Dark Knight's dying sun. Uchiha Jun charged in, claiming the life of one root member. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension. After all, killing in Konoha was no light matter. All Uchiha ninjas vacated the battlefield, allowing Uchiha Jun to take the lead, dispersing to prevent any escape. Uchiha Hakadai gazed in rapture at Uchiha Jun as he danced with his blade. Impressive. Uchiha En stared at Uchiha Jun, feeling an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in reverence, his blood surging. It seemed that this was the person he wished to follow. How dare you, Uchiha rebel? A heavily injured ninja protested, but Uchiha En, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and delivered a fatal blow, silencing him for good. Retreat. 10 of us will head to the Uchiha compound, he commanded, with only 4 remaining. Uchiha Jun had yet to move against the Hyuga. Do not let them escape the Uchiha compound. The fleeing root members finally sensed their fear. Uchiha Jun relentlessly pursued the Hyuga, determined to keep him alive. Soon, the others were captured, and Uchiha Jun returned to his doorstep, dragging the Hyuga along. Seeing that several subdued root members were still alive, Uchiha Jun expressed his dissatisfaction. Jinkuin, we have a bit of trouble. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, realizing they were Konoha root ninjas. What Konoha root ninjas? Just as Uchiha Fugaku began to explain, Uchiha Jun removed the mask from the dragged Hyuga's face, calmly stating, they are Hyuga ninjas. Kill them. Uchiha Jun remained unsettlingly calm. The 20-odd Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances between Uchiha Jun and Uchiha Fugaku, hesitating. At that moment, Uchiha En stabbed the subdued individual. Uchiha Hakadai slit the throats of the other 2. They did not hesitate to follow Uchiha Jun's orders. Jinkuin. Uchiha Fugaku's brows tightened, panic rising within him. Now only one Hyuga remains. Uchiha Jun tossed explosive tags onto all the corpses and hurled another into the air. Boom. The subsequent explosion captured the attention of Konoha's Umbu. The bodies were utterly destroyed, leaving no trace of the assailants. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly comprehended that Uchiha Jun had implied that the Hyuga were behind the attack on them. Though the Uchiha clan was not particularly astute, they were not foolish. They quickly understood what to say and do next. All gazes turned to Uchiha Jun with admiration. No wonder he is Jinkuin. The shadows on Uchiha Fugaku's face dissipated. He truly wondered whether Jun was merely 7 years old or possessed the essence of an ancient spirit. The initial explosive tags were not meant to draw attention to the Uchiha, but rather to alert Konoha. Given the remote location of the Uchiha compound, it would take time to arrive. Once again detonating explosive tags to obliterate the corpses, they ensured that the identity of the assailants would remain untraceable. Leaving only one Hyuga, the most recognizable face of Konoha's ninjas, they could incite anger and storm the Hyuga estate, casting themselves as victims while placing the blame squarely on the Hyuga, deflecting any prior negative sentiments towards the Uchiha. A masterful scheme. Chapter 36. Drumming and cursing the Hyuga. The Umbu ninjas at the entrance of the Uchiha compound witnessed a throng of Uchiha, parading with a pile of unknown objects while loudly cursing the Hyuga. The one leading the tirade was Uchiha En, whose verbal assault was relentless, akin to a machine gun, unyielding for half an hour without repetition. Even Uchiha Jun felt a sense of exasperation, as En paused only to quench his thirst before resuming. Truly a remarkable display. The approaching Umbu, hearing Uchiha En's vile remarks, inquired, "What are you doing?" Uchiha Fugaku, now emboldened by his new position, replied, "Are you Umbu?" Just in time. Our Uchiha clan was attacked by a 10-man team from the Hyuga yesterday. Please report this to Lord Hokage. The Umbu's brow twitched. The Hyuga attacked the Uchiha? Is it the Uchiha or the Hyuga that has lost their mind? However, upon witnessing a ragged Hyuga, battered and held down by 2 Uchiha, he found himself at a loss for words. I will immediately report to Lord Hokage, but I must take this person. No. If you take him, how will we seek compensation from the Hyuga? The Uchiha have suffered greatly. Does the village intend to bear the cost? Uchiha Jun emerged from the crowd, questioning. We will not make it difficult for you. Report the truth to Lord Hokage, and we will seek justice together. After the Umbu departed, the sound of the gongs awakened half of Konoha's populace. Upon reaching the Hyuga compound, they refrained from violence, instead amplifying the clamor while hurling the remnants of limbs at the entrance of the clan leader's residence. What is happening? Who has the audacity to speak so insolently here? The venerable Hyuga elder questioned, accompanied by Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. Such audacity from the Uchiha. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the newly appointed leader of the Uchiha clan. I have come to inquire about the meaning behind the Hyuga's attack on the Uchiha last night. You insolent child, cease your nonsense. The elder, while shocked like the others, retained some semblance of composure. Nonsense. Elder, you are putting on quite the act. Uchiha Fugaku signaled for two Uchiha to bring forth the captured root Hyuga. Elder Hyuga, I just inherited the leadership of the Uchiha clan yesterday, and I am met with such an untimely and discordant night. It turned out the explosion had originated from the Uchiha. The Hyuga looked on, seemingly in a trance, questioning how such a filthy deed could occur. At that moment, Uchiha struck the gong again, fanning the flames. This was a team of 10 elite ninjas. Annihilating a small nation would be child's play. Had we not fought desperately, they would have sought to eradicate the Uchiha. The elder Hyuga signaled to a clan member, who examined the heap of dismembered limbs, shaking his head. Elder, there is nothing recognizable. Hyuga Hanabi interjected arrogantly. You Uchiha are truly ruthless, attacking fellow villagers. Silence. The elder's glare could have pierced through Hyuga Hanabi, who had foolishly revealed their involvement. Foolish. Uchiha Jin chuckled, truly a worthy teammate, providing divine assistance. If it weren't for the Uchiha throwing explosive tags as if they were nothing to preserve their lives, the Uchiha clan might have ceased to exist. Wasn't it said that Uchiha Jin harmed the Hyuga? Something felt amiss. Perhaps they were intentionally slandering. 10 elite ninjas could devastate a small nation. What could they achieve in the Hyuga compound? Truly despicable, attacking in the dead of night. They deserve to be bombed. Elder Hyuga, you must provide us with an explanation. Age does not excuse disrespect. Uchiha Jin continued. We Uchiha sustained injuries to nearly 100 members, my parents among them. Good heavens. This is undoubtedly a desperate struggle. The Uchiha seem prepared for mutual destruction. That must be Uchiha Jin. He has accomplished much on the battlefield. I had no idea his parents had suffered such injuries. I know his mother works as a gentle nurse in Konoha Hospital. I maintain my stance. This incident absolutely was not perpetrated by us Hyuga. Uchiha Jin seized the hair of the root ninja and exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yen hurled the gong he held to the 8th generation and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to the root Hyuga. This abrupt action jolted the Hyuga awake, and his eyes met the familiar sight of the Hyuga estate and the elder clan leader. The distinctive white eyes manifested before all, and it was evident to anyone not blind that Uchiha's words bore a semblance of truth. Dare you assert that this is not your Hyuga? Uchiha Fugaku demanded, for this was indeed the Byakugan. Upon recognizing the individual, the elder of the Hyuga felt a pang of anxiety. This was a ninja from the root, and his presence on Uchiha territory could only mean a mission. Recalling the rumors from the previous day, a grim realization dawned upon him. Hyuga had not merely gone missing by chance. The Leaf Village was coveting the bloodlines of their two clans. For the Byakugan and Sharingan were techniques steeped in millennia of legacy. Uchiha had long been marginalized by the higher-ups of the Leaf, and Uchiha Fugaku, being newly appointed as clan leader, might not yet be aware of the root's existence. However, his years far exceeded those of the third Hokage, having witnessed the first and second generations, and thus he was privy to certain unsavory secrets. What they needed to do now was unite. The two strongest clans in the village, when allied, could not be taken lightly, especially with the recent war having left the village fragile against internal strife. The root ninja finally grasped that he had been captured, perplexed as to why he found himself at the Hyuga doorstep rather than before the Hokage or Danzo. Clan leader, save me. Before he could finish, the elder of the Hyuga activated the caged bird technique, instantly silencing the ninja. Everyone witnessed that it was the Hyuga clan leader who had executed this survivor, absolving the Uchiha of any wrongdoing. Uchiha Jin raised his voice high, anxious that those around might not hear him. We saw it clearly. It was the elder of the Hyuga who acted. He seemed to want to say something just before. He must have sought to silence him. Indeed, I too witnessed it, echoed another voice. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the third Hokage, who had hurried in upon receiving reports from the Umbu. Elder, Fugaku-kun, what transpired here? The third Hokage sought to deliver justice for the Uchiha clan, as the Hyuga had dispatched a team of 10 elite shinobi to assassinate them the night before, nearly leading to their annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku, unfazed, boldly fabricated a response. Indeed, we just appointed Lord Fugaku as clan leader yesterday. And who would have anticipated such an event to transpire in the dead of night? Uchiha Jun followed suit, expressing his ire. Had we not exhausted our last explosive tags, our clan would surely face extinction. Chapter 37. The delicate and agile Hyuga Yu, the third Hokage, aware that this was the handiwork of his ally Danzo, wore a grim expression, realizing that Uchiha Fugaku had unexpectedly ascended to the position of clan leader just yesterday. Had the elders of the Uchiha gone mad? He had never considered that Uchiha Jun could be involved. More precisely, he could not believe that a 7-year-old child could influence the attitudes of the Uchiha's upper echelon. The Hyuga clan must bear this blame. Otherwise, if both the Uchiha and Hyuga learned the truth and allied, the consequences would be dire. Danzo had acted recklessly, choosing this moment of Uchiha leadership to strike. Little did he realize that this timing not only helped the Uchiha evade accusations of intentional murder against the root, but also cleansed his own suspicions, leaving the Hyuga in the most unfortunate position. Elder Hyuga, what is your perspective? The third Hokage clearly offered the elder an opportunity to fabricate a narrative. As long as it was plausible, he would support him. This served two purposes: to apply pressure, indicating what should or should not be said, and to extend goodwill, reminding him that the Hokage still favored them. However, the elder of the Hyuga was astute and immediately discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Unity with the leaf was impossible, yet maintaining appearances was essential. The blame would undoubtedly fall upon their own shoulders. The rebellion of the Hyuga branch. I am advanced in years and possess limited energy. A single main family member vanishing without a trace. Perhaps there truly are those wishing to covet the eyes of the Uchiha and Hyuga. Uchiha Jun smirked slightly. Experience indeed bore wisdom. The elder of the Hyuga, being older than the third Hokage, would never compromise, for he would essentially be unveiling the secrets of the clans within the leaf. The Uchiha received an assassination attempt due to our eyes, and likewise, a Hyuga ninja has gone missing. The orders came from Danzo, Uchiha Jun stated. We will personally visit the Uchiha to offer our apologies and compensate for the losses. And from now on, all family matters will be handled by Hisashi. What say you, Hokage? The elder of the Hyuga voluntarily relinquishing power left the third Hokage utterly perplexed. For Hisashi was even younger than Uchiha Fugaku by a few years. Were both clans truly willing to cede authority? The third Hokage passed the responsibility back to Uchiha Fugaku, keen to observe how he would respond. To his disappointment, Uchiha Jun and Uchiha Fugaku had already conspired, ready to accept whatever the Hyuga proposed. However, whether it be reparations or apologies, these decisions rested solely with them. Moreover, there was no rule in the leaf that prohibited insults. I have no objections. However, I must mention some personal grievances. Oh, the third Hokage was taken aback by Uchiha Fugaku's lack of negotiation, yet personal grievances could vary greatly, extending beyond his control. Junkuin was slandered by his former teammate Yu, causing his parents a period of hardship. The Uchiha hold our reputation in the highest regard. As Uchiha Fugaku uttered these words, the seasoned elder of the Hyuga felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. When did the Uchiha ever care about reputation? You speak such blatant falsehoods with a straight face. The third Hokage cleared his throat, genuinely astonished. When one loses all sense of shame, they can utter any words. Upon finishing, Uchiha Fugaku casually glanced at Uchiha Jun, a gesture that did not escape the elder of the Hyuga's notice, leading his gaze to fall upon the seemingly youngest Uchiha Jun. We were once comrades. If there are grievances, let us settle them in battle. Uchiha Jun did not demand compensation or engage in arguments. It was simple, crude, and direct. Let them fight. This was easily accepted by the onlookers. A man resolves issues with a fight. It could not be more ordinary. Lord Jun, I support you. I have long held a disdain for the Hyuga. Lord Jun, I too have faith in you. I would gladly bear your offspring. Yet Uchiha Jun did not strike first. Instead, he turned to the cheering villagers. I shall not disappoint you all. Do not let the height and size of my teammate deceive you. He possesses a cunning mind, but he cannot best me. Everyone, please step back. I would not wish to harm you, for that would be my sin. Wow, Lord Jun is so gentle. Lord Jun, I too wish to bear your offspring. Go, Lord Jun, and rub that delicate fellow into the ground. You could hardly endure such provocation. Byakugan activate. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. The third Hokage found himself merely an observer, witnessing the spectacle, as it both exhausted the Hyuga and restrained the Uchiha. He had no desire to intervene. Fool. The elder of the Hyuga, who merely sought to suppress you earlier, now wished to obliterate him. To strike in such a public setting, devoid of any advantage due to age, was a folly of the highest order. You dare to attack again? Uchiha Jun exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. Then do not blame me. What? Another sneak attack? Does this person frequently resort to such tactics? Surely, Lord Jun is but a child. While Yu is of an age to have children, how can he engage in such antics? With a facade of maturity yet lacking in action, you retaliated. Fire release, great fireball technique. Heavenly return. Excuse me, borrowing this. Uchiha Jun swiftly snatched a seemingly flimsy fan from amongst the onlookers. Once again, a sudden strike shattered Hinata's ultimate defense, the Kaiten. What? Hinata's disbelief was palpable as he fell, his absolute defense broken. The Leaf's body technique, the 1,000 years of pain. At that moment, the entire street fell silent. I, Lord Jun, must have knocked him down with my fan. I seem to have witnessed a clandestine thrust from behind. It was beyond Hinata's comprehension, and even the elder of the Hinata clan could not believe it. Impossible. It simply could not be. If Uchiha Jun were to disclose the method to counter the Kaiten, the Hinata would merely be a collection of ornamental vases. Uchiha Jun tossed the fan into the hands of a bystander, rolled up his sleeves, and mounted Hinata's prostrate form, delivering blows in a circular motion. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely venting frustration. Yet, the wind and lightning chakra embedded within his strikes penetrated not just the skin but delved deep into the very marrow. While outwardly unremarkable, the excruciating pain he inflicted was a gift of sorts. After a considerable time, Uchiha Jun ceased his assault. Rising from Hinata's form, he remarked, I am utterly exhausted. All right, get up, we are even now. Hinata, barely able to move, found it a struggle even to blink, let alone rise. The gathered villagers, unaware of the truth, assumed Hinata was feigning. Hey, enough already. What man hasn't he taken a punch, who isn't he fought? Stop acting like a spoiled princess. My 3-year-old daughter isn't this delicate. Chapter 38. Only those with true ability can become the group favorite. An intriguing event unfolded early in the morning. Orochimaru, accompanied by Kakashi and Minato, who had just returned from his morning exercises, all assembled at the entrance of the Hinata residence. Jinkuin, it has been a while. You've grown stronger, Minato remarked, having been motivated to train diligently since being challenged by Uchiha Jun, aiming to be the fastest man in the ninja world. It's been a while indeed, but I am quite busy and still somewhat incapacitated, so I should refrain from training with you. Uchiha Jun, perceiving Minato's intentions, politely declined. He could not afford to reveal his habits before becoming formidable, as it would only invite trouble. Father, is he the genius you spoke of? Kakashi, young yet stoic, followed his father, Hatake Tsukumo, with a hint of hostility towards Uchiha Jun. In his competitive youth, it was hard for him to accept such high praise for someone he admired. Indeed, if one were to identify Uchiha Jun's strengths, it would be challenging, as he excels in all aspects as a ninja. Similarly, pinpointing his flaws would prove equally difficult. It is simple for a ninja to stand out in one area, yet achieving balance is a rare feat. Kakashi, somewhat dissatisfied, stubbornly questioned, who is stronger, he or I? There is no basis for comparison, Hatake Tsukumo replied without hesitation, leaving Kakashi momentarily speechless. He was a genius in school. How could there be no comparison here? Tsukumo certainly enjoyed making pointed remarks. Upon overhearing Tsukumo's words, Orochimaru chuckled and cast a glance at Kakashi, adding without hesitation, indeed, the gap is vast. Minato stood to the side, chuckling awkwardly, casting a sympathetic glance at Kakashi. This boy is truly unfortunate. However, I am curious, Jinkuin, how did you manage to break through the Kaiten? At this inquiry, all the ninjas present perked up. For the Kaiten was deemed the Hinata's ultimate defense. Who wouldn't want to know its secret? Especially the Uchiha clan. Once their shell was breached, the Uchiha and Hinata would be of little concern. Seeing Orochimaru, Uchiha Jun did not withhold his explanation. It's quite simple. Wait. The elder of the Hinata clan urgently interrupted. We should discuss compensation first. Since that is the case, Hokage, please witness this. The Hinata clan leader must offer an apology and compensation. Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, though newly appointed, understood well what needed to be done. As for the method to counter the Kaiten, that could wait for another time. The third Hokage, realizing he had been drawn into the matter, naturally affirmed his stance for fairness. Since everyone is here, how about we share breakfast together? After the Hokage left, In an attempt to dissipate the awkwardness, Minato suggested, "Jinkun, as my subordinate, please report to my residence daily. I have some tasks for you." Orochimaru interjected, and naturally, no one dared to challenge Uchiha Jun anymore. "Yes, as long as Lord Orochimaru doesn't mind me joining for a meal, I can come right now." Uchiha Jun glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, respectfully adding, "Clan leader, I cannot return to the clan for now. Please send someone to care for my parents, as they have sustained severe injuries." Hatake Tsukumo felt a twinge of disappointment. With Uchiha Fugaku present, he hesitated for a moment and missed his chance. Uchiha Jun and Kakashi were of similar age. It was the perfect opportunity to guide him. Kakashi's pride and rough edges needed refinement, while Uchiha Jun seemed to possess a serene disposition. How had his parents raised such a child? Nevertheless, he could take Kakashi to Orochimaru's home for a visit, right? That should be fine. Yes, indeed. Orochimaru, we haven't had a drink since you returned. It's better late than never. I'll drop by your place. As a ninja, Hatake Tsukumo was adept at enduring what others could not. Casting a glance at Kakashi, he remarked, "Kakashi is truly lacking. This young lad is just the one to teach him a lesson." Orochimaru, I didn't agree to that. Kakashi, you truly are like a second father to me. Watching the four depart, Minato felt a whirlwind of emotions. He wanted to join them, but he refrained, only out of respect for his master. Surely, it wouldn't be a problem for a master to take his disciple to visit Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru led Uchiha Jun to his residence, where they inadvertently separated into two shadow clones. One transformed into a snake, the other into a cat, and entered the underground laboratory. Upon reverting from his transformation, Uchiha Jun was left speechless. The laboratory was vast, occupying nearly half the size of the entire residence, filled with equipment, experimental materials, and numerous test subjects bound to beds. No wonder Orochimaru was pursued as an S-rank rogue ninja after his laboratory was discovered. The scale of this operation was astonishing. Truly, it must have cost a fortune to prepare such a facility. Uchiha Jun thought, feeling a pang of envy, wishing for a laboratory of this caliber. However, considering his recently filled wallet, he clenched his teeth and asked, "Lord Orochimaru, what do you require my assistance with? I am willing to help in any capacity." Oh. Orochimaru had anticipated he would need to brainwash Jun to accept him, but was pleasantly surprised that Jun was already eager to offer his aid. "What do you believe you can assist me with? My understanding of human anatomy, cells, meridians, and tissues may not rival that of Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three, but I am quite knowledgeable. Additionally, I excel in various differentiation and cultivation techniques." Uchiha Jun gradually raised his stakes. "As long as Lord Orochimaru grants me access to the laboratory." Orochimaru remained silent, observing him intently. Uchiha Jun, taking a deep breath, retreated a step. "I would accept half of the access rights." Orochimaru burst into laughter. "Now that suits my taste perfectly. As long as you become my disciple, everything here, including my experimental materials, is at your disposal." Being favored by Lord Orochimaru was indeed an honor. Uchiha Jun stole a glance at the various experimental apparatus and materials, struggling to believe it was all truly available for his use. With Orochimaru as a shield, he would not suffer losses. He would have matured by the time Orochimaru fled. Moreover, as an orphan, inheriting this laboratory as a disciple was entirely justified. He would be the primary heir. Of course, but I require a share of the research outcomes. Respecting teachers is the duty of a disciple. At present, Uchiha Jun has completely regarded this laboratory as his own possession. When Uchiha Jun observed a pair of Sharingan in a culture medium and inquired, "To what extent has Lord Orochimaru progressed in his research on the Sharingan?" The answer was brief. The Sharingan is exceedingly rare, and thus, not much further research has been conducted. Orochimaru saw no impropriety in conducting experiments on the Sharingan in front of a Uchiha, considering such sacrifices trivial for the advancement of science. Given this, I wish to participate in the research on the Sharingan and be a Kugen, he declared. Chapter 39, The First Heir's Refusal. His Sharingan had already reached the level of 3 Tomo, and he needed to swiftly attain the Mangekyo, aiming to cultivate a Mangekyo closely related to his own DNA. He certainly did not wish to become blind in the end. Furthermore, the only potential protection for his parents seemed to lie with Orochimaru's Sound Village. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer be relied upon. His entire family had been eliminated by his own son. Consider it a preemptive investment. Lord Orochimaru, here are the notes I compiled. Uchiha Jun had summarized the knowledge of biology, chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, and medical chemistry from middle school through university during his spare time. Even without these auxiliary materials, Orochimaru had managed to elevate his experiments to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Possessing them would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. Orochimaru accepted the thick volumes of notes, becoming engrossed as he flipped through them, excitedly exclaiming, as expected of Jun, "How did you come by this knowledge?" "I deduced it based on practical circumstances." Uchiha Jun thought it impossible to reveal that these were the fruits of his 20 years of diligent study in his previous life. As Orochimaru commenced his experiments while perusing the notes, Uchiha Jun also engaged in the research. The familiar scents within the laboratory evoked a deep sense of nostalgia. As for Hitachi Tsukumo and Kakashi, they had long been forgotten. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained intrigued by the principles behind breaking the rebirth technique. "Jun, how is the rebirth technique broken?" "Lord Tsukumo, isn't this inappropriate?" Tsukumo took a sip of tea with utmost seriousness. "Do you not wish to know?" Orochimaru's retort silenced him. He was merely a tad curious, just a smidgen. Uchiha Jun candidly stated, "Breaking the rebirth technique of Hinata is quite simple. It merely requires a technique." "What technique?" Kakashi pressed, his curiosity piqued by why his father was so interested in the method of breaking the rebirth technique, especially since even in a direct confrontation, Hinata would not be a match for his father. Uchiha cleared his throat and replied, "My self-created ninjutsu, the Leaf Village Taijutsu secret art, 1,000 years of pain." Upon hearing the name of this technique, Tsukumo's expression darkened, whereas Orochimaru chuckled. Kakashi was bewildered by the stark contrast in reactions between his father and the esteemed lord. Seemingly perceiving Kakashi's confusion, Orochimaru, with a gleeful demeanor, explained, "This is a ninjutsu that even Tsukumo has suffered from." Hinata did not escape unscathed. No wonder his father's expression was so grim. It turned out he had fallen victim to this technique. What kind of formidable ninjutsu was this? "Uchiha Jun, let us spar. Use the technique you employed to defeat Hinata," Kakashi earnestly challenged. Uchiha Jun regarded Kakashi as if he were a fool. The one most mortified was Tsukumo. Feeling utterly embarrassed by his son's behavior, furious, he slapped Kakashi on the head, delivering a stern warning with a glare. Orochimaru seldom smiled, and when he did, it was a chilling smile, unless he could not help it. When a clone of Orochimaru exploded in the laboratory, Uchiha Jun assumed something had gone awry and swiftly dispelled the clone. When the two exchanged glances upon receiving the clone's message, Orochimaru's slightly trembling hand betrayed his suppressed mirth. "Lord Orochimaru, you need not hold back your laughter. Feel free to express it." Tsukumo's expression darkened further. Upon receiving the clone's information, Orochimaru was thoroughly delighted, his tone warming as he spoke. "How could this be? Jun is my disciple, and Kakashi is your son. They are peers, and it is entirely normal for them to interact. You have taken him as your disciple?" Tsukumo's first reaction was that Orochimaru had been outmaneuvered. Rumors had circulated previously, but Orochimaru had not publicly acknowledged them. Was this a serious claim? "Indeed, Lord Orochimaru," Uchiha Jun stated confidently, assessing Kakashi's abilities. He deemed him comparable to a low-ranking ninja, yet the disparity between them was vast. It would be unbecoming to bully a child. "Lord Tsukumo, I kindly request that you restrain my strength to that of a low-ranking ninja to avoid accusations of bullying." Kakashi, who had been lauded as a genius in school, could hardly bear this affront and retorted, "Are you belittling me?" Uchiha Jun looked at Kakashi, who stood half a head shorter, and nodded, "Indeed. I fear you might sustain injuries and be unable to participate in the graduation exam in 2 months." Tsukumo did not counter. Currently, Uchiha Jun's strength was that of a high-ranking ninja, and killing Kakashi would be akin to slaughtering a pig. Although this was Konoha, he would not harm anyone, especially since he had just returned from the battlefield and could inadvertently experience a stress response in combat. At that point, Kakashi would truly be in peril. As Tsukumo prepared to suppress Uchiha Jun's chakra, he was astonished to discover he could not succeed. He possessed near Kage-level strength, yet could not subdue a high-ranking ninja. I cannot suppress him." Kakashi cast a doubtful glance at Tsukumo, convinced it was intentional favoritism towards Uchiha Jun. "Since this is the case, why not let Jun and I have a match? We should not pose any danger to each other." With Jiraiya sprawled over the wall of Orochimaru's courtyard, Minato peeked his head out, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His teacher had shown a lack of capability when he found him in the Flower District, He was utterly inebriated. To reach Orochimaru's estate, he had painstakingly carried Jiraiya over. Ha ha ha. I, the Toad Sage, have arrived. Jiraiya, half awake from his drunken stupor, exclaimed, Orochimaru? Tsukumo? You are all here. In this brief moment, Kakashi lunged at Uchiha Jun with a blade, believing this would earn him his father's respect, thinking he could triumph over Uchiha Jun. Clang! Kakashi's short sword shattered, another blade intercepting his strike. In that instant, he felt the chilling presence of death, his sweat soaking his garments as he collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Jun, noticing Tsukumo, sheepishly sheathed his blade. My apologies. I just returned from the battlefield and have yet to adjust. It was Kakashi who should be apologizing. Tsukumo lifted Kakashi and presented him before Uchiha Jun, coldly stating, Apologize for your recklessness. Had this been the battlefield, you would already be a corpse. I'm sorry, Kakashi muttered, though he felt somewhat resentful, yet the earlier gloom still loomed over him. Uchiha Jun had acted deliberately, anticipating Tsukumo's intervention. He intended to use himself to chastise Kakashi. However, being entangled with Kakashi afterward would squander countless precious moments. He had an expansive laboratory awaiting his inheritance. You have grown significantly. Tsukumo, feeling the resonance from the clash of blades, could not help but commend Uchiha Jun, satisfied that he had accomplished the task of admonishing Kakashi. He was not one to take advantage of others. Addressing Uchiha Jun, he expressed, As a father, I apologize for not properly educating my child. As compensation, I shall have Kakashi deliver my insights on swordsmanship to you shortly. Chapter 40, A Fruitless Discussion. No one anticipated that Tsukumo intended to pass on his teachings. Kakashi, realizing his impulsiveness, felt regret. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo, but Kakashi could benefit from this more, whether ninjutsu or swordsmanship. Only that which belongs to oneself is most suitable. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. Tsukumo cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, who sensed the weight of his father's gaze. He was unworthy. Yet, Uchiha Jun's refusal left everyone even more astounded. It is known that the insights of a formidable individual encapsulate a lifetime of understanding and mastery over techniques. To resist such temptation speaks volumes of one's character. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi regard Uchiha Jun with newfound respect. Orochimaru, let us see whose disciple excels beyond the other. Jiraiya, having regained much of his sobriety, adopts a more amiable demeanor towards Uchiha Jun. Jun, however, finds himself in a state of discomfort, yearning for solitude in the laboratory to alleviate his social anxiety. My Minato has completed 143 A-rank missions and 6 S-rank missions. What do you think? Jiraiya boasts, hoping to overshadow Orochimaru. Uchiha Jun, who ventured onto the battlefield at the tender age of 6 without formal ninja academy training and survived, recently infiltrated Sunagakure and assassinated 2 elite jonin. Orochimaru speaks of this matter with a nonchalance that stirs Jiraiya's competitive spirit. My Minato has already unlocked the art of ninjutsu without hand signs. At this, Jiraiya shoots Minato a glare, urging him to demonstrate before Orochimaru. Naturally, Orochimaru is not one to be outdone. Ninjutsu without hand signs? Jun can do that too. The question remains, whose is superior? Certainly, Minato's is stronger, after all. Look at who his master is, Jiraiya thinks, convinced that a comparison is inevitable. It won't be long before my Minato replicates the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. Orochimaru counters, with a 7-year-old's 3-tomo Sharingan. It won't be long before we witness the resurgence of the mightiest Uchiha era. Though his words are veiled, those in the know understand precisely to whom he refers. To swiftly alter the topic, Jiraiya exclaims, My Minato has a girlfriend. This proclamation leaves Orochimaru, Uchiha Jun, and Kakashi utterly bewildered. How can this even be compared? Orochimaru glances at Uchiha, remarking, As my disciple, how can you settle for merely a girlfriend? Such superficiality. Uchiha Jun is left speechless, wondering why they would engage in such trivial comparisons instead of collaborating on experiments to explore the secrets of immortality. In the lab, Uchiha Jun had just prepared to utilize his Sharingan, but Orochimaru's words caught him off guard, causing him to lose control of his chakra and dispel his shadow clone, interrupting the experiment and leaving him quite displeased. I, Uchiha Jun, aspire to dominate the ninja world with the longevity of my life. Orochimaru is correct. They are indeed superficial. How could he desire a girlfriend when he yearns for endless life, a lavish laboratory, and the most advanced equipment. As long as I live long enough, I need not worry about progeny. I can create an era on my own. They dwell only on romance, so shallow. Meanwhile, Jiraiya hears the incessant chatter about relationships. Orochimaru, though young and yet to settle down, you are not as fortunate. While you may not possess my charm, you should seek a lovely woman to share your life with. Jiraiya wishes to impart every piece of advice he can muster into Orochimaru's mind, even if it means competing with Tsunade for affection. If he were merely being coy, as a friend, he would gently request Tsunade's assistance. Kakashi is utterly oblivious to their conversation, lost in confusion. Uchiha Jun, believing Jiraiya implies he lacks direction in life, retorts, Jiraiya-sama, though I am young, I know my choices are correct. A girlfriend is out of the question. I am a man destined to break free from shackles. Jun elaborates further. What? His youth is not an issue. He will grow, but he seeks to defy societal norms. At such a young age, he is profoundly devoted to Orochimaru. As a friend, I must extend my congratulations. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya finally exclaims, Orochimaru, congratulations. Orochimaru admires Uchiha Jun's ambition to shatter the chains of mortality at such a young age, while Minato is merely squandering time on romantic pursuits. The contrast is stark. Upon realizing Jiraiya acknowledges this matter and concedes, Orochimaru's demeanor softens significantly. As long as you admit defeat, that's enough. Minato, confused, glances between Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Jun, comprehending each individual word, yet failing to grasp the overarching context. He feels utterly lost, which highlights his lack of knowledge. Minato shrugs, seeking assistance from Uchiha Jun. Jinkuen, might I inquire about your ninjutsu? Perhaps we could exchange insights? Of course, Uchiha Jun responds, aware that Minato has already created the Rasengan. He begins to explain. My technique is called Raikiri. The first stage consists of Tsura followed by Puchi, leading to the enemy's demise. The second stage evolves into Chidori, starting with Tsura, then Pura, ultimately leaving the enemy incapacitated. The third stage transforms into Chidori Sharp Spear, resulting in a swift kill. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Minato exchange bewildered expressions. Is he speaking human language? Minato laments. Can someone explain this? Uchiha Jun, eager to hear Minato's insights on the chakra manipulation required for the Rasengan, prompts. What do you think, Minato-kun? Minato stands awkwardly, casting furtive glances at Jiraiya while the latter engages in conversation with Orochimaru, feigning ignorance of Minato's plight. Who can understand this? Certainly, I do not. Eventually, Minato tentatively suggests. My technique is called Rasengan. The first stage is Shu Shu Shu. Uchiha Jun nods in understanding. Minato, feeling increasingly anxious, continues. The second stage is Swoosh Swoosh Swoosh. Jun again affirms with a nod. Minato grows more apprehensive, questioning whether Jun truly comprehends. The third stage is Vroom Vroom Boom. Uchiha Jun nods once more. Kakashi, like a wooden figurine, contemplates the modern youth's inability to communicate ninjutsu in plain language. Minato feels somewhat excessive and clarifies. Actually, this technique requires. Suddenly, Uchiha Jun conjures a nascent form of the Rasengan in his hand. Truly remarkable, Minato. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Jun strikes the Rasengan against a tree in the courtyard, creating a perfectly round hole in its trunk. Uchiha Jun remarks on the difficulties of manipulating wind chakra, stating, the power is impressive. However, I am not adept at wind-based ninjutsu. Would you care to try my technique? Jun inquires, having already attempted the Rasengan. To be honest, this technique does not suit him. It is too gentle. In contrast, Minato's ninjutsu reflects his personality, gentle yet sharp. Did you understand? Did you even learn? Jiraiya rubs his eyes in disbelief. Minato, too, is not far behind, as he initially intended to jest. Yet Jin took his jest seriously and grasped its essence. However, he remains perplexed. Could it be that Uchiha Jun was earnest in discussing his techniques? How awkward. Little brat, can't you articulate your thoughts in human language? Jiraiya mutters, only to realize that Jun has not attended school and may not be doing so intentionally. Yet, his talent is undeniable. How could he comprehend Shu 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 and Swoosh Swoosh Swoosh? Is it possible to acknowledge one's ignorance? Clearly, that is out of the question. Ah, I see. It is lightning release ninjutsu. Kakashi interjects at this moment. Orochimaru glances at Kakashi, acknowledging that he has surpassed his father. Lightning release? Kakashi queries, looking uncertainly at Uchiha Jun. Jun conjures lightning in his right hand, crackling with energy. And with a sudden thrust, another tree meets its demise. Minato's mouth twitches. Indeed, that is Tsurupuchi, the enemy dies. As Uchiha Jun withdraws, he turns to the astonished Minato, explaining, "This technique requires coordination with the Sharingan, otherwise, one's line of sight becomes obstructed. Truly, Jinkuin is remarkable." Minato is no longer in awe of Uchiha Jun's ninjutsu, but rather of his profound understanding of the technique. Such uniqueness. Even when speaking to the Raikage, an expert in lightning techniques, the meaning may elude him. Here, communication relies heavily on imagination. Moreover, the Hyuga estate is no less formidable. Having lost a member of the Hyuga clan and bearing the blame for Konoha, the old clan leader has long since lost faith in the third Hokage. He firmly believes that the disappearance of their clan is the result of a conspiracy orchestrated by the Hokage and Danzo, the high-ranking officials. In times of war, sacrifices are inevitable. No one can speak against that. They might not even realize they stumbled at the hands of Uchiha Shin. "Father, we have no way of knowing the extent of the Uchiha's losses. How can we compensate?" Hisashi and Hayashi, the two brothers, knelt before the old clan leader, wishing they could tear apart the troublesome branch family. The old clan leader gazed at his young sons, shaking his head in helplessness. He had lost several children throughout his life, all perishing prematurely, save for this pair of twins, born late in his life and miraculously surviving. From this day forth, Hisashi shall be the new leader of the Hyuga clan, and you, Hayashi, must devote your life to supporting your brother. The old leader immediately planted the seeds of responsibility within Hayashi. "Yes, father, I will risk my life to protect my brother." Hayashi offered no resistance, valuing family above all. As Hisashi worried for his younger brother, he puzzled. "Father, why? How do you perceive today's events, Hisashi?" The old clan leader interrupted his son's words, deeming him too inexperienced compared to the Uchiha. Initially, he had been infuriated when the Uchiha sought them out, but upon reflection, he realized that the Uchiha's intent was not to trouble the Hyuga, but rather to absolve themselves of guilt. Uchiha Fugaku, newly appointed, sought to establish his position at the expense of the Hyuga. They were egregiously overstepping their bounds. The old clan leader sighed. "Hisashi, you have disappointed me greatly. I taught you to view matters from a broader perspective, to use your heart rather than merely your eyes." Hisashi lowered his head, refraining from rebuttal. "Please guide me, father. Those dismembered bodies brought in, can you ascertain they are indeed Hyuga?" "Not at all. The destruction is too severe for identification. The only one who can confirm their identity is that severely injured branch member." The old clan leader continued. "How can we prove that the Hyuga were responsible for this? Do the Uchiha intend to use this to suppress us?" Hisashi furrowed his brow, still struggling to comprehend the implications, given his youth and lack of experience. It seemed deliberate, fostering a rift between us and the Hokage. That Hyuga ninja was already affiliated with Konoha's root, and the Uchiha likely knew their identity, yet still chose to eliminate everyone, leaving only the distinctly marked Hyuga alive. The old clan leader exhaled deeply, stating gravely, "They have made this public knowledge to absolve themselves of guilt. I fear the leader of Root did not anticipate that Uchiha Fugaku's recent appointment would provide them with even more justification to frame the conflict between the Hyuga and Uchiha, solidifying their role as victims." Hisashi struggled to believe the Uchiha could scheme to such an extent. The Hyuga's provocation was a deliberate affront. The clan leader recalled this incident with trepidation. The breaking of the heavenly spin was akin to a slap in the face, serving as both a warning and a clear indication that this was all part of a meticulously crafted Uchiha plan, including the Hokage's stance. All their strategies, seemingly devoid of logic and tinged with folly, had nonetheless shifted the village's perception of the Uchiha. And all of this revolved around the seemingly ordinary Uchiha Shin, whose rise to clan leader was likely intertwined with these machinations. "Father, why don't we inform the Hokage and let him advocate for us?" Hisashi could hardly believe that the Uchiha had so deftly manipulated the situation. "Foolish. Do you think the third Hokage plays a neutral role in this? He is implicated in this matter, and the disappearance of our clan member, Hyuga Kaisa, is likely orchestrated by the village itself." The old clan leader was nearly choked with anger at Hisashi's naivety. In a moment of shock, Hisashi stood frozen, disbelief flooding his Byakugan. He could not fathom that the Hokage would engage in such treachery. "Now, immediately, you and Hayashi prepare gifts to visit the Uchiha. Claim it as a visit to assess damages. Once at the Uchiha, find Uchiha Shin and, at all costs, silence him. He must not reveal the method to break the heavenly spin. The old clan leader pondered for a moment, adding, "Convey my words to the Uchiha clan leader," stating that the Hyuga are sincere and will personally apologize after assessing the damages. Father. Hisashi and Hayashi exchanged incredulous glances. Go. The old clan leader watched as his two children departed, praying that Hisashi would grow into a worthy leader. Chapter 42. When you pretend to act. It becomes reality following their orders. Hayashi and Hisashi meticulously prepared gifts for their visit to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, in his anxious wait, found himself growing impatient as Uchiha Shin had yet to return. The meticulous planning of Uchiha Shin took into account every nuance of emotion, making Fugaku hesitant to act rashly, fearing that even the slightest misstep could plunge the Uchiha into peril. The massacre of Konoha's root ninjas was no trivial affair, despite the Hyuga having already borne the brunt of the blame. Ryuho, go to Orochimaru's estate and wait for a while, see when Shin returns. Uchiha Fugaku could no longer wait, having received word that Hisashi and Hayashi were en route to the Uchiha. Remember, maintain a respectful demeanor. If Shin is occupied, please ask for his clone to return. Uchiha Ryuho, serving as an undercover operative for Fugaku since childhood, had never witnessed him in such a subservient state. Yet he dared not express any dissent. The power of that man was beyond what he could afford to disrespect. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's estate, Ryuho paced outside until Shikaku and Kakashi emerged. While they were not unpleasant, he felt compelled to inquire for the sake of his clan. Lord Shikaku, I am Uchiha Ryuho. May I ask if Lord Shin is still inside? Oh, he is. If you have business, you may enter to find him, Shikaku replied before departing with Kakashi. Left alone, Ryuho pondered whether he dared to enter the abode of the infamous Orochimaru. He was no match for him. Moreover, his mission was merely to invite Uchiha Shin back, not to offend anyone. Before long, Jiraiya and Minato also exited. Ryuho hesitated before once again approaching them. Lord Jiraiya, Minato-kun, I am Uchiha Ryuho. May I inquire if Lord Shin intends to stay for lunch? Jiraiya glanced inside, smirking. Lunch? Orochimaru doesn't he cook? They're undoubtedly up to something nefarious. Ha. Minato, recognizing Ryuho as a former classmate, kindly advised, Shin shows no signs of leaving. If you have no urgent matters, you need not wait here. As for Uchiha Shin, he was not merely disinterested in leaving. He was eager to stay and settle into Orochimaru's estate long-term. Orochimaru, how much do you know about the events between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage? Uchiha Shin was experimenting with the fusion of Sharingan cells and the DNA of these deceased Sharingan users, hoping to recreate a pair of similar eyes. Are you interested in historical accounts? Orochimaru paused in his slicing. No, I am merely intrigued by their formidable strength. In truth, Uchiha Shin was more interested in where they had been buried. Shin, it seems your Uchiha kin has been waiting outside for quite a while, Orochimaru noted, having sensed someone lingering outside. His kindness toward Uchiha Shin, aside from wanting to suppress him before Jiraiya, stemmed from his formidable skills. If I could merely suppress Jiraiya, I wouldn't hold him in such high regard. After all, in his presence, one must let strength speak for itself. Uchiha Jun gazed reluctantly at the cultured dish in his hand and earnestly implored, Lord Orochimaru, I entrust this to you. I shall arrive early tomorrow. As he exited the laboratory, he glanced back thrice, fearful that Orochimaru might rescind his decision from today. Outside the estate, Uchiha Ryohwa paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Hyuga clan was soon to arrive at Uchiha, and if Jun failed to negotiate successfully, it could spell disaster for the family. Are you looking for me? A sudden, ethereal voice startled Uchiha Ryohwa, nearly causing him to cry out. Jun, Lord Jun, the clan leader requests your presence, he relayed, recalling that he had likely not offended Jun, thus adopting a humble and respectful demeanor. The clan leader mentioned that if you are busy, you may send a shadow clone in your stead. Uchiha Jin pondered. Has the current Uchiha clan leader stooped so low? Shall we go? Are the Hyuga here? Uchiha inquired. Mizuki and Nija? Truly impressive, Lord Jun. Your foresight is remarkable. Ryohwa's admiration was genuine. He truly believed Uchiha Jun was exceptional, having crafted such a comprehensive plan in a short time without incurring any losses, something even Uchiha Fugaku could not achieve. What is the clan leader's assessment of the losses and the injured? After returning, the clan leader had demolished several dilapidated houses, Some clan members were willing to self-sacrifice, even resorting to self-inflicted wounds. Even the eldest elder was prepared to break his own leg. Uchiha Ryohwa spoke with pride. This was the unity of their Uchiha clan. Despite internal strife, when faced with external threats, they could still unite against their enemies. Uchiha Jun, however, was left speechless. I merely suggested a pretense, not a full-blown performance. A bit of bandaging, some fake blood, and a dramatic fall onto a stretcher. Who would be unable to examine your injuries then? At the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha Jun and Uchiha Ryohwa arrived at the clan leader's residence, where Nizuki and Nija were engaged in light conversation with Uchiha Fugaku. Upon Jun's arrival, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Fugaku, fearful of inadvertently saying the wrong thing, attempted to keep the conversation light and casual. As the Uchiha were not known for their eloquence, this only added to Fugaku's distress. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan bore significant responsibilities and sought to gauge Uchiha Fugaku's stance. Yet he continued to meander through trivial topics. Lord Jun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for your assistance on the battlefield, Nija remarked, hoping to ease the tension and create an opportunity for private dialogue. Uchiha Jun responded with nonchalance. Nija, it has been a while. Junkuin, you arrived just in time. We can discuss compensation while enjoying lunch. The Hyuga are quite sincere. Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of liberation. If Jun did not return soon, he would have to consider inviting some lovely Uchiha kunoichi to alleviate the situation. We shall heed the clan leader's arrangements. The lavish spread of dishes before the Uchiha held no appeal for him. To his mind, those extravagant dishes of sashimi and sea urchin paled in comparison to a humble bowl of Old Tan's pickled noodle soup with sausage. He had little fondness for Japanese cuisine, finding it unfulfilling and exorbitantly priced. Was it not more gratifying to consume something hearty? 2 bowls of rice paired with stir-fried potatoes seemed far more sensible. It was no wonder Ichiraku Ramen was so popular. Perhaps it was the only establishment that offered both affordability and satisfaction. Uchiha Fugaku had not prepared such extravagant fare for the Hyuga brothers, but rather for Uchiha Jun, unaware that these costly delicacies were of little interest to him when compared to a bowl of noodle soup costing 2.5 coins. Chapter 43. The elder with a thespian spirit Uchiha clan leader, my father sends word that he will personally apologize for the losses once they are finalized. Though Hyuga Nizuki did not fully grasp the elder's intentions, he diplomatically conveyed the message to Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, despite this, he remained cautious, fearful of saying something amiss that could be used against him. Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Jun, who had been frowning since the meal arrived. Is the food unpalatable? Or do you find the Hyuga brothers distasteful? The elder of the Hyuga clan, seasoned by life's trials, inquired, What is your opinion, Junkuin? While Fugaku may not have grasped the intricacies of the matter, Uchiha Jun understood that the Hyuga were extending an invitation to the Uchiha. I appreciate the Hyuga elders' understanding. As blood-related clans, we should indeed support one another. I suspect that the branch families have been incited. Utilizing ninjutsu, Uchiha Jun grilled the sashimi on his plate, sprinkling it with sea salt while explaining, I hear the Hyuga squad encountered an ambush during their support mission, suggesting that someone has targeted our blood-related clans. The Hyuga clan leader should impose stricter control over the branch families to prevent further provocation. Upon hearing Jun's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt enlightened. The events at the entrance of Konoha had not been a mere whim, but a well-considered strategy. The heads displayed at the Konoha gate were likely those of the root, with Danzo as their leader. He was issuing a warning to all clan ninjas, while simultaneously pressuring Konoha's higher-ups, ensuring that the entire village recognized Danzo's presence. Thus, the leader of Root would remain concealed in the shadows, never to see the light again. Uchiha Fugaku questioned himself. Could he achieve such foresight? No. His vision did not extend that far. The elder of the Hyuga clan, upon learning the truth from Fugaku, believed Jun was mocking them, suppressing his anger. Were it not for Jun's mastery of the counter to their techniques, how could the Hyuga lower themselves before the Uchiha? This meal was a struggle, the taste akin to chewing on wax, yielding no progress in Jun's discussions. Junkuin, if you are free this afternoon, please take the 2 to tour the Uchiha clan and assess the damages and injuries. Uchiha Fugaku had yet to adjust to such negotiations. However, he needed to report the Uchiha status to the Hokage. He had initially thought that becoming the clan leader would be advantageous, but now it seemed he had to manage too many people, particularly between the Hokage and the clan. It was exceedingly challenging. In truth, Uchiha Jun believed a fixed price would suffice, but since the Uchiha had chosen to play their parts, the Hyuga must understand that they were not being deceived. First, Uchiha Jun brought them to the home of the elder, a testament to the spirit of sacrifice for the greater good of the clan. Upon seeing Uchiha Jun, the elder's countenance darkened. His confidence dared not interfere, having resolved to undermine the Hyuga, believing that sacrificing his aging body would serve a greater purpose. Naturally, the elder's followers did not dare obstruct Uchiha Jun. This is the elder's residence. Observe how this house has been reduced to half its former glory. Moreover, when he learned of the Uchiha's ambush, he rushed out to set an example for the younger generation, sustaining injuries that may never heal. Hyuga, I demand that your entire family send that old man over to clarify matters. The elder's acting prowess far surpassed his combat skills. Uchiha Jun observed the elder's fervent performance, noting the seasoned wisdom in his demeanor. Even without knowing the events that transpired, he carried himself with commendable authority. Elder, please remain calm. They are here to assess damages and discuss compensation. Compensation is a must. Let the Hyuga compensate double. The elder, aware of Uchiha Jun's formidable nature, could not resist offering a few reminders. Very well, elder, please rest well. We shall explore other areas. Uchiha Jun led the two through the most dilapidated parts of the Uchiha clan, where individuals bandaged their wounds, others reclined in wheelchairs, and some prepared meals over open fires. The dire conditions were enough to invoke shame. The intricacies of the daily foot and daily difference remain elusive. Yet the current predicament is reminiscent of a battlefield slaughter. Gentlemen, you have witnessed the situation with the Uchiha. What do you believe would be an appropriate compensation? Uchiha Zen, having already formulated a baseline in his mind, 100 million, understands that there will be negotiation involved. In his days of poverty, he had honed this technique while purchasing goods at the market, surpassing even his swordsmanship. How much do you Uchihas deem suitable? Hisashi spoke, uncertain if he had been taken advantage of, needing to consult the elder of his clan for clarity. 300 million, Uchiha Zen proclaimed boldly. You may consider this. Hisashi's forehead throbbed with indignation, wishing to strike Uchiha Zen for his audacity. Why not just ask to have the Hyuga treasury delivered in full? It is impossible. The war has just concluded, and it is unfeasible to present such a sum to the Uchihas. Hisashi firmly rejected the proposal, stating that such a range was utterly unacceptable. What do you think is fair then? Uchiha retorted, 30 million. Hisashi offered a figure he deemed reasonable. Impossible, dear clan head, Uchiha Zen countered. If you lack sincerity, then there is nothing left to discuss. Please leave. Uchiha Zen's expression darkened, gesturing dismissively. Please remain calm, Lord Zen, Hisashi interjected hastily. These matters cannot be decided solely by the clan head. They require consultation with the elders. Perhaps we could find a way to ease the situation. Understanding the weight of Uchiha Zen's hold on the method to unravel the rebirth, Hisashi sought to mediate. These are compensations from my father to you, Lord Zen, due to the slander from Hyuga Niji, and we hope you can find it in your heart to forgive this matter. Hisashi produced 2 scrolls. Uchiha Zen recognized that the elder Hyuga aimed to silence him. Accepting the scrolls, he inspected them briefly before placing them in his ninja tool pouch. A smile finally broke across Uchiha Zen's face, expressing gratitude for the elder's generous offer. As long as no one is delivering money directly to me, I shall not quibble over such matters. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Zen. In comparison to Hisashi, Uchiha Zen believed that Hisashi was far more suited to lead their clan. Hisashi was far too proud and rigid, making it difficult to navigate the complexities of Konoha's treacherous social landscape. Since you cannot decide on compensation, it would be wise to return and convey this to the elder promptly. A delay could lead to misfortune for both our clans. Uchiha Zen watched as the 2 figures departed, catching sight of the wounded lurking nearby. He had noticed earlier that their injuries were superficial and would heal within days, the terror of the explosion being their only lasting scar. A few had suffered deeper wounds, but aside from that, the losses were minimal. Upon returning home, Uchiha Zen sensed an unfamiliar presence. Silently, he drew the sword at his back. Who could it be other than family? Could it be the Umbu? Suddenly, a figure emerged, glinting steel flashing, followed by a voice begging for mercy. Wait, spare me. Uchiha Zen scanned the figure, indeed recognizing him. The skill with which he cursed far surpassed his capabilities as a ninja. In future encounters with ruffians, Uchiha N could single-handedly outmaneuver any adversary. Lord Zen, Uchiha exhaled, visibly relieved. You startled me. I thought another spy had come. What brings you here? Me? Did you not instruct me to care for your injured uncle and aunt? Upon my return, I volunteered to assist the clan. Uchiha explained. You wouldn't believe, but today, I sensed someone watching us, taking turns every hour. I didn't dare to act recklessly. Thank you. Uchiha Zen's gratitude caught Uchiha off guard, who waved his hands dismissively. Admiration for strength was ingrained in the Uchiha DNA. Lord Zen, you needn't be so formal. This is simply my duty. Is Zen back? Uchiha Rina peeked in, her body adorned with bandages. Mother, what happened? Uchiha Zen questioned, a vein throbbing at the back of his head, wondering if the Uchiha clan had inherited a flair for the dramatic. Oh. Enkun mentioned you sought the assistance of Lord Orochimaru for the care of our injured, and I thought it best to keep up appearances. Uchiha Rina explained, a touch embarrassed. Enkun has been a tremendous help today. Have you all eaten? Uchiha Zen inquired, having left Uchiha Fugaka's home unsatisfied. If not, please stay and join me. Uchiha nodded eagerly. Uchiha Zen entered the kitchen, heating oil in a pan, preparing kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored eggplant, a cold tofu salad, and a pot of seaweed and egg soup alongside rice. The mouth-watering aroma wafted into the hallway, causing Uchiha to linger at the entrance, salivating. This smells divine. Once the dishes were served, Uchiha-un's eyes widened in delight. Dig in, Uchiha Zen said, bemused by Uchiha-un's eagerness, his expression twitching at the sight. What happened to the Uchiha pride? Just moments ago on the battlefield, he had exuded confidence. Following the invitation, Uchiha could no longer contain himself, shoveling food into his mouth while murmuring, I shall indulge. Thank you, Lord Zen, and thank you to your uncle and aunt. Zen, as always, preferred not to partake in Japanese cuisine. Uchiha Rina remarked, though their family could not afford such luxuries, she still longed for the quality of a national banquet. Little did she know that the so-called banquet-level Japanese dishes at Uchiha Fugaka's home paled in comparison to the $2 noodles that left Uchiha Zen still hungry. This is exquisite. I could eat another bowl. Uchiha exclaimed, confidently returning to the kitchen for another serving. Having heard that the Hyuga clan was determining compensation for their losses, he casually asked, Lord Zen, how much are the Hyuga compensating us? Realizing the impropriety of his inquiry, he searched for a way to amend his blunder, only to hear Uchiha Zen's calm voice. I am demanding 300 million. Uchiha nearly choked on his food. 300 million. Such a sum was incomprehensible. It would take him 2 lifetimes of missions to amass that amount. It was an unfathomable figure. They were essentially aiming to swindle the Hyuga. If they could secure 500,000, he would be ecstatic. And yet, Uchiha Zen audaciously sought 300 million. Did the strong truly regard money so lightly? Is that a lot? Uchiha Zen countered. No, not too much. Uchiha stammered. In the 2 years I spent on the battlefield, I killed countless enemies and completed numerous missions, yet I have only earned a mere few 100,000. So you, an elite chunin nearly on the cusp of jonin, have managed to save only a few 100,000 in 2 years on the battlefield? Uchiha Zen scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. What audacity, you have to admit that. Uchiha was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that this decisive figure before him was not as difficult to approach as he appeared, even if he had been careless on the battlefield. Scavenging and reselling ninja tools should not have led to such paltry savings. Uchiha opened his mouth. A proud Uchiha who had never entertained thoughts of scavenging. He had never considered trading in the remnants of the fallen, even when his own tools needed replacing. Yet, Uchiha Zen's words resonated with him. Had he truly missed out on so much wealth? The spoils of war, the belongings of the defeated, he had not touched. How foolish. Uchiha lamented, genuinely grateful for the lesson imparted. Lord Zen, your teachings are invaluable. I will know how to proceed in the future. Uchiha Huai, overhearing Uchiha Zen's words, couldn't help but smile subtly. Over the years, he had long since stifled his pride, fearing that his child might underestimate their foes due to arrogance. However, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Moreover, he took comfort in observing his child thriving in the chaos of battle. It is time for him to learn certain truths. Uchiha Zhong, lost in thought while dining, epitomized the phrase hard in Han while physically present in Chao, his mind consumed by the cultivation of the Sharingan within his petri dish. However, his gaze suddenly fixated on Uchiha Yen, who was diligently eating. Is yours a 2-tomo or a 3-tomo? Huh. Uchiha Yin initially failed to comprehend, but then a flash of realization struck him. 3-tomo. It evolved last night. How wonderful. Uchiha Zheng kindly added more dishes to his bowl. I have reached the neck bottle stage and require a worthy sparring partner. If you have time. I do. I certainly do. Uchiha Yin eagerly replied, oblivious to the specifics of what was being asked. After all, being strong meant he could partake in anything. And having a training partner signified trust in oneself. Zheng, you should inquire if Yan's family is accommodating, Uchiha Zheng's father remarked. Knowing one's child is paramount. He had seen his son's capabilities clearly last night, and Uchiha Yin was hardly a match. Finding a training partner weaker than oneself would yield no benefits. Uchiha Yin was a commendable individual. He could not allow his son to squander his potential. Chapter 45. Pitfall. My family is long gone. I have been under the care of Uncle Hakadai. As long as I do not beg, he pays me no mind, Uchiha Yin quickly explained. Having been raised as Hakadai's own child, the Hakadai family had a daughter attending the ninja academy, initially escorted but now allowed to roam freely. Perfect. A day chosen is not as auspicious as an unplanned visit. I shall gather my things. You will accompany me to Lord Orochimaru's residence. Uchiha Zheng was elated. No one was monitoring him. Can I truly enter Lord Orochimaru's estate? Uchiha Yin asked uncertainly. Every time he encountered Orochimaru, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a serpent, with the ever-present threat of ambush. Are you planning to reside at Lord Orochimaru's? Uchiha Lingna inquired, alarmed. Lord Orochimaru has accepted me as his disciple, and I must share in the duties there while also receiving guidance in my training, Uchiha Zheng replied, wishing to alleviate his parents' worries. If it gets too late, I will rest there, as Lord Orochimaru has consented. Can I also go? Uchiha Yin swallowed hard, sensing something amiss. Was not the esteemed lord's taste in disciples rather peculiar? Did he not harbor any fear? Indeed. Come with me. I shall not treat you poorly. Uchiha Zheng coaxed Uchiha Yin step by step, akin to a dubious figure luring a child. Uchiha Huai felt a lingering suspicion that his son was engaging in some clandestine dealings with that individual. He did not wish for his child to be entangled with the power brokers of Konoha. At the Hyuga clan leader's residence, upon returning, Hyuga Hayashi recounted the events that had transpired with the Uchiha, particularly the staggering compensation of 300 million. Is that all? The elder Hyuga leader furrowed his brow in contemplation. Hayashi, repeat that. Hyuga Hayashi, displeased by the elder's disbelief, vented his frustrations on his brother. Hayashi, even if you have dealings with the Uchiha, do not forget that you are a Hyuga. The elder Hyuga leader raised his gaze to his younger son. Speak. Just as my brother mentioned, it seems Uchiha Fugaka hesitated when making decisions, he reported. The elder Hyuga leader's frustration peaked. How had he sired such inept offspring? Extracting information from them felt more laborious than squeezing toothpaste. What did Uchiha Fugaku convey to you? If I do not derive anything useful from you, I shall extract words from you one by one. All he asked was about our meals and drinks, trivialities really. He inquired several times, growing increasingly detailed. I suspect he was probing for our Hyuga secrets. Hayashi's words drove the elder into a frenzy. How could a king produce such a bronze? Is he truly investigating? Was Uchiha Zheng present at the time? No, he arrived later, just as the meal commenced, and Uchiha Zheng led us to assess the damages. At the dining table, Uchiha Zheng hardly ate. I suspect he might have poisoned the food, as only the dishes touched by Uchiha Zheng and Uchiha Fugaku were consumed. Hayashi recounted the day's events in detail. The elder Hyuga leader was on the brink of an outburst. Poison. You think they would allow you to enter so boldly? And does the meal's commencement matter? The crux is what you discussed while seated together. Is compensation the focal point? That is merely a hush money. Your primary task was to navigate the potential collaboration between our clans in the future. Convey this sentiment to Uchiha Fugaku. A few pleasantries would suffice. Currently, these two are more hindrance than help. Incompetent. The elder Hyuga leader chastised the two, and no one dared to speak further. Hyuga Hayashi seemed to recognize something and hesitated before speaking. Actually, during the meal, we conveyed our father's intentions verbatim. Repeat Uchiha's words to me. Do not be foolish enough to forget them. The elder's patience waned, uninterested in their summaries. Uchiha Fugaku remarked that father is indeed a man seasoned by trials. And then he turned to Uchiha Zheng and asked for his thoughts. Hayashi not only recounted the exact words, but also mimicked the gestures, fearing he might miss a detail. Hyuga Hayashi understood what their elder sought and added. Then Uchiha Zheng stated that you are a person of reason and that both families share blood ties and should understand one another. He also mentioned that the assassins were incited, speaking while he ate. It appeared Uchiha Fugaku's position as clan leader was not yet secure, as he had to consult with Uchiha Zheng, a mere 7-year-old child who possessed such capabilities. The elder Hyuga leader knitted his brows, perplexed. Surely not. Uchiha Fugaku is the son of the former leader, while Uchiha Zheng is merely a scapegoat. Hyuga Hayashi dismissed Uchiha Zheng entirely. That was a year ago. Do you think a scapegoat could survive on the battlefield without means? The elder's reprimands flowed ceaselessly, forcing the two to bow their heads lower. Tell me what transpired with the Uchiha, what message you conveyed to me, and how Uchiha Fugaku sought to uncover your intentions. Suspicions of poison in the meal. Scolded by Uchiha's elder. Unclear casualties. Foolish. I tasked you with assessing the Uchiha stance under the guise of determining compensation. Yet you presented me with this drivel. What the Hyuga clan requires is a leader of intellect, not a mere parrot. You have been reprimanded by father. The two felt immense shame. Truly unaware of the Uchiha stance. I shall make it clear. Uchiha Fugaku relies on Uchiha Zheng, who is fully aware of the truth behind the assassination, and conveys that we are all victims. The elder Hyuga leader meticulously analyzed, urging them to reflect. As a clan leader, one must sometimes speak in veiled terms to avoid being ensnared, employing a leader's mindset to decipher the underlying meanings. At this moment, the elder suddenly recalled the task he had assigned them. Did Uchiha Zheng accept the gifts? The two brothers paused, nearly forgetting this detail, and hurriedly nodded. Yes, he has. Very well. After a lengthy reprimand, the elder Hyuga leader took a sip of tea, finally accomplishing a meaningful task. What was sent? These two children were not entirely unproductive. At the very least, they had succeeded in the matter of gifts. Maintaining relations within a large clan necessitated various interactions, and when visiting the feudal lord and nobles of the Land of Fire, one must always prepare generous offerings. Even after his passing, certain ties with the nobility of the Land of Fire would instill a measure of respect in the Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi felt a pang of reluctance regarding the gifts sent to the Uchiha, lamenting, "We meticulously selected some insights on taijutsu from our clan." Chapter 46. The constant desire to inherit the legacy. The elder Hyuga leader spewed his tea before he could swallow. He now begins to doubt whether he has inherited some latent flaws from his lineage. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he have been so foolish as to accept the Hyuga clan's martial arts insights? The elder Hyuga was stricken with grief. They had not managed to catch their breath and had collapsed onto the tatami mat. This frightened both Hizashi and Hayashi, who pondered whether they should retrieve their belongings. At that moment, Uchiha Zen had already unrolled the scroll sent by the Hyuga, revealing one volume after another of their martial arts insights, as well as the world perceived through the Byakugan. Was Hyuga truly foolish? Uchiha Zen was at a loss for words. He would have preferred something of tangible value instead. What was wrong with the Hyuga? Uchiha En, who was assisting him in tidying up, turned around at the noise and inquired. Uchiha Zen threw a bundle of books into Uchiha N's hands and said, "Take a look. Is Hyuga truly this foolish?" He muttered, "We are Uchiha. Who does he think he is looking down upon?" Uchiha En began to rant, but every word that escaped his lips was unfit for approval. Was Hyuga really this dim-witted? Uchiha Zen mused to himself. He remembered Hizashi in the anime as being taciturn, but not foolish. "My lord, how should we handle these items?" After venting his frustration, Uchiha En repacked the items and sealed them back into the scroll, intending to wait for the Hyuga to come and redeem them. Uchiha Zen disdainfully returned them to his ninja tool pouch. As he accumulated more and more items, he realized he needed to devise a portable storage space. The sealing scroll itself was a form of space. If he could create more convenient sealing rings or wristbands, it would be much easier. Let us go find Lord Orochimaru and see if he has any interest in these Hyuga items. Upon arriving at Orochimaru's residence, the closed gate was opened by two well-guarded shadowy figures. Uchiha Zen was not overly surprised, being one of the legendary Sannin. It was expected that he would have such guards, and surely the other two would have an equal number, especially that Princess Tsunade, who probably drew the third Hokage's caution. "Zen, you actually brought a clan member here." Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on Uchiha En, as if he had found a delectable feast. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I seek your guidance in my training." "Oh, splendid. Come at me with all your might. I shall not hold back. Uchiha roared. Nightfall-s dusk. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Uchiha in swiftly formed hand seals. His reflexes quick, sending several shuriken concealed within the fire dragon toward Uchiha Zen. Not bad. Uchiha Zen leaped, redirecting the shuriken with ease. This time, however, he did not evade, allowing the shuriken to strike him. My lord. In a moment of panic from Uchiha on, Uchiha Zen transformed into a cloud of smoke and reappeared before him. His crimson three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, casting an alluring Jinjutsu, which Uchiha Zen preferred to call an enhanced hypnotic technique. It allowed the hypnotized individual to discover their dreams upon awakening, without realizing they had been ensnared in a Jinjutsu. Looking at the fallen Uchiha Zen, he hoisted him to the laboratory and excitedly said, Lord Orochimaru, may I borrow some of your equipment? Orochimaru gestured towards a cabinet, indicating that Zen could help himself. I never expected you would trick your clansmen into participating in experiments. It's quite thrilling. As Uchiha Zen began extracting blood samples, he chattered away. No, I'm merely sparring with him at Lord Orochimaru's residence. After taking the samples, he pried open Uchiha N's eyelids and swabbed them before placing the swab into a reagent bottle. He gazed hungrily at Uchiha-on's body, contemplating surgical procedures. Yet he could not proceed, his desire nearly overwhelming. Orochimaru, witnessing his enthusiasm, shook his head. Madman. But a madman I find intriguing. Lord Orochimaru, are you interested in the Byakugan? Uchiha Zen needed to divert the conversation, as he could not act on his cravings. Oh, you possess it? Orochimaru's interest peaked immediately. Today, the Hyuga delivered some items. I consider it a tribute to my teacher. Uchiha Zen produced a scroll and offered it to Orochimaru. Hee, Lord Orochimaru. May I take a small piece of Hyuga tissue? Just a tiny bit. In the third warehouse, Orochimaru noticed Uchiha Zen's fervent gaze, unwavering in its intensity. And his eyelids twitched. If you desire something, go find it yourself. I also seek some information regarding sealing techniques. The cultivation of the Sharingan would not yield results anytime soon, yet he was encumbered by a cumbersome ninja tool pouch tied to his leg. Sealing techniques? I have too many items to store. Here is some information, but you might also consult Kushina, the girlfriend of Namake's Minato. She is of the Uzumaki clan. If you merely wish to store items, you can inscribe the sealing techniques onto your body. Orochimaru revealed part of his forearm, where sealing techniques resembling tattoos coiled around his lower arm. To be candid, Uchiha Zen was particularly interested in the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and their connection to the chakra of the Nine Tails. His current chakra was too scant. To eliminate shadow-level adversaries would be akin to a pipe dream. The disparity between a Jounin and a shadow-level ninja was like that between an ordinary adult and Mike Tyson. I shall seek out Minato when I have the opportunity. For now, I will obtain a small sample of Hyuga tissue. Uchiha Zen arrived at the third warehouse, where he found Hyuga Hanabi, one of the living branch family members. It appeared that her vitality was still robust. The surgical knife he purchased in the land of rice finally proved its worth. He placed Hyuga Hanabi onto the surgical table, carefully administering anesthesia before meticulously excising some tissue. Orochimaru observed, noting the small quantity. Such stinginess makes you appear impoverished. As long as it aided his research, he was willing to invest. You may extract more, and divide it into several groups for separate experimentation. With Orochimaru's encouragement, Uchiha Zen wasted no time. Although he bore no ill will toward the Hyuga, he recalled a mission years ago where he had harmed an innocent girl, which resulted in her family meeting a tragic fate at the hands of bandits outside the land of fire. Let us atone for your sins. Uchiha Zen held disdain for such individuals, even loathing them, who oppressed the common folk under the guise of their status, deserving of the gravest punishment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he proceeded to inflict a few more incisions. However, what intrigued him most about the Hyuga branch family was the caged bird technique, seemingly a form of sealing technique passed down for millennia. Yet, to study the caged bird technique, one would need to delve into the brain. Uchiha Zen cast a hesitant glance at Orochimaru and tentatively asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you have any further use for a living Hyuga? It is said that the three great ocular techniques trace back to the Sage of Six Paths. I wish to explore the connections between them. Orochimaru set aside his experiment and approached Uchiha Zen, intrigued to discover the true extent of the Sharingan's power. Uchiha Zen was deeply conflicted, Seizing experimental materials felt akin to killing one's parents. Can I trade a single Byakugan for him? Chapter 47. Following the strong is the path of the Uchiha. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze narrowed. He knew that the disappearance of the Hyuga clan member was orchestrated by his beloved disciple. However, he was curious as to how he had managed to instigate a conflict between the Sand and Hyuga clans to his advantage. Certainly, but I am far more interested in how you managed to prevent the Yamanaka clan from gathering intelligence. The Yamanaka clan could extract memories from others through their brain's neural pathways leading to the hippocampus. I disrupted their brain nerves, rendering them incapable of retrieving memories. Uchiha Zen took pride in his technical prowess. No one understood the human body better than he did. He had previously attempted brainstem reconstruction, but upon nearing the red line, he could only conduct his research in secret. Truly terrifying, such thoughts at such a young age, Orochimaru remarked with a chilling smile, arousing suspicions from all sides, ultimately leading to all blame being placed upon Danzo. What a cunning scheme. Uchiha Zen shrugged innocently and gazed at Orochimaru. This isn't my fault. They were the ones who sought to kill me. What about the corpses? Orochimaru was more concerned about the eyes of the clan. As for the methods employed by Uchiha Jun to acquire them, it was of little interest to the village's ninjas. How tedious. They were mere scientific fanatics. Like grasshoppers on a single line. Could they even betray? Uchiha Jun rummaged through a pile of scrolls, eventually extracting another inconspicuous scroll after several attempts. Soon, countless scrolls had tumbled to the floor of Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru felt a tinge of embarrassment. He wasn't even stealing from Jun, so why this commotion? How could one possess so many sealing scrolls? Although sealing scrolls were not particularly expensive, it was not common for someone to handle them in such a manner as though wholesale. I found them on the battlefield, and some were collected by the Sand Ninjas. Uchiha Jun replied nonchalantly, feeling no shame in claiming what he had rightfully gathered. Orochimaru exclaimed, I've got it. Uchiha Jun unsealed the scroll, revealing the corpse of a Hyuga lying at its center. It was indeed him. Uchiha Jun summoned a shadow clone to transport the body to the operating table, placing it alongside another Hyuga. To preserve the nerves around the eyes, Orochimaru and Uchiha Jun worked together to extract both eyes, placing them into separate containers, one for Orochimaru and the other on his workbench. Activating the shadowless lamp, Uchiha Jun commenced the dissection of the two Hyuga brains, aiming to compare the differences between the one with the caged bird seal and the one without it. Before long, Orochimaru stood behind Uchiha Jun, recording observations without interrupting, merely standing alongside his shadow clone and diligently noting everything down. When Jun appeared fatigued and in need of respite, Orochimaru offered him a soldier pill, urging him to continue. You're working hard. After Uchiha Jun sutured the brain of the branch family Hyuga, the shadow clone dissipated. Lord Orochimaru, even the donkeys in the production team aren't forced to work this hard. You truly do not regard me as human. Uchiha Jun lay motionless on the ground, glancing at Uchiha Yen, who showed no signs of awakening, feeling a touch of relief. Please establish a venous pathway for Hyuga Chinsure, provide some oxygen. His vital signs have not ceased, he may still live. Still alive? Orochimaru initially thought suturing them together was redundant, perhaps stemming from some peculiar preference, but to his surprise, it was a means to prolong life. To still be alive after such extensive brain damage was indeed remarkable. Jun, your modesty in claiming your understanding of the human body is inferior to Tsunade's is unwarranted. Tsunade could not achieve such a feat. Orochimaru praised him, summoning his shadow guards to carry Uchiha Jun and Uchiha Yen out of the laboratory and into a resting chamber. The decor of Orochimaru's home leaned towards a Japanese style, and the thick layer of dust suggested it had been uninhabited for quite some time. It was evident that he often resided in his underground laboratory. They slept until the following evening. Since Uchiha Jun had not issued any hypnotic commands, he remained in a deep slumber throughout. I must return to the Uchiha. Uchiha Jun spoke into the air, aware that shadow guards were surely concealed from his sight. He then snapped his fingers beside Uchiha Yen, who had been sleeping, awakening slowly. Realizing he was in an unfamiliar place, he immediately grew cautious. You're awake? If you can still walk, then return home. It has been a day and night since you've been gone. Uchiha Jun changed out of his heavily disinfected clothing. Lord Jun, where are we? Uchiha Yen asked in confusion, feeling as though he had suddenly found himself there. Your resistance to Genjutsu is terribly lacking. It took you a full day and night to emerge from it. Uchiha Jun bluntly remarked, referring to Uchiha Yan's incompetence. And as a form of compensation for his contributions to science, he handed him several scrolls containing fire release techniques and insights that he had scavenged from the battlefield. Here, take this. Upon seeing the 7 or 8 scrolls, all of which pertain to his specialization in fire release, Uchiha Yan was rendered speechless. Such items were invaluable to ninjas, and no one wished to share them, let alone give them away, even among their own clan where their interactions were minimal. Lord Jun, these are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Precious? Are they truly that valuable? I gathered so many on the battlefield, but have yet to organize them. Consider them a gift. If you do not want them, you may discard them. To Uchiha Jan, these scrolls were hardly regarded as treasures, even in the possession of Orochimaru. They would not be deemed extraordinary. Thank you, Lord Jun. In that moment, Uchiha Yan had sown the seeds of unwavering loyalty to Uchiha Jan in his heart, willing to sacrifice his life for him. The pair returned to the Uchiha clan, each returning to their respective households. Upon arriving home, Uchiha Yan was met with a stern reprimand from Uchiha Hakadai. Missing for a day and a night. Have you grown bold? Do you not realize that the Uchiha Sharingan is under scrutiny? How dare you venture out alone? Uchiha Yan, though young, had no aspirations for political power. But Uchiha Jun's strength ignited an obsession within him to follow. Uncle Hakadai, why did our clan not follow that esteemed figure in the past? Uchiha Hakadai's eyes immediately manifested the 3 tomo, and after a long silence, he closed the doors and windows, gazing intently at the child he had raised. That figure was a taboo within the Uchiha clan, yet Uchiha Yan could not comprehend why such a powerful ninja had been abandoned by his kin. Was it not their clan's philosophy to follow the strong? Uchiha Hakadai's demeanor darkened. Where have you been these past 2 days? I accompanied Lord Jun to Lord Orochimaru's estate to practice with him. I fell victim to genjutsu and only awakened after a day and night. I don't even know when I was ensnared. Chapter 48. The secrets of the Uchiha. Uchiha Yan possessed a natural resilience against genjutsu. Yet to have remained ensnared for a day and night was nothing short of astonishing. Yan, what are you trying to convey? Uchiha Hakadai sensed something amiss. Uchiha Yan produced the 7 or 8 scrolls, stating, "These were given to me by Lord Jun," and he held no reluctance, displaying indifference. Since that night of slaughter, my eyes have changed, allowing me to see my true desires. I aspire to follow a powerful figure like Lord Jun, not merely a strong Uchiha. Uchiha Yan's eyes transformed, locking gazes with Uchiha Hakadai's 3 tomo. Yan, you inquire why the Uchiha did not follow that esteemed figure. I can tell you without hesitation that it was not that esteemed figure who betrayed the Uchiha, but rather the Uchiha who betrayed him. Uchiha Hakadai's eyes swiftly turned, ensnaring Uchiha Yan within his genjutsu. That was the answer. Upon returning home, Uchiha Jun found himself in no better situation. Jun, I apologize, mother. I was overwhelmed with tasks and will notify you earlier next time. Uchiha Jun took the initiative, changing out of his ninja attire into a traditional Uchiha kimono. Noticing the absence of Uchiha Huai. Mother, where is father? Uchiha Reina hesitated before finally deciding. Jun, come with me. A sense of foreboding washed over Uchiha Jun as Uchiha Reina led him to their dilapidated shed, typically used for storing miscellaneous items, seldom attracting attention. Go inside. Your father is waiting for you. Uchiha Jun entered the shabby structure with trepidation, the disorderly and decrepit state mirroring the exterior, cobwebs draping the corners. Uchiha Huai stood in the center, turning upon his arrival. Jun, come here. Uchiha Jun failed to perceive the turmoil in Uchiha Huai's eyes as he followed him. Before a pile of dry wood, Uchiha Huai formed hand seals, and the scene before them transformed instantaneously. A space. Uchiha exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined their home contained such a realm. Jun, kneel. Uchiha Jun obediently knelt down, while Uchiha Huai limped to draw back the curtain. The sight of the memorial tablets before him stirred tumultuous waves within his chest. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Q. Uchiha Jun raised his head and saw his father kneeling as well, subsequently bowing several times. Father, what are these memorial tablets for? Uchiha Jun's voice trembled, even without speaking. He could surmise that this was the ancestral hall of their lineage. Jun, I had hoped you would live a tranquil life, but it seems that is no longer possible. Uchiha Huai's voice quivered slightly. Your grandfather, Uchiha Q, is the son of Uchiha Izuna, but few are aware of this, not even the then clan leader, Uchiha Madara. This is why we have been able to remain within the Uchiha clan until now. Why? Shouldn't Uchiha Madara cherish his only brother's bloodline? Uchiha Jin questioned, his mind now in disarray. According to the storyline of Naruto, Madara and Izuna were both single. Perhaps it was out of shame. His grandfather's eyes were only for his elder brother, a man as cold as ice. Yet, he had left behind a shadow guard to protect his bloodline. Uchiha Jin slowly accepted this, but in Naruto, he found Izuna quite endearing, a bit tsundere and clingy, though that was solely in relation to Uchiha Madara, as there were no other descriptions beyond that. It must be Uncle Hakadai, Uchiha Jin exclaimed without hesitation. You know? Uchiha Huai narrowed his eyes, for he had revealed nothing. Since childhood, Uncle Hakadai has always found reasons to argue, yet every time, he would use that reason to bring compensation to our family. Why are you telling me this today? Uchiha Jin asked in confusion. The Uchiha cannot hold you, nor can the village. Your resistance will inevitably draw the attention of those with ill intentions. As a father, I only wish for your safety. Since you cannot live a peaceful life, strive to become a formidable force like our ancestors, feared by all, to protect yourself. Uchiha Huai bowed his head before the memorial tablets. At that moment, Uchiha Jin felt as if his soul had rejoined his body, allowing him to accept everything here, including the man before him, his father. From beneath the memorial tablets, Uchiha Huai produced a wooden box. Jin, this may be of use to you, along with this small space. The 30 square meter space was indeed quite practical, far more so than a scroll. If only he could seal this space to himself. Father, can we seal this space onto my body? Uchiha Huai hesitated, then shook his head, his face filled with regret. I'm sorry, I cannot. It has taken all my effort to keep this place undiscovered. Then I shall study sealing techniques. Perhaps this space has a significant connection to our bloodline. Do you know where our great-grandfather was buried? Since this was something left behind by Uchiha Izuna, it was best to inquire directly with him. After all, Orochimaru was a great scientist who perfected the reanimation technique. He was buried by our ancestors' own hands, and only he knows the location. Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered. It was said that the second Hokage was a strategist. In his view, Uchiha Izuna was the true scholar of tactics, intertwining his bloodline among ordinary Uchiha clansmen, allowing his legacy to endure right under the nose of his arch-rival. Everything he left behind was likely not mere coincidence. After the two exited, they restored the woodshed to its original state. Upon returning to their room, Uchiha Jin began to peruse the materials Orochimaru had provided him. Sometimes he couldn't help but admire how, at times, Orochimaru's understanding of techniques surpassed even that of their original creators. Uchiha Jin attempted to draw sealing symbols himself. After 250 failed attempts, he finally succeeded in creating the first seal capable of sealing objects. It was rather crude. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to engage with Kushina. Uchiha Jin separated a shadow clone. What is it? Go and reside with Orochimaru. The shadow clone received the command and transformed into an inconspicuous dirt dog, swaggering into Orochimaru's residence. Jin, a shadow clone. Upon discovering an intruder, Orochimaru did not hastily eliminate the individual, but instead observed who dared to enter his abode, only to find it was Uchiha Jin transformed into a dirt dog. Once the transformation was undone, Uchiha Jin respectfully stated, Lord Orochimaru, I have come to stay, and this is a sealing technique I drew. Please take a look. The shadow clone handed over the successfully drawn sealing technique to Orochimaru, feeling somewhat anxious, as it was rather subpar. In times of war, mass production would not pose a problem, but it was still insufficient. Orochimaru casually added a few strokes to the sealing technique, enhancing the entire paper's value. Chapter 49. The wise elders some rejoice while others lament. The entire Hyuga clan was bustling about, concerned for their ailing elder. Brother, what should we do? Nichijou felt anxious. The family's pillar could not afford to falter. I will go find Uchiha Jin and retrieve the items, claiming they were mistakenly delivered. Our father cannot be harmed. Nichijou had become considerably more composed in recent days, regretting his thoughtless actions. Brother, the items have already been sent out. Retrieving them may be challenging. Nichiji believed this plan was entirely unfeasible. Not only did Uchiha Jin's identity pose a barrier, but even an ordinary person would find it implausible. Nichiji understood the impossibility, but was distressed by the elder's critical condition. If he were to awaken and be further provoked, the consequences would be dire. Though he felt it was disgraceful, exchanging for something else was not out of the question. An uninformed Uchiha could be easily swayed with mere money. Brother, perhaps we should wait until Father awakens to discuss this. Cough, cough, Father. Father. The elder of the Hyuga clan weakly raised his trembling hands, his face pale and frightening. He heard every word spoken by the two brothers. If he did not awaken soon, the entire Hyuga clan might be devoured. What could even the mighty Senju accomplish? They had become mere shadows of their former selves. Meanwhile, the unremarkable Sarutobi clan had seized control of the entire Konoha. Help me up. We must go to the Hokage office. Prepare 300 million. I want to personally meet Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Jun. These two foolish sons were of no use. But if he could maintain some relationships during his lifetime, it would ensure the survival of the Hyuga clan. But Father, your health. Nichiji, you will come with me, and your only task is to listen. Do not speak a word. You will need to interact with the Hokage and other clans in the future. The elder of the Hyuga clan did not wish for his foolish son to seek items from the Uchiha. The Hyuga had a history spanning thousands of years and could not afford to lose face. You have greatly disappointed me in handling matters concerning the Uchiha. At the Hokage office, the third Hokage was reviewing recent reports from various villages and issues regarding the transfer and compensation of captives. Hokage-sama, the elder of the Hyuga clan has fallen into a fit due to anger since the new clan leader returned from the Uchiha. He has awakened and is on his way here. The Uchiha have heard that their elder was injured in an explosion, and the Hyuga were scolded harshly during negotiations for compensation. An Umbu half-kneeled in the Hokage's office, reporting on the movements of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. I understand. It seems the negotiations for compensation between the Hyuga and Uchiha have not gone well. The third Hokage rubbed his temples. He had already warned Danzo, but to his surprise, he had directly sent people to attack the Uchiha, igniting hostilities between the two clans at such a critical time. Since the Uchiha had attacked the Hyuga's doorstep, he had been too busy to return home, and now he had to balance these familial disputes. How exhausting. After the Umbu departed, the elder of the Hyuga clan and Nichiji arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, you must take responsibility for our Hyuga. The elder, supported, exclaimed. The Uchiha have gone too far. Their demands are outrageous, and they have insulted us in every possible way. At my age, how can I swallow this humiliation? The third Hokage observed the trembling elder of the Hyuga clan, whose complexion was ashen, clearly agitated by the Uchiha. He quickly offered words of comfort. Elder, do not let your anger take hold. Matters can be discussed amicably. Bring Uchiha clan leader here. And let it be known that the Hyuga elder wishes to personally address the issue of compensation. Furthermore, regarding Uchiha Zen, I wish to hold him accountable for the damages incurred. Hyuga Hayashi, the elder's assistant, promptly patted his back. The third Hokage, shaking his head, feared the elder's time was limited and reassured him, Elder, please remain calm. We shall wait for them in the conference room. Last night, Uchiha Zen had hardly rested after a long night studying a sealing technique sent by Orochimaru. Despite minimal changes, it had significantly enhanced his skills. Just as he had come to a conclusion and rectified his deficiencies, Uchiha Fugaku arrived, rousing him from sleep. Zen, my apologies, but the Hokage has summoned us. Zen, still groggy, was frustrated. He was not displeased with the compensation, but rather with the choice of clan leader. What do you mean by that? Fugaku inquired, sensing Zen's dissatisfaction. He had not probed further into the compensation details, believing that as long as it sufficed for the necessary repairs, it would be satisfactory. The elder Hyuga was a cunning fox. The messengers sent, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, were merely testing the Uchiha stance under the guise of assessing damages. Zen had not changed out of his ninja attire. He merely tidied his hair before sheathing his blade. Our previous stance was made abundantly clear. Yet they failed to convey useful information to that old fox, resorting to the Hokage for another audience with the Uchiha. Fugaku suddenly realized something, but did not delve deeper. He questioned whether Zen had been possessed by an ancient spirit, as it was alarming for a mere 7-year-old to exhibit such cunning. Zen's intellect rivals that of the elder. He thought, no, this is logical deduction. His is mere cunning. Zen earnestly explained to Fugaku that they were indeed a community of shared interests, and transparency was paramount. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, an Umbu led them to the conference room. Hokage, it seems the elder and his aides are expressing discontent with the Uchiha, said the Umbu. Welcome, Fugaku. Zen, the third Hokage, greeted them with a warm smile. The elder Hyuga and Hayashi merely huffed in response, offering no greeting. Let us speak frankly today. I acknowledge my shortcomings as a leader, We accept the necessity of compensation. However, what is this opportunism I perceive? The elder Hyuga slammed the table, demanding, "Do you intend for us Hyuga to assist you Uchiha in constructing your facilities?" The elder's words were quite severe. We Uchiha reside on the outskirts of Konoha. The explosions were alarming enough to summon the Umbu. Do you truly consider this a trivial loss? Our elder's leg is broken, and it is uncertain if he will survive the winter. Fugaku, not one to back down, recognized the delicate balance needed to conceal the true sentiments of both parties from the Hokage. Indeed, several of our clan members have suffered serious injuries. The Hyuga clearly wish for the Uchiha to be extinguished. Zen interjected, nearly causing the Hokage to lose his composure. Had it not been for decades of experience at the pinnacle of power, he might have faltered. However, his twitching muscles betrayed his inner turmoil. You. Hayashi glared at Zen with his Byakugan, as if he wished to dismantle him piece by piece. Zen slammed his palms on the table, exuding an air of arrogance. What of it? If you stab yourself twice, we might reconsider. Chapter 50. The calculated gamble. The elder Hyuga's face turned a deep shade of fury, his voice trembling as he chastised. You show such disrespect. Hokage, look at me. I am cough, cough. The third Hokage interjected. Elder, Zen is but a child. Please exercise patience. He was quite pleased with Zen's earlier insolence, recognizing the potential in such a headstrong Uchiha. A genius is not to be feared. Rather, it is a meticulous genius that poses a true challenge. Zen, embodying youthful exuberance and a yet-to-be-formed worldview, would surely become an asset to the village with proper guidance. My father is Uchiha, my mother is Uchiha, and my uncle is Uchiha. I am unaware of any respectable Hyuga. Zen's words dripped with defiance, his attitude unyielding. The third Hokage found further satisfaction in this display. A Uchiha devoid of critical thought was precisely what he required. Fugaku pondered, when did Zen acquire an uncle? Isn't his family comprised of just 3? Since entering the Hokage's office, Zen had been unusually arrogant, a stark contrast to his prior demeanor. Had the Hyuga provoked him? Fugaku sensed that the atmosphere needed defusing and quickly redirected the conversation. Elder, let us return to the matter at hand regarding compensation. Indeed, the elder's earlier demeanor was quite sincere, and the Hyuga did inspect the damages. I wonder if the clan leaders have anything further to discuss? The third Hokage's benevolent expression displayed his satisfaction with the tension between the two families. He aimed to maintain equilibrium, ensuring neither clan dominated, especially given the Hyuga's seemingly exaggerated accomplishments on the battlefield. As Hokage, I am willing to contribute 10% of the losses to ease the situation. Elder, do not rush. Let us deliberate together. The Uchiha have no objections. It all hinges on the Hyuga's response, Fugaku affirmed, recognizing that the Hokage's financial backing was ample. Disregarding the Hokage's generous 30 million, you will owe 27 billion, Zen remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the Hokage, who exuded magnanimity. The third Hokage nearly choked on his tea, his incredulity palpable. Fugaku coughed as well, realizing Zen had made an outrageous demand. He had anticipated a figure in the millions. But this was beyond comprehension, bordering on absurdity. Are the Uchiha truly destitute? 3 billion. Why not simply rob a bank? The third Hokage's incredulity was evident. Sensing the Hokage's scrutiny, Fugaku maintained a stoic facade, eventually muttering, further negotiations are possible. Negotiations are ideal. That is a relief. The third Hokage sighed, relieved that 30 million would not completely deplete his resources. Hokage, listen, the Uchiha are nothing short of brigands. The elder Hyuga trembled, on the verge of collapse, prompting the third Hokage to tread carefully, wary of uttering a word that might worsen the elder's condition. No wonder Hayashi and Hizashi returned in a state of agitation. It was clear the Uchiha had pushed the elder to his limits. Now, the third Hokage felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding both clans as they entered the valuation phase. 30 million, no more, no less. Hayashi seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. The elder Hyuga shot him a sharp glance, reminding him to remain silent. Yet, the indignation was palpable. After a couple of days, Hayashi had learned to contemplate the elder's gaze, questioning if he had spoken too much. Was the elder perhaps suggesting a settlement of 1 million? The third Hokage nodded. This range was acceptable to him. Are you all beggars? Uchiha Jun, unwilling to continue with the charade, began to haggle. We utilized 772 explosive tags, each costing 4,000 ryo. For simplicity, Let us round it to 770 tags, which totals 3,080,000 ryo. The Hokage could no longer maintain his composure. How dare you even suggest rounding down to 2 tags? Uchiha Fugaku scrutinized Uchiha Jun's lips as they moved in calculation. 772 tags? The entire Uchiha clan barely has 1,000 in stock. He distinctly recalled that only 30 or so were used during those 2 explosions that night. Of course, if you wish to avoid financial loss, you could compensate us with the explosive tags. Currently, we, the Uchiha, have even rummaged through the bottom of our boxes. Uchiha Jun spoke deliberately, aware that the 3rd Hokage would never allow the Uchiha to possess so many explosive tags, ensuring they would incur losses. This money would be the Hyuga's responsibility. The 3rd Hokage finally spoke, and the Hyuga clan could no longer negotiate. Uchiha Jun continued to tally the costs. 141 injured Uchiha, including medical expenses, nutrition fees, rehabilitation costs, compensation for injuries, and funeral expenses, particularly for the elder, who might not survive the year. Calculating 1 million ryo for each, that totals 140 million ryo. Additionally, we suffered substantial property damage. Half of the Uchiha was destroyed, and now everyone is exposed to the elements. Surely 100 million ryo for repairs is not excessive. Lastly, 50 million ryo for emotional distress. Some of our young, previously unwed men were left traumatized by this raid, undoubtedly affecting our clan's population drastically over the next decade. This loss warrants 50 million ryo, surely. Listening to Uchiha Jun's calculations, Uchiha Fugaku nodded repeatedly, feeling that the costs were still too low. How could they only account for the elder's funeral expenses? Even the evidently prepared Hyuga clan leader nearly gasped in disbelief. He had intended to offer 300 million ryo in compensation, but never anticipated that Uchiha Jun had already determined the expenses so clearly. Why couldn't his own children learn from this? The Hokage was unwilling to concede the explosive tags, and the medical costs could not be reduced. They could only negotiate on the property repairs and emotional damages. Regret washed over him for placing the Uchiha at the village's farthest reaches, as he could not ascertain the actual extent of the damage. When the Umbu arrived, it was indeed a scene of devastation. But they could not claim that the Uchiha had caused this themselves. After Uchiha Jin finished, he exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Fugaku. As the clan leader, this was his moment to assert himself. Elder, we have been straightforward. Those young men who were ambushed are magnanimous and have not demanded an increase in compensation. Chapter 51. This face, I cannot afford to lose. We are all victims here and do not wish to escalate matters further. Please, just settle this amicably. Didn't the Hokage say he would assist you with 30 million? A fair deal indeed. Uchiha Jun toyed with his fingers, resembling a carefree child. The Hyuga elder paused. Responding, I shall consider it. Uchiha Fugaku smirked. Take your time, elder. If there is anything unclear, we can provide a detailed breakdown. You are also welcome to visit our Uchiha clan to verify any discrepancies. The elder replied, I have made my decision. Previously, you calculated 300 million and 38,000. Let us round it down. I'll offer a flat 300 million for a settlement. The Hyuga elder decisively concluded, signaling it was time for the Hokage to make a sacrifice. They were indeed the victims, and given their current enmity, he turned to the 3rd Hokage, apologetically stating, Hokage-sama, I regret the expense. Hyuga Hizashi? Wasn't he, I suppose, to remain silent and merely observe? 300 million is far too lenient for them. Although they could afford it, no one wished to be the fool in this transaction. The Hyuga elder continued, if you cannot provide such a sum at once, might you consider that the urgency is not with the Hyuga or Uchiha, but rather with the 3rd Hokage. He was the one who had to produce 30 million ryo. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jun and the Hyuga elder had reached a clandestine agreement. No need. We Hyuga wished to sever ties with the Uchiha permanently, the elder huffed. Noticing Uchiha Jun tapping his fingers on the table, he added, the war has just concluded, and we cannot produce such a large sum at once. We will need to pay you in 3 installments over 2 months, and from henceforth, we shall maintain our distance. Then shall we draft a written agreement? Uchiha Fugaku, incredulous, inquired, were they truly agreeing to this? Was he under some illusion? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku failed to realize that only the Hokage would be the one ultimately handing over the funds. Let us formalize an agreement. Can the Hokage's 10% be paid in full at once? Or shall we set up installments with an interest rate of 0.3? Uchiha Jun inquired amicably. The third Hokage felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why had he spoken at all? No need. I will ensure the funds are delivered to the Uchiha promptly so that your clan may have shelter. Observe how swiftly the Hokage acted, while you are so miserly. No wonder the elder criticized you. Uchiha Jun raised an eyebrow, mocking Hisashi. The disparity between him and the Hyuga clan leader was stark. The latter was merely a foolish and reckless youth. You, return what belongs to the Hyuga. Hisashi could no longer contain his anger, fixated on what had been given away. At these words, everyone fell silent. Even Uchiha Jun was taken aback. He had encountered naive innocence before, but never such sheer foolishness. The Hokage was still present. The Hyuga elder nearly rolled his eyes, his breathing heavy as he attempted to amend. Previously, the Hyuga made an unfounded accusation regarding your compensation. Our subordinate was careless and sent the wrong items. We shall send another soon. As for he struggled to utter the words return it. Having witnessed the prosperity of Konoha and the ravages of war, yet never imagined he would have to endure such humiliation in his twilight years. Everyone tacitly accepted that the earlier items were indeed a form of hush money for Uchiha Jun, yet to demand their return was a different matter altogether. The Hokage shook his head, realizing that moving forward, the Hyuga clan would no longer be a thorn in his side. Even Hisashi would not pose a significant challenge, merely serving as a talisman. Apologies, but I cannot return it. I gifted it to Orochimaru sensei, who has been diligently teaching me during these days. I presume what the Hyuga provided is of equal merit, and I wish to honor him. Uchiha Jun retorted, his expression one of disdain. I do not covet it. But to ask for hush money back is quite preposterous. Hisashi glared with wide, unblinking eyes, incredulous that such a gift had been given away so easily. The Hyuga elder's countenance darkened. If Uchiha Jun revealed to Orochimaru the method to break the rebirth technique, combined with the documentation he possessed, the Hyuga clan would be doomed. The third Hokage's expression shifted to one of perplexity. You are a disciple of Orochimaru? In truth, he wished to ask why Orochimaru would choose to take on such a student. Konoha has many talents, yet Orochimaru pays no heed to them. Yet he chose you. Was it your youth or your Uchiha lineage that drew him in? Indeed, one could say I am also a grand student of Hokage-sama. Uchiha Jun began to ponder. The third Hokage, believing he would refuse it, wore a broad smile. Grand student is excellent. However, the very next moment, Uchiha Jun firmly declared, you must expedite the payment. My family's roof is still missing half of its structure. Instantly, the smile on the third Hokage's face froze. Caught in a limbo where he could neither smile nor accept. Summon Orochimaru. In the laboratory, Orochimaru, engrossed in recording data, was informed by the Umbu and exited, leaving his clone to continue the work. As he stepped outside, Jiraiya and Minato were just about to knock on the door. Ah, Orochimaru, you look rather pale. Have you been working all night? Jiraiya remarked knowingly, draping an arm over his shoulder. Silence, fool. What brings you here? Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he confirmed he bore no remnants of the laboratory's aura. I came to see you. Where is your little disciple? Jiraiya teased, elongating the word little. The old man wants to see me. You may do as you please. Orochimaru shrugged off Jiraiya's arm from his shoulder. Minato discreetly tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, following closely behind in hopes that his beloved disciple would chance upon that young boy. Oh dear, what a stubborn old man. I'll accompany you. I shall speak on behalf of your little disciple when the time comes. Just after stepping out the door, they encountered Kakashi and Shikaku. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, what brings you here? Kakashi appeared to have been severely shaken last time, as he now frequently uttered nonsensical sounds. Puffed, crackle, swoosh. Minato began to suspect that Kakashi's mind had gone awry, pondering whether he might encounter Uchiha Izumi here at Orochimaru's. As a member of the third Hokage's faction, his presence among the Uchiha was rather inappropriate. The Hokage had summoned Orochimaru's disciple away, leaving Orochimaru to entertain the situation. Care to join? Jiraiya relished the unfolding drama, particularly Orochimaru's antics. Shikaku remained silent, his demeanor speaking volumes. The most esteemed figures of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office. Old man, what do you need me for? The third Hokage nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing the unexpected company. I summoned you alone. Why have you brought so many with you? Clearing his throat, the third Hokage added, I've heard that Izumi has prepared a gift for you. Orochimaru cast a glance at the smiling Izumi, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Licking his lips. Indeed, A fine child. I hear it's a token of recompense. He had received it without even opening it. Chapter 52. Hinata, are you? Upon hearing this, Hinata's face turned a shade of green. Orochimaru was the most cherished disciple of the Hokage, potentially the next Hokage himself. Would he dare return? Was he not afraid of the third Hokage's retaliation against his clan? Jiraiya shot resentful glances at his disciple Minato, lamenting that he had never seen him offer anything to his teacher. Minato, sensing the gaze, shrugged apologetically, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Izumi wore a troubled expression, torn with indecision. Orochimaru-sensei, the Hinata clan leader wishes to return. What is the value of those gifts? May I compensate Hinata? The essence lies in the disciple's heartfelt intention, Orochimaru replied, casting a dismissive glance at the third Hokage, showing no respect. Since we've stirred up Sarutobi-sensei, I shall compensate the Hinata clan leader with 500 ryo for those books, at 50 ryo each. Goodness, 500 ryo for a few worthless books. How dare he request them back when the Hinata are so miserly? 500 ryo. Even a random student could muster that amount. How could they dare ask for more? The Hokage felt a pang of embarrassment, reminiscing about Danzo, wishing he were present. Orochimaru-sensei, I have funds. The Hokage has offered 30 million as compensation to the Uchiha, and I will have the payment shortly. Izumi appeared weak and pitiful. The Hinata's 27 billion would take 2 months to arrive, but the Hokage assured it would be expedited. Indeed, the Hokage is a kind man. Orochimaru, glancing sympathetically at the visibly distressed third Hokage, quickly grasped that he had inadvertently placed his beloved teacher in a predicament. Everyone present gasped in disbelief. Such audacity. The Uchiha were left with nothing. Hinata clan leader. What do you say? In 3 days, I shall send you 500 ryo. He offered a congenial smile to Hinata. It was utterly humiliating. He had never felt so mortified in front of such distinguished individuals. The aged Hinata clan leader, seasoned and wise, coughed a few times, closed his eyes, and feigned unconsciousness. This would allow him to be discreetly carried away to the Konoha hospital, just as they were preparing to leave the Hokage's office. The Umbu reported the arrival of delegations from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. The third Hokage, slightly taken aback, nearly forgot this matter. Old man, I have urgent business. I'll take my leave. Jiraiya vanished in a flash, not even taking Minato with him. Old man, I too am quite busy. Orochimaru licked his lips, reluctant to deal with the delegation, deeming it both troublesome and a waste of time. Lord Third, I have pondered for quite some time and cannot conjure a suitable excuse. Shikaku remarked, contemplating whether to cough or feign fainting. The third Hokage scrutinized the remaining individuals, dismissing the Uchiha from consideration, ultimately locking his gaze on Minato. Minato, you shall be responsible for hosting the delegation. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato accepted the task dutifully, despite Uchiha Fugaku maintaining the dignity of a clan leader. His anxious demeanor betrayed his composure. His mind was consumed with 3 billion. 3 billion. 3 billion indeed. After their departure, the third Hokage made his way to the root headquarters of his old friend Danzo. Ah, Hokage-sama, what brings you to this shadowy place? Danzo activated his mode of cold sarcasm upon seeing the third Hokage. The third Hokage, well acquainted with his childhood friend, understood that Danzo was deeply devoted to the village. The Hokage represented the sunlit leaves, while Danzo symbolized the roots buried in darkness. His methods were merely a bit extreme. Danzo, the Uchiha and Hinata have become thorns in each other's sides. Are you satisfied now? The third Hokage, shedding his usual benevolence, spoke with a serious demeanor. I warned you, they are both ninjas of the village. The war has just concluded, and we cannot afford internal strife. Humph. Have you two been seduced by the malevolent Uchiha? My 2 squads perished at the hands of Uchiha Izumi. Do you intend to wait for him to grow stronger? Danzo yelled at the third Hokage, practically pressing his face against him. Eliminating Uchiha Izumi is not yet timely. He is currently Orochimaru's disciple. And that does not justify your assault on the Hinata. The third Hokage remained unperturbed by Danzo's disrespect, his keen eyes seemingly igniting with determination. I have stated that the Hinata are not my doing. Their noses are in the air, equally as troublesome as the wicked Uchiha. Who knows whom they offended on the battlefield? Danzo, somewhat dismissive, had no qualms about lying in front of the third Hokage. He merely chose not to divulge certain matters. However, Hinata has begun to suspect you, and this incident has escalated far too much. It's hard to contain. Humph, Uchiha and Hinata quarrel. What does that concern me? Moreover, didn't Hinata agree to compensate? The third Hokage paused, speaking nonchalantly. You shall offer 30 million as compensation to the Uchiha. After all, this situation arose from your actions. What? You must be mad. Danzo's voice cracked in disbelief, unable to fathom the third Hokage's words. Danzo, this is the most amicable resolution possible. The envoys from Sunagakure and Iwagakure are arriving shortly. Do take care. The third Hokage himself was uncertain about how much Danzo possessed. If it fell short, he could always chip in. He awaited the last batch of ninjas to return from the battlefield, hoping to sell their recovered tools to replenish the village's coffers. That money had to be reported to the daimyo. It could not simply vanish. He felt a pang of regret at losing it, yet this was Danzo's mess. He had not placed blame on him. Sometimes, financial loss mitigates disaster, and everyone benefits. By applying pressure, he trusted that Danzo would not be stingy. And remember, everyone is aware that the assassination of Uchiha Izumi was orchestrated by Danzo. You shall refrain from uttering that name for now. What do you mean? Danzo's face twitched in rage. Forbidding him to use his name was akin to being called a monkey instead. This was an attempt to erase him from Konoha, his achievements, his contributions. You would sacrifice me for a mere Uchiha. The third Hokage remained unfazed by Danzo's outbursts, clarifying, this is not for Izumi, but for the village. You must comply. After all, I am the Hokage now. The very title pierced him deeply. That fleeting moment of hesitation had cost him the Hokage position. What had he, Danzo, endured to achieve this? To protect the village, to become Hokage. In order to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen, to make him aware that in the presence of Danzo, he can only be second, the third Hokage turned away, not wanting to gaze upon the grotesque and ever-changing expression on his face. He prepared to leave, stating, do remember to gather 30 million quickly. I shall come to collect. Danzo suddenly realized that the 30 million was the crux of the matter. Why did he require such a vast sum? Upon recalling his old friend's peculiar tastes, his countenance darkened further, rendering him even more sinister. Hiruzen, have you been unfaithful? As he stepped out the door, he nearly stumbled, almost falling flat. The third Hokage coughed violently. This was not a matter to be gossiped about. For if People Lake were to learn of it, his money for cigarettes would be lost. This reaction only served to confirm Danzo's suspicions that Hiruzen was indeed embroiled in an affair. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Hiruzen, do you still remember the 3 forbidden actions of a ninja? As Hokage, if you cannot set a proper example, you should swiftly resign. At this moment, Danzo stood on the brink of an eruption. While he would relish Hiruzen's misfortune, the Hokage's lack of discretion in personal matters was utterly unacceptable. The Hokage was the face of the entire village. Should he be ousted for such reasons, Danzo's ascension would be tarnished, subject to whispers behind his back. Danzo, it's not as you think. The third Hokage wished to employ every ounce of his talent in ninjutsu to correct Danzo's misconceptions. However, the more he protested, the more Danzo believed Hiruzen to be guilty. It seemed necessary for him to find an opportunity to converse with People Lake at their residence. Money must still be compensated, but it could not come from his own pocket. Gritting his teeth, Danzo mentally berated the third Hokage. 30 million, is it? I shall have it in 3 days. Very well, I will come to see you in 3 days, Danzo. A smile returned to the third Hokage's face. As long as the money was secured, misunderstandings could be overlooked. You be gone. Depart from the route. A cane was hurled at the third Hokage, who was utterly repulsed by Danzo's antics. You cannot accept Danzo. Should I call you Tuan instead? Regardless, you must not call him Danzo now. The third Hokage evaded the various items thrown at him while attempting to explain. Watching the third Hokage flee in disarray, Danzo's expression darkened significantly, his ominous voice echoing. Someone, summon Koharu and Midokado. As the group departed from the Hokage building, each returned home, with only Kakashi and his father, Hatake Shoma, aimlessly wandering the streets of Konoha. Father, shall we still seek Uchiha Ibito? Kakashi, who had remained silent, finally spoke as he observed his father circling a spot multiple times. Kakashi, you're still here. Hatake Shoma realized he had forgotten his son, having sought Orochimaru to inquire about Uchiha Ibito for Kakashi's sake. The incessant sounds in the yard, starting at dawn, were nearly driving him to madness. If necessary, he would even pay for Ibito to teach Kakashi that ninjutsu. He simply wished to avoid hearing those irritating sounds again. Oh, let us go fishing. Hatake Shoma sighed. You have a Uchiha classmate, do you not? Invite him along, and let him bring Uchiha Obito. Surely they must know each other. Kakashi's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Visiting a classmate's home was perfectly reasonable. Bringing along family members was only logical. This would surely lead to a meeting. All right, father, we shall go fishing by the river near the Uchiha clan. Kakashi first sought Rin's assistance in contacting Obito. Naturally, Rin, who harbored feelings for Kakashi, readily agreed, eager for an opportunity for Obito and Kakashi to bond and to meet the esteemed Uchiha. She quickly prepared herself. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan, they gazed at the dilapidated houses, feeling a sense of melancholy. They wondered if Obito, having missed school the past few days, was all right. Given how widely known the recent events concerning the Uchiha had become, the two approached Obito's home, which was situated in a less than favorable environment, the building being an old wooden structure. Obito, are you there? Rin called out cheerfully towards the window. Moments later, a head poked out. Rin? Obito, we're going fishing. Would you like to join us? These past few days, the clan head had ordered Uchiha clan members to remain within the clan grounds. So Obito had not attended school and was now yearning for Rin's presence. He hadn't expected her to arrive. Without a moment to change clothes, he leaped out the window, only to find not just Rin, but also the aloof Kakashi standing there. What are you doing here? Obito crossed his arms, smirking mockingly. Does a genius not require training? Kakashi remained unfazed by Obito's jibe, glancing at Rin. Obito, could you invite Obito Uchiha to join us as well? I heard he's around our age. Surely you know him. Rin gazed at Obito with hopeful eyes, her sparkling gaze making it hard for him to refuse. Yes. We're all clan members, Obito replied, feeling a bit challenged. He could not let Rin down, but he genuinely did not know Obito Uchiha. He had only heard rumors about him, and they had never met face to face. The Uchiha clan was neither small nor large. Finding Obito would not be simple. Even if he could locate Obito's home, would he be there? If he was home, would he be willing to hear him out? Reporting to the clan head would lead to dire consequences. However, upon seeing Rin's adoring gaze, he steeled himself and declared, I will take you to his home. But I cannot guarantee he will be there, and we are not very familiar. Obito led Kakashi and Rin around the Uchiha clan grounds, asking numerous individuals, but still failing to find Obito's residence. Kakashi grew impatient. Hey, can you even do this? As a man of the Uchiha, how can you be deemed incapable? Fuming, Obito glared at Kakashi, ready for a confrontation. Stupid Kakashi, who are you calling incapable? If you're so capable, why not find him yourself? Our proud Uchiha clan is vast. A few extra steps should not deter a genius. Fool. It's clearly you who does not know the way. Enough. You too, cease your bickering. Rin, exasperated, stood between them to mediate. After Obito had asked countless people for directions, they finally located Obito Uchiha's home. Before them stood a dilapidated and narrow traditional-style building. Even Rin appeared uncertain. Obito, are you sure Lord Obito lives here? In Kakashi's mind, Obito Uchiha ought to reside in a place comparable to Orochimaru's estate, even if not of that caliber. It should not be in such disrepair. Crash. A wooden plank fell from the eaves, nearly landing on their heads. It should be, right? Obito stepped inside first, spotting a man chopping wood. Excuse me, sir, is this the residence of Uchiha Obito? We would like to invite him to go fishing. If not, could you please direct us to his home? Uchiha Heisuke looked up at the three and asked, Are you here to see Obito? He just fell asleep. Would you like to come inside for a cup of tea while I fetch him? Yes, ma'am. This is my good friend Rin and my classmate Kakashi. We want to invite Uchiha Obito to go fishing, Obito answered, naturally sociable. Let us wait outside. Uchiha Heisuke, not one for many words, harbored no ill will towards the children, though his signature stoic demeanor gave off an air of aloofness. Uncle, are you chopping wood? May I assist you? Obito, ever the social butterfly, pulled out a kunai he had saved for a year and struck at the wood beside Uchiha Heisuke. Kakashi felt he could no longer remain a passive observer. With a heavy heart, he drew his great sword and joined in the chopping of wood. When Uchiha Zen was once again pulled from his slumber, his face was dark enough to drip ink. All he desired was a peaceful nap. Why could he not have that? With resentment boiling within him, Uchiha Zen squinted at the sight of Obito and Kakashi laboring in the yard. What are you doing here? He queried, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him, akin to having a tightening curse placed upon his head. If he continued this way, he feared the risk of sudden death. As he observed the commotion, Lin regarded Uchiha Zen with admiration, but he merely ignored her, his expression stern. "We wanted to invite you fishing," Obito stammered. Unwilling to lose face before his crush, Lin. Kakashi, with a countenance as lifeless as a corpse, looked at Uchiha Zen and said, "My father is waiting for you by the river near Uchiha. Tell Lord Tsukumo that I will visit another day," Uchiha Zen declared, turning to retreat back to his slumber. However, Uchiha Reina seized his collar. "Zen, they came to invite you to play. Don't be so rude." Uchiha Zen's expression darkened further, and as he passed by the trio with his great sword in hand, an aura of coldness enveloped him, casting a chilling gaze that made them feel their doom was imminent. "I haven't offended him, have I? It's nearly noon. Surely, he is not still asleep." Obito wondered, feeling a shiver run down his spine. By the river on Uchiha territory, Tsukumo waited for nearly 2 hours. Yet there was no sign of Uchiha Zen or even Kakashi. Sitting by the riverbank, his fishing rod trembled slightly as he reeled in a fish. Could it be that Kakashi has found yet another secluded spot to fish? He mused. "Lord Tsukumo, did you summon me solely for fishing?" Uchiha Zen inquired from atop a tree branch, his expression quite displeased. Uchiha Zen, where are Kakashi and the others?" Tsukumo exclaimed, startled that he had not noticed Uchiha Zen standing right behind him on the tree. Had he underestimated his strength, or had Zen grown powerful enough to contend with him? "Behind you." Too slow. Tsukumo felt bewildered. He had been so vibrant at the Hokage office, yet now he bore a different countenance. Minutes later, Kakashi, Obito, and Lin arrived at the riverbank, exhausted and collapsing onto the grass. "I'm dead tired." Obito gasped, greedily inhaling the air. Kakashi, panting slightly, mocked. "Is the gap between your Uchiha clan so vast?" "Dumb Kakashi. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I will become the future Hokage," Obito retorted, his competitive spirit igniting as he faced Kakashi, ready for a confrontation. Uchiha Zen frowned at their bickering. "Tsukumo is present. Is this behavior truly appropriate?" Kakashi had lost Obito during the Third Great Ninja War, leaving him feeling hollow. The thought of Kai's return sent a shiver down his spine. It was terrifying. As a straight man, he could not accept such matters. He resolved to keep his distance from them. Hesitating, he glanced at the focused Tsukumo and asked, "Lord Tsukumo, do you mind their antics?" Tsukumo did not comprehend Uchiha Zen's implication and tilted his head in confusion. Too foolish. He might end up single for life. Foolish? After pondering briefly, Tsukumo nodded. Indeed, Obito did seem rather dim-witted. "Lord Tsukumo." Lin finally gathered her composure, and, upon seeing the legendary Konoha White Fang, a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, found herself stuttering in excitement at the sight of two great figures. Obito felt discontent as he witnessed this scene. If only he awakened his Sharingan, he too could garner the favor of the legendary Sannin like Uchiha Zen. "Damn it, they're stealing my spotlight." Obito grumbled, tugging at his sleeves, his frustration evident. Tsukumo and Uchiha Zen sat quietly by the river, fishing. A fish tugged at the line, and with a swift motion, Tsukumo hooked a plump catch, placing it in his bucket. He observed Uchiha Zen sitting beside him, motionless and composed, and reflected that few young people possessed such tranquility of spirit. "Hey, kid, would you be willing to sell me that impressive jutsu of yours?" Tsukumo asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed about soliciting a junior for their self-created technique. But for Kakashi's sake, he was willing to negotiate any terms within his means. On the sidelines, Kakashi paused. Incredulous, his esteemed father was actually requesting a jutsu from a junior. If this were to spread, it would tarnish his reputation. "Father, please don't." Kakashi's voice startled Uchiha Zen from his drowsiness. Catching Tsukumo's gaze, he turned to ask, "Lord Tsukumo, what did you say?" Tsukumo's eyes twitched. Perhaps he had misinterpreted the situation, as Zen appeared to have dozed off. Just how boring must fishing be for someone to fall asleep while doing it? "The jutsu you created," Tsukumo began, finding it difficult to articulate. You want the 1,000 years of pain technique? Or perhaps Reikage?" Uchiha Zen tilted his head, still uncertain. Observing Kakashi's restrained demeanor, he finally deduced Tsukumo's intent. "Are you seeking Reikage for Kakashi? You may propose any condition, be it jutsu or future prospects. I shall fulfill it to the best of my ability." In truth, this jutsu was originally Kakashi's creation, and giving it to him was of little concern. But once Tsukumo opened his mouth, matters became complicated. To be honest, what he truly desired was the 8 Gates of Might. He was confident that after his modifications, A complete set of the 8 gates would manifest within him. Thus, Uchiha Zen once again employed the bargaining skills he had honed at the market, calmly stating, "Lord Tsukumo, Reikage is not suitable for him." At first glance, Reikage appeared to be a concentrated attack, combining both destructive power and speed. However, due to its excessive mobility, it rendered the user unable to perceive the opponent's counterattack, making it a jutsu with significant flaws. I am capable of utilizing it solely because my Sharingan compensates for its shortcomings. Chapter 55, Teaching Kakashi Reikage. Tsukumo fell into contemplation. Uchiha Zen's analysis was spot on. The advantages and disadvantages of this technique were starkly extreme, and it was ill-suited for assassination. A ninja is not a warrior and requires direct combat. Even if Kakashi were to learn it, what use would it be? He could shout on the battlefield, "If you have the guts, come face me head-on." Yet, his foolish son seemed particularly infatuated with it. Sigh. I do not expect him to become a prodigy. I merely hope he does not remain a fool. Uchiha Zen continued. Moreover, this technique is merely a foundational framework I constructed during my idle time. It cannot be considered a complete jutsu. Stealing a secretive glance at Tsukumo, he inwardly urged him to negotiate quickly, as he had already thought of a bottom line. At this point, Kakashi was rendered speechless. The technique he had longed to learn was merely a framework conceived during Uchiha Zen's leisure, not even a complete jutsu. I understand everything you've said. These past few days, Kakashi has been incessantly making noise at home, wanting to buy this technique to quiet him down. Tsukumo shook his head helplessly, but suddenly, an epiphany struck him as he realized an important point. Uchiha Zen's understanding of the principles behind jutsu was not very clear. That slicing and crackling nonsense could certainly be articulated in simpler terms. I desire the 8 gates of might and the swordsmanship from the era of turmoil. Uchiha Zen declared directly, stating his conditions. His goal was solely the 8 gates. The swordsmanship was merely an added bonus. If the other party disagreed, he would forego the swordsmanship entirely. Agreed. In a few days, I will have Kakashi deliver it to Uchiha. Kakashi Hitaki readily agreed. Although the 8 gates technique belongs to advanced taijutsu and carries inherent risks, Uchiha Zen is a person of discernment who would not indulge in recklessness. As for the swordsmanship from the Warring States period, there are plenty of techniques in his own household. He would organize them upon returning and present them. After all, there are few ninjas who wield swords these days. Setting aside his fishing rod, Uchiha Zen lazily waved to Kakashi. His dark eyes transformed into the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. As he concentrated lightning chakra in his hand, unleashing a thunderous eruption. With a swift thrust, Uchiha Zen sliced through the water, and as the flow gradually closed, countless fish floated belly up upon the river's surface. Remarkable. Both Kakashi and Obito, as well as Rin who stood nearby, shared this reaction. In their understanding, it was impossible to cut through water. It was that simple. Uchiha Zen retracted his Sharingan, leisurely stating, as long as one possesses lightning chakra, mastering it after practicing once or twice is quite feasible. Hitaki Tsukumo felt fortunate that Zen did not elaborate with a flurry of explanations. Can I learn it too? Obito interjected, his face alight with hope. No. Uchiha Zen promptly interrupted Obito's daydreams. Aren't there enough fire release techniques for you to learn from the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Obito wilted, knowing he lagged behind. Despite his protests when called the underachiever, deep down, he understood he was not as talented as Kakashi. He longed to grow stronger and earn others' recognition, hence his aspiration to become Hokage. Yet, he never considered that simply being an Uchiha would preclude him from that path. This was no longer a matter of strength, but rather the political suppression of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi clasped one wrist with the other, concentrating his lightning chakra, which crackled with energy. Boom. Kakashi lost control of the released chakra, sending him flying. Lack of chakra control. Both Uchiha Zen and Hitaki Tsukumo exclaimed in unison. Gasping for breath, Kakashi trembled as he raised his injured hand, rendered numb by the lightning chakra. Uchiha Zen approached him, grasping his hand, a verdant glow emanating from his palm. The visible wound healed before their eyes, gradually restoring sensation. First, practice chakra control. In truth, Kakashi's control had vastly improved since the days of Team 7, yet in this era of war, it was still insufficient. Perhaps due to his mature soul, he recognized that while powerful jutsu were essential, they must also suit the individual, enabling one to wield techniques to their utmost advantage and survive in the face of adversaries. Rather than merely learning dazzling jutsu to engage in combat, Hatake Tsukumo observed Kakashi, unaware of what truly mattered for a ninja. Rising to dust off his attire, he declared, "Jun, let me see how much you have grown since returning from the front lines." With that, Tsukumo drew the white fang and vanished in a flash. Uchiha Jun similarly unsheathed his katana, disappearing in an instant before the trio. The two were unaware that their contest was not merely about who possessed the stronger fist in direct confrontation. Concealed in the shadows, they continuously assessed each other's potential next moves, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Uchiha Jun summoned a shadow clone, transforming it into a monkey that leaped through the forest. As it passed a large tree, a sudden explosion erupted. Clang! The two shadowy figures collided, their blades clashing with a resounding ring. Not only was it a contest of swordsmanship, but also involved traps and ninjutsu to leverage the terrain, ensuring their own protection while ensnaring their opponent. Within a mere minute, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Such an impressive battle mentality. From the very first move, one could discern the opponent's psyche. Every action was purposeful, with no wasted movements. No wonder they returned unscathed from the battlefield. Hatake Tsukumo, hidden atop a tree trunk, pondered how to subdue Uchiha Jun without causing him harm. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his neck. In an instant, a wooden branch split in two. A shadowy figure vanished into the forest. Goodness, if it had been anyone else, they would surely have met their end at Uchiha Jun's hands. Uchiha Jun had no intention of sparing his son. He sought to challenge him, refusing to let him down. Uchiha Jun meticulously set traps along his path. While he knew he could not best Tsukumo in direct combat, that did not mean he could not counterattack against someone stronger. If Tsukumo were to attempt to kill him, he might not succeed, but Jun was confident he could succeed in the opposite scenario. From Tsukumo's mission, where he was falsely accused of suicide while trying to save his comrades, it was evident he was a man of integrity who could not bear the weight of such slander. However, if this had been Orochimaru, the accusations would have been dismissed as inconsequential, and he would have dragged those detractors into his laboratory. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo was also diligently searching for Uchiha Jun's location. Initially intending to conduct practical training with Kakashi, he now found himself intrigued. The ability to accurately gauge another's movements is born from countless experiences that shape one's mental patterns. Konoha boasts many geniuses, yet few possess the seasoned experience to stand out. Just as Uchiha Jun finished speaking, Hatake Tsukumo stepped onto a branch that splintered beneath him, his body tilting backward as he caught a glimpse of the grinning Uchiha Jun before him, accompanied by a monkey clutching an explosive tag. Chapter 56. Can I, Uchiha Jun, confront you head-on? Lord Tsukumo, you have grown careless. As an experienced ninja, he swiftly reacted, evading the blade that Uchiha Jun swung at him. He landed at a distance from the monkey holding the explosive tag. Earth release, decapitation technique. Hatake Tsukumo was reduced to merely a head. Impossible. Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes. This was his revered father. How could he possibly fail? It had to be a trick. Uchiha Jun smirked, puffing into a cloud of smoke. What? Shadow clone. The head of Hatake Tsukumo also transformed into a cloud of smoke. Another shadow clone. Obito watched the fierce duel, his anxiety surpassing that of his own examinations. The two shadowy figures intertwined, their blades glinting in the sunlight as they flashed past one another. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed as both combatants were forced to retreat. Their silhouettes became clear to the trio as they resumed their duel, moving with lightning speed, entangled in a dance of blades that shifted fluidly. The relentless clashing of their swords allowed Uchiha Jun to gradually adapt to Tsukumo's pace. His proficiency in swordsmanship was unparalleled throughout the ninja world. Yet, through this encounter, Uchiha Jun discovered his own unique sword style. Knight's Blaze. The blade shimmered with sparks akin to starlit flames, as Uchiha Jun wielded his katana like a reaper dancing amidst life and death. Hatake Tsukumo leapt backward, feeling something amiss beneath his feet. A monkey, tongue lolling out, sprinted wildly, oblivious to the drool it left behind. This is bad. Boom. An explosion resounded. Just as he felt a moment of relief, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He had stepped on explosive tags multiple times. Damn brat. Hatake Tsukumo gritted his teeth, cursing Uchiha Jun for his meticulous planning, which left no room for error. Suddenly, he recalled the fleeing monkey. Was it possible? Lord Tsukumo, you have underestimated him. On the trunk of a tree, a small insect quietly transformed into the figure of Uchiha Jun, holding a blade to the neck of Hitaki Tsukumo. I concede defeat. Tsukumo shrugged, acknowledging his underestimation of Uchiha Jun. However, a minute passed, and the blade remained pressed against his throat. Frowning, Tsukumo wondered what more could be done. Having already admitted his loss, suddenly, Uchiha Jin dissipated into a cloud of smoke once more, another shadow clone. Tsukumo couldn't help but admire Jun's masterful use of shadow clones and transformation techniques. My apologies, Tsukumo-dano, but I cannot afford to lower my guard simply because my opponent claims victory. After all, you possess far greater strength than I, Jun remarked as he emerged from behind a large tree, weariness and a smile gracing his face. You are quite formidable, a paragon of combat intellect, Tsukumo stated sincerely. Among all the ninjas he had encountered, Uchiha Jin stood out for his self-awareness. He understood his own limitations, never exhibiting arrogance, and knew precisely when to act in his favor. Their spar, although brief, merely half an hour, had seen Jin transition from unpreparedness to deftly ensnaring his opponent, even anticipating Tsukumo's moves. He methodically drove Tsukumo into his traps, maintaining vigilance even as he acknowledged his defeat. Shaking his head, Jun smiled wryly. Tsukumo-dano, your praise is unwarranted. It is merely a trick. Were you intent on taking my life, I fear I would not survive 3 minutes in your hands. Many are the genius ninjas, yet few possess true wisdom. Tsukumo had always been generous in his commendation of his juniors, yet he remained puzzled. In their direct combat, the interplay of shadow clones and the original was constant, and his failure to notice this was a lapse in his vigilance. Where is your true self concealed? I am hidden beneath the ground, Jun replied, gesturing to the earth beneath his feet. After all, Tsukumo-dano's strength compels me to prioritize my own life. Tsukumo's expression tightened, and he internally protested. This is Konoha. In our village, I truly could take your life. The idea of retreating underground had not crossed his mind. If it were another ninja, perhaps they would not question him. But was this generation of Uchiha so grounded? The 3 onlookers, momentarily stunned, were slow to recover. Observing his son's foolish demeanor, Tsukumo shook his head, hoping he would glean wisdom from this encounter, as strength could not be acquired overnight. Jun, how did your parents raise you to be so astute? As Tsukumo prepared the fish he had caught for roasting, Jun rolled his eyes and quipped. You become what you consume. Eat more brain food, like walnuts. Tsukumo found merit in this statement. Little did Kakashi know that such a remark would alter his fate, as he would be compelled to crack walnuts daily and incorporate brain matter into every meal. Gathered together, the group exchanged laughter, while Jin scrutinized one of the future architects of the 4th Great Ninja War. Chaotic, lacking in strength and logic. What could have compelled Uchiha Madara to choose him? Was it mere vengeance against Kaguya? Truth be told, transforming such a combat-inept individual into a king was no ordinary feat with Obito's temperament. Allowing him to lead would certainly cost him decades of life. Was it possible that Kaguya had offended Uchiha Madara? Or was it a case of beauty in the eye of the beholder? Jin pondered deeply. Ultimately arriving at this conclusion, the Uchiha clan's hereditary afflictions were closely tied to their reclusive nature, rendering them difficult to remedy. Medically, it was classified as a genetic defect. As long as one refrained from awakening their eyes, they could live without incident. However, once awakened, the condition would exacerbate. Not only would the mental illness intensify, but prolonged affliction could lead to blindness. Foolish Kakashi, once I awaken my Sharingan, I shall surely defeat you. Obito's roar interrupted Jun's musings. Was there yet another eager to succumb to illness? The strength of the Uchiha stemmed from their innate abilities, not merely from the Sharingan. Rather than relying on a pair of eyes, it was far more practical to enhance one's physical prowess by running laps around Konoha. Jin's words puzzled Obito. Why do you speak so nonchalantly when you possess the Sharingan? Would you be so powerful without it? Yet, this statement struck Tsukumo profoundly. His own Hitaki clan had also inherited their legacy from the Warring States period. Though not as formidable as the Senju or Uchiha, they understood the essence of a ninja. Thus, in the face of changing times, they had not abandoned their training in swordsmanship. The strength of ninjas in bygone eras was derived not from ninjutsu, but from the ninjas themselves. All bloodline traits were merely tools to assist the individual, not the sole focus as it seemed to be today. In the darkest corner of Konoha, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Minion engaged in a heated debate over the course of 2 days and nights. Danzo, we cannot afford this money. If we do, it will signify our support for Hisashi's infidelity. He must be taught a lesson. As a woman, Tsunade was particularly averse to infidelity, and the idea of using funds to absolve him was utterly unacceptable. Your reasoning holds merit, yet I have my own reasons for aiding him. Danzo inhaled deeply, concealing his resentment. He could not permit anyone to tarnish the name of the Hokage, as it would reflect poorly on him. Hisashi has had this flaw since childhood. I thought he merely had ambitions without the means, but he seems to have progressed with age. Mito's teasing tone irritated Tsunade, who retorted, "Men are all worthless, humph. I shall not contribute a single yen. Let Hisashi resolve this matter himself. Count me out." With that, Tsunade turned to leave, unwilling to continue the discussion. "Tsunade, please calm down," Mito urged, pulling her back. If she left now, it would appear that the funds were solely Danzo's and his. Even if Hisashi is less than honorable, he is still the Hokage. Danzo is correct in not allowing the Hokage to be shamed. Indeed, you are merely offering a small sum. I must even change my name. Danzo insisted, unwilling to let Tsunade depart. I will contribute 500,000, but this matter must be made known to Lake Biwa. Otherwise, not a single yen shall be given. Tsunade found Danzo somewhat pitiable. After all, he had remained single for decades, with no scandals to his name, which was rather reliable. As for the remaining 25 million, I shall contribute 13 million. The rest is on you, Mito. Danzo decisively concluded. I also plan to discuss this with Lake Biwa, for the Hokage is not akin to a clan leader. Mito grudgingly nodded, thinking, what a burden. You make it sound as if you are offering the full amount. Thus, after exchanging a series of insults directed at the third Hokage, they managed to gather 30 million yen. After escorting the Sand Village envoy to the Hokage's office for negotiations, Minato arranged their accommodations while keeping a watchful eye on their activities. Meanwhile, the Hokage was engaged in discussions with Nara Shikaku regarding compensation. Hokage-sama, the war has just ended. A large sum may be burdensome for the other party and could hinder negotiations. Nara Shikaku expressed his concerns. I understand that the Second World War dragged on for far too long, and no one wishes for its continuation. Even the remnants of supplies on the battlefield from the past year are scarce, and I fear that the supply of ninja tools from each hidden village may not sustain their ongoing conflict. The third Hokage calmly analyzed the situation, noting that in previous years, there would be some recoverable ninja tools after clearing the battlefield. However, this year, the collection of second-hand ninja tools amounts to less than a quarter of previous years. It seems that everyone is struggling to hold on. I comprehend, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku replied solemnly, aware that this matter significantly impacts the village's interests. You've worked hard, Shikaku. The third Hokage suddenly recalled Uchiha Zen's meticulous accounting skills and remarked, take Uchiha Zen with you to discuss the compensation issue. Huh. Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that the infamous Uchiha Zen? Yes. Inform him that he may receive 1% of the reward for this task, the third Hokage said, a warm smile gracing his face. To the Sand and Stone Shinobi, I wish you all robust hearts. Upon receiving this news, Uchiha Zen scoffed, realizing the third Hokage's cunning strategy. It is widely known that those sent to negotiate are usually the intellectual aides to the Hokage, seldom engaged in field missions, and often the most despised. Assigning an Uchiha to negotiate, with the prospect of sending him on another mission if successful, poses a risk. If the opposing side captures him alone, their wrath would undoubtedly be directed at him. This maneuver allows the Hokage to maintain his hand's cleanliness while achieving dual objectives. No wonder he is the Hokage. Ah, indeed. The third Hokage is the most formidable. Uchiha Zen thought with a cold smile. With a soft touch, he wields a lethal blade. How astute. As Uchiha Zen prepared to leave, Uchiha Reina inquired, Zen, are you heading out? Shall I save some food for you? No, mother, I am going to thank Nara Shikaku for his care towards our family. Uchiha Zen fabricated a reason, wishing to spare his family as concern. Even without words, he sensed their unease, fearing they might worry excessively over his ambition to pursue the path of the legendary four. Very well, express your gratitude to Shikaku-kun. I have prepared a gift for him. Please take it along and invite him to our home for dinner sometime. Uchiha Reina meticulously handed him a parcel, though Uchiha Zen paid little mind to its contents. It had been a while since he returned home. It was time to reconnect with old friends. After much inquiry, Uchiha Zen finally located Nara Shikaku's residence in the most remote and dilapidated corner. Knock, knock, knock. Nara Shikaku, upon hearing the knock, remained cautious. Who is it? It's me. Upon recognizing Uchiha Zen's voice, Nara Shikaku lowered his guard slightly, but did not invite him in. Instead, he asked, "What brings you here?" In truth, he had imagined many scenarios of Uchiha Zen coming to settle scores with him. Though uncertain whether Uchiha Zen would discern his minor mischief, he prepared for the worst. "Not inviting me in for a chat, good teammate?" Uchiha Zen tossed the gift he carried into Nara Shikaku's arms. Nara Shikaku squinted and stepped aside, signaling him to enter. Uchiha Zen felt no restraint in front of this old comrade, casually sitting on the tatami mat and observing Nara Shikaku before speaking. "Thank you for taking care of my family." Regardless of Nara Shikaku's intentions, Uchiha Zen felt compelled to express gratitude for his family's support. Without the 100,000 ryo he provided, his parents might have truly faced hunger. Reflecting on this, a shadow enveloped Uchiha Zen. "Whatever the reason, I will not hold it against you." Uchiha Zen placed 100,000 ryo on the table, stating, "As long as you do not cross my boundaries, I will consider past grievances forgotten." Nara Shikaku leaned back slightly, bracing himself against the tatami mat, one arm resting on his knee, revealing a knowing demeanor. "You certainly are aware, so what will you do next? I cannot believe you will let Hyuga Yuri off so easily. After all, we are good teammates. And he still owes me a pair of Byakugan. This is a life insurance payment. It must be reclaimed." Uchiha Zen remained unperturbed, recognizing his teammate's dire situation. "Perhaps collaboration could be a possibility. Are you interested in joining me? I find your shadow quite intriguing." "What are you joking about?" Nara Shikaku responded, recognizing the blatant intent behind Uchiha Zen's words. Such an obvious desire to covet his clan's secret techniques could only be the work of Uchiha Zen. "I am not jesting. You do not care about clan honor, do you? All you desire is to live in peace. But as a ninja, do you really believe you have a chance to work in a clerical position beside the Hokage?" Uchiha Zen's fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table, awaiting Nara Shikaku's primal reaction. Nara Shikaku suppressed his inner turmoil and countered, "You make a valid point, but I could become a teacher at the academy and live a stable life. However, you are far too dangerous. That is inconsequential. Take your time to consider," Uchiha Zen remarked, having gleaned the answer he sought. He rose with a smile. "My mother invites you to our home for dinner. You are always welcome." As Nara Shikaku stood up, arms crossed in confusion, he asked, "You came to the Nara clan just to say this?" "The Hokage sent me to negotiate compensation with those envoys." Uchiha Zen's expression darkened instantly, recalling the irritation this task brought him. "To my knowledge, this is a matter for the Nara clan leader. Are they not concerned you might botch the negotiations?" A glimmer of amusement appeared in Nara Shikaku's gaze. He did not trust that Uchiha Zen would comply so easily. Uchiha Zen shot him a sidelong glance. Formulating a plan that would both annoy the Hokage and leave no room for criticism. A clever strategy indeed. "Are you interested in earning some money? I can offer you a 70-30 split. Are you trying to drag me down with you?" "Absolutely not." Nara Shikaku's eyes widened as he quickly distanced himself from Uchiha Zen, realizing this individual was not to be trifled with. Despite having profited on the battlefield, he could not afford to expose himself openly in the hidden leaf. Uchiha Zen, beaming with a charming smile, coaxed, "Have you never considered leaving this place for a change of scenery?" At that moment, Nara Shikaku hesitated. He truly did not wish to remain. But as long as he was in Konoha, he had to abide by the Nara clan. He aspired to work alongside the daimyo of the Land of Fire. But given his status, he knew he did not measure up. "What do you want me to do?" Nara Shikaku relented, believing that with sufficient funds, he could thrive anywhere. "You simply need to follow me. You need not do anything. Will you really be so kind? To offer me 30% commission for doing nothing?" Nara Shikaku questioned Uchiha Zen's intentions, doubting the sincerity of his offer. "Of course. After all, your surname is Nara." Uchiha Zen replied with a radiant smile. Upon hearing Nara, Nara Shikaku's heart sank, instantly comprehending Uchiha Zen's true aim. He desired merely the name of the Nara clan, requiring nothing more than to take the blame. "No, 30% won't suffice. I want 40%, otherwise, there is no deal." Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku awaited Uchiha Zen's return with growing agitation. Sending an Uchiha to negotiate with the envoys and relinquishing 1% of the profits seemed reckless. How could the Hokage ensure that the Uchiha would succeed? "Clan leader, Uchiha Zen and Nara Shikaku have arrived." "Nara Shikaku?" "Hello, clan leader Shikaku." "Clan leader." As the two entered, Nara Shikaku lazily greeted them. He had seen Uchiha Zen before. After all, it was hard to forget someone who had caused such a ruckus during the Hyuga incident. However, he had no recollection of Nara Shikaku. perhaps due to his recent ascension as clan leader, which had not garnered much attention. Following Nara Shikaku's gaze, Uchiha Zen explained, "On the battlefield, Chiharu is my comrade. I came to the Nara clan to take a look while on a mission. It wasn't he stated that I couldn't seek assistance, was it?" This was indeed unexpected. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin. Members of his clan should pose no issues, as they are teammates. However, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to inform the Hokage. This matter is beyond my authority, yet I believe there shouldn't be any major concerns. That's good. I'll handle it myself. I'm concerned about jeopardizing our relations with foreign nations. I would need Chiharu to advise me later on. Uchiha Zen smiled innocently. Yet Shikaku felt a persistent unease, as if something uncontrollable was about to transpire. Clearing his throat, Nara Shikaku delved straight into the matter at hand. "We have captured 73 Sand Shinobi, including 3 Jonin, 39 Chunin and Elite Chunin, and 31 Jinin. For the Rock Shinobi, we have captured 121, including 1 Elite Jonin, 18 Jonin, with the rest being Jinin. Most Jinin are expendable. Why has Konoha captured them?" Uchiha Zen queried, puzzled. Nara Shikaku, slightly embarrassed, explained, "In the aftermath of war, villages require retraining. The loss of a Jinin is far less significant than that of a Jonin." Uchiha Zen nodded. He had no faith that the captives would be treated with kindness and hospitality. "And the pricing?" Shikaku continued. "The elite Jonin is valued at 50 million, Jonin at 30 million, elite Chunin and Chunin at 10 million, and Jinin at 500,000, totaling 635 billion for Sand Shinobi and 1,115 billion for Rock Shinobi, plus 10 billion in war damages from each village." The more Shikaku elaborated, the more furrowed his brow became. He deemed this arrangement unreasonable. If they pressed too hard, they could incite a backlash or a refusal to negotiate. "Is this calculation from you, or from the Hokage?" Uchiha Zen took a sip of tea, feeling this was merely a fanciful tale. He understood better than anyone how financially constrained the Sand Shinobi were. They could hardly afford such sums. "Is this truly the Hokage's doing?" Shikaku pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. "Zen, do you have any insights?" Chapter 59, Double-Dipping Shikaku. "You jest. What insights could I possibly have? I merely find this situation intriguing." Uchiha Zen scoffed at the Hokage's actions. Should negotiations falter, the village would compensate. Failure to achieve results would reflect poorly on one's competence. Seeking funds? Absolutely out of the question. You should be grateful if you escape without punishment. Has the Hokage mentioned the minimum price? After all, 1% of that figure is quite appealing. Nara Shikaku shook his head. That is the most troublesome aspect. Meanwhile, Nara Chiharu, who had been silent, wore a dismal expression. He finally understood why Uchiha Zen, known for his stinginess, was willing to part with 40% to make him shoulder such a heavy burden. Uchiha Zen had no intention of merely seeking 1%. He aimed to benefit from both ends. Proclaiming camaraderie, he intended to use his teammates for his own gain, potentially securing a life of comfort and ease in Konoha's prison. However, the opposing side would undoubtedly sacrifice some shinobi as pawns. Nara Shikaku stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Let us express our sincerity to the envoy and then discuss the minimum price with the Hokage." Uchiha Zen had a good proposal. Yet Nara Shikaku's furrowed brow reflected his deep concern. Ultimately, it was Shikaku who bore the primary responsibility for this matter. "Indeed, we should discuss first. I'm uncertain whether Zen intends to accompany me or if he will go to the envoy first. Shikaku can approach the Hokage first. I will handle the envoy. We can meet later." Uchiha Zen and Nara Chiharu first headed to Ichiraku Ramen. "Hey, what's your plan?" Nara Chiharu asked, head down while eating. "I certainly do not wish to spend the latter half of my life in Konoha's prison. The price is too high. They cannot afford it," Uchiha Zen replied, leisurely sipping his soup. "Rest assured, you are safe. The next war will commence before long." Nara Chiharu paused. The war had just ended. How could another arise so swiftly? At the very least, 2 years of recovery would be required. Nevertheless, he did not doubt Uchiha Zen's words. His instincts on the battlefield had helped them evade many dangers. "They are targeting you," Nara Chiharu asserted confidently. His intelligence may not have been extensive, but with just a hint, he could grasp the larger picture. "Is it due to the Hyuga?" "No, it's because I am Uchiha." Uchiha Zen finished his last sip of soup, set down the bowl, and paid for both meals. "Let us see what the envoy is researching." "Zen, have you just finished eating?" Upon exiting Ichiraku Ramen, they encountered Minato, accompanied by a girl with red hair, presumably Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. Minato, aren't you supposed to be with the envoy? Uchiha Zen was surprised to see Minato and his girlfriend here, as he presumed Minato would not be so idle. You are Uchiha Zen. Aside from being somewhat handsome, you don't seem all that impressive, Kushina remarked, scrutinizing him closely. For someone her boyfriend spoke of daily, she found him to be less formidable than expected. Suddenly, the Nine Tails within Kushina stirred, urging, kill him, kill him. Be quiet, you foul fox. Minato noticed something was amiss with Kushina and asked concernedly, Kushina, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Zen took a few steps back, and Orochimaru followed suit. Despite not knowing the reason, throughout, Uchiha Zen displayed no hint of malice, which puzzled Kushina. The Nine Tails could sense hostility, yet it was not perceiving any now, causing agitation. Apologies, we must take our leave. Minato bid Uchiha Zen farewell, stating, I have mastered a technique that surpasses your speed. We shall spar another time. Watching their retreating figures, Orochimaru frowned and asked, is there something wrong with that woman? Yes, keep your distance from her, Uchiha Zen warned, catching sight of an Umbu following closely behind. It seemed he too had drawn attention. Greater caution would be necessary moving forward. The two arrived at the lodging of the envoy, which was conveniently located in the heart of Konoha. Who are you? Before they could approach, the Umbu dispatched to protect the envoy's safety sprang forth to block their path. I am Uchiha Zen, sent by the Hokage to discuss compensation with the envoy. Upon entering, the representatives of both nations looked down upon them disdainfully. Is there no one left in Konoha? Forgive me, I am Uchiha Zen, sent by the Hokage to discuss compensation. If either of you wish to abstain from the conversation, that is your prerogative, as it is not our shinobi who have been captured. Uchiha Zen, unfazed by their provocation, clearly stated his purpose. We have captured 73 Sand Shinobi, including 3 Jonin, 39 Chunin and Elite Chunin, and 31 Genin. For the Rock Shinobi, we have captured 121, including 1 Elite Jonin, 18 Jonin, with the rest being Genin. With each detail he shared, the expressions of the representatives grew increasingly grim, their features distorting with displeasure. Uchiha Zen could envision them cursing his ancestors in their minds. Considering the losses from the war, we demand compensation of 1,135 billion from the sand and 1,615 billion from the rock, along with the return of your captured shinobi. Before you rush to curse, bear in mind these figures were determined by the Hokage. Uchiha Zen raised an eyebrow, continuing, I am merely here to oversee this negotiation. The final amount will depend on your village's capabilities. I cannot expect your leader to beg for the return of his men. The envoy from the sand and the envoy from the rock exchanged glances, their hatred palpable, yet they had to acquiesce to the situation. They could not afford a war at this juncture. Do you have any objections? Uchiha Zen narrowed his eyes, awaiting their inevitable admission of financial incapacity. The battlefield has suffered severe losses, and our sand village has encountered robbers, making it impossible to produce such a large sum. Do not take advantage of us too much. Our rock village cannot afford this amount either. If Konoha does not show sincerity, there may be little left to discuss. However, take your time to consider it. As the emissaries can stay longer in Konoha, I will convey this message to the captured ninjas. They will have hope. After saying this, Uchiha Jun left with Nara Satoshi without waiting for a response. What does he mean by this? The Sand Village delegation looked towards the representative of the Rock Village. He seemed to have ulterior motives. He mentioned compensation and took responsibility, perhaps indicating a desire for negotiation. The delegations understood Uchiha Jun's intent. He wanted to bargain and gauge their sincerity. Such matters could not be disclosed to the Hokage, as it would delight them to see discord within Konoha. The emissaries from the two villages exchanged knowing smiles, agreeing to discuss compensation further the next day. Chapter 60. A mere 30 million. What does it matter? In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku entered to find the Hokage engrossed in the crystal ball, beaming with joy. He felt he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Caught in a dilemma, and cleared his throat softly. Ah, Shikaku, how did the discussions with the delegation go? The third Hokage, upon seeing Shikaku, swiftly concealed the crystal ball. The Uchiha Jin seeks a bottom line. Shikaku replied. More than a mere bottom line. He hoped the third Hokage would yield. With just a word from the Hokage, granting him full authority over the matter, a satisfactory resolution could be achieved for both parties. The prolonged Second Great Ninja War had drained not only the village but also each clan, which could not endure such exhaustion. He was not only the Hokage's advisor but also the head of the Nara clan, bearing the dual responsibility of the village and his family. The third Hokage recognized Shikaku's stance and sighed, explaining, Konoha's current economic situation is dire. The feudal lord has not sent supplies for months. If we cannot secure compensation, the pensions for the heroes of the Second War will remain unsettled. Shikaku's eyelids flickered. The Hokage's implication was clear. Konoha was impoverished and could not afford such a sum. If you do not come up with the money, family taxes would increase. They could not buy back all the captives. A compromise was likely. The third Hokage inhaled deeply. The lines on his 40-year-old face bore the weight of hardship, causing Shikaku to frown deeply, fearing the worst, hoping Uchiha would not cause further complications. Shikaku, compensation for battle losses is imperative. After all, the war was not instigated by us. As for the captives, if they cannot be bought back, we must still provide funds. When Nara Shikaku exited the Hokage's office, his face was solemn, as the Hokage had provided no escape. The Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans were interlinked. He could not implicate the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans. Besides their alliance, he shared a close friendship with Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza. The dawn's light struggled through the window, casting a glow upon Uchiha-jun's face. Since his return, he had grown fond of sleeping in, often staying up late, squeezing training into his schedule or practicing with shadow clones. Yet, the fatigue that washed over him upon dispelling the clones was uncomfortable. Jun, Kakashi is looking for you, came the voice of Uchiha Reina from outside. Uchiha-jun buried his head under the covers, feigning deafness. Jun, get up. Though Reina harbored concern for her child, she did not wish to cultivate a bad habit of staying up late and sleeping in, so she opened the door, determined to pull him up. After several attempts to shake Jun from his blankets, Kakashi entered, his expression marred by frustration. He would never admit to being powerless against such a person. He placed a scroll beside the recalcitrant Uchiha-jun. This is from your father. Hearing Kakashi's voice, he finally poked his head out. So early? I have class to attend. Farewell. After Kakashi left, Reina lectured Jun for half an hour before finally escaping under the pretense of an errand. As Jun walked through Uchiha Street, he was summoned to the clan leader's residence by Uchiha Fugaku's shadow guards. Jun, would you care for some tea? Uchiha Fugaku asked awkwardly, anxious about when the funds would arrive. He had not slept well for days, feeling as if he were in a dream, one where 300 million was involved, but felt embarrassed to ask directly, hence his thought of Uchiha-jun. Just tell me what you need, Uchiha-jun replied, uninterested in pleasantries. He wished to visit Orochimaru's laboratory to check on the progress of his cultivated Sharingan. Clearing his throat, Fugaku inquired, the 300 million has yet to be delivered? Uchiha-jun pondered for a moment before asking, it has been 3 days, hasn't it? Indeed. If we do not demand it soon, interest will accrue. The elders are pressing. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-jun fixed Fugaku with a sharp gaze, stating coldly, Leader Fugaku, whether it be a nation, a village, or a clan, one ruler suffices. It has been so long, and yet these matters remain unresolved. Are you wary of me, or simply too lenient? Fugaku trembled slightly, feeling exposed. Both concerns were valid. He could not control Uchiha-jun, nor could he eliminate the elders, finding himself trapped between both sides. Jun-kun, you jest. How could I be wary of you? The elders are the elders of our forefathers. It is quite difficult. Fugaku quickly laughed, attempting to smooth over his unease. Uchiha-jun felt a pang of disappointment towards Fugaku. His strength was impressive, yet he was ensnared by the allure of power, fixated on a coup, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of his own son. Do as you wish. Summon Uchiha in to organize a team to collect the debt. Soon, Uchiha arrived at the clan leader's residence. Upon seeing Uchiha-jun, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. After learning some secrets from Uchiha Hachida, he had been feeling low lately. His current mission was to protect Uchiha-jun from the shadows, but he felt inadequate. Leader Jindano, Uchiha-en said, troubled at the thought of his inability to act decisively. He feared that his previous blood extraction might have been discovered, but quickly dismissed the notion. As long as Orochimaru did not reveal it, it would remain hidden. I sought you out. The debts owed by the Hyuga and Hokage remain unpaid. Bring a dozen men with me to collect the debts, and make it a grand affair. Bring drums and gongs. First to the Hokage Tower, then to the Hyuga. After delivering his orders, Uchiha-jun turned to Fugaku and inquired, how much of a commission will I receive for the funds I retrieve? Commission? Fugaku was taken aback. as were the hidden guards. Is there a commission for this? Uchiha Jun narrowed his eyes and asked seriously, do you intend to secure 300 million without compensation? Leader Fugaku? No, I will offer you 10% as a reward. Fugaku decisively replied. Uchiha Jun was not someone he could control, but he could be motivated by profit, which was far easier to manage than someone who sought reputation without reward. 10%. If that's the case, I will directly withhold Hokage's 30 million. After stating this, Uchiha Jun left the clan leader's residence with Uchiha On, whose eyes darted about in confusion. Leader, Uchiha Jun is rather arrogant. Should we not suppress his audacity? Uchiha Ryuho suggested to Fugaku, frowning. Compared to 27 billion, what is a mere 30 million? Fugaku gazed at Jun's departing figure, though he felt vexed. He had to admit that without Uchiha Jun, he would not have secured that 30 million. Chapter 61. The debt collection squad. When Uchiha Yin was pulled out from the clan leader's residence by Uchiha Jun, he felt utterly bewildered. 30 million. To withhold 30 million from the clan leader. He could not even ascertain whether the Uchiha clan's treasury contained such an amount. You go find someone. I shall wait for you at the entrance of the Uchiha clan. If I secure some meat, I can share a bit of broth with you. Uchiha Jun did not indulge in grand promises. His meat was for himself alone, yet he could still spare some broth. All right, I will go find someone immediately. Uchiha Yin, gleeful as a simpleton, was willing to work even without the broth. The mere prospect of a sip motivated him further. He swiftly vanished to seek assistance. Uchiha Yin was remarkably quick, and within minutes, he returned with a full entourage of 10 individuals, some wielding gongs while others carried drums, with him holding a trumpet. Lord Jun, we are ready. Uchiha Jun led the Uchiha contingent, beating drums and gongs as they marched with great fanfare along the streets of Konoha. A number of onlookers, drawn by the commotion, trailed behind the Uchiha group toward the Hokage office. What initially began as a mere dozen people swelled to 100 by the time they reached the Hokage building. Uchiha Jun exchanged a glance with Uchiha Yin, who promptly understood and snapped his fingers. The Uchiha clansmen initiated a rhythmic drum roll. Subsequently, Uchiha Yin, trumpet in hand, called out to the Hokage building, esteemed Hokage. We are the Uchiha debt collection squad. Have you prepared the funds owed to the Hyuga clan? Many of our clansmen are waiting for their meals. Our clan leader's resources have been exhausted. We can no longer provide for our people. Following his declaration, the sound of gongs echoed resoundingly. Oh, how magnificent is our Hokage, who even pays a portion of the debts owed to the Hyuga. Indeed, why hasn't the payment been made to the Uchiha? They are struggling to eat. They appeared pitiful, their previous disdain transformed into sympathy, especially for Lord Jun, who had personally come to collect the debt, perhaps fearing the Uchiha's dire circumstances. Certainly. I heard the explosions that night. My house trembled. The villagers were quite supportive, engaging in fervent discussions at the Hokage office entrance. The love for gossip was not confined to the villagers. Various delegations mingled within the crowd, observing the unfolding events. Thus commenced the scene of debt collection, beginning with the drums and culminating with the gongs. In truth, the inability to reclaim debts often stemmed from a desire to save face. Uchiha Jun's blatant approach to debt collection was akin to outright extortion in the eyes of those indebted. As long as one possessed a modicum of shamelessness, no debt was truly irretrievable. At that moment, Uchiha Jun snatched the trumpet from Uchiha Yin, calling out in a weak and pitiful tone, "Ancestor, are you busy? I wouldn't want to impose on you personally, so I have come to collect myself. If you are occupied, I can return this afternoon." Lord Jun is so polite. Indeed, it is unfortunate I bore a son. What a splendid son-in-law he would make. The Uchiha clan practiced intermarriage, and even a son born without a proper heir would have no opportunity. Inside the Hokage office, the third Hokage felt the veins on his forehead throb. He never anticipated that Uchiha Jun would resort to such noisy tactics to collect debts. Someone, go ask Danzo if the preparations are ready. Outside, seeing the Hokage's reaction, Uchiha Jun gestured to Uchiha Yin. Uchiha Yin turned to the clansmen behind him and announced, "The Hokage is busy. We shall return this afternoon. Let us head to the Hyuga clan." With that, a resounding duong echoed. Just as everyone was preparing to follow along for the spectacle, the Hokage building's doors swung open. The third Hokage emerged, looking weary, and did not mention the funds. "Jun, are you not in discussion with Danzo regarding the post-war reparations?" Uchiha Jun maintained a polite yet strained smile, respectfully responding, "Esteemed Hokage, I am indeed negotiating with clan leader Danzo. but the delegations require time to deliberate. Since we have already ceased hostilities, it would be beneficial for them to witness the warmth and hospitality of Konoha. It would facilitate their acceptance. The third Hokage, bewildered by Jean's elaborate rhetoric, was at a loss for words. This matter is crucial. You are Orochimaru's disciple, and I hold high regard for you. Thank you, ancestor. Might you consider providing a portion of the funds? After all, we have yet to eat breakfast. With a deft shift, Uchiha Jean redirected the conversation back to finances. Regardless of who one might be, criticism was permissible, but withholding funds was an entirely different matter. This was the most tangible interest. The third Hokage's expression stiffened, yet he softened, saying, I have already prepared the funds. It is merely that I have been too busy to deliver them. I knew the Hokage was busy, which is why I took the initiative to come collect, Uchiha Jin stated, as Uchiha Yen produced a tray from seemingly nowhere, presenting it respectfully before the Hokage. You are well prepared. The third Hokage never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Uchiha Jin, who, in front of so many, managed to demand money with such composure. Ancestor, shall I accompany you to retrieve the funds? Uchiha Jin quickly added, knowing the Hokage was quite the naive fool, yet his tolerance of Danzo was evident. At that moment, an Umbu emerged, delivering 3 scrolls to the Hokage. The third Hokage reluctantly placed the 3 million Ryo scrolls onto the tray held by Uchiha Yen, stating stiffly, They have been prepared for some time. I must return to my duties. Thank you, Hokage. The chorus of gratitude from the Uchiha squad resonated loudly. And with a duong, Uchiha Yen handed all the scrolls to Uchiha Jin and declared, to the Hyuga clan. The distance from the Hokage building to the Hyuga clan was not far. And besides the villagers, many ninjas joined the throng to witness the spectacle. The elder of the Hyuga clan had long since caught wind of the commotion and immediately placed the 300 million Ryo he had prepared before him. Hinata's expression, shadowed by the elder's side, was grim. The Hyuga were not devoid of funds. Such a display was undignified. The Uchiha were shameless, and the Hyuga still needed their dignity. Father, Uchiha Jin has gone too far. He is humiliating us. The elder of the Hyuga clan sipped from his freshly brewed tea, shaking his head. His son was too young, too impulsive, and too easily exposed to flaws. In light of such a situation, what would you do, Hinata? Hinata was taken aback, not grasping why his father would ask such a question. He believed that simply tossing the money at them and telling them to leave would suffice. However, his father's words seemed laden with deeper meaning, and recalling their previous discussion at the Hokage's office about splitting the payments into 3 installments. Perhaps it was intended to genuinely vex the Uchiha. As expected of my father, Hinata exclaimed, I shall distribute the payments to the Uchiha in multiple installments. The elder of the Hyuga clan's eyes brightened at his son's realization, gesturing for him to continue. Sensing his father's satisfaction, Hinata continued, I will use the money to humiliate them. Chapter 62. I have a mind puffed. The elder of the Hyuga clan spat tea all over Hinata's face. Indeed, one should not harbor too much hope. Hinata, the elder said, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. This time, the elder refrained from delivering a harsh reprimand, recognizing that scolding would yield no enlightenment and would only serve to infuriate him further. Yes, father. Water dripped from Hinata's face, allowing the droplets to cascade down his cheeks as he bowed his head, awaiting admonishment. Or perhaps he had already resigned himself. As the leader of your clan, you must adopt a long-term perspective. The elder's voice grew weary. When you, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, injure someone in the streets, it is perceived differently than when an ordinary person does the same. Hinata nodded, acknowledging his father's wisdom, and assured him, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, I will certainly not engage in such undignified behavior. Cough, cough, cough. The elder Hyuga suppressed the fury within and patiently explained. The former would be subject to malicious speculation and exaggerated by others, while the latter would merely be dismissed as trivial. Do you not understand this yet? If you remain oblivious after such clarity, I shall have to prostrate myself before our ancestors in apology. Father is correct. I understand, he replied. Whether he truly comprehended was of little consequence. However, if he claimed ignorance, it would surely provoke the elder's ire. Uchiha was nearly there. They summoned someone to welcome them. Outside the Hyuga residence, the Uchiha debt collection team, led by Uchiha Jin, made a raucous entrance, banging drums and calling out. Initially, the Uchiha felt a tinge of embarrassment, but after demanding payment at the Hokage building, they became increasingly adept. It turned out that collecting debts was rather straightforward. The Uchiha clan now stood as one of the poorest in the village. Despite their seemingly resplendent exterior, their clan's assets were meager, or rather, the once wealthy legacy had been completely absorbed by Konoha. Apart from the scant compensation they received each year, most of their income came from securing noble tasks based on their attractiveness. Nobles preferred to hire striking Uchihas, as they not only possessed strength but also served as eye candy, unlike some brutish fellows. Ultimately, their inability to preserve their wealth stemmed from their thin skins. They felt too embarrassed to refuse and sought to dominate instead. As the Hyuga gates slowly opened, Hyuga Hizashi displayed impeccable hospitality, inviting them inside instead of allowing them to continue their noisy antics outside. Lord Jun, esteemed members of the Uchiha, please follow me. Hizashi greeted them with the respect befitting esteemed guests, balancing warmth without excessive fervor. Lord Jun, my father and the clan leader request your presence in the inner chamber to sincerely apologize for the previous matters. As he spoke, Hizashi inwardly fretted about what would happen if Uchiha Jin declined. His father had instructed him to say this, yet had not provided guidance on how to respond to a refusal. Given the sincerity exhibited by the elder and the clan leader, it would be inappropriate for him to decline. Uchiha Jin instructed Uchiha Yin to wait. You all remain here. The elder Hyuga intended to meet him privately, employing a method that aroused no suspicion and left no incriminating traces. Father, clan leader. Hizashi led Uchiha Jin into the inner room and discreetly exited, closing the door behind them. The two men knelt on the tatami mat, one exuding authority while the other remained tense, glaring at him. Elder, clan leader Hizashi. Time is short. Please state your business promptly. Uchiha Jin disregarded the elder Hyuga's scrutiny and got straight to the point. The effort to meet him alone must imply there was more at stake than merely silencing him. You are truly accomplished for one so young. How fortunate it would be if you were of the Hyuga, the elder Hyuga remarked, producing 2 scrolls. This amounts to 300 million. One of the scrolls is already placed before you. This 30 million is a token of my sincerity. Elder, does the method to break the barrier truly equate to 30 million and a heap of trivial Hyuga chatter? Uchiha Jin responded candidly, examining one of the scrolls. Of course not. This is merely an expression of my goodwill. Previously, my guidance as a father was lacking. The elder Hyuga glanced at the visibly trembling Hizashi. As you can see, I am aging. My son cannot shoulder the clan's burdens. This 30 million is simply a hope to foster goodwill with the Uchiha. Elder, I am Uchiha. Uchiha Jin found the situation amusing. The elder Hyuga was attempting to persuade him, an Uchiha, to protect the Hyuga. Where in this world are there eternal enemies? What do we gain from our continuous rivalry aside from a title? The elder Hyuga continued. If you believe we can collaborate, I am willing to grant the Uchiha. No, you, Uchiha Jin. The 3 mines located at the border of the land of rice and the land of fire as a token of gratitude. 3 mines. Truly, the Hyuga possess substantial assets. Uchiha Jin thought to himself, realizing that even the Hokage might be unaware of this. The elder was right. There are no permanent enemies. He found clan leader Hizashi to be forthright and sincere, making him a potential ally. A smile adorned Uchiha Jin's face. Those 3 mines could allow him to establish a laboratory more luxurious than Orochimaru's, equipped with advanced experimental apparatus. Even without undertaking missions, those mines could afford him and his family a comfortable life for the rest of their days. Hizashi knelt nearby, suppressing his emotions. Yet his clenched fists betrayed his desire to strike Uchiha Jin. Ha ha ha. With you in the Uchiha, how could we not grow strong? Were you of the Hyuga? I would surely invest all my efforts in your cultivation. The elder Hyuga shot a warning glare at Hizashi while generously praising Uchiha Jin, noting his maturity that belied his youth. As long as he promised not to oppose the Hyuga, under his guidance, the Hyuga would face no risks of annihilation. Such jest. Elder. Uchiha Jin replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, scrutinizing the elder Hyuga. How can you be so certain I will safeguard the Hyuga? I am merely an Uchiha. You bear little resemblance to the typical Uchiha. The elder Hyuga pondered for a moment before continuing. I have never misjudged a person. Your potential achievements will transcend what any clan or nation can control. I do not require you to strategize for the Hyuga. I only hope that when the Hyuga faces dire straits, you might lend your protection. Uchiha Jin smirked, unable to suppress his admiration. The elder Hyuga was planning for the clan's prosperity, even considering events beyond his own lifetime. Despite the inherent risks in such a future, the elder demonstrated the qualities of a competent and noble leader. However, I seek not solely your goodwill, elder, but the collective sincerity of the entire Hyuga clan. Chapter 63. This money is scalding hot. The elder Hyuga immediately grasped Uchiha Jun's intent. What value did his solitary eloquence hold? Once he was gone, who would uphold these promises? You are quite perceptive. The elder Hyuga glanced at his eldest son, whose face was turning green with anger. Hisashi, father. Hisashi gritted his teeth, unable to believe that his father was yielding to an Uchiha and placing the family's future in the hands of their sworn enemy. Was he truly such a weak leader? I swear. The elder Hyuga nearly commanded, his tone resolute. Hisashi glared fiercely at Uchiha Jun, wishing he could devour him whole, his teeth grinding together in frustration as he raised his finger to vow. I, Hisashi Hyuga, swear henceforth never to be an enemy of Uchiha Jun, to share in both honor and disgrace. After speaking, it was as if all his strength had been drained. The elder Hyuga shook his head in disappointment, helplessly lamenting. I chose this clan leader myself. I do not know what to do. This is far too easy for others to exploit. As long as the Hyuga distanced themselves from the heart of Konoha's power, living in seclusion, and as long as Hisashi learned to conceal his emotions, there should be no risk to their survival, akin to what we learned from clan leader Fugaku. Upon hearing this, the elder Hyuga's murky eyes seemed to glimmer with newfound hope. How could I have overlooked this? Truly, age has dulled my senses. That was merely a casual remark. Uchiha Jin shrugged, surprised to see the typically stern Hisashi transform in such a manner. Hisashi, go retrieve the land deeds for the 3 mines. The elder Hyuga decisively commanded, without a hint of hesitation, offering the 3 mines without a second thought, deeming this loss trivial for the Hyuga's future. Though Hisashi felt immense reluctance, he dared not oppose his father's wishes, watching helplessly as the 3 mines were handed over to the Uchiha. Yet, in the not-so-distant future, he would be immensely grateful for his father's decision and relieved that he had not acted impulsively against Uchiha Jun. After departing the Hyuga residence, Uchiha Jun deliberately fabricated a facade of dissatisfaction regarding the debt collection and spread the word that the remaining funds would be personally delivered to the Uchiha by the Hyuga. Lord Jun, Hinata willingly handed over the money. Please enlighten me on how to extract funds from that old miser. The Hinata clan is notoriously frugal. Uchiha Yen, like an inquisitive child, pursued Uchiha Jun, eager to understand the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of the funds. If they were not so stingy, how could they amass such a considerable fortune? Would they dare to flaunt themselves before the Hokage like the Uchiha? As he spoke, Uchiha Jun extracted 3 million from the 30 million and handed 300,000 to Uchiha Yen, distributing 100,000 among the companions who accompanied them. The remainder is your reward. And my reward? Uchiha Yen stammered, struggling to comprehend the 300,000 he held. He had toiled on the battlefield for 2 years, narrowly escaping death multiple times, yet had never encountered such wealth. Indeed, 100,000 should be shared with them. 200,000 is yours. Do not make me repeat myself. Uchiha Jun's expression darkened. It was astounding that a member of the Uchiha could act as if they had never seen money before. Uchiha Yen hastily tucked the money into his pocket, checking it repeatedly, fearing it might vanish. In his life, he had never seen such a sum. Although the Uchiha were a prominent clan, he was not among the upper echelons and had never seen such wealth. He had thought he might earn a few thousand. Yet here he was, receiving 200,000 for a mere trip. This was unprecedented generosity, even surpassing what the clan leader might offer. Truly, Lord Jun possesses remarkable vision. Uchiha Yen found a secluded corner, joyfully distributing the money among the others, relishing their astonished expressions at receiving such unexpected rewards, emphasizing that it was Lord Jun's generosity. Those who had accompanied him to collect debts had not anticipated receiving any compensation. They had merely thought it a casual outing, given their amicable relationship with Uchiha Yen, and considered it merely a clan affair. When each of them received 100,000, they could hardly believe their luck, never dreaming that Uchiha Jun would bestow such rewards upon them. With money in hand, these Uchiha were emboldened. They would not hesitate to confront even the most daunting of challenges. Brother Yen, did Lord Jun truly instruct you to distribute this money to us? You didn't pilfer it from the funds, did you? A young girl, the daughter of Uchiha Hakadai and Yan's unofficial younger sister, inquired, having been recruited on her way to school. Of course, it is from Lord Jun. Would I engage in such petty theft? Uchiha Yen retorted, crossing his arms and lifting his chin defiantly, his pride as an Uchiha momentarily restored, though the 200,000 felt delightful. Long live Lord Jun. He is a true man. This is what we call vision. You wouldn't understand. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Jun, his mere act of providing compensation was elevated in their eyes to a matter of grand vision. Was it true that Uchiha clansmen were expected to work without any reward? In fact, it was quite rare for Uchiha members to receive compensation for clan tasks, if at all. Meanwhile, Danzo, upon learning that the third Hokage had allocated funds to the Uchiha, was infuriated, smashing everything within reach while cursing both Uchiha Jun and the third Hokage. Giving money to the Uchiha was akin to engaging in an affair. The commotion surrounding Uchiha Jun's request for funds prompted the embassies to devise new plans, seeking to privately discuss matters with him. However, lacking opportunities, they began to wander around Konoha, creating chances for themselves. For Minato, responsible for hosting the embassies, it was a daily struggle, as he had to accompany them from morning until night. As a ninja, physical and mental exertion in battle nurtured personal growth. However, accompanying them on shopping excursions yielded no such benefits, leaving him exhausted and even blistered. The embassies were not faring any better, as they roamed Konoha in search of Uchiha Jun, yet he was nowhere to be found on the streets, forcing them to abandon this approach and instead instruct Minato to communicate that they wished to continue discussing compensation. Upon receiving this news, Minato finally sighed in relief and relayed it to Nara Shikaku, praying fervently for the embassies to depart swiftly. If they lingered any longer, they might end up taking him with them. As an essential figure in the negotiations, Uchiha Jun was in no rush. He awaited to see who would tire first. Sure enough, upon receiving the message, he cheerfully made his way to Orochimaru's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a shocking sight. Orochimaru was not in his laboratory, but practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Yes, practicing Tai Chi. Uchiha Jun rubbed his eyes, dumbfounded as he queried, "Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing?" "Jun, I have refined the incomplete techniques from Hinata," Orochimaru replied, continuing his movements with increasing fervor. Uchiha Jun was taken aback. This was refined Chinese Tai Chi. How could he possibly improve upon those rudimentary illustrations? Stunned, Uchiha Jun felt a surge of admiration. Lord Orochimaru, what sensations do you experience?" "At first, none. However, after a few repetitions, I feel invigorated, a unique energy flowing through my body." After completing a set, Orochimaru beckoned, "Jun, come and try it." Just then, Jiraiya fell from the wall, clutching a large bag of unknown contents, stammering as he spoke. "Wah, Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" Orochimaru's enthusiasm was interrupted by Jiraiya's arrival, causing his expression to darken. Jiraiya, brushing off the dust, assured, "Orochimaru, I've brought something from the land of rice. You should try it." The pungent aroma of traditional medicine wafted toward Uchiha Jun, raising his suspicions. Does Orochimaru have an interest in traditional medicine? What is that? Keep it away. Orochimaru recoiled, stepping back from the unpleasant scent. Restoration of vitality. It's very popular in the land of rice. A man without remedies is no true man. Uchiha Jun felt a wave of dread. That was the prescription he had provided to the feudal lords during his last visit. Jiraiya, growing more animated, continued, oblivious to Orochimaru's increasingly menacing demeanor. I didn't hear anything." Uchiha Jun turned away, resuming his Tai Chi practice. "Jiraiya, prepare to meet your end. Shadow Snake Hands. Don't be shy. I'm doing this for your own good. You need treatment for your deficiency." Jiraiya shouted as he tossed the large bag of restorative herbs and fled, calling out to ensure everyone heard him. "Shadow Snake Hands. Serpent S-Array. Ah, help." The sounds of chaos and cries for help echoed from Orochimaru's residence, yet no one dared approach, deterred by the commotion. Uchiha Jun discreetly attempted to slip away from this precarious situation, allowing the two friends to engage in their friendly rivalry, but fate had other plans. Jiraiya had escaped. Uchiha Jun lamented, "Now that you've fled, what am I to do?" In the entire residence, only the hidden guards remained, alongside the ominously silent Uchiha Jun and Orochimaru, with the bag of restorative herbs lingering nearby. "Lord Orochimaru, I left my weapon at the borders of the Land of Fire. I'll be right back." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Jun deemed fleeing to be the best option. "Stop." Orochimaru's low, gravelly voice halted him. "Lord Orochimaru, I didn't hear anything." Uchiha Jun felt utterly distressed. This topic was beyond his understanding. How had he unwittingly stumbled upon such a sensitive matter regarding Orochimaru Orochimaru's personal affairs. If he were to discover that this drug had originated from me, the repercussions would be dire. He might very well extract my kidney to share in my suffering. Uchiha Jun felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Orochimaru's golden, slit-like eyes. He swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure, thinking to himself, I'm still young and naive. I know nothing. Orochimaru twitched an eyebrow, pondering what he had done to frighten this brat so thoroughly. Could it be that he fears snakes? With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru dismissed the remnants of the snake jutsu and said, Come here. Let us together experience the refined Hyuga Taijutsu I have perfected. Huh. Uchiha Jun blinked in confusion, feeling the abrupt shift in the conversation was rather unsettling. Nevertheless, he obediently stepped alongside Orochimaru, engaging in the practice of Tai Chi with him. Initially, the movements felt insignificant, hardly qualifying as a usable technique. However, after several repetitions, he began to sense changes within his body. Orochimaru, while performing Tai Chi, explained to Uchiha Jun that he had delved into the study of jutsu to its utmost depths, leaving no experimental data overlooked. At first, Uchiha Jun internally scoffed, thinking that even the elderly in his homeland could perform this, suggesting that Orochimaru might as well join them in their pursuits of wellness. Yet, after a few rounds, he noticed subtle shifts in the flow of chakra within him. With each repetition, his body transformed slightly. Lord Orochimaru, I feel warmth spreading through my body. Have you given this technique a name? No. What do you think it should be called? Orochimaru paused and inquired. How about we name it Tai Chi Quan? Uchiha Jun suggested while continuing his movements. Tai Chi is boundless. Motion is born from stillness, harmonizing yin and yang, distinguishing between them, and ultimately unifying them. Excellent. Orochimaru licked his lips, clapping with delight. Uchiha Jun's suggestion resonated with him perfectly. This technique shall be called Tai Chi. Oh, you're here, my clone. At some point, Uchiha Jun's shadow clone emerged from the laboratory. My shadow clone. No sooner had he spoken than the clone dissipated with a poof. As Uchiha Jun received the memories from the clone, he also bore its exhaustion, stumbling unsteadily and collapsing to the ground. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to retch several times. Fatigue overtook him instantly. Lord Orochimaru, has my shadow clone been staying up late? Orochimaru nonchalantly lifted Uchiha Jun by the collar, stating calmly, You have never stayed up late. Really? Uchiha Jun was incredulous. I've been up all night. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, Uchiha Jun succumbed to sleep uncontrollably. This little fellow is quite capable. Life will certainly be more entertaining from now on. After work, the third Hokage returned home, only to find the sounds of others in the house aside from his wife, Biwa Lake. Koharu? Mabuki? Upon encountering the three, he felt an ominous premonition and turned to flee. Oh, I forgot there's unfinished business. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Biwa Lake brandished a kitchen knife, her hair already ablaze, causing the third Hokage's legs to turn to jelly. It was not that he feared his wife. Rather, he respected and loved her. Ahem, perhaps we should take our leave. Seeing the situation escalate, Koharu suggested retreating. This was clearly a domestic dispute involving the Hokage, and they wanted no part in it. Hey, what on earth did you all say? Help. As he half crawled out of the porch to pursue his three friends, he was abruptly yanked back inside. The chorus of screams startling the birds in the yard to take flight. The following day, the third Hokage, sporting a bruised and battered visage, arrived at the root to confront Danzo. Danzo, you have gone too far this time, slandering me in my own home. Chapter 65 For the Sake of Science. Uncle Snake is protective. Who is truly in the wrong? You actually gave money to Uchiha. He now dares to boldly demand funds. Do you think this is simple for him? Danzo's hair was falling out in clumps from frustration. His own money had gone directly into Uchiha's hands, and he could not swallow this indignity. Danzo, please remain calm. The organization is still intact. If he can extract money from Hinata and me, he will show no mercy to the organization either. The third Hokage employed a gentler approach than Danzo, knowing how to maximize a person's potential. Uchiha Jun is Orochimaru's disciple. What is Orochimaru currently up to? I've heard that Kakashi has been getting too close to that wicked Uchiha. Are they plotting rebellion? Whenever Danzo mentioned Uchiha, he resembled a cat with its fur bristled, ready to lash out. Kakashi is of a similar age to Uchiha Jun, and it is natural for them to play together, especially since Kakashi is also a genius. The third Hokage furrowed his brows. the pain preventing him from showing any further expression. He is far too dangerous. Once the organization departs, Uchiha Jean is forbidden from intervening, or he will owe me. Danzo spoke almost in a threatening tone. The third Hokage left the route, neither rejecting nor accepting. During the negotiations, Uchiha Jean vanished without a trace. Nara Shikaku scoured the village and eventually learned that Uchiha Jean was at Orochimaru's residence. He paced nervously at the entrance, lacking the courage to knock. His intellect was sharp, but Orochimaru was perilous. Despite being the third Hokage's disciple, the chilling sensation he felt upon encountering Orochimaru had never faded. Since the beginning of his breathing, he had never felt so uneasy. Ultimately, Nara Shikaku also lacked the bravery to knock and request Uchiha Jean's return. Consequently, he meandered through various hot springs, resembling a lecherous pervert, searching for Jiraiya's presence. Persistence bore fruit. As he found Jiraiya lurking in the bushes by a small river beneath a natural waterfall. Lord Jiraiya, I am Nara Shikaku. For the harmony and well-being of the village, I hope you can assist me in borrowing Uchiha Jean from Lord Orochimaru for a day, or even half a day. Nara Shikaku, donning a leaf hat, leaned low beside Jiraiya and made his request in a hushed tone. You want to seek out Orochimaru yourself? I certainly want to go. He has reached a ferocious age. I advise you against it. Jiraiya rubbed his bitten arm, thinking that if it weren't for their shared camaraderie, he would surely be bedridden for days. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has assigned Uchiha Jean and me to negotiate the compensation. Yet now the organization has stipulated a time frame, and Uchiha Jean remains at Lord Orochimaru's home. Oh, that complicates matters. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, becoming serious. He was indeed concerned about the village. Very well, I will accompany you. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Nara Shikaku felt immense gratitude. Why would Uchiha Jean choose to take Orochimaru as his master? Wasn't he afraid? My gratitude will be expressed through action. I will construct more hot springs in the village. Jiraiya chuckled lecherously, striding confidently toward Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru, I have returned. Jiraiya stood at the door, neither knocking nor entering. Lord Jiraiya, shouldn't we knock first? Nara Shikaku felt he might have stirred up trouble. Shouldn't they at least knock and inquire politely? How could they expect Orochimaru to acknowledge them? Little did he know that Jiraiya had just been on the receiving end of Orochimaru's wrath. And seeking out trouble was ill-advised. Inside the residence, Orochimaru sat on the tatami mat, contemplating how to rouse the slumbering Uchiha Jean, as the experiments must continue. He couldn't afford to waste time with such prolonged sleep. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, all of Orochimaru's good humor evaporated, and he muttered to the air, "Tell Jiraiya to leave." Moments later, a shadowy figure appeared before them. You are Orochimaru's shadow agent. Is he requesting me to enter? Jiraiya asked with unwarranted confidence. Nara Shikaku, elated at the prospect of finally entering to find Uchiha Jean and share the blame, was dismayed when the agent took a step back, respectfully stating, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru says for you to leave. In that instant, Nara Shikaku was left in a state of shock. As the agent retreated, Jiraiya seized the opportunity, interrogating. What does he mean? The attitude exhibited by the Toad Sage upon his arrival was utterly exasperating. Was it truly necessary to react in such a manner over a mere case of kidney deficiency? And where was that little brat, Uchiha Jean? Nara Shikaku nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing these words, hastily covering his ears, as if to block out the absurdity of it all. The shadowy guard, with utmost respect, addressed Jiraiya, urging him to heed the words of Lord Orochimaru and to leave. We know nothing else. He insisted, stepping aside. Move aside. Come on, Shikaku. Jiraiya forcefully entered Orochimaru's quarters, only to be confronted by a cadre of shadowy guards who suddenly appeared to obstruct his path. Withdraw. Orochimaru, clad in a kimono, had his long hair tousled by the wind, showing no inclination to invite them in. Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and Shikaku felt a chill creeping up from his feet. The pressure from the two formidable figures made even breathing a laborious task. Lord Orochimaru, I apologize for the intrusion, but Lord Hokage has tasked me with coordinating the compensation matters with Jinkun. I am currently unavailable. Orochimaru curtly interjected, dismissing Shikaku's words on behalf of Uchiha Jean. Having been a disciple of the third Hokage for over 20 years, he was well aware of the elderly man's ulterior motives. Initially, He had disregarded this matter because Uchiha Jun had a shadow clone left here to assist him with experiments, but after just a few days, the clone had reached its limit and self-destructed. It was entirely inappropriate to send Uchiha Jun for negotiations. After all, he was within Orochimaru's grasp, and expecting him to send his people to bear the burden was out of the question. Lord Orochimaru, this places me in a difficult position, Shikaku admitted, visibly troubled. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously as he scanned Shikaku, his voice cold and rasping. What concern is this of mine? Do you wish to take someone from me? If so, feel free to try. And no, I do not wish to. Shikaku looked desperately towards Jiraiya for assistance. Orochimaru, where is Uchiha Jun? Asleep. Orochimaru had no desire to waste time with them, still contemplating how to rouse Uchiha Jun to assist with his experiments. He threatened Jiraiya, if you dare to wake him, you will regret it. In an instant, understanding flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, and he exclaimed, "Ah, this is all material." He threw an arm around Shikaku's shoulders and began dragging him towards the door, laughing heartily. "Ah, let us come back tomorrow, and you tell the delegation, just say, ah, ha." Chapter 66. I am too weak. When Uchiha Jun awoke, several days had already passed. Upon noticing Orochimaru, who was dozing beside him, he gently covered him with a blanket before stealthily slipping into the laboratory. Since the last session of cultivating the Sharingan, he had been too preoccupied to return. Now, having digested all the memories from his deep slumber, he realized that the Sharingan he had cultivated had ultimately failed. Had it not been for Orochimaru's timely intervention, he might have squandered such valuable experimental material and had to trick Uchiha into coming over. After a series of trials, not only had Orochimaru preserved the experimental material, but some signs of vitality had also begun to emerge in the culture medium. Truly, Orochimaru was remarkable. It seemed he had already applied knowledge from middle school to university physics and chemistry in such a short time. Jin couldn't help but envy him, recalling how many brain cells he had wasted learning these subjects. Uchiha Jun picked up the data Orochimaru had recorded regarding the Hyuga clan's caged birds. Upon comparison, he discovered that the caged birds from the branch family underwent alterations in their neural structure, meticulously reorganizing the complex nerves. Should a person lose their life while activating the technique, it would sever one of the nerves, causing all others to break as well. To access the caged birds, one would need to reconstruct all neural connections in the brain, a procedure requiring absolute mental and physical strength, along with an intricate understanding of the human body. Of course, he had no intention of delving into such knowledge, as he had no desire to assist the branch family in liberating the caged birds. Presently, he was a man of means, not easily swayed by paltry sums. It appeared necessary to cultivate some trusted individuals to manage the mines. In the rare tranquility of Orochimaru's laboratory, Jin swiftly reviewed the ninjutsu contained within the wooden box gifted by his father, as well as the 8 gates technique brought by Kakashi. It was imperative that he master the 8 gates as swiftly as possible. His age limited his growth, and should war erupt again, he would not be as fortunate as he had been during the latter part of the Second War. Uchiha Jun split into 2 shadow clones, one to assist him in training the 8 gates, and the other to remain in Orochimaru's laboratory to conduct experiments while also supporting the training of the 8 gates. The 8 gates bore a sense of unlocking the Dew Meridian. What he sought was permanence, not a temporary burst of strength that would harm his body. Thus, the 8 gates required refinement. After instructing both shadow clones to engage in Tai Chi with Orochimaru for physical training, he left the laboratory. Passing through the courtyard, he spotted Orochimaru seated alone on a tatami mat, one arm resting on his knee, gazing contemplatively at an empty teacup that had long since been abandoned. In this moment, Orochimaru's demeanor appeared softened, devoid of the cold, inaccessible air that usually surrounded him. Lord Orochimaru, you are awake? The Sharingan you cultivated almost failed. Orochimaru slightly turned his head, and from Jun's perspective, he looked surprisingly appealing without his forehead protector. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for your timely intervention. I believe the culture medium will soon yield a pair of Sharingan. Jun, regaining his focus, approached the tea table opposite Orochimaru, boiled some water, and poured a cup for him, continuing, I have made no progress with the sealing technique, unable to create a complete sealing formula. There is still a space at home that I need to figure out how to seal. If you wish to inscribe the sealing technique onto your body, I can assist you. Orochimaru took a sip of his tea, revealing a smile imbued with serpentine charm. I am curious as to why you have such an interest in the Sharingan. As I understand your time awakening it has not been long. Uchiha Jun's expression shifted, and after a long pause, he replied, I studied it before heading to the battlefield. Oh, Orochimaru's interest peaked, recalling that at that time, Jun was merely a commoner who had yet to enter school. My father is also an Uchiha. Indeed, before heading to battle, he had spent considerable time studying his father's Sharingan, questioning him about the reasons behind its awakening and the experiences of each day thereafter. Uchiha Huai had nearly thought his son was obsessed with the Sharingan, needing to provide comfort for several days. Oh, Uchiha Jun lifted the teapot to refill Orochimaru's cup, which he drained in one gulp. You are indeed your father's good child. Jun soon realized that Orochimaru was exceedingly lazy in everyday matters. He wouldn't drink tea unless someone poured it for him, even for actions that could be effortlessly accomplished with a simple reach. He should not have taken on a disciple. He ought to have hired a caretaker instead. The Nara clan leader has come looking for you. Orochimaru initially considered handing this matter over to someone else, yet he felt compelled to consult Jun, especially with a reward of millions at stake. Who would turn down money? Particularly this avaricious disciple before him? This year, the battlefield had yielded little in terms of second-hand goods, and it was estimated that nearly 90% had found its way into his possession. While others fought valiantly, he had remained behind, scavenging corpses. It was undeniable that Uchiha Jun was a prodigy with excellent ninjutsu at his disposal for study, yet the slaughter on the battlefield was no game. Surviving through intellect was also a form of strength. It appeared that the envoys from the sand and rock villages were becoming restless. Lord Orochimaru, I must go meet them, Uchiha Jun declared as he prepared to rise, suddenly recalling Orochimaru's disinclination to pour his own tea. Lord Orochimaru, what do you eat every day? There are military rations in the laboratory. Would you like some? Uchiha Jun's mouth twitched at the thought of eating military rations daily. You survive on military rations? Orochimaru shot him a look that clearly said, do you think I have time to eat out? Very well. Let us consider this a trivial matter. He extended his arm. What? Do you no longer wish to have sealing techniques inscribed upon your body? Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Jun knelt beside Orochimaru, one arm already presented before him. Orochimaru's demeanor was remarkably casual, while Uchiha Jun felt a wave of anxiousness within. Should Orochimaru's artistry prove lackluster, he would have to seek a tattoo parlor to overlay it with another design. At last, Orochimaru rose, leaving only his silhouette as he vanished into the courtyard. Upon his forearm, a circular pattern resembling a kaleidoscope emerged, adorned with 3 tomo, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. Indeed, Orochimaru is a figure at the forefront of the ninja world. How exquisite his taste! Uchiha Jun left Orochimaru's residence feeling quite pleased with himself and stopped by Ichiraka Ramen for a bowl, fortuitously encountering Nara Shikahisa, who was also indulging in a meal. You finally emerged from your shell, Nara Shikahisa remarked, having spent sleepless nights fearing Uchiha Jun might suddenly appear and place all blame upon him. He had packed his belongings, ready to flee to a secluded place to pass the remainder of his life in peace. Uchiha Jun slurped his noodles and coolly replied, You should have the courage to say that in front of Orochimaru. This statement rendered Nara Shikahisa momentarily speechless. Say it in front of Orochimaru? Had he lost his mind? Or was he simply tired of living? What are you planning to do? Our clan leader is becoming increasingly anxious. Nara Shikahisa shifted the topic, sharing the recent developments with Uchiha Jun. Tonight, we shall meet with the envoy. The night was dark and windy, an opportune moment for nefarious deeds. Behind Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikahisa, an ominous shadow emerged, blending seamlessly into the night save for a pair of piercing eyes. It was unexpected to see such shameless individuals from the Uchiha clan. A clever mind could potentially resurrect his mother ahead of schedule. Black Zetsu, the one who had extracted Uchiha Madara's heart during the 4th Great Ninja War. Uchiha Jun's instincts warned him of being watched. Yet he could not discern the source, prompting him to gesture to Nara Shikahisa. Nara Shikahisa immediately fell back, only to have dozens of shurikens rain down upon his previous position. The Konoha Umbu, realizing the situation, swiftly intervened to shield Uchiha Jun from attack. Uchiha Jun, you are assaulting a comrade. A shadowy humanoid figure began to materialize from the ground. Had it been discovered? It seemed necessary to report Uchiha's new developments to Madara. Get lost. You are a nuisance. Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikahisa shot disdainful glances at the Umbu, witnessing Black Zetsu slip away right under their noses. What was that? One Umbu inquired. You're asking me? Had it not been for your interference, it wouldn't he have escaped so swiftly? A glint of coldness flickered in Uchiha Jean's eyes, his displeasure at the Umbu evident. We must report this to Lord Hokage. TCH, how troublesome. Nara Shikahisa also felt a surge of irritation. Who could say whether that shadowy figure was fixated on him or on Uchiha Jean, though he hoped it was the latter. Such an elusive entity could not have been detected without Uchiha Jean's warning. What on earth was it? Perhaps a ghost? Uchiha Jean himself had no explanation. Should he claim it was the son of the Sage of Six Paths? It seemed more plausible to consider it a specter. Especially since Black Zetsu could possess others' bodies. Such reasoning held merit. Shall we proceed? Nara Shikahisa asked, sensing an impending sleepless night. Certainly. We must act in the interest of Konoha, Uchiha Jean declared, feigning altruism, though the cunning and ruthlessness in his slightly narrowed eyes were unmistakable. Nara Shikahisa cautiously maintained a distance of 1 meter. It was too perilous. Uchiha Jean exuded the aura of a concealed serpent lurking in the grass, ready to strike down foes at the opportune moment. Moreover, his methods of erasing traces surpassed even those of the professional Umbu. Since his return, he had been anxious about the possibility of the Hyuga incident being exposed. Yet, as time passed with no inquiries, it seemed even the Hyuga had tacitly accepted the situation. After all, he was a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. Did they not fear the leakage of their Byakugan? Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Jean had successfully deceived everyone, even reaping substantial benefits from the Hyuga clan. He did not believe in the need for fanfare to acquire wealth. He simply desired money. After all, during battles, he could endure as long as necessary, and if unable, he would either hide beside a superior ninja or feign death to survive. Had it not been for the dim-witted Nara Shikahisa, who only cared for achievements and missions, their safety could have been significantly enhanced. It was perplexing why Nara Shikahisa, a branch member, sought achievements. What could he gain that would enable him to become clan leader or escape his cage? However, he remained blind to these matters, tirelessly striving for an improbable future, ultimately finding himself in vain. Upon arriving at the envoy's residence, Uchiha Jean memorized every detail of the layout, including the movements, expressions, and habits of those present. To the esteemed envoys, I sincerely apologize for the delays. I trust you have struggled to locate me these past few days. Uchiha Jean seized the opportunity to avoid any mockery from the opposition, knowing that Konoha's Umbu were likely preoccupied with hunting Black Zetsu, leaving them oblivious to his circumstances. The clan leader of the Nara has visited, conveying a clear message. The Hokage will not yield, but as for compensation, there is none, declared the envoy from IWA. What you propose in exchange for captives is acceptable. However, the depletion of resources affects us as well. If we compensate you, who will compensate us? The Sand Envoy, growing impatient, interjected. The Konoha captives are nearly poisoned. Who would be kind enough to cure them? They hardly possessed many Konoha ninjas. Rescuing them would entail a considerable expense. And the economic situation of the village was dire. Please explicitly state what you are willing to offer. Provide a price I can accept. Uchiha Jean turned to the IWA envoy, harboring little hope for the Sand Envoy. As long as they could produce 5 billion, he would be satisfied. Though the method of payment remained a concern. IWA, can offer 6 billion, the IWA envoy gritted his teeth, cutting 10 billion off the previous figure. This elicited a laugh from Uchiha Jean. Even a vendor at the market wouldn't price it so poorly. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Uchiha Jean retorted with a smile, for while it may appear impossible to others, he knew that if he desired it, it could be achieved. I am willing to offer you 10 million as a token of gratitude. The IWA envoy seemed to have secured Uchiha Jean's understanding, believing that was his intention, hence his blatant remarks during their first encounter. I, too, from the sand, am willing to provide 10 million as a reward. Uchiha Jean rhythmically tapped the table, a playful smile gracing his face. Do you know what my negotiation fee is? Apologies, but it stands at 27 million. Should you lack sincerity, we can resume hostilities. The Sand and IWA envoys gasped. Konoha's generosity was astonishing. An S-class mission barely amounted to a few million. Moreover, the Hokage had granted him the authority to raise the stakes. The more he demanded from them, the more he would gain. What do you think, gentlemen? Are you not concerned that we will report your actions to your Hokage? The Sand Envoy, losing patience, slammed the table and glared. In the eyes of the envoy, Uchiha Jean resembled a ravenous wolf, his appetite likely exceeding that of the Hokage. Hehe, do you truly believe the Hokage would take your word for it? A mere 20 million would not compel me to betray Konoha. I am Uchiha, a ninja of the noble Uchiha clan. Presently, Uchiha Jun was a man of means, disdainful of petty sums. Yet earning mining fees was not unwelcome, as the days ahead were still long. I can authorize 2 billion for you. But the compensation to Konoha cannot exceed 6 billion. The IWA envoy slightly relented. I, too, from the sand, shall offer 2 billion, but the compensation cannot exceed 3 billion. After exchanging glances, the two envoys inquired, but how can we trust you? The contract, in duplicate, one for Konoha and one for me, was presented by Uchiha Jun, who laid both prepared documents before them. However, I demand cash up front. No payment, no discussion. Chapter 68. The Advancing Lord Zong. The sum is exorbitant. I am a negotiator, not a treasury. The IWA ninja envoy suppressed his urge to eliminate Uchiha Jun, opting for a delaying tactic to buy time, intending to incite internal discord within Konoha and profit from the ensuing chaos. If you lack sincerity, let us conduct business with formality at tomorrow's negotiation meeting, Uchiha Jun retorted. Retrieving the contracts with a cold sneer, gentlemen, I bid you farewell. With that, he departed, leaving no room for the delegation to reconsider. Meanwhile, upon learning of an unidentified creature invading the village, the Hokage promptly summoned all high-ranking officials for a meeting. Danzo was particularly focused on Orochimaru, contemplating what incentives might compel him to act against Uchiha Jun, ensuring no suspicions arose while not wasting the value of his Sharingan. It had been too long since he had engaged with Root. Perhaps he had forgotten his own identity. What are your thoughts on this invasion of unidentified entities? The third Hokage inquired gravely, which piqued the attention of those who had previously been indifferent. The fact that only Uchiha Jun had detected the intruders was too coincidental. It reeked of conspiracy. Danzo, regardless of evidence, deemed anything related to the Uchiha as sinister. Moreover, Nara Shikahisa and others had also spotted the enemy and were preparing tactics to capture them, but their efforts were interrupted by the Umbu, leading to the enemy's escape. Kakashi frowned. He was dissatisfied with Danzo's baseless accusations and held no regard for that high-ranking official. Indeed, it was those two children who made the discovery. The third Hokage began slowly, turning to Nara Shikahisa. What is your perspective, Shikahisa? Being called upon jolted Shikahisa from his thoughts. What was he to say? Was the third Hokage inquiring about Nara Shikahisa's trustworthiness or the identity of the invaders? Either way, it was a delicate matter. He had recently learned about Nara Shikahisa's background and could not guarantee his absolute loyalty to the Nara clan. Yet he lacked the courage to suggest any actions that would harm Konoha's interests. In the past 2 years on the battlefield, he had performed unremarkably, and all his teammates, save for Uchiha Jun and Hyuga-en, had perished. He could not affirm that this was unrelated to him, nor could he overtly doubt his kin. Regarding the invaders, he was even less informed. According to the Umbu's description, they were dark masses with 2 eyes, slipping underground like mud, only to vanish. It sounded more like a dream than reality. The village deployed several Earth-style ninjas and sensory-type ninjas, but even after digging 3 feet down in the indicated areas, no clues were found, not even traces of the jutsu used. Lord Hokage, the enemy is hidden while we remain exposed, since Uchiha Jun was the one who discovered them. Perhaps we should invite him to share how he made his discovery and his views on the matter, Nara Shikahisa suggested, harboring a desire to speak with Uchiha Jun after the meeting about his strategies. In recent days, he had engaged in several rounds of negotiations with the delegation, who showed no signs of yielding, adopting a stance of you can kill us, but we will continue the war. Very well, let us also summon that child, Shikahisa. The third Hokage consented to Nara Shikahisa's proposal, recognizing that Uchiha Jun's discovery was significant, although how they detected the enemy was uncertain. However, their attempt to capture the adversaries had indeed failed due to the Umbu's intervention. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Jun is proficient in Jinjutsu. How can we ensure they were not ensnared in a Jinjutsu? This could very well be Uchiha's plot, Danzo interjected vehemently, casting glances at Orochimaru. Uchiha Jun's Jinjutsu was not exceptional. He was a versatile ninja. Orochimaru, resting his chin on his hand, chose his words carefully, wishing he could seal Uchiha Jun in a laboratory for experiments, away from all others. Versatile ninja, Kakashi was the first to glance at Orochimaru, finding merit in this assertion. Being a versatile ninja implies proficiency in all areas but lacks specialization in any one discipline, suggesting a mastery of many but excelling in none. Kakashi agreed with this notion, feeling a stronger affinity for the latter interpretation. Indeed, Uchiha Jun was a versatile ninja. Nobody contradicted Kakashi. He was regarded as the fairest among them, and his integrity was unquestionable, eliminating any suspicion of favoritism towards Uchiha Jun. When Uchiha Jun and Nara Shikahisa arrived at the conference room of the response office, half the high-ranking officials were in disarray, while the other half appeared lost in thought. Lord Hokage, esteemed dignitaries. Uchiha Jun addressed them, Lord Hokage, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Kakashi, Lord Jiraiya, and all you esteemed individuals. Jiraiya chuckled. This kid always stirs up trouble upon arrival, simultaneously basking in the pride of being called by name. You must understand the purpose of your presence here, the third Hokage stated solemnly, for the safety of Konoha was at stake, and he was willing to set aside prejudice to hear Uchiha Jun's account. Indeed, you wish to know how I discovered the presence of unidentified individuals. I too am curious as to why Umbu ninjas suddenly obstructed our efforts to capture the enemy. Are they spies? After all, the last group, whatever they were called, were sent by Danzo to capture me. Are they in league with him? Uchiha Jun scanned the room, deliberately allowing his gaze to linger on Danzo for a moment before adopting a pitiful expression. It's just that I've never been to school, my strength is lacking. If I were like Lord Orochimaru, I could have captured the invaders even with the Umbu intervening. Kakashi retorted, I suspect you are implying my teammate Kakashi is inferior. Kakashi, Orochimaru, and Nara Shikahisa all struggled to suppress their laughter, while only Jiraiya failed to contain himself, erupting into raucous laughter until the third Hokage shot him a glare, prompting him to stifle his amusement. Uchiha Jun, I suspect you are colluding with the unidentified invaders to jeopardize Konoha. Danzo seethed, his hands trembling with rage. Not to mention the unwarranted funds sent his way. On what grounds do you suspect me? May I ask your name, sir? Uchiha Jun feigned ignorance, appearing genuinely perplexed. Seeing this, the third Hokage feared someone might inadvertently reveal too much. This is Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Shimura clan, an old classmate of mine. He is merely agitated for the sake of Konoha. Oh, Lord Danzo, on what basis do you suspect me? I have lived a sheltered life, with no money and no friends save for Shikahisa and Hugoen. How could I possibly conspire with the unidentified invaders? Most importantly, I struggle with social anxiety. Uchiha Jun slumped back in his chair beside Orochimaru, internally admiring the third Hokage and Danzo for their audacity. Truly remarkable, having altered names. This elicited another round of laughter. Though Orochimaru maintained a placid facade, his trembling hands betrayed his underlying amusement. The third Hokage facepalmed, realizing he had been led astray. His old friend was now exuding hostility, prompting him to intervene. Danzo, I know you are overworked and unwell. Perhaps you should take a rest. I shall speak with you shortly. Chapter 69. I am ill. I cannot work, Jun. Perhaps you should explain how you made your discovery, Kakashi interjected, sensing the situation was deteriorating. This matter should have been addressed by the third Hokage's disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but both seemed more captivated by the spectacle. Not only did they refrain from mediating, but they also refrained from adding fuel to the fire, which was already a significant concession. How did I discover it? With a pair of eyes watching me. How could I possibly remain unaware? Even if uncertain whether it was a person, I would seek the great sage to burn paper money to ward off evil spirits. However, this explanation is rather complicated. It is not appropriate to directly refer to that dark and unappealing entity as absolute, for he is merely the most obedient son of the six paths presently. He is beside our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, masquerading as his consciousness to seek out fated individuals. After much contemplation, I suddenly had an epiphany and, with a hint of difficulty, posed the question, have you ever heard of the sixth sense? Noticing the silence from the assembly, I elaborated. When a man strays, his wife often senses it first. This is the acute sixth sense. It does not belong to the realm of logic, nor does it fit into the category of perception, yet it is an instinct that exists in the unseen ether. To the esteemed adults present, who are already married, do you not find that upon returning home after your clandestine escapades, you are often met with a piercing gaze from your wives? The third Hokage interrupted Uchiha Zen's discourse, saying, Zen, there is no need for such elaborate explanations. I understand you wish to convey that you are uncertain why you sensed an intrusion, yet your intuition indicates that someone is indeed nearby. The analogy struck a chord with him. Every time he indulged in clandestine activities, he felt that his wife, Pai-Pa-Hu, seemed to discern something amiss, her expression becoming alarming. Could the sixth sense truly be this formidable? Is it a gift of nature? The Hokage comprehended, but could the others claim ignorance? However, the only individuals present with family ties were the Hokage and Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, with his orderly personal life, naturally bore no such concerns. Zen, you seem quite knowledgeable about extramarital affairs. Orochimaru's remarks sparked a glimmer of recognition in the Hokage's eyes. Could it be a kindred spirit? Yet, he appeared rather youthful for such wisdom. Nevertheless, this did not preclude him from possessing the heart of a mature man. Indeed, many of our Uchiha sisters, blessed with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, have dealt with their boyfriends rather harshly. Uchiha Zen spoke without a script, and no one sought to verify the truth behind Uchiha men's infidelities. Since we are on the topic of the sixth sense, let us not shy away from discussing something even more absurd. This matter cannot be solely based on your testimony. Nara Shikahisa, what say you? Mito Minyin, who had been silent, finally spoke, indicating that he needed to consider the situation holistically, as it pertained to the safety of the village. Zen and I have developed a tacit understanding on the battlefield. When he looked at me, it conveyed danger, and we immediately devised a capture plan. But it was interrupted by the sudden emergence of the Umbu. Nara Shikahisa recounted the preceding events in detail, emphasizing that it was the Umbu's unexpected appearance that allowed the intruder to escape. The culprit's flight was due to the Umbu's negligence, not the fault of the two of them. His account closely aligned with the Umbu's report, and with Uchiha Zen's sixth sense alerting him to the intruder's presence. The situation appeared manageable. Our primary concern now was to locate this individual and eliminate the threat. I understand. We must immediately put the entire village on alert. The third Hokage sighed and issued a command. Reinforcements should be sent to the mission team. The war has just ended, and especially with the Genin nearing graduation, I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Zen, I entrust you with the role of Special Jonin to assist in the investigation. The third Hokage proclaimed, preparing to enlist the sixth sense-sensitive Uchiha Zen in the search for the intruder. No, Hokage-sama, I cannot accept such an appointment. I am merely a genin and lack the qualifications for the position of Special Jonin. Furthermore, having just returned from the battlefield, I require time to recuperate. Good heavens! Is he attempting to evade responsibility? Becoming a Special Jonin entails work, and the pay is meager, not to mention the inherent dangers. He is not in need of money. As a civilian, he could inherit Orochimaru's legacy in a few years. The assembly erupted in astonishment. He had actually declined the offer. Could it be that he is truly unwell? Calling upon the Hokage for funds, then seeking money from the Hyuga clan does not suggest a sound mind. You do not wish to contribute to Konoha? The third Hokage's demeanor shifted dramatically, radiating the aura of a formidable leader. I am willing to contribute to Konoha, but not for the sake of seeking funds. I assure you I am genuinely unwell. Uchiha Zen maintained a facade of calmness, casting a casual glance at Nara Shikahisa. As he spoke, Uchiha Zen's countenance suddenly changed. He appeared pale and feeble, his lips pressed tightly together, pupils constricting, clutching his chest, and grasping at Orochimaru's pant leg. You, Orochimaru began. Is this true? Kakashi interjected. You truly can act, but we ought to send you as a spy to the enemy. That would be a waste. Hokage-sama. Whenever Zen becomes excited, he tends to convulse, rendering him weak and his mind unclear. Nara Shikahisa had never found it so challenging to articulate his thoughts. He was struggling to maintain the narrative, especially since Uchiha Zen's performance was so convincing. The entire assembly was left bewildered by Uchiha Zen's display. Whether it was real or feigned, it certainly did not appear to be a deception. Old man, I shall take my leave first. Orochimaru swiftly lifted Uchiha Zen and vanished from the Hokage's office. I shall accompany you. Nara Shikahisa followed closely, eager to inquire how Uchiha Zen intended to procure funds. Surely, he had some means of extracting 300 million from the Hyuga clan. Leaving Nara Shikahisa bewildered and alone, he pondered the situation. Hokage-sama, esteemed guests, I too shall take my leave. At Orochimaru's residence. Cease your pretense. Uchiha Zen was unceremoniously thrown onto a bed, and the raspy yet magnetic voice of Orochimaru filled the air. Once on the verge of death, now he opened one eye to confirm no one was present. and his pallor improved. Sitting upright on the operating table, he stretched and muttered, "What a tiring charade. How did you manage to portray a near-death experience so convincingly?" Orochimaru's curiosity regarding Zen's reluctance to assume the role of Special Jonin was overshadowed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. He was left utterly speechless. Jiraiya had never left him so speechless. "How did you discern that I was feigning?" Uchiha Zen believed he had left no loopholes. How had Orochimaru detected his ruse, when only Nara Shikahisa should have been privy to his condition? Although you deceived everyone, your fall was overly theatrical. Your instinct should have been to grasp the floor, not my clothing. Orochimaru sat cross-legged, propping his chin, gazing at Zen with a glint of greed in his eyes. "Moreover, your teammates were nearing their breaking point, trying to sustain your act. Was it truly that poor?" Uchiha Zen had initially been brimming with confidence. But upon reflection, after Orochimaru pointed out the flaws, he recognized the existence of gaps in his performance. Nevertheless, he quickly donned a gentle and compliant smile. "However, did not Lord Orochimaru assist me in navigating this deception?" Chapter 70. We are all unwell. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Zen with a dangerous gaze. Sensing he had not merely acquired a disciple, but rather a vault of secrets, the unveiling of which could yield unexpected treasures. It is not a matter of incompetence. The fundamental flaw lies with the individual. There was simply insufficient carnage. Uchiha Zen fell silent. How terrifying it was that Orochimaru could perceive the essence of a matter so quickly. He even began to wonder if Orochimaru could read thoughts. This transcended mere scientific advancement. His grasp of psychology had reached an unfathomable level. Once, Zen believed that Orochimaru's allure lay in his enigmatic persona, but now he truly comprehended the sensation of having one's innermost thoughts laid bare. Indeed, he was the most suitable mentor for Zen. What he required was efficiency, not the joy of stumbling upon a solution after numerous attempts. In that moment, Uchiha Zen's blood surged. This was the true Orochimaru, who had solidified his title as one of the Sannin by stepping over countless corpses. The world revered Jiraiya for his fiery spirit and Tsunade for saving countless lives on the battlefield, yet when Orochimaru was mentioned, it was often with fear and trepidation. For this master, reverence could be bestowed in the absence of personal risk. "Lord Orochimaru, how shall I proceed? I initially intended to recommend you for training at Danzo's route, but I have changed my mind." Orochimaru licked his lips, confident that Uchiha Zen would not disappoint him. "I have decided to personally mentor you, cultivating you into a figure capable of igniting a tempest within the shinobi world." Uchiha Zen did not conceal the fighting spirit in his eyes. The excitement and fervor within them exuded a sense of madness. "I shall not disappoint you, Lord Orochimaru," he smiled, raising an eyebrow as he inquired. "But what exactly are you referring to with Danzo and Root?" The little rascal shifted the blame for the death of the Hyuga onto Danzo and attributed the annihilation of a small squad from Root to the Hyuga, instigating mutual suspicion between the Hyuga clan and the village. As a fellow victim of the ocular jutsu clans, he secretly allied with the Hyuga. "Ha ha ha. Dare you claim you have not profited from this? From the very beginning, you were aware that Danzo held a high position in Konoha's hierarchy and deliberately spoke of it in public." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Zen's eyes darted about, humming a little tune with an air of indifference. When Orochimaru concluded his speech, Zen wore a look of admiration, exclaiming, as expected of Lord Orochimaru, "I know nothing, but it sounds immensely impressive." Pretending to be oblivious was a trivial feat for anyone. Orochimaru wore a look of disdain, saying, "Stop feigning ignorance. Assist me in dissecting the Hyuga. I suspect there may be a connection between his genes and the Uchiha." Meanwhile, upon learning that Uchiha Zen had a psychological disorder and had experienced an episode in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Reina was filled with nothing but worry. "Do not fret. Did I not mention that Zen was taken by Lord Orochimaru for treatment? Rest assured." Uchiha Huai comforted his wife, though he himself felt no such concern. Normally, one would seek medical attention for such an episode. It was impossible for Orochimaru, who was not a medical ninja, to simply take him away. "How can you say that? Are you not worried for Zen's safety? He returned from the battlefield afflicted with a psychological ailment, and as his parents, we failed to notice." As Uchiha Reina spoke, tears filled her eyes, leaving Uchiha Huai at a loss for what to do, silently cursing Uchiha Zen for causing his wife's distress. His wife was his. While his son was a burden, it was only a matter of time before his wife left him, though it appeared calm on the surface. A struggle for power was already brewing beneath. The Uchiha Guard found themselves blamed for a lack of scrutiny regarding the invasion by unknown individuals. Uchiha Fugaku, still basking in the joy of securing 300 million, now wore a troubled expression. The Hokage had shifted the blame for the Umbu's failings onto him, and he was compelled to shoulder the burden. What kind of nonsense is this? If I were to become a central figure in the village's power dynamics, would such incidents still occur? Who dares to unjustly pin a black mark on me? This matter was uncovered by the Uchiha, and not only was there no reward, but the Hokage's office also faced a sudden crisis. How convenient it is to speak lightly. What household experiences illness at an opportune moment, especially in your Hokage's office? Uchiha Fugaku muttered emotionlessly, pondering whether Uchiha Jun had discovered something and was using this method to signal them to refrain from interfering. With such possibilities in mind, and as the clan leader burdened with numerous responsibilities, including the allocation of power within the clan, he found himself overwhelmed and regretting not heeding Uchiha Jun's advice to send all the elders to the shrine for retirement. Ryuhu, go report to the Hokage, stating that I am deeply pained to hear of Lord Jun's sudden illness, which has exacerbated his previous condition. As Uchiha Fugaku's concerns grew, psychological disorders began to manifest in the Uchiha clan, rendering the guard's duties nearly part-time. The one most delighted by this news was Hyuga-en, who, ever since Uchiha Jun had publicly bested him, endured excruciating pain coursing through his body whenever he utilized chakra. Uchiha Jun, old man Hyuga, I will not let you escape unscathed. Presently, Hyuga-en was rendered powerless, unable to harness chakra, and he bore the unbearable pain while examining his body with his Byakugan, finding no discernible issues. After several visits to the Konoha hospital yielded no answers, he refused to relent, ultimately receiving 2 pieces of advice from the doctors. 1. To assess his psychological state, and 2. To seek assistance from Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3. The latter was evidently not a viable option, confirming that he indeed had a psychological ailment. When he learned that Uchiha Jun had succumbed to a breakdown in the Hokage's office, he laughed for several hours, parading his joy down the streets. Oh, Narashikaho, you seem rather idle. He taunted his former teammate, unable to resist a quip. For no one in the squad could stand the sight of another. Hyuga-en, I heard you two have suffered a psychological breakdown. Why are you out here in the fresh air? With Uchiha Jun's psychological troubles emerging, the Uchiha clan seemed to follow suit. As doctors from the hospital disclosed that Hyuga-en was also afflicted, insisting that he could not use chakra and believed he was under some sort of curse. After several consultations, the doctors directly diagnosed him with a psychological issue, advising him to take it easy, relax, and perhaps utilize Jinjutsu for sleep and stress relief. Upon hearing this, Hyuga-en immediately erupted in fury, convinced that Narashikaho, like Uchiha Jun, was a coward, fearing for his own life. What did you say? Get lost. I said, when do you plan to recover from your psychological ailment? Narashikaho shrugged, pondering whether to feign a psychological issue himself, suggesting contagion. Who the hell has a problem? Narashikaho shook his head, finding Hyuga-en's ignorance tiresome, as he barked without comprehension. A good mind is a valuable asset, and not everyone possesses it. Chapter 71. The Teachings of Orochimaru. Forget it. What is there to argue with the dying? Nothing much. Why have you returned for so long without undertaking any missions? Narashikaho inquired, knowing well that Hyuga-en's demeanor was not that of someone who would remain idle at home. Speaking of this infuriated him. Hyuga-en had returned severely injured, and after a period of recuperation, he was once again ensnared by Uchiha Jun's machinations, rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing chakra, let alone accepting missions. Uchiha Jun is a scoundrel. Narashikaho, observing Hyuga-en's reaction, understood that he had undoubtedly been dealt a blow by Uchiha Jun, preventing him from undertaking any tasks. In essence, he was no different from a cripple. Heh, you are indeed correct, he is a scoundrel. Bring him to the Hokage's office while I feign illness and escape. Everyone is watching him. Has he ever considered how mortifying that must be? Meanwhile, Uchiha Jun, labeled a scoundrel, was not faring much better himself, as Orochimaru truly took on the responsibility of his personal education. In recent days, he endured varying degrees of injury daily. Initially, he felt a chill at his neck for mere seconds, and had it not been for Orochimaru's consideration of their master-disciple bond, he might have already found himself 6 feet under. Orochimaru's tutelage marked the most perilous days of his existence, where he faced the specter of death as frequently as he broke limbs. Upon awakening, he would find himself on Orochimaru's experimental table, surrounded by various instruments. The moment he opened his eyes, Orochimaru would whisk him away for yet another session of exclusive instruction. Jun had wholly surrendered his body to Orochimaru. For no matter how grievously he was injured, upon reopening his eyes, he emerged unscathed. With Orochimaru's intervention, he had achieved the permanent opening of the first gate of the 8 gates, enabling him to face Orochimaru's murderous intent without trepidation. However, after several days of training, his respect for Orochimaru had shifted to thoughts of preparing him as a delicacy to simmer for 3 days and nights in a pot at home. Lord Orochimaru, if I can endure under your tutelage for a quarter of an hour today, would it spare me from humiliation? Uchiha Jun could not make any requests more favorable to himself. The only thing he desired was to avoid facial injuries. The wounds on his body left no scars. Yet the injuries to his face remained untreated. Even if a man did not prioritize his appearance, as an Uchiha, he did not wish to diminish the clan's overall beauty through his own shortcomings. Orochimaru sought to enhance his strength rapidly, indifferent to the state of his visage. He demanded results without concern for whether he emerged injured or not. In the dense forest, their fierce combat gradually drew the attention of Hatake Kakashi, who was training with his father, Minato. Father, should we go take a look? Kakashi observed his father gazing into the distance, seemingly unprepared for any defensive maneuvers. He surmised that this was a familiar acquaintance suggesting a training exercise. Let us go, Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, declared, and Kakashi found himself struggling to keep up. The remnants of the setting sun cast shadows in the darkening sky. Wind release, great breakthrough. The devastation wrought upon the forest exceeded all expectations. Had it not been for the surrounding barrier, it might have attracted the attention of numerous other shinobi. They were not idle. Every moment was meticulously carved out or fiercely contested. It was none other than Lord Orochimaru and Uchiha Zen. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In just a few days, Zen had grown stronger, emanating an aura reminiscent of his father's. Kakashi, observe closely. The confrontations between the powerful will impart unique insights. Tsukumo advised as he perched atop a crooked tree outside the barrier with Kakashi. His intention was simple: to enable Kakashi to realize that the battles among the formidable did not necessitate ostentatious jutsu. Even a C-rank technique wielded by Orochimaru carried a potency vastly different from that of a mere jonin. This was precisely why he held high hopes for Uchiha Zen, who favored jutsu that suited his own style rather than pursuing sheer power. Were Zen not an Uchiha, Tsukumo would gladly adopt him as a son and share all his knowledge, lamenting the lost opportunity. Inside the barrier, Uchiha Zen battled Orochimaru with the 8 gates of opening permanently activated, discovering significant differences from before. At least he could protect his face from blows. Lord Orochimaru, I've endured for a quarter of an hour. We agreed not to strike the face. Zen gasped, negotiating after deflecting Orochimaru's wind release technique. Orochimaru frowned, not perceiving any issue with targeting the face. Yet, seeing Zen's determination, he chose to exclude it from his assault. Zen was perplexed, wondering why Orochimaru refrained from utilizing his snake-based jutsu, which he believed to be the most formidable. Lord Orochimaru, why do you not employ your signature techniques? Orochimaru initially dismissed the thought, assuming Zen's fear of snakes hindered his performance. If Zen sought to conquer that fear, he would indulge him. Summoning, Serpent's Array. Countless serpents surged towards Uchiha Zen like a flood. Just moments ago, he had pondered whether Orochimaru underestimated him. Now, he could only curse inwardly. Night Flowing Wave. Zen unleashed his blade, slicing through the dense mass of serpents, yet still suffered numerous bites as some slithered through the gaps in his defenses. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's serpents fell easily to the protagonists. Such notions were utterly misleading. No one could fathom the tenacity of these serpents, which struck at any exposed flesh. Some even intent on rendering him childless. Zen, is this your attitude towards an enemy? Orochimaru's voice was cold and raspy, expressing profound dissatisfaction with Zen's strategic approach. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The two techniques were unleashed in rapid succession, maximizing the destructive power of the fire. Zen leaped back, incinerating the serpents beneath him into ashes. This was a critical miscalculation. While he could employ minor tactics against Tsukumo, against Orochimaru, they were of no consequence. His analysis of the enemy's capabilities and strategic planning far surpassed Zen's own. Zen, How long do you believe your taijutsu will hold up against me? The chilling sensation at his neck heralded the moment as his blade reversed direction, slicing through what had just been a person, now rendered a mere wooden fragment a few meters away. Excellent. Instantly, a murderous intent emanated from Orochimaru as Zen gripped his blade tightly, his Sharingan fixed intently on the next move. Outside the barrier, Kakashi shivered, frozen in place, ensnared by Orochimaru's ominous and frigid aura. Tsukumo merely cast a glance, noting Kakashi's lack of fear, and continued observing the training between Orochimaru and Zen. Kakashi, if you were at Uchiha Zen's age, could you face Orochimaru with equal strength? In that moment, Kakashi fell into silence. He longed to assert that he could, not wanting to disappoint his father. Yet, witnessing Zen effortlessly disregard Orochimaru's terrifying aura, he realized he could not. Even if compelled to confront Orochimaru, he found himself paralyzed by the malevolent energy. Zen was merely 2 years his senior. How had he achieved such composure? You cannot. Tsukumo relentlessly drove the point home. Prior to the battlefield, Zen had scarcely been a genin. Yet his survival was no mere stroke of luck. What kind of shinobi do you believe he is? Tsukumo pulled Kakashi close, shielding him from Orochimaru's murderous intent. As Kakashi regained his breath, he replied, "Father, I do not know. He is different from the other Uchiha. He is powerful, yet does not flaunt it. However, I know that one day, I will catch up to him." Oh, you intend to do so with your haphazard techniques? They are merely a rudimentary construct of his casual jutsu, yet you regard them as treasures. Do you truly believe you can match him? Tsukumo's words cut deep, his tongue as sharp as his blade. Kakashi was rendered speechless, bowing his head, silently vowing to pursue Uchiha Zen's footsteps. Do you know what you excel at? Tsukumo queried calmly. Do you genuinely believe that ranking first in school assessments denotes true genius? I lack a rival, a competitor who can challenge me to grow stronger. I will regard Uchiha Zen as my opponent and train alongside him. Kakashi recognized his shortcomings. There were always those stronger. And the knowledge acquired in school no longer sufficed. He needed to graduate swiftly. Tsukumo turned to Kakashi and delivered a heart-wrenching statement. Do you believe you have the right to train with him? Or do you think Uchiha Zen would squander his time mentoring a child? He recently declined a special jonin position offered by the Hokage. Kakashi was engulfed in confusion. What should he do? Did his father truly consider him so lacking? While talent was undoubtedly significant, what made Uchiha Zen truly formidable was his understanding of his own desires and ambitions. Tsukumo believed his guidance would illuminate Kakashi's path, laying a foundation for his future. As the barrier dissipated, Orochimaru emerged, dragging the nearly incapacitated Uchiha Zen. He exchanged simple pleasantries with Tsukumo. Lord Orochimaru, might I borrow your disciple for 2 days? I believe he could enhance his swordsmanship significantly. Tsukumo had high hopes for Zen's skills and aspired to cultivate a prodigy. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he decisively refused. No, he did not oppose Zen's growth, but at this stage, what he needed was experience, not merely the accumulation of more techniques. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi and retorted, "Do you not have a son?" Though he did, his son was merely practicing an incomplete technique daily, and he feared that the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan would dwindle with his generation. How about we switch? You can help me educate my son? Orochimaru casually swept a glance at Kakashi. Although he recognized Kakashi's talent, his interest waned in comparison to Uchiha Zen, and he felt no inclination to waste time. Waste time? In Orochimaru's eyes, teaching him was considered a waste of time. Kakashi's pupils involuntarily contracted, unable to comprehend that in Orochimaru's perspective, instructing him was deemed a frivolous endeavor. The Watergate has not caught your attention. It seems I need to find a teacher for Kakashi. Hatake Tsukumo intended to inquire if Orochimaru would take on a subordinate, especially since a new batch of genin is emerging and Kakashi's graduation is assured. This year, Orochimaru will undoubtedly be assigned students to team up with Uchiha Zen. And if possible, he wishes to include Kakashi in the mix, for having a formidable teacher would undoubtedly enhance his growth and broaden his horizons. However, it appears that Orochimaru has no interest in Kakashi whatsoever and even considers teaching him a waste of time. What a pity. This year, you will be mentoring genin. What kind of companions do you plan to find for this troublesome child? Upon hearing Tsukumo's words, Uchiha Zen, feeling utterly drained, recalled that Orochimaru seems to have a student named Akado. Deep down, Uchiha Zen is reluctant, as having another person join complicates many matters, such as his collusion with Orochimaru. or the clandestine dealings? Master, am I not your only disciple? Must you take on others? Are they more to your liking than I? Uchiha Zen's threefold inquiries left everyone with beads of sweat on their foreheads. Orochimaru understood his implication, not wanting anyone wasting time on experiments. However, he had no intention of taking on Genin. It was cumbersome and often led to swift demise. Kakashi is set to graduate? Is Minato also taking on Genin? How enviable. Uchiha Zen, with a sardonic tone, suggested to Tsukumo to hand over his son to Minato. Forget about Orochimaru. Here, one dies quickly, and they might even repurpose the bodies for experiments. If you wish to take on Genin, that is entirely feasible. I can grant you a slot. Taking on students is a troublesome endeavor unless it's as worry-free as with Uchiha Zen. Otherwise, it's not worth contemplating, as their survival rate in his hands is dismally low. Well, never mind. What a bother. The accounts from the envoy have yet to arrive. Today, I am able to move. I will discuss the details with Chief Nara about collecting the debts. What a joke. Let him take on students? It's like volunteering for labor. He is certainly not the warm-hearted, sunny boy like Minato. In his previous life, he mentored 2 forensic interns. Nearly succumbing to a heart attack from frustration, they were utterly incompetent, sobbing, and yet ranked first. From that moment on, he vowed never to take on students again. It was exhausting. Uchiha Zen's remarks struck Kakashi like a dagger to the heart, leaving him frozen in place like a gray backdrop. How troubling that even Uchiha Zen finds him burdensome. He has not even begun to collect debts. Uchiha Zen, I must defeat you. Kakashi swore, regardless of the cost. He would triumph over Uchiha Zen. Smack. Tsukumo slapped Kakashi on the back of his head. How can this child be so oblivious? The hierarchy is disrupted. Address your seniors properly. The legendary 3 will certainly not mentor Kakashi. Uchiha Zen is correct. Minato is an excellent choice, a formidable jonin who has already begun to shine. And importantly, he is a disciple of Jiraiya, thus aligned with the Hokage lineage. Seeing Kakashi stubbornly clutching the back of his head with a furrowed brow, he asked, "Do you still wish to call me brother?" In Chapter 73, summoned by Madara, it is not the foolish ones that cause fear, but the serious ones who can be humorous. Tsukumo's words sent Uchiha Zen into a fit of laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. His mind was filled with the image of Kakashi solemnly addressing Hatake Tsukumo as brother. You've been granted a brief respite. Resolve those troublesome matters swiftly, for my time to instruct you is limited. Orochimaru harbored a modicum of disdain for Uchiha Zen, who was now laughing like that foolish Jiraiya. At the negotiation meeting, Uchiha Zen approached to negotiate, bearing a face marred by bruises. Nara Shikaku, upon seeing Uchiha Zen, initially thought, "Who is this grotesque creature?" It was only upon greeting him that he realized it was indeed Uchiha Zen, and he lowered his voice to ask, "Zenkun, what happened to your face?" "Oh, I had a little mishap." Uchiha Zen felt embarrassed to admit he had been tormented by Orochimaru, especially since his injuries went untreated. Nara Shikaku frowned, noticing the 2 puncture wounds at Uchiha Zen's mouth, clearly inflicted by bites. "Did you injure your mouth as well?" "Hiss, speaking of that makes me furious. I was bitten by Orochimaru's snake techniques. They strike wherever they please. Yes, I fell onto a wolf fang rod." Such an amateurish lie was evidently unconvincing. But he was indifferent to the matter of privacy. The focus remained on today's negotiations. The envoys from both nations had been searching for Uchiha Zen for days. Hearing rumors of a sudden ailment, suspecting he had offended someone and was too ashamed to show his face. Look at his once handsome visage, now a cyclopean. Disfigured face with 2 holes in his mouth. Does he not fear speaking with a lisp? Esteemed envoys, I have compiled a list. Please review it for any objections. If there are none, let us discuss compensation. Uchiha Zen presented a lengthy list to the 2 of them, and to Nara Shikaku as well. Upon seeing the densely packed numbers, the Sand Ninja envoy spat a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. "Quick, someone! Medical ninja! Hurry, medical ninja!" Nara Shikaku's expression was also grim. Not only the envoy, but he felt dizzy just reading the list himself. After medical attention, the Sand Ninja envoy regained consciousness but looked utterly ghastly. "Uchiha Zen, what do you mean by this?" 100 million for mental anguish, 30 million for medical expenses, 500 million for psychological counseling, 10 million for nutritional support, 20 million for lost wages, 5 million for transportation, 5 million for accommodation, 12 million for meals, and 70 million for funeral expenses. What on earth is the funeral expense for? The rock ninja envoy's eyes blazed crimson, his hand shaking as he gripped the compensation list. They had previously agreed to offer him 200 million, although no formal agreement was in place. They intended to delay and leak the matter to incite internal strife later. Yet they never anticipated that Uchiha Zen would double the compensation. Did he not possess any shame? Those compensation figures were preposterous. Oh, your ninja perished during transport. Regardless of our differing stances, heroes deserve dignified burials, and you cannot deny this expense. Uchiha Zen saw nothing inappropriate in his assertion. In his impoverished past, he had self-studied law, sold insurance, and once argued for 3 hours over 2 buckets of pickled noodles with a supermarket lady. Money, at times, is regarded with disdain, yet when in need, even if it is sullied, it still possesses allure. Previously, it was merely the loss of materials and the ransom for ninja. Now, are you all lacking sincerity? Or do you wish to continue the war? The Sand Ninja envoy struggled to suppress the impulse to tear Uchiha Zen apart, his voice trembling. You are right. It is as the Hokage stated. Then shall we proceed according to the Hokage's terms? The rest can be discounted. What do you all think? Uchiha Zen shrugged dismissively, reclining in his chair, knowing full well they had no capability to wage war. From Orochimaru, he had gleaned substantial intelligence, particularly regarding the economic conditions of each ninja village, which he closely monitored. Nara Shikaku had also considered this tactic, but he valued his reputation too highly to follow Uchiha Zen's brazenly shameless approach. Suddenly, he recalled his father's dying words. One must not be overly concerned with face, especially when dining in front of the Hokage. Their family thrived on intellect, not appearances. Nara Shikaku set down the list in hand, cleared his throat, and realized he could not lag behind. Uchiha Zen had already made the opening move, and naturally, he must follow suit. We can indeed negotiate. Dialogue involves give and take. Exactly. Chief Nara is right. If you do not accept my list, let us proceed according to the Hokage's terms. Quickly provide the funds and take your ninjas back. If you linger in Konoha, I shall charge for accommodation and meals. Uchiha Zen arched an eyebrow, determined that they must be sent away today. Failure to do so might result in being sent away himself by the clan leader, whose menacing gaze filled with resentment had been utterly terrifying upon their first encounter. I assure you, I expect you to personally come and sign the compensation agreement tonight. With that, the envoy from Iwa Shinobi Village stormed off in a huff. One could easily imagine the depth of his anger. Jinkuin, how did you compile this list? Nara Shikaku inquired earnestly, questioning the audacity behind such expenses. Was he not concerned that the other party might retract their agreement? Oh, regarding that, I didn't even include the air filtration fee, which was quite generous of me. Negotiation is an art. One cannot live in fear of wolves and tigers alike. And as for the risks, they are not within our purview. Uchiha Zen stretched lazily, reveling in the blissful comfort of resting on a stool. In the dark cavern, a mass of pitch-black creatures intertwined with a stark white entity, merging into one. Discovered, the boy known as Uchiha Zen, aged 7 this year, had entered the battlefield at the tender age of 6 without formal ninja training, awakening the 3 tomo of his Sharingan, a rare prodigy indeed. An elder, akin to a yin-yang figure, recommended this exceptional Uchiha, asserting that once he joined them, they would swiftly rescue his mother from the moon. Uchiha Zen, you awakened your 3 tomo at such a young age. It won't be long before you grasp even greater powers, the elder declared. His voice edged with authority that brooked no dissent. They must find a way for him to access the powers of the kaleidoscope. Lord Madara, this is quite challenging. He has discovered me, exclaimed Black Zetsu, to which White Zetsu added, we can manipulate his life force. The seeds of anguish had already taken root in his heart. Calmly, Uchiha Madara posed a question. What is most important to him? Eliminate it. Both Black and White Zetsu fell into a contemplative silence. Uchiha Madara slightly raised his head, revealing a single scarlet Sharingan. White Zetsu's whimsical voice echoed through the cavern. It's money, Lord Madara? What matters most to Uchiha Zen is money. According to my intelligence, all his battles this year on the battlefield were fought over the spoils of corpses, which even led to the awakening of his Sharingan. The Sand Village's missions turned into a looting expedition, plundering half the village's wealth. Chapter 74. Running away from home. Upon returning home, Uchiha Reina embraced Uchiha Zen, weeping for an extended period. After giving her father a significant number of meaningful glances, Her typically taciturn father finally understood and came over to offer comfort. Father, mother, I'm really fine. I've just been too busy and fell asleep during the Hokage's meeting. Look at my face. It's bruised, Uchiha Jun explained, presenting his face to Uchiha Reina, fabricating a story of how it occurred. Despite his reassurances, Uchiha Reina observed the 2 wounds on his mouth, which were clearly not mere accidents, and couldn't help but express her concern. I heard you were taken away by Lord Orochimaru. I'm worried Lord Orochimaru is quite amiable. He just comes off as difficult due to his shyness, Uchiha Jun replied, his words flowing without hesitation. While internally he fervently prayed, Orochimaru, I'm not speaking from the heart. Please don't take offense. All right, Jun has just returned. Let us finish our meal and pay respects to our ancestors. Uchiha Huai, clearly skeptical of his son's fabrications, had encountered Orochimaru himself and knew the danger that man posed. How could Uchiha Jun describe him as easy to deal with? Their relationship was undoubtedly more complex than that of a mere teacher and student. In the small shrine of the dilapidated shed, Uchiha Huai knelt and bowed before several tablets, then stood up to admonish Uchiha Jun. Jun, Lord Orochimaru is very dangerous. Yes, I understand. I wish to become just as formidable, Uchiha Jun replied, pursing his lips. According to the information relayed by his shadow clones, whether it pertained to cultivating his Sharingan or researching the Byakugan, without Orochimaru's timely intervention, he would have nearly failed. To access the core of black technology within the ninja world was indeed perilous, yet he desired it nonetheless, though he found himself incapable, though reluctant to admit it. The truth remained. He could not measure up to Orochimaru. It was not shameful to acknowledge one's shortcomings. The true disgrace lay in knowing one's inadequacies, yet refusing to confront them openly. Uchiha Huai, pondering, questioned, what kind of potion have you been drinking? Father, perhaps I may have a way to help you recover your legs. Uchiha Jun suddenly recalled something significant. If a Hyuga's head could be dissected, then a leg should pose no issue. Previously, he had refrained from acting due to a lack of suitable facilities for surgery, but now, Orochimaru's laboratory would suffice. As a disciple, utilizing it for personal purposes should not be unreasonable, right? Uchiha Huai shook his head, slowly stating, being disabled means no missions, no battles. Huh. Uchiha Jun was taken aback, not expecting his father to harbor such a despondent mindset. Was he really content to give up at such a young age? He couldn't be more than 30. To think that at such an age he would wish to lounge about. Was the Uchiha clan truly so unambitious? Shouldn't they strive for success, aspiring to enter the power center and pursue lucrative positions within the Umbu? Father, you don't want to live off your wife, do you? Currently, the only one in the family with a job was Uchiha Reina. Although he possessed wealth, he couldn't afford to be ostentatious in Konoha. Uchiha Huai cast a sidelong glance at him, asserting, I rely on my own abilities to enjoy the fruits of my wife's labor. If you have the ability, go find a wife to support you too. Damn it, this is living off someone else's hard work. I'm still young. I can't afford to live off anyone yet. Uchiha Jun felt an acute embarrassment. This was his typically silent father, reduced to living off his wife. What had become of the Uchiha clan? Wasn't he a descendant of Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Izuna's brother was Uchiha Madara, proud and dignified. Where had all that gone? I can live off my wife, but you must solve your own sustenance issues. If you can't, then pack your things and go to Lord Orochimaru. Once a disciple, always a father. It's not excessive to support you. Uchiha Huai harbored some resentment towards his son, who had caused his wife so much worry, especially since the new clan leader seemed particularly power-hungry. He wished to keep Uchiha Jun away from such entanglements, believing that perhaps at Orochimaru's, he could avoid unnecessary trouble. You want me to leave? Uchiha Jun could hardly believe it. He had just returned, and now he was being asked to pack his bags and leave. This was his own father. You're harsher than Kakashi's father. And he only occasionally made a sarcastic remark without kicking him out. Sigh. Very well. I was just pondering how to explain this to them. The distance between home and Orochimaru's residence is quite significant. Running back and forth would waste too much time. Being kicked out could save me a trip. Uchiha Huai, you're not even going to resist. It's fine. Don't come back often. You're interrupting our time together. Uchiha Jun, so I'm interrupting your efforts to conceive a child. Fine. Having a brother would be nice. I must prove to the Uchiha that being a brother complex is impossible. Uchiha Jun removed all the tablets from the table and placed them into the sealing scroll that Orochimaru had drawn for him. Father, these items are far too dangerous to keep at home. As for this space, Uchiha frowned, pondering how he could carry this space with him. Oh, I see. Uchiha Huai said nothing, but then he asked, who bit those 2 holes in your mouth? Have you gotten a girlfriend? What the hell? Why bring that up? Father, I fell on a wolf fang staff. Do you believe that? Uchiha felt awkward. The idea of a girlfriend was impossible, and he could not confess to being bitten by a snake. If he did, people would think he had done something to the snake. Uchiha Huai crossed his arms, regarding him with a look that clearly communicated disbelief. A man must take responsibility. If you have a girlfriend, don't hide it. It will only make the girl feel insecure. Father, I truly do not have a girlfriend. It's impossible for me to have one in this lifetime. Uchiha was at a loss for words. However, upon uttering those words, Uchiha Huai's thoughts were thrown into disarray, and his expression grew peculiar. His ancestors, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara, had always been inseparable. Surely, this trait could not be hereditary. Hiss, Jun, as long as you are happy. Upon hearing this, Uchiha was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What did that even mean? Why was his father speaking so strangely? Had he perhaps entered an early midlife crisis? Yet, on second thought, perhaps not being around his parents offered a form of protection. If the day ever came when his parents were leveraged against him, he truly wondered if he could face his adversaries with composure. I shall inform my mother and take my leave. That evening, Uchiha packed his belongings and stopped by the marketplace to purchase some groceries, while also bringing a bowl of Ichiraku ramen to Orochimaru's residence. After all, one ought not to bite the hand that feeds them. Not only had he partaken of their hospitality, but he now required lodging as well. Feeling somewhat inadequate, he declared, Lord Orochimaru, I have run away from home. May I stay with you for a while? Uchiha placed a bag of ramen beside Orochimaru, who was engrossed in an experiment. You've returned. Take a look at this. Orochimaru removed his gloves and handed a set of experimental data to Uchiha, subsequently turning to savor the ramen on the experimental table. Uchiha, in a state of astonishment, activated his Sharingan and meticulously noted down all the experimental data. To his surprise, Orochimaru had already established a transaction with Danzo, and this highly viable cell was indeed remarkable. Observing Orochimaru leisurely enjoying his meal, Uchiha was taken aback. Orochimaru was actually eating the cells of the first Hokage. Orochimaru stated. In order to avoid raising any suspicion, Uchiha feigned astonishment and asked, Did you exhume the first's grave? Cough, cough. No, it was a transaction. Uchiha inwardly lamented the meager amount of the first cells he had managed to obtain, feeling disgruntled by Danzo's stinginess. He had even considered asking Orochimaru to assist him in excavating his own family's grave. Cough, cough. Orochimaru nearly choked on his noodles. His disciple was truly dedicated to his ancestors. Is that all? You didn't retrieve everything? Uchiha believed Orochimaru had been shortchanged. Such a paltry amount was hardly sufficient for 2 people, and should any experimental loss occur, Danzo would be left unscathed. Little did he know, Danzo felt the same way and believed he had been shortchanged as well. The cells of the first Hokage are incredibly precious, Orochimaru explained. Does he not realize that a smaller quantity is still insufficient? Danzo cannot simply take it by force. Shouldn't we request more under the pretense of a failed experiment? Let me accompany you this time. Uchiha devised a meticulous plan to exchange under the guise of legitimacy, aligning with Orochimaru's thoughts. Since obtaining it through conventional means was not feasible, he could resort to unconventional methods. After all, he was a ninja, not a samurai. Do you know who I am trading with? Danzo, the one who seeks your life. Orochimaru said with a smirk, unhurriedly. At this juncture, how would Uchiha choose? Is Danzo's life more valuable than the cells of the first Hokage? Uchiha gazed at Orochimaru with hopeful eyes. They must bring him along, as he was essential for the experiment. Danzo, that old coot's life, was hardly worth considering. Orochimaru, my lord, I am fully aware of the priorities. Please, ensure that I accompany you. I promise to seize all the first cells. No, to negotiate for them. If only I had the capacity to infiltrate Madara's lair. Who would care for such a trifling amount when Madara's cave housed countless white Zetsu? Orochimaru scrutinized Uchiha. Aware that Danzo had offered a handsome reward to exchange Uchiha for the right to conduct legitimate experiments, along with free materials. Frankly, the temptation was immense. enough to make him contemplate abandoning Uchiha-jun. Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha-jun called out, noticing Orochimaru's eerie silence as he stared at him. You now possess the strength of a jonin. Even elite jonin would find it challenging to survive against you. The village does not support idlers. Does this imply that I must undertake missions now? Uchiha-jun furrowed his brow, realizing this was not the outcome he had desired. With the impending Third Shinobi World War on the horizon, he needed to ensure his survival rate exceeded 70%. Our transaction with Danzo includes you. Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden eyes narrowing dangerously. Simultaneously, I will recommend you to the Hokage for the position of captain in the Umbu Interrogation Division, under the guise of my disciple. Uchiha-jun lowered his gaze, quickly grasping the underlying motive. The latent killing intent surged within him. As long as he remained in Konoha, freedom was an illusion. Without strength, one was merely cannon fodder. With strength, one became an elevated form of cannon fodder. To maintain a balance, Orochimaru pushed him toward the Hokage's faction, reducing the scrutiny from both the Hokage and Danzo. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Your foresight is truly commendable. The Konoha Interrogation Division. I have no objections whatsoever. However, entering as a captain may lead to dissent or even exclusion. Orochimaru had contemplated this aspect. Initially, he had considered eliminating the current head of the Interrogation Division to allow Uchiha-jun to enter at a higher rank. However, such a crude method would raise suspicions, and he could not allow his disciple to endure the disdain of others. He could leverage Uchiha-jun for transactions, but he would not permit others to trample on his dignity. Although he had anticipated this, Uchiha-jun's swift acceptance of the reality of being used as a bargaining chip filled Orochimaru with satisfaction. Having an intelligent disciple certainly eased his burdens. I hope you can attain the position of head of the Interrogation Division. The head of the Interrogation Division possessed the authority to interrogate criminals and manage corpses, while the powers of a captain were considerably limited. Yet, Orochimaru believed in Uchiha-jun's capabilities, regardless of whether he could achieve that position. He would ensure that no valuable corpses would go to waste, expertly evading suspicion. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. However, I also comprehend your reasoning for assigning me such a position. Beyond Danzo, you wish to legitimately borrow some experimental subjects from me. Could I perhaps obtain a small sample of the first cells? Just a tiny amount. He gestured with his hands, indicating a minuscule quantity. Not enough. Orochimaru decisively rejected the notion. Danzo, that old miser, was only willing to part with such a meager amount. Furthermore, he expected Orochimaru to study the Sharingan. Where in the world could one find such a bargain? However, I can take you to report the experimental progress to Danzo. Uchiha-jun's eyes instantly lit up. Excellent. That is precisely what I was waiting for. In the Sand Village, Chiyo, upon receiving the letter regarding the envoy to Konoha, erupted in a furious tirade. Konoha has already murdered my son and now demands that the Sand Village exhaust its resources. I, Chiyo, will not let this stand. Ebizo sighed, shaking his head in an attempt to calm her. Sister, acquiescing to Uchiha's demands may at least save a portion, regardless of his methods. As long as we can weather this storm, our economy has regressed to a dire state. Uchiha-jun, Konoha's white fang. Chiyo gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. 2 billion was no trivial sum. At this point, there was no alternative. With taxes failing to yield sufficient revenue, the ninjas would not accept missions without adequate compensation. Just take 2 billion from me. Ebizo would rather reach into his own pockets than continue the fight. Their Sand Village could not withstand further turmoil. A similar scene unfolded in the Rock Village. The Tsuchikage smashed one desk after another in his office. Father, I believe we should accede to Uchiha-jun's demands. Kuratsuchi analyzed the information provided by the envoy. If this transpires, we could leverage it in the future and even unite with other ninja villages to instigate the Third Shinobi World War against Konoha. After all, it is merely 2 billion. Chapter 76. A deceptive exchange. Uchiha-jun, as promised, returned with the compensation agreement to the envoy's residence once more. Esteemed gentlemen, I am uncertain about the status of your financial preparations. My patience is not boundless. Uchiha-jun tossed aside the previous contract. Crossing his arms and speaking from a position of authority, this is your sole opportunity. The envoy from the Sand Village, gritting his teeth, placed a scroll upon the table, stating that Tsuchikage has also acquiesced to your demands. The representative from the Rock Village, equally irate, contemplated the notion of eliminating Uchiha-jun had they not been in Konohagakure. Very well, let us finalize both agreements. Uchiha Jean received the scrolls, keenly observing as the two men inscribed their signatures. As per the Hokage's directives, the payment you are required to make must be complete. However, it is not mandated to be settled in a single transaction. I have divided it into 3 installments. You need only remit the first payment. Uchiha Jean elucidated the contract stipulations. The delegations exchanged glances, swiftly comprehending Uchiha Jean's intent. This afforded them a year of reprieve. Should they adopt a rigid stance, the remaining 2 years could be ignored, but such an approach would lead to conflict. In this era of turmoil, one acknowledges the agreement when it serves their interests, yet dismisses it as mere parchment otherwise. Indeed, the illustrious Uchiha clan is deserving of our admiration. The envoy from the Rock Village begrudgingly articulated these words. However, they could conceive no superior alternative. The longer they delayed, the more detrimental it would be for them. No matter, may our collaboration be fruitful. Once you remit the first installment, I shall personally ensure the delivery of those shinobi to you. Orochimaru had pushed him to the torture department, and those captives would inevitably pass through his hands, providing an opportunity to implant spies within the rock and sand villages. I wonder if you hold any captives from my Uchiha clan? Uchiha Jean inquired suddenly, leaving both envoys perplexed as they shook their heads. They indeed possessed no Uchiha or Hyuga captives. Had they could have named their price. That is fortuitous. Allow me to express that, had you any, I would be willing to offer 20 ryo for your assistance in eliminating them. The envoy from the Rock Village retorted. The Uchiha clan has only warriors who perish in battle, not cowardly captives. Uchiha Jean spoke nonchalantly, allowing both envoys to relax. Uchiha arrogance knows no bounds. Do they not understand that living to fight another day is preferable to dying in battle? After their departure, a peculiar smile spread across Uchiha Jean's face. Forming a single hand seal, he watched as the contract was consumed by dark symbols, reduced to ashes. He had already tampered with the 2 contracts. Although his sealing techniques were lacking, he discovered a new application that proved useful. Even if the delegations attempted to report him to the Hokage, they would possess no evidence. Once the agreement was destroyed, could mere words clarify the situation? Uchiha Jean counted the 400 million ryo in Orochimaru's laboratory, ensuring not a single ryo was missing before storing it securely. After mashing a piece of pork purchased from the market into a lump and soaking it in a modified hormone solution, he approached Orochimaru, rubbing his hands together and inquiring. Orochimaru-sama, as the night grows still, shall we go to report the progress of our experiment to Lord Danzo? Indeed, it was time to update on the experiment's advancement, especially since the test subjects had perished. Orochimaru removed his gloves, changed his attire, donned his forehead protector, and turned to face him. Are you prepared to proceed in this manner? Uchiha Jean formed a hand sign and transformed into a small white snake, coiling around Orochimaru's wrist. Orochimaru raised his wrist to observe the little snake, noticing the absence of any chakra fluctuations, and curiously asked, transformation techniques typically exhibit chakra signatures. How did you manage to remain devoid of any? Orochimaru-sama, Jinjutsu can be employed not only against foes, but also upon oneself. With that single statement, Orochimaru comprehended the ingenious maneuver, one that only Uchiha Jean could conceive. In the root organization, Danzo inquired, Orochimaru, have you considered my proposition? Are you prepared to turn Uchiha Jean over to me? Seated in a central chair, flanked by 2 ninja guards, he continued, the experimental materials are dwindling. The first Hokage cells are exceedingly dominant, and standard test subjects cannot withstand complete depletion. Orochimaru disregarded Danzo's words, stating his intent plainly. This assertion was irrefutable. The first Hokage cells were indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. It appeared he would need to recruit some bloodline ninjas for cultivation. As long as he had a wood-release shinobi, surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be a concern. Progress was encouraging. More test subjects were all that was required. Orochimaru licked his lips, aware of Danzo's desires. However, I still require a portion of the first Hokage's cells. Take me to retrieve them. Danzo issued a command, and a nearby shinobi gestured for Orochimaru to follow. Uchiha Jean discreetly peeked out, memorizing the route to Root. The Root ninjas deactivated seals before leading them through a heavily sealed door. Upon entering, Uchiha Jean's eyes widened at the sight of countless treasures. Root had certainly engaged in its share of pillaging. Uchiha ninjutsu, Senju ninjutsu, and an abundance of techniques from various clans were on display. Orochimaru, sensing Uchiha Jun's eagerness, tapped his head with a finger, signaling him to remain composed and not to forget their primary mission for being there. Once Uchiha Jun regained his composure, he began to contemplate the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Although he held a degree of disdain for the current Uchiha, he could not allow anyone to tarnish what belonged to him. Orochimaru-sama, this way please. The root ninja escorted Orochimaru to a specialized room, equipped with experimental materials that rivaled those in Orochimaru's own lab. Uchiha Jun silently vowed to one day clear this place out. Orochimaru raised his wrist, and a snake slithered forth, swallowing a chunk of first Hokage's cells roughly the size of the pork. The eyes of the root shinobi widened in shock. They had not anticipated such an event and drew their blades, ready to sever the little white snake. That is utterly outrageous. Orochimaru swiftly intervened, preventing the snake's actions, and extracted the first Hokage's cells from the creature's mouth, returning them to the Umbu shinobi. After inspection, the Umbu breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "All is well." In a moment of subtle triumph, Orochimaru wore a smirk. Upon returning to the laboratory, Uchiha Jun immediately released his transformation technique, supporting himself against the table as he retched, expelling a chunk of pallid flesh from his mouth. That was utterly revolting. Chapter 77. Do not be obtuse, are you serious? Orochimaru found himself perplexed by Uchiha Jun, who had been vomiting for over half an hour. They had successfully acquired the necessary materials, yet he was now being overly dramatic. It's so disgusting. I can still taste the flesh of the dead. As Uchiha Jun spoke, his stomach churned violently once more. If you're going to be ill, do so outside and do not disturb my experiments. Orochimaru could no longer tolerate him and shooed him away. Let me catch my breath. Do save some for me. I truly have use for it. Before departing, he reminded Orochimaru that the first Hokage's cells should not be consumed entirely by one, for he had sacrificed too much to obtain them. Meanwhile, the third Hokage pondered the compensation agreement laid out before him. Kakashi, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Jun? Nara Shikaku contemplated, attempting to find a way to frame Uchiha Jun's actions favorably, yet ultimately found no suitable words. Young, yet shameless. The third Hokage picked up Orochimaru's letter of recommendation and, in a remarkably calm tone, remarked, shamelessness does not equate to ineptitude. Facilitating the signing of this agreement by two nations is a testament to his capability. What type of individual do you believe would be suitable for the role of captain of the torture department? Nara Shikaku's first thought was Orochimaru, cold, dangerous, ruthless. Yet he quickly reconsidered the Hokage's implication, stating, Uchiha Jun. At present, he seems the most fitting candidate. Do you also believe this young fellow is capable? Though the third Hokage's inquiry was phrased as a rhetorical question, it carried a tone of affirmation. Indeed, I firmly believe that there is no intelligence that cannot be extracted under his command. Nara Shikaku concurred, albeit with a hint of unease. He was uncertain how Uchiha Zen had managed to compel those envoys to acquiesce, yet his apprehension lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Zen has arrived at the Hokage building to report. At the lair of Orochimaru, he felt as though his insides were churning, and a member of the Umbu had summoned him to the Hokage's office. He understood that it pertained to the appointment of the Interrogation Division's captain. Uchiha Zen, you are a celebrated hero of the battlefield. It has been some time since your return, and failing to assign you a position might incite the displeasure of clan leader Fugaku. The third Hokage paused, then asked, what position do you believe you are suited for? Orochimaru-sama has recommended me for the Interrogation Division. Uchiha Zen replied hoarsely, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I believe I am more than capable of assuming the role of division head. After all, my master is Orochimaru, and a position beneath that would not be fitting for one of the legendary three. Uchiha Zen elucidated. Nara Shikaku gaped, speechless, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Could you not be a bit more tactful? The third Hokage cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He had merely posed a question to gauge Uchiha Zen's ambition for power. Now he wished he could retract his words, for Uchiha Zen was utterly shameless, indeed, to a shocking degree. Has Orochimaru not informed you of what positions you are qualified for? The third Hokage found himself in an awkward conversation. Orochimaru-sama told me to join the Interrogation Division, but I personally feel that anything below the rank of head would not align with my status. What do you think, Hokage-sama? Uchiha Zen's brazen remarks left Nara Shikaku gasping for air, questioning how Orochimaru could have produced such a disciple. Observing the Hokage's sour expression, He quickly attempted to defuse the situation. Zenkuin, you could begin by accumulating merits through the position of team captain. After all, leading the interrogation division requires not only experience, but also sufficient accomplishments to command those below you. I certainly possess experience, and as for accomplishments, isn't my inheritance of Orochimaru-sama's legacy sufficient? Uchiha Zen could barely contain himself. The absurdity of having to interview for a position was maddening. Ideally, he hoped the interview would fail, allowing him to retreat to study the cells of Hashirama and whether the 8 gates of opening and healing could be activated simultaneously. What about my dignity? Uchiha Zen thought to himself. Where is your dignity, Uchiha Zen? The third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had only asked a few questions, expecting Uchiha Zen to display a modicum of humility. Now, it appeared that he believed himself worthy of the head of the interrogation division, claiming insufficient accomplishments and drawing upon his master's legacy. Hokage-sama, if you deem my master's achievements inadequate, I can also seek additional recommendations from Lord Shikumo. Uchiha Zen continued to stoke the flames, determined to test the Hokage's resolve. You think you can manipulate the power struggle between the Hokage and Danzo at my expense? Let us start you as a team captain. You will need ample experience. And once you are there, Minister Mori will guide you well. The third Hokage finally spoke, anxious that if this continued, Uchiha Zen might believe he could aspire to become Hokage himself. A team captain? Isn't that a bit humiliating for my master? Uchiha Zen squinted, a hint of disdain in his voice. What is the salary? How many years until promotion? Are there any additional benefits? Uchiha Zen's relentless inquiries regarding remuneration drew a frown from the third Hokage, who was exasperated by the constant focus on money. Mori, take him away. A brawny man entered the Hokage's office, casting a glance at Uchiha Zen, his first impression being that this subordinate would be a handful. Uchiha Zen raised an eyebrow, realizing that his recent comments had not gone unnoticed. But what of it? He was well connected. Why not utilize such advantageous resources? Orochimaru stood as a barrier before him. Anyone wishing to act against him would first have to contend with Orochimaru. Greetings, Minister. I am Uchiha Zen, and I look forward to your guidance. You may critique my work, but do not chastise my upbringing, or I will have my guardian, Lord Orochimaru, engage you in conversation. Hello? Minister Mori's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He was undoubtedly angry, but refrained from taking petty revenge. First, he would observe the young man's capabilities. By the way, Hokage-sama, when will my remuneration be settled? Just as he was about to leave, Uchiha Zen remembered that the compensation for his mission on behalf of Konoha had yet to be delivered. Come along. You shall not be shortchanged, the third Hokage thought to himself, wishing never to encounter Uchiha Zen again. He was infuriating. Minister Mori escorted him to the interrogation division, provided him with attire and a forehead protector, explained the division's rules, and summoned his assigned team. A team captain oversees 4 squads, each consisting of 4 members. Yet only 3 individuals were present. 13 were missing. Uchiha Zen frowned and inquired, Minister, may I recruit individuals to fill the vacancies in my team? Certainly. The team captain does possess the authority to recruit, but it must pass my approval. He had intentionally assigned this barebones team to test how Uchiha Zen would handle the situation. Very well, I will first recruit Nara Shikaku, Uchiha En, Uchiha Huai, and Uchiha Hakadai. Uchiha Zen rattled off a list of Uchiha names. Other than the first, the rest were either too weak or too closely related. Minister Mori's expression gradually twisted in disbelief. Uchiha Zen, do you think the interrogation division is your Uchiha clan's playground? Chapter 78. The barebones commander Uchiha Zen's Sharingan, concealed beneath his bangs, regarded him with an eerie intensity. Minister Mori's body stiffened abruptly, feeling as though an invisible force had him ensnared. Minister, you did say I could recruit freely, did you not? Or is the team captain of the interrogation division merely a barebones commander? Faced with Uchiha Zen's faintly mocking smile, he felt a chill run down his spine, the glint in his eyes mirroring the dangerous aura of that individual. He questioned himself. If he were to be treated as a captive under such pressure during an interrogation, could he maintain his composure? You may recommend familiar ninjas, but they cannot all be Uchiha. Minister Mori took a step back, realizing that if the entire interrogation team consisted solely of Uchiha, it would lead to dire consequences with the Hokage. Then let us start with Nara Shikaku, and I will source the others myself. Uchiha Zen was not insistent, as he had no intention of recruiting all Uchiha members. He suspected that if he were to pursue such a notion, the Hokage and Danzo would join forces against him. The recruitment for your fourth team cannot be rushed, but you cannot remain idle either. We have uncovered numerous spies lurking within the village, and several stubborn ones remain tight-lipped. Your task is to extract every secret from their minds. Isn't that the work of the Yamanaka clan? Uchiha Zen raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation in his demeanor. After all, he was well-connected and relished in the power that came with it. If anyone looked down upon him, they could either dismiss him or have a chat with Orochimaru about their life choices. Minister Mori felt a surge of frustration. You will follow my orders. I am aware of your connections, but there is no need to so brazenly shirk responsibility. We are short-staffed after the war. Uchiha Zen shrugged, resignedly sighing. Very well. Provide me with the information, and I shall commence my duties. These tasks are urgent. You only have 3 days. Minister Mori had never felt so stifled. It was as though he were punching a pillow, having held this position for so long without encountering anyone like Uchiha Zen, who seemed to counter every move he made. After Minister Mori departed, Uchiha Zen remained silent, examining the documents. The 3 team members exchanged glances, neither introducing themselves nor receiving any directives regarding their tasks. Upon completing his review of the files, Uchiha Zen noticed that the trio still lingered and, after a moment of hesitation, apologized. My apologies. I assumed you had left with the minister. I am Uchiha Zen, the captain of the 4th team in the interrogation division. Subordinate Sarutobi, Honorable Subordinate Shimura Taichi. Subordinate Kateda Daisuke. After the introductions of the 3 individuals, a chilling wave swept through, leaving an icy grip in its wake. The penetrating gaze of Uchiha Jun sent shivers down their spines. Captain, are we here to recruit or interrogate spies? Sarutobi Hong finally mustered the courage to break the oppressive silence. Uchiha Jun, calm and composed, fixed his gaze on the trio without uttering a word. What a situation, one from Hokage, another from Danzo's faction, and one fawning over the major. This squad leader truly was a lone commander. Take me to those spies. We will make arrangements once your leader arrives, Uchiha Jun stated nonchalantly. Given the presence of Sarutobi and Shimura, it was imperative to assign Nara Satoshi to them. Captain, please. The 3 felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. They had barely settled in their positions before being assigned to lead. Uchiha Jun smirked, gliding past them with a light remark. It would be wise to conceal your thoughts. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will have the luxury of pursuing other endeavors. In an instant, the crimson of his Sharingan seemed to etch fear into their very souls. Even on the battlefield, facing foes far superior, they had never felt such dread. His words resonated not as threats, but as haunting curses. Upon reaching the cells where the captured spies were held, they regarded him with disdain. Sneering, what? Is there no one left in Konoha? Indeed, not only is Konoha devoid of personnel, but my team is also lacking. Uchiha Jun commanded that the individuals be retrieved, binding their arms in a cross formation, the ropes snug against their necks, securing their bodies and thighs to the chair. Thus, I shall personally interrogate you, ignoring both the spies and his subordinates, who dismissed the gravity of the situation. Uchiha Jun knew that the members of the 4th squad were tough nuts to crack, unyielding even under severe duress. Captain, we cannot afford to let these individuals perish. Sarutobi Hong reminded him. In other words, they could not resort to violence to extract information, as these individuals still held potential value. If they remained tight-lipped, they effectively retained their lives. Uchiha Jun, unperturbed, took a seat, seemingly indifferent to the spy before him, and casually inquired, the owner of the weapons shop, Honda Ichiryu. Do enlighten me. Which path do you tread? The responses from Sarutobi Hong, Shimura Taichi, and Major Kimito were merely blank stares, while Honda Ichiryu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Should you remain silent, I shall interpret it as a refusal to answer. Uchiha Jun commanded Major Kimito. Fetch 2 bricks to elevate his feet and tighten the rope around his neck. After executing these instructions, Honda Ichiryu grew cautious, whether through torture or jinjutsu. He had endured much, yet now, an ominous foreboding loomed over him. Uchiha Jun unsheathed a tanto, severing a table leg, and while carving it down, posed the question, what is your mission? The trio exchanged puzzled glances, questioning how this could be considered an interrogation, and their contempt for Uchiha Jun only deepened. Add 2 more bricks beneath his feet. Major Kimito complied mechanically, placing 2 bricks under Honda Ichiryu's feet. Then, Uchiha Jun, polishing the rounded table leg, remarked, Did you know that in a certain historical dynasty, there existed a punishment called riding the wooden donkey, specifically designed for unfaithful women? Approaching Hondo Ichiryu, he brandished the crafted table leg, thrusting it forcefully beneath the chair, his voice resonating like that of a demon. I presume you do not favor men? Honda Ichiryu's pupils dilated, realization dawning upon him. As cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, tremblingly he stammered, What do you intend to do? How long have you been infiltrating? Without allowing a moment for response, Uchiha Jun tugged the rope encircling Honda's neck, thrusting the table leg upward by an inch. Now, add 2 more bricks. As Major Kimita mechanically followed the orders, a crack resonated through the air as bones fractured under the pressure. After enduring days of interrogation, Honda Ichiryu's face contorted in terror, his bound form writhing in desperation. On the brink of mental collapse, Uchiha Jun grasped his chin, his voice dripping with an eerie charm. Your legs are already broken. I imagine you would relish the sight of them bending backward as you ride the wooden donkey, wouldn't you? And no, please, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Honda Ichiryu's teeth chattered, his body rigid, eyes wide with fear, lips pale as he gazed at Uchiha Jun as if confronting a demon. He felt the chair leg, forcefully wedged beneath him, pressing against sensitive spots that could not withstand interrogation. Now that is more like it. Uchiha Jun patted his head, slightly turning to observe Sarutobi Hong and Shimura Taichi, who stood frozen. In less than 15 minutes, Honda Ichiryu divulged his entire journey from becoming a ninja to his capture, even revealing details of his romantic entanglements and preferred colors of undergarments with clarity. Is there anything else you have not disclosed? Uchiha Jun rhythmically tapped the table. The atmosphere thick with tension, no one dared to breathe, fearing they might be the next to face the torturous wooden donkey. I've told you everything. Please, grant me mercy. I beg you. Honda Ichiryu pleaded frantically, repeating his desperate request. As Sarutobi Hong presented the recorded intelligence to Uchiha Jun, his hands trembled slightly. Captain, please review this. Uchiha Jun skimmed through the pages, confirming their accuracy before signing off, instructing, find a medical ninja to reattach his legs and send him back. Understood. The trio responded in unison. When Uchiha Jun tossed the thick dossier before Minister Marino, the latter's expression turned skeptical. Is this a list of recruits? Intelligence. Uchiha Jun replied indifferently. What? Minister Marino rapidly flipped through the pages. Barely half an hour had passed, and incredulously questioned, You killed him? No, he is perfectly fine. If there are no further issues, I shall take my leave. Uchiha Jun appeared lethargic, seemingly disinterested in the work at hand. Minister Marino, after perusing the last page, felt his heart race inexplicably. A man who had remained tight-lipped under relentless interrogation for days had, in Uchiha Jun's hands, revealed everything about his undergarments in merely half an hour. He felt as if the world had turned surreal. How did you accomplish this? He was quite cooperative. We didn't waste much time. Uchiha Jun replied dismissively. I used only 2 of the 10 tortures to extract information, which I deem cooperative. Although he had employed subtle psychological persuasion and unnoticeable inducements, it was hardly troublesome. I, Marino Izumi, spent over 10 days interrogating this individual without extracting a single word. And you claim he was cooperative? Minister Marino, sensing the lack of enthusiasm in Uchiha Jun's demeanor, decided to confirm further and report back to the Hokage. As Uchiha Jun exited the interrogation department, he pondered where to recruit 12 ninjas for his interrogation squad. He could enlist Uchiha in, perhaps even inquire if Hinata had any interest. Uchiha Jun. Upon hearing his name, he turned to see Kakashi, Obito, and Rin waving at him from a distance. Is there something you need? Uchiha Jun inquired coolly, as he felt no particular bond with them. Would you care to join us for training? Kakashi spoke, fully aware of the disparity between himself and Uchiha Jun, yet he understood that challenging the strong could foster his own growth, especially with graduation approaching and his father too busy to train with him. I'm swamped. The interrogation department is understaffed, and I have my hands full. If only Tsukumo Hatake were around, he could at least engage them in some playful banter. Being left alone with a bunch of kids made him feel quite socially anxious. You've joined the interrogation department? Kakashi inquired, a hint of envy in his tone. But surely you haven't clocked out yet. Indeed. My squad is short on personnel, and I'm too busy to play. Uchiha Jun remarked as he lightly tapped Kakashi's head. Bye, who are you looking for? We can assist you, shouted Obito, despite not being particularly close to Uchiha Jun. He felt a sense of joy knowing that another Uchiha had made it into the interrogation department. Wait, you mean your squad? You are now the captain of the interrogation division. Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Yes, it's quite demanding. Uchiha Jun rubbed his temples, thinking he couldn't possibly go door to door asking for help. I have 3 lackeys here. They can distribute flyers. At that moment, he found the 3 of them utterly endearing. Your class must have numerous children from various clans attending, right? Uchiha Jin continued, enticing Kakashi. Help me promote that Uchiha Jun, captain of the 4th division of the interrogation department, is seeking personnel, and I shall train with you all afternoon. Really? Kakashi doubted, having already resigned to the idea that Uchiha Jun was too busy for training. Absolutely. You can inform the various clans. The outcome isn't crucial. Just relay the message. And shout a few phrases on the streets. Uchiha Jun had no intention of recruiting civilian ninjas. The shouts were merely for show. When will you train with me? Kakashi pressed, fearing Uchiha Jun might retract his offer later. You can find me at Lord Orochimaru's residence. Aren't you home? Obito seemed to have uncovered a flaw in the plan. I've run away from home. Uchiha Jun shrugged. I'm currently residing with my master, Lord Orochimaru. All right, Kakashi. I want to be outdone. Obito declared, brimming with enthusiasm. By the way, you know all the Uchiha, right? Go inform Uchiha that he should come to the 4th division of the interrogation department tomorrow. You must also personally visit the Nara clan and tell my good comrade Nara Shikaku to come to the 4th division tomorrow. Chapter 80. Parents arrived to settle accounts. Having relayed all his instructions, Uchiha Jun hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the marketplace. Upon returning to Lord Orochimaru's residence, he greeted the shadow guards before Kakashi arrived and entered the kitchen. The kitchen at Orochimaru's was immaculate, as if brand new. As a soul tied to the essence of Huaxia, he found it impossible to consume sushi, salad, dumplings, or rice. He preferred spicy dishes, stir-fries, and a hearty soup. Thus, he began to prepare an ample feast for dozens, sealing portions in scrolls for easy access. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the shadow guards lurking in the shadows to pop their heads out, drooling at the sight of the kitchen. To think you could cook? At some point, Orochimaru had taken a seat at the dining table, resting his chin on his hand, intently watching as Jun sealed the food into scrolls. Lord Orochimaru, when did you arrive? Would you care to join me for a meal? Uchiha Jun had not noticed the additional presence in the room. Orochimaru made himself comfortable at the table. But you said you had no time for meals. As Uchiha Jun presented dishes of kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, spicy potatoes, dry-fried squid tentacles, and cold tomato salad. The hidden guard's stomachs audibly rumbled. Uchiha Jun glanced awkwardly at Orochimaru, contemplating whether to invite him to join. Orochimaru cast a glance toward the shadow guards before turning back to say, he is not hungry, but he is practically drooling. My squad consists of 3 individuals, Sarutobi Asuma, Shimura Danzo, and a certain Uchiha, who has become your recent experimental subject. Is your supply of experimental materials sufficient? While eating, Uchiha Jun carried on a casual conversation, sharing tales of the day's events as if engaging in friendly family banter. If you need more personnel, I can send some your way. As for experimental materials, the more, the better. Orochimaru understood that Uchiha Jun's involvement with the interrogation department would inevitably attract attention, and he found it amusing. This would certainly give the Hokage and Danzo a headache. Don't laugh so much while eating, you might choke. Uchiha Jun placed a bowl of soup in front of Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, your fine apprentice, Are you all dining together? Would you mind a couple more pairs of chopsticks? Tsukumo Hatake, having heard about Kakashi's door-to-door recruitment, hastily set aside his tasks to gather people. Upon inquiring, he realized his foolish son had fallen for this mischievous kid's scheme. Intending to voice his concerns to Orochimaru, he arrived just in time for dinner. Without hesitation, Tsukumo seated himself at the table, instructing Kakashi to serve the food and fetch the chopsticks. Seeing Kakashi frozen in place, Uchiha Jun took the initiative to add 2 more bowls and chopsticks, only extending them to Kakashi after he had done so. Tsukumo, are you so idle? Orochimaru rapidly consumed the dishes on the table. He didn't mind sharing a plate with Uchiha Jun, but the presence of 2 additional individuals triggered his cleanliness obsession. It's all your son's fault. He had Kakashi go door-to-door shouting about recruiting for the 4th division of the interrogation department. Tsukumo lamented, eating while venting his frustrations. It's so embarrassing, yet quite delicious. Did you make this? Orochimaru set down his utensils, sipped his soup, and remarked with a smirk, "So Kakashi followed your instructions. Did he?" This half-joking remark left Tsukumo at a loss, unable to swallow or spit out the food. Kakashi had indeed complied. What could he say? He couldn't very well call his son foolish. Uchiha Jin saw nothing amiss. It was merely a matter of mutual need. Hadn't he promised to train with Kakashi for half a day? "Why aren't you eating?" Uchiha Jin asked Kakashi, who held his chopsticks motionless. "Is it too unfamiliar?" "It's not that I'm unfamiliar," Kakashi thought, as since he and his father entered, Orochimaru's gaze had been like a knife, scrutinizing them both. Speaking felt laborious, let alone eating under such a terrifying glare. "No, just a bit." "Did you get hit?" Uchiha Jin assumed it was a case of a mischievous child being caught and punished by a parent. "No." The more Kakashi protested, the more Uchiha Jin was convinced that Tsukumo had indeed scolded him. "It's fine. If you got hit, you could always run away from home." Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as he noticed Tsukumo's warning glare, pretending to be all buddy-buddy with Kakashi. Kakashi felt increasingly uneasy, whispering internally for Uchiha Jin to keep his distance, sensing the room grow colder. "Don't lead Kakashi astray. It was your idea for him to go knocking on doors at the various clans, right? As a squad leader, I find myself alone without a single subordinate. I cannot resort to self-inflicted interrogation methods. I have examined the intelligence you extracted, and it appears that Honda Ichiryu, originally known as Charanbui, was sent by the Yunin clan and had infiltrated deeply. Despite enduring numerous rounds of interrogation, he remained silent. How did you manage to break him?" Kabaki Tsukumo's words astonished Orochimaru. This was news to him. "Oh, I am most intrigued. Perhaps the interrogations were not thorough enough." He was quite cooperative. Within 10 minutes, he divulged everything. "I only applied 2 of the 10 major tortures, and only 1 was actually inflicted upon him. Who would have thought he would crumble so easily?" Uchiha Itachi did not regard the prisoner seriously. He merely broke 2 legs and frightened him with a wooden donkey, yet he had not even mentioned decapitation or slow slicing. "Torture? Is that your innovation?" Kabaki Tsukumo inquired. "It is not entirely my creation. While I did not invent the 10 major tortures, I may be the only one capable of employing them here, which is a reasonable assertion. Regardless, I find this job quite satisfactory. It is easy. Once I recruit enough members for my small squad, I only need to dedicate 1 day each week to it." Uchiha Itachi spoke of the night patrol with a sense of entitlement, fearing that anyone might suspect his genuine interest in the work. He must maintain the facade of being lackadaisical to gain the Hokage's trust and shield himself from Danzo's scrutiny. Perhaps this step has already been facilitated by Minister Mori's assistance. "So, you had Kakashi go door to door to recruit, while you only accompanied him for half a day of training." Kabaki Tsukumo began to lay down the conditions earnestly, stating that 2 hours each day would be required before the Chunin exams. Assisting him with childcare is out of the question. Their pursuits are inherently different, marking them as divergent paths. "My Lord Tsukumo, are you aware that both the Umbu and the Interrogation Department, as well as the ninjas, are exceedingly busy these days?" Chapter 81. A meal invitation can bring others along. Kakashi and his companions moved swiftly, and even after being intercepted by Kabaki Tsukumo, Obito and Rin were not far behind, fervently promoting the recruitment of the 4th squad of the Interrogation Department throughout Konoha. The principles of fairness, justice, and transparency quickly garnered the favor of countless individuals. Many civilian ninjas, previously lacking opportunities, began to consider giving it a try, as they had nothing to lose. Upon hearing the news, Danzo rushed into the Hokage's office in a flurry. "Hokage-sama, I have warned you that the malevolent Uchiha Itachi must not be allowed to remain. This is for the sake of the village. Hokage-sama, Shimura-sama, I shall take my leave." Mori Izumi felt it inappropriate to linger, having already reported Uchiha Itachi's situation to the Hokage. As for how to proceed, he would leave that to the 2 of them to discuss. "Take a look for yourself." The Hokage tossed the intelligence extracted from Uchiha Itachi at Danzo. "Explain why your name appears here." "Hokage-sama, everything I do is for the village." Danzo's face flushed with indignation as he struggled to contain his anger. "I will go to any lengths." The 3rd Hokage shook his head and sighed deeply. "I understand your intentions, but that does not grant you the authority to collude with outside villages." "Collude?" Danzo raised his voice, striving to suppress the fury within him. "Humph. Hokage-sama, without my collusion, where would Konoha be now? With your tendency to muddle through everything?" "Enough. Do not concern yourself with this matter," the 3rd Hokage said. unwilling to continue the argument. Sometimes, he turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, but that did not mean he could act independently. I am aware of your dealings with Orochimaru. Do not assume I am oblivious. It would be wise for you to temper your ambitions. You are investigating me? Danzo felt a surge of resentment rise within him. Very well, it seems the Hokage is indeed formidable. Do you believe you are the only one capable of placing spies within my Anbu? The third Hokage regarded Danzo with an inscrutable gaze. Do you truly think I would believe that Orochimaru's desire to take Uchiha Itachi as a disciple stems solely from an attraction to his beauty? Orochimaru is my disciple. I know him well. Take heed, Danzo. Danzo returned to the route after receiving a rebuff from the Hokage, his frustrated shouts echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, in the village, various clans were undoubtedly stirred. Several clan heads converged at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Ah, everyone is here. The leader of the Akimichi clan greeted them. Whenever political turmoil arose in the village, the clan heads would gather here to gauge each other's sentiments. I hope everyone enjoys the meal. Enjoyment, however, seemed unlikely. With so many clans in Konoha and only a few slots available, it would depend on how Uchiha Itachi chose to proceed. Over the years, these clans had reached an unspoken agreement, tacitly allowing each clan to send one representative. Kajiku clan head. It has come to my attention that one of your clan members is a teammate of the current squad leader. How about inviting Uchiha Itachi for a meal? The Inuzuka clan head suggested, unable to contain his impatience. As long as we know what kind of person Uchiha Itachi desires, we can simply send the appropriate clan member. Speculating endlessly, who knows whether Uchiha Itachi prefers someone tall or someone with a stoic demeanor? This proposal struck a chord with the clan heads, turning their gazes toward Nara Kajiku. Among them, Nara Kajiku was the least worried, having already learned that Uchiha Itachi specifically requested Nara Shikahiro. Regardless of the circumstances, his family slot was secured. Although the interrogation department does not possess the same proximity to power as the Anbu, it remains the most efficient source of intelligence. Endowed with some unique privileges. While sitting at home, trouble comes knocking. Nara Shikahiro felt an ominous premonition since Kakashi informed him that Uchiha Itachi wanted him to join the interrogation department. Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly want him to take the blame for something. The burden had not yet fallen on him, and now he was being sent to the interrogation department. On the battlefield, he could remain vigilant, but in Konoha, he felt utterly constrained. He lacked Uchiha Itachi's strength and certainly did not have the backing of one of the legendary three. Given Uchiha Itachi's temperament, he would undoubtedly exploit Orochimaru's support to the fullest. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The clan head requests you to invite Uchiha Itachi for barbecue. The expenses will be covered by the clan head. He anticipated an uproar, but did not expect it to come so swiftly. Can I bring others? Nara Shikahiro inquired amicably. Since it was a hassle, he might as well let everyone share the burden. He did not believe that someone would treat Uchiha Itachi to a meal and expect him to go alone. It would be best if he could persuade Orochimaru to join as well, so no one could indulge excessively. Sure, the messenger assumed he wanted to bring Hinata along, as they were teammates, which would appear more normal for a team gathering. After the messenger departed, Nara Shikahiro bravely approached Orochimaru's residence, standing at the entrance for a long time before finally calling out, "Is Uchiha Itachi here? I am Nara Shikahiro, and my clan head has asked me to invite him for barbecue, and he can bring a guest." Nara Shikahiro did not hide his intentions. He spoke nothing but the truth. The dark guards of Orochimaru's residence led Nara Shikahiro inside and brought him before Uchiha Itachi. Present were not only Uchiha Itachi, but also Orochimaru, Kabaki Sakumo, and Kakashi, the bare plates on the table making him feel slightly embarrassed. It was evident that they had just finished their meal. However, they surely understood his purpose for coming. He could not believe that Uchiha Itachi would fail to grasp his intentions. Can we bring others to the barbecue? How many? Can we take leftovers? No response. Orochimaru-sama, Sakumo-sama. Would you care to join us for barbecue? Uchiha Itachi's innocent and respectful gaze sent a chill down Nara Shikahiro's spine, hoping that his clan head's wallet would remain intact. This implied not only a desire to bring others, but also to take leftovers. What a waste of time. Orochimaru stood up and vanished from the dining room in an instant. Although Orochimaru's departure left Nara Shikahiro somewhat disappointed, he knew that Uchiha Itachi would not let him down in this matter. I shall not go either. I have work to attend to. Kabaki Sakumo also declined the invitation. Lord Shimo, might I borrow Kakashi from you? I assure you I will train him for 2 hours each day. Uchiha Jean's gaze assessed Kakashi. Can you contact Obito? Have him gather as many clan members as possible at Uchiha. Certainly, I have my ninja hounds. Kakashi summoned his ninja dogs to locate Obito and relay the message. Moments later, Uchiha's team, along with Obito and Rin, stood outside Orochimaru's estate. You all wait here. I will procure some scrolls from Lord Orochimaru for our preparations. Share some with me. Chapter 82. Good teammates, good friends. Nara Shikahisa was unreserved, as they frequently divided spoils on the battlefield, ensuring they always secured the best while leaving the scraps for Hinata. Kakashi noted Uchiha Jean's return with some sealing scrolls and stepped outside. He remained unfazed by Nara Shikahisa's attitude. As a good teammate, he would allow it. Although this tactic was harmless, it struck a chord. Whether the Uchiha could maintain the chief's wallet depended on their combat prowess. While barbecue may not be exorbitant compared to sushi, it was certainly not inexpensive. Jean, whom are we seeking for payment? Uchiha In and his debt-collecting team were eager. Ever since he shed his pride, he had fully liberated himself. Have you eaten? Uchiha Jean inquired. If they were full, their combat effectiveness would surely diminish. Not yet. Uchiha In sheepishly scratched his head. Typically, he consumed 2 meals daily, one at 9 in the morning and another at 4 in the afternoon, saving 1 meal. This was common among many clan members. Perfect. I shall take you for barbecue. Lord Nara is treating, so do not disappoint me. Nara Shikahisa, anxious they might misunderstand, insisted they eat heartily and without reservation. Really? You are treating us to barbecue? Obito asked. Isn't that too much trouble? Rin added. Not at all. Opportunities for barbecue are rare. Obito, to open your eyes. You must eat more meat, Uchiha Jean advised with purpose. With Nara Shikahisa leading, a lively group of over 10 entered the barbecue establishment. Upon seeing Nara Shikaku and other clan leaders, Jean's face brightened. Lord Shikaku, our relationship is such that we could have dined at home. This is truly extravagant of you. And you even let me bring friends along. Lord Shikaku was momentarily speechless upon seeing the assembly Jean had brought. This is the interrogator team leader. Accomplished at such a young age, he may be the youngest team leader in Konoha. Some clan leaders, though finding it somewhat excessive, were more than willing to engage in pleasantries since it cost them nothing. Ah, are those not the esteemed clan leaders? What a privilege it is for me, Uchiha Jean, to encounter you all today. His remarks were frivolous, revealing a lack of seriousness. Since his arrival, aside from seating his entourage, he had engaged solely in flattery. Slippery as an eel. Previously, many clan ninjas had prepared to send attractive female ninjas to the interrogation unit to please Uchiha Jean, but upon seeing his entourage, they reconsidered. The Uchiha clan's beauty was unquestionable. However, Nara Shikahisa, being male and of average appearance, had a reputation for intelligence, which they acknowledged. The others appeared to be incidental. One was the sole heir of Hataki Sakomo, and another a commoner girl. This made it difficult for the clan leaders to ascertain his preferences. What kind of individuals did Uchiha Jean wish to recruit for the interrogation unit? Woof woof. Inazuka clan leader voiced the collective curiosity. As a team leader, I am in need of various talents, but it must be fair, just, and open. Otherwise, Lord Hokage may wish to have a word with me. Uchiha Jean reclined lazily upon the cushion, not uttering a single significant word. Nevertheless, the clan leaders grasped his intent. If he overstepped, the Hokage would intervene. In truth, I seek a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, but the Inoshikicho trio and my teammate have some discord, and I wonder if we could work together. As soon as Uchiha Jean finished speaking, Nara Shikahisa paused, surprised that he would bring such matters to light before the clan leaders. A mix of emotions surged within him. Though aware of Jean's ulterior motives, many things had long been understood among them, yet no one had ever come to his aid. At this moment, even knowing Uchiha Jean intended to exploit him for some purpose, he felt no resentment. Rather, he experienced an inexplicable sense of gratitude. The notion of gratitude seemed somewhat absurd to him. The Inoshikicho trio aimed for camaraderie, with information sharing as their goal, and he held little hope of placing his clan members within. Uchiha Jean's brazen proposal was clearly aimed at obtaining a member from the Yamanaka clan, yet he sought to see if Nara Shikahisa could coexist with them. In other words, they were all aware of Nara Shikahisa's situation, merely turning a blind eye. Now, Uchiha Jean presented him with a choice. A slot could be granted to the Yamanaka clan, but it depended on their stance, whether this was an act of solidarity for Nara Shikahisa or had ulterior motives. Not only he, but even Shikaku found it difficult to gauge. Judging by Uchiha Jun's demeanor, he possessed an unusual clarity and cunning for his age. Such notions of camaraderie for a teammate were unlikely to surface. Yamanaka Kaichi glanced awkwardly at Shikaku, having recently assumed the role of clan leader and uncertain how to handle matters. How could that be? The Ino Shikicho trio has always stood together as friends. Oh, so the threats I encountered on the battlefield from Yamanaka and Akimichi clan members towards my good teammates were unfounded? Uchiha Jun shifted positions, his piercing gaze sending chills down the spines of Yamanaka Kaichi and Akimichi Dingza. Perhaps I was mistaken. Uchiha Jun's words instilled caution among the clan leaders, prompting them to prepare for investigations into whether anyone had wronged Uchiha Jun or his teammates on the battlefield. If such an occurrence took place, I will promptly uncover the truth and provide an explanation to Shikahisa. Yamanaka Kaichi asserted. Their clan's specialty was in intelligence. Yet the interrogation unit's information differed significantly from the intelligence department's, as they could determine a criminal's fate without Hokage's approval, provided a reasonable report was submitted. No one could guarantee their clan members would not err, and if caught saying something inappropriate, entire families could face consequences. The most unsettled was Nara Shikahisa, who had never anticipated the need for an explanation. He piled his barbecue high with spicy sauce, attempting to mask his slightly reddened nose. Fearing someone might detect his emotional turmoil, what Uchiha Jun desired was not the truth, but rather the willingness of good teammates to yield to him. He cast a sidelong glance at Nara Shikahisa, who was fervently attempting to mask his feelings with food, and smiled lightly, saying, "No need for investigation. They are all dead. Otherwise, how could I have the opportunity to become good teammates with Shikahisa?" Chapter 83. Eating where it matters. All the clan leaders were no fools. Uchiha Jun's statement left ambiguity regarding whether Nara Shikahisa's teammates had truly perished in battle or if it was a matter of personal vendetta. The clan leaders' gazes towards the Ino Shikicho trio shifted, now imbued with curiosity and scrutiny, leading them to regard the youthful team leader Uchiha Jun with newfound respect. What may have started as a mere attempt to curry favor now delved deeper. Sending people to the interrogation unit implied a stance. Currently, the three Sannin and Konoha White Fang were on equal footing, and as a student of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, Uchiha Jun's recruitment was hardly a straightforward task. Does this suggest that during the selection of the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan subtly indicated their support for Orochimaru? Orochimaru, being the favored disciple of the third Hokage, has Uchiha Zen as his sole apprentice. His actions inevitably reflect his stance, a matter that had not been deeply examined until now. It is evident that securing a position is not a simple endeavor, and the urgency imposed by Uchiha Zen leaves little time for contemplation. Who orchestrated this? Orochimaru? Or perhaps the third Hokage? Alternatively, could it be a scheme devised by Uchiha Zen himself? Danzo, intent on suppressing the Uchiha and undermining the Hokage, sought to leverage the IWA shinobi delegation's stay to apply pressure on the Hokage. However, upon meeting, he was unexpectedly met with a tirade from the IWA envoy. Get lost. You Konoha dogs are all worthless, from the old to the young. Having held a high position for too long, Danzo was unaccustomed to such disrespect, and his suppressed rage erupted in response. You IWA envoys are exceedingly arrogant. This is still Konoha. Countless root ninjas surrounded the IWA envoy, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" The envoy responded sternly, "Naturally, I seek cooperation. I wish to discuss matters with you." Danzo had barely finished speaking when the IWA envoy retorted sharply, "Is Konoha never satisfied? The payment has been made, and the first portion of the compensation will arrive shortly. What gives you the audacity to demand more?" The envoy's words left Danzo bewildered. Blackmailed? Payment made? We in Konoha have never received your compensation. Nonsense. Do you have no shame? First, the Hokage demands an exorbitant sum, then sends a Uchiha to raise the price. Not only did you swindle us of 2 billion, but now you send this old fool. The envoy's escalating agitation allowed Danzo to piece together the fragmented information. Uchiha Zen had secretly extorted money from the IWA shinobi. What wicked intentions did the Uchiha harbor for such funds? I know nothing of what you speak. I genuinely seek cooperation, Danzo insisted. His discussion with the IWA envoy lasted the entire afternoon, inevitably drawing the attention of the Hokage, who was also meeting privately with the Suno envoy. The third Hokage stood by the window, puffing on his pipe while observing the jovial villagers outside, his expression inscrutable. He returned to his desk, poring over a document with meticulous care. In contrast to the IWA envoy's volatility, the negotiation with the Suna envoy was far more straightforward. The Suna proposed a trade, 20 years of peace in exchange for the life of Konoha's Kakashi Hatake, along with an annual compensation of 1/3 of all mission rewards to Konoha. The third Hokage wavered. The life of Kakashi Hatake in exchange for 2 decades of tranquility seemed a fair bargain. This compensation was more accurately a tribute, marking Suna's transition into a vassal of Konoha. With a sudden crash, Danzo burst into the Hokage's office, his face twisted in fury. He intended to share Uchiha Zen's misconduct with his old friend, but paused, noticing the Hokage's preoccupied demeanor amidst the mountain of paperwork. Hiruzen, Uchiha Zen has embezzled funds from the envoy. What do the Uchiha need money for? This matter cannot be taken lightly. Is that so? The third Hokage pondered in silence. After a long pause, he remarked, I warned you to refrain from unnecessary actions. It seems you have disregarded my words. Do not forget, I am still Hokage. Everything I do is for the village, Danzo replied through gritted teeth, gripping his cane tightly. You must have heard about Uchiha Zen's recruitment efforts across the clans. His actions are clearly aimed at forming factions. What conspiracies have you been plotting with the IWA envoy? The third Hokage chose not to engage with that remark, opting to redirect the conversation. At this moment, he could afford to turn a blind eye to Uchiha Zen's activities. What? We were merely discussing when the compensation will be delivered. Danzo had no intention of revealing his plan to ally with the IWA to eliminate Uchiha Zen. We are both getting old. It is time to groom the fourth Hokage. Please refrain from engaging in futile endeavors. Mentioning the Hokage caused Danzo's expression to shift. He was doing all of this for the village, striving to become Hokage. A fleeting moment of indecision in the past had cost him the position. The fourth Hokage must be his. Danzo glanced at the half-hidden crystal ball on the Hokage's desk and spoke in a low voice. I can establish several hot springs in Konoha. The third Hokage, who initially intended to curtail Danzo's power, instinctively responded, Where? Ahem. We will discuss Uchiha Zen's matter later. After Danzo departed, he ordered the task of returning the IWA envoy to their homeland to be published in the village, specifically assigning Uchiha Zen to accept this mission. Unbeknownst to him, the Hokage suppressed this task, directing the Umbu to deliver it to Kakashi Hatake. In the evening, the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan remained lively. The clan leaders showed no intentions of leaving, nor did Uchiha Zen's entourage. They continually requested the waitstaff to bring more meat. The only unfortunate one was Nara Shikaku, who had already sent someone home for money 3 times, exhausting his savings. He never expected the slender Uchiha to eat so heartily, having not paused since their arrival. Waitress, bring us another 100 plates of wagyu. With Uchiha's shout, Nara Shikaku felt his heart seize, a chill creeping over him, and a sense of suffocation enveloped him. Your actions might give the clan leaders the impression that the Uchiha lacked table manners. Uchiha Zen admonished lightly, showing no hint of remorse. He called out to the waitress from a distance, My apologies, but we do not require 100 portions of wagyu. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku nearly burst into tears, praising the dignity of those from noble families. Bring us 66 portions of wagyu, 66 portions of tender pork belly, 66 portions of diced meat, 66 portions of tenderloin, 66 portions of short ribs, 66 portions of ham, and 66 portions of bacon. May the recruitment of our sub-team proceed smoothly. After Uchiha Zen finished, Nara Shikaku felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and without the support of Yamenka Ino, he might have collapsed. Recalling that Orochimaru was still in the laboratory, dinner would likely consist of soldier pills. He decided to add 2 portions of kidneys to his tab. This shall be my filial piety to Orochimaru. Upon returning, he would also request Orochimaru to slice a bit of the first Hokage's cells for study, hoping to uncover the secrets of immortality. The moment he thought of the first Hokage's cells, he was reminded of the flesh of the deceased in his mouth. Glancing at the barbecue before him, Uchiha Zen's retching caused astonishment among the gathered. The esteemed Uchiha was interrogating a squad leader while feasting on barbecue to the point of nausea. The gazes of those present turned peculiar, and even Nara Shikaku averted his face, unwilling to associate with him. How utterly embarrassing. I apologize, but this meat seems off. I shall take it back to feed the snakes. Uchiha Zen was aware of their unspoken judgments. He swiftly formed hand seals, performing the fire release, mini dragon fire technique. Two small fire dragons, seemingly sentient, roasted all the meat to perfection, releasing an enticing aroma. Is fire release capable of such application? This maneuver left everyone astounded. Soon after, a stack of scrolls appeared on the table, and Uchiha Zen swiftly sealed all the roasted meat and dipping sauces within, along with the 2 kidneys. My apologies. Everyone, please continue. We have matters to attend to. Uchiha Zen maintained a composed demeanor, expressing gratitude to clan leader Narashikaku for his hospitality. I shall cover the cost of the kidneys. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, everyone felt stuffed to the brim. Lord Zen, clan leader requests your return. Uchiha N recalled the message entrusted to him by Uchiha Fugaku. Having forgotten previously, he finally remembered, but whether Uchiha Zen would return was no longer his concern. After all, he was with Uchiha Zen, inheriting the legacy of the Uchiha's 8th generation of guardian dark ninjas. As for the clan leader, with so many following him, his absence is inconsequential. Oh, understood. Kakashi, Rin, you 2 may return first. Uchiha Jun reminded them. Kakashi, wait for me by the river where we last fished after school each day. I shall also take my leave. Naragia, aware that Uchiha Jun had matters to attend to, waved his hand and turned to leave, having achieved his purpose for the day. Hey, Uchiha Jun called out to him, tossing several scrolls from behind. These are for you. Uchiha Jun crossed his arms, chin raised, his expression radiating a sense of righteousness. Thank you. Naragia, with his back to Uchiha Jun in the twilight, remained uncertain whether he was grateful for the benefits received or simply for standing up for him today. Nevertheless, these concerns had become less significant to him. At the Uchiha clan estate, how have my parents been lately? Upon entering, every Uchiha returned to their respective homes, except for Uchiha Yen, who remained by his side. Uncle and aunt are doing quite well. The clan leader takes good care of them. And I often visit with Uncle Hakadai. Aside from the last time, no one has been watching us again. It seems I shall not be at Uchiha for a while. Please look after them for me. Uchiha Jun's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, you will join the interrogation department as the leader of the second group. Keep an eye on those who catch your fancy and inform Naragia to stay behind. Understood. Sir. Uchiha Yen responded respectfully, sensing that the current Uchiha Jun was the true embodiment of his name, just as he was that night. Regardless of how many times he had seen him, whether mingling with clan leaders, urging repayments, or appearing obedient at home, none of these were the real him. Only now was he authentic. Upon arriving at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, he was greeted by Uchiha Lyohua, while the clan leader Fugaku paced back and forth in the room. Clan leader, Jinkuen, you have finally returned. If this concerns sending someone from the interrogation department, do not worry. I have already arranged for Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Jun did not engage in frivolous banter with Uchiha Fugaku. He could discern the thirst for power in his eyes. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Although Uchiha Yen was also of the Uchiha clan, he was somewhat lacking in decorum. Despite his strength, there seemed to be a lack of intellect. Jinkuen, can we not consider a different candidate? Uchiha Yen scoffed internally, irritated by the clan leader's lack of understanding. Who do you want to replace him with? Uchiha Jun understood his intention to replace him with a trusted confidant. Yet this would only serve to create a rift. Their mutual benefits had shifted. Uchiha Fugaku was wary of him. What do you think of Lyohua? Uchiha Fugaku directly recommended his shadow guard, a jonin, with 3 tomo, stable, and, most importantly, loyal. Oh, he cast a glance at Uchiha Lyohua, standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, his eyelids drooping, leaning back as one hand supported him, lazily inquiring, what can he do? Lyohua is an elite ninja of the Uchiha clan, proficient in Jinjutsu. He will be of assistance to you. Can he urge repayments? Can he insult without profanity? Can he throw tantrums? Does he know when to save face? Uchiha Jun's rapid-fire questions left Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Lyohua's faces darkened. They were Uchiha. How could they engage in such behavior? Uchiha Yen rolled his eyes, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Jun. No, I require him for problem-solving, not as a mere figurehead. Sensing the clan leader's gaze, Uchiha Yen rolled his eyes again. What are you staring at? It seems Jinkuen has his own plans. I wonder how the other clans are arranging their affairs. Although Uchiha Fugaku was reluctant, he had no choice but to relent. I do not know. I have assigned the task of recruiting to Naragia. If the numbers are insufficient, we can draw a few from Lord Orochimaru's shadow guards. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor stiffened, catching the implication. He had become the interrogation department's squad leader by virtue of being Orochimaru's disciple, not through the Uchiha clan. However, his thoughts immediately turned cautious, speculating on Uchiha Jun's loyalty to the Uchiha. I was presumptuous. Clan leader, if there is nothing further, I must return to deliver a meal to Lord Orochimaru. Watching Uchiha Jun depart, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and sighed. Clan leader, does he not regard you highly? After a long pause, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before speaking. No, he does not hold you in high esteem. After leaving the clan leader's residence, Uchiha Yen inquired, Gendarin, are you returning home? Not returning. Accompany me to the Hyuga clan, and you shall stay the night at your home. Upon finishing, he created a shadow clone. Handing over a scroll with instructions, deliver this to Lord Orochimaru and remind him to eat where he supplements. The shadow clone vanished into the night in an instant. Subsequently, the two arrived at the Hyuga clan estate. Hyuga clan leader, it's been a while. I came to check on the old leader's health. Hayashi maintained a stern demeanor, no longer the same as before. I did not expect you to remember this old man. Cough, cough. The elder Hyuga clan leader was assisted by Hayashi as he emerged from the tatami room, his voice seemingly weaker than before. Elder, Hyuga clan leader, I apologize for the disturbance at such a late hour. I am the current squad leader of the interrogation department and wonder if your clan might be interested in serving in that capacity? Haha, your presence indicates you have already made arrangements. Whom do you seek? The elder Hyuga clan leader took a laborious breath, seemingly struggling with his condition. This depends on the wishes of the elder and the Hyuga clan leader. Uchiha Jun did not specify whom he wanted, merely seeking a Hyuga to possess the Byakugan. Hayashi, whom do you think would be most suitable? The elder Hyuga clan leader posed the question to Hayashi, who had begun to embody the essence of a clan leader through recent guidance, no longer uttering absurdities. Choose as you see fit. Hayashi expressionlessly tossed the decision to Uchiha Jun. Whoever he desired would be granted, even summoning all clan members to choose freely. The slight disappointment on the elder Hyuga clan leader's face did not escape Uchiha Jun's notice. Hinata, you go. Yes, father. Hinata then respectfully bowed to Uchiha Jun, saying, Captain, I look forward to your guidance. Arrive at the interrogation department tomorrow. Uchiha Jun stood up, showing no intent to linger. Elder clan leader, Hyuga clan leader. I must also see if my teammates are still upset, so I shall not impose further. The elder Hyuga clan leader waved his hand. Hinata gestured for him to proceed. My lord, I shall guide you. Leading him to Hinata's modest home, a simple traditional structure. It seemed the Hyuga clan particularly favored this style. You may return. I will only take a look at him before leaving. Uchiha Jun pushed open the door. An roar erupted from within. Who is it? Who dares to step on my floor and make me pay? It is I. Uchiha Jun surveyed Hyuga Niji, who was half kneeling on the tatami, his clothes soaked with sweat. For someone who should have been sent to play chess with the Grim Reaper long ago, there were considerations for keeping him around. He still had a bit of utility. Uchiha Jun, it is you. I will perish with you. Hyuga Niji suddenly sprang to his feet, grabbing the tea table from the tatami and swinging it at Uchiha Jun's head, moving like a zombie, limbs awkwardly flailing. Uchiha Yen quickly stepped in front of Uchiha Jun, shattering the table with a kick, sending Hyuga Niji from one end of the room to the other. Watching a former teammate who once loved to steal credit now struggle to move, a smirk crept across his face. He had not forgotten the times Niji had plotted against him. If he had struck us with that table, we wouldn't have emerged unscathed. Uchiha Jun approached Hyuga Niji, casually remarking as he passed Uchiha Yen, Uchiha Yen stood frozen in place. Indeed, the Uchiha clan should not have to compensate for injuries incurred in the Hyuga clan. What do you intend to do? Hinata Yuan did not conceal his fury in the slightest. Ever since he was beaten by Uchiha Jun, he had become incapacitated, gradually losing the ability to function normally. Neither the hospital nor his Byakugan could reveal the underlying issue. Yet, he firmly believed that Uchiha Jun had orchestrated this, launching a covert attack on him in broad daylight, with no evidence to substantiate his claims. Uchiha Jun crouched beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, Do you know why I have kept you alive until now? This is Konoha, and you wish to kill me. Ha ha ha. As long as I remain in the village, you will have no opportunity to act. Hinata Yuan laughed maniacally, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, as he raved, seemingly attempting to prove something. I am already a cripple, unable to leave the village for missions. You will never take my life. Uchiha Jun leaned closer, whispering each word into Hinata Yuan's ear like a death knell, because you are a splendid living vessel. Upon hearing the term living vessel, Hinata Yuan's pupils dilated. He was beginning to understand Uchiha Jun's intentions. Though impulsive, he was not entirely foolish. He simply chose to disregard the convoluted implications. On the battlefield, his singular focus on achieving merit was driven by a desire to one day escape the clutches of the Hyuga clan and align himself with the Hokage's direct lineage, thereby securing a promising future that would instill a sense of trepidation within the clan. I will not kill you, but the rumors outside say you have lost your mind. Uchiha Jun's voice, laden with a sinister charm, echoed once more. A madman can undertake any action without suspicion. Hee, Yuan-kun, what do you think? The light in Hinata Yuan's eyes extinguished completely. You planned this from the very beginning. Whether it was to spare my life when I was captured or to provoke me into action in public, it was all part of your scheme. Ha. Uchiha Jun was indeed laughing, yet the coldness in his gaze was chilling. Devil. Hinata Yuan believed he was no less than any member of the clan, fighting desperately on the battlefield to escape the mire of the Hyuga family, only to find himself ensnared in an abyss. Uchiha Jun would not let him go, and Hinata Yuan would not forgive him either. Every step he had taken was meticulously orchestrated, including his demise. Uchiha Jun twirled a kunai with his middle finger before Hinata Yuan's eyes, and as consciousness slipped away, he offered a concerned farewell. Yuan-kun, everything will be all right. There is no need to rush. After departing from Hinata, Uchiha Jun cautioned the bewildered Uchiha Yen, keep an eye on him these few days. If he shows any signs of despair, discreetly bring him to Orochimaru's estate. All right. Uchiha Yen hesitated, words caught in his throat before ultimately swallowing them back. No one will obstruct you. As soon as the words left his lips, Uchiha Jun's expression shifted abruptly, drawing a katana from his back to steady himself. My lord. You. Uchiha Yen was instantly alert, unsure of what had transpired. It's nothing, just help me up. Uchiha Jun's voice trembled, gasping for breath, sweat soaking his garments. Hair plastered to his face. No sooner had he regained a semblance of calm than a piercing pain struck him once more. People on the street, witnessing the scene, began to offer suggestions. Isn't that Lord Jun? Is he having an episode? Hurry, take him to the hospital. Indeed, my brother's cousin's son works in the Umbu. I heard Lord Jun developed a psychological illness from fighting fiercely on the battlefield. You too are an Uchiha. Why are you dawdling? I'll lend you my cart. Hurry and take him to the hospital. Villagers urged him incessantly. Thank you. Uchiha Yen tossed 10 ryo to the villager who lent him the cart and hoisted Uchiha Jun, along with his weapon, onto it, racing forward. Lord Jun, hold on. We're taking you to the hospital. Uchiha Yen was terrified, fearing an unforeseen mishap, and ran with the fervor of a frenzied husky. Uchiha Jun felt as though his insides had shifted, as if subjected to torture, every inch of his skin aflame with agony, causing him to convulse uncontrollably. Another bout of suffering. Uchiha Jun gasped, nearly losing consciousness. My lord, say something. Don't frighten me. We're almost at the hospital. Uchiha Yen babbled nervously, unsure whether he was reassuring Uchiha Jun or himself. Uchiha Jun clutched his abdomen, weak yet kindly warning, you've taken the wrong direction. This is not the way to the hospital. Chapter 86. The thoughts of Konoha's white-fanged Uchiha Yen looked around in confusion, realizing he was lost. Return to Uchiha. Uchiha Jun's pallor was alarming. All his shadow clones had been obliterated by Orochimaru. According to the reports from several shadow clones, it was all the fault of those 2 roasted kidneys. Orochimaru was merciless. He stuffed the soldier pills into the clones' mouths to prolong their suffering rather than allow them to burst instantly. 1 clone was insufficient to sate his wrath, so he summoned a second, then a third. Every shadow clone in Orochimaru's estate had been personally annihilated by him, though they were not his true self. The pain was all too real, and it was utterly inhumane. Orochimaru, just wait. One day you will beg for mercy. Uchiha Jun cursed. Are you all right? I'm lost. Uchiha Yen was on the verge of tears, his mind racing and spiraling into chaos, losing all sense of direction. Under normal circumstances, he was composed. But in this moment of panic, that composure faltered for the first time since becoming a ninja, now burdened not only by the risk of being lost, but also by the pride of being the protector of the Uchiha's 8th-generation legacy. Uchiha Jun held his forehead, lamenting that all the Uchihas he knew seemed to struggle with their wits. Just keep going. Uchiha Yen pulled Uchiha Jun back home in a small cart, bursting through the door and calling out for Uchiha Hakadai, collapsing at the entrance. Uncle Hakadai, hurry, hurry. Lord Jun is in dire straits. I can't go on. Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Ing emerged to find Uchiha Jun clutching his face, stuck in a cart, while Uchiha Yin wrestled with the wheels. Equally pale. Brother, have you been collecting dung? What on earth happened to you? The first to recover from shock was Uchiha Ing, who had never witnessed Uchiha Yin in such a feeble state. He made me do it. Uchiha Jun's voice was nearly a whisper. Yin, Lord Jun. Uchiha Hakadai's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to laugh, but struggled to suppress it, his face aching from the effort. What happened? Uchiha Jun stepped down from the cart, leaning against the wall, casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Yin, who was panting heavily. Was this a side effect of the Sharingan? Yin, he panicked like this. But he hasn't experienced this since becoming a ninja. Uchiha Hakadai helped both of them up and into the house, perplexed by the events that had led to such disarray. Uchiha Jun. Uchiha Ying's beautiful eyes darted between Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Jun, then to her father, whose complexion was equally concerning. Lord Jin, what is your condition? Are you injured? Though Uchiha Hakadai found it hard to believe someone in Konoha would dare to attack an Uchiha openly, he could not dismiss the possibility of an unexpected incident. After all, the last occurrence had opened his eyes to the integrity of Konoha's higher-ups. No, it was the backlash from the shadow clones. Uchiha Jun refrained from mentioning that he had been beaten by Orochimaru. May I stay here for the night? Of course. I will arrange a room for you. Uchiha Hakadai did not understand why he would not return home and did not pry further, sensing that this generation's guardians might be different, perhaps capable of ushering in a revival of the Uchiha clan's former glory. Xiaoying, please go sleep with your brother and vacate the room. Uchiha Jun was at a loss for words. Was there truly no reliability left among the Uchiha? Uchiha, at least a girl, was being treated like a mere servant. Uncle Hakadai, there's no need for such trouble. Ian and I can manage to share a room for the night. Uchiha Jun had no intention of taking a girl's space. After all, it was merely for sleep. And one place was as good as another. My Lord Jun, please don't hesitate. You can take Xiao Ying's room. She isn't that particular, Uchiha Hakadai hastily clarified, fearing that Uchiha Jun might misunderstand his indulgence of the children. Although Uchiha Ing didn't mind, she pouted at the table, wearing an expression of a girl seeking favor. My Lord Jun, if you prefer a lively atmosphere, the four of us could sleep together. After all, Uncle Hakadai is single. Uchiha Yin's remark caught Uchiha Jun off guard, nearly choking on her own saliva. Could you please be quiet? Kakashi staggered back home, clutching his stomach, and rushed to the bathroom to vomit violently. He swore he would never eat barbecued meat again. Kakashi, did you get beaten? Tsukumo Hatake teased his son from the bathroom door. Although he was uncertain how Uchiha Jun would discipline Kakashi, he knew that Kakashi would inevitably face some hardship. But it was far better than suffering at the hands of enemies. While he felt a twinge of sympathy, he still hoped Kakashi could glean at least a modicum of wisdom from Uchiha Jun. After all, on the battlefield, no one cares about your identity. Father, aside from strength, what exactly do you value in Uchiha Jun? After finishing his bout of retching, Kakashi confronted his father. He believed that a true strong man should be like his father, and he aspired to embody such strength. Under the halo of genius, he relentlessly pursued this goal, acknowledging Uchiha Jun's prowess while struggling to accept her demeanor. Tsukumo Hatake's teasing expression sobered as he replied seriously, "Are you asking what you lack compared to her beyond mere strength?" Kakashi fell silent, tacitly accepting this answer. Strength. Perhaps in a few years, you might catch up to her current level, Tsukumo said as he sat across from Kakashi, seizing the rare moment to connect. However, her mindset is something you may never match. Though I don't wish to admit such a vast disparity among peers, I do not expect you to reach her level. I only hope you can learn a fraction of what she possesses. Ever since receiving the Hokage's special mission, Tsukumo had felt an unsettling premonition, an instinct honed over years as a ninja. He longed for his son to interact more with Uchiha Jun, to become friends, so that if one day he were no longer around, Kakashi would have someone to rely on, granting him peace of mind in departure. This urgency also fueled his desire for Kakashi to have a reputable mentor before graduation. Yet, why couldn't Kakashi comprehend this? If he weren't an Uchiha, I would adopt him as my son and have him inherit the Hatake clan. This is no jest, Kakashi. Tsukumo's tone turned grave, indifferent to Kakashi's resentment. Father, Uchiha Jun has character issues. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi finally spoke. He intended to voice that Uchiha Jun was shameless and unscrupulous. But out of respect for his father, he diplomatically recounted her misdeeds of the day. Tsukumo Hatake fell silent. Just as Kakashi thought he had finally made his father aware of Uchiha Jun's true nature, Tsukumo replied with a serious tone, "Kakashi, consider it from another perspective. If you were a squad leader in interrogation, what would you do upon realizing on your first day that you were merely a figurehead?" Chapter 87. The sun shines brightly. No sleeping in Kakashi opened his mouth, wanting to argue that such a situation was impossible. Yet, Uchiha Jun's current predicament was precisely that. Report to Hokage-sama. We need recruits. Kakashi looked at his father in confusion. Tsukumo's expression darkened as he asked sternly, "Do you believe a squad leader can bypass the interrogation department head and directly approach the Hokage?" Uchiha Jun's insistence on public transparency was not for amusement. Did he think it was just a game? Kakashi remained silent, though he felt exactly that, yet he complied nonetheless. It is essential to win people's hearts. I have a feeling he will form a team that even the Hokage would not dare to challenge lightly. I failed to consider this. Yet Uchiha Jun is shamelessly taking advantage of recruitment. Kakashi recognized his error but remained unconvinced of Uchiha Jun's character. If you can take advantage of others, I doubt I would be discussing this with you. Tsukumo paused before continuing. To some extent, even I do not grasp things as clearly as he does. I am a ninja. There are always risks in missions where one might not return. You cannot live under my protection forever. Father, how could someone as powerful as you fail a mission? Kakashi could not believe there were tasks his father could not complete. Nothing is impossible, just as Uchiha Jun, a year ago, was unknown to anyone. Now, he is on the radar of clan leaders and high-ranking officials. Moreover, Orochimaru had never taken on any disciples. His last student was Senju Rope Tree, grandson of the first Hokage, and that was only due to Tsunade's favor. Do you not see the gap between you? Kakashi bowed his head, enveloped in silence. I now worry that the Hatake clan may be jeopardized under your stewardship. Tsukumo rose, gazing out into the cold moonlight with a hint of sorrow. The Hatake clan, though reclusive and sparse in numbers, did not mean they did not exist. He wished to shield his kin from the strife of power struggles, yet they needed a leader strong enough to protect them to ensure their survival. What good is it to be as powerful as the Senju, if only one remains alive? Father, I will become a ninja as remarkable as you. Tsukumo offered a bittersweet smile. What he desired was not merely an excellent ninja, but a Hatake leader capable of safeguarding their clan. Perhaps you may become an even more extraordinary ninja than I. Just a remarkable ninja. The sun shone brightly, and there was no escaping the call to rise. Uchiha Jun covered her face with the blanket, regardless of how much Uchiha Yen called her. My Lord Jun, we must head to the interrogation department. Weren't we supposed to recruit today? You go ahead. Upon arrival, find Narashika and let him handle it. I shall follow shortly. Uchiha Jun rolled over, showing no intention of getting up. Just as she had closed her eyes the previous night, the sound of a child's cries had awakened her. After enduring the cries for what felt like an eternity, she finally found peace only to be disturbed again, coupled with processing the information from her shadow clones. Particularly her research on the 8 Gates technique, an art that exacts a toll on life itself to release the body's chakra limits. Her understanding was akin to martial arts, unblocking the meridians, with the open and rest gates corresponding to the Ren and Du meridians. Thus, she had been diligently researching a way to achieve a permanent opening without the flaws of a defective technique. The open gate corresponds to the Ren meridian. Since she had opened it last time, she had not made any progress. Now, with her research yielding results, she felt an undeniable urge to attempt to breach the Du meridian, specifically the rest gate among the 8 gates. While she envisioned a beautiful outcome, upon arriving at the interrogation department, Narashika learned of Uchiha Jun's words from Uchiha Yen, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that frightened away half of the potential recruits. Some even speculated that to join the 4th Division of the interrogation department, one must first survive the captain's cruel trials. Even those coerced by their families began to hesitate. When Narashika emerged, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his resentment palpable as if he had just been thrust into fatherhood. Those wishing to register, come here. Hondaranga, proficient in Genjutsu. All else is blank. This name piqued Narashika's interest. Most applicants were sent by their families, while half were ordinary ninjas. Uchiha Jun's grandiloquent proclamations were merely a facade for those who feigned fairness and justice. Without the presence of commoner ninjas, skepticism was inevitable. Thus, he marked a tick beside his name and instructed Uchiha Yen to directly inform him of the developments. Consequently, Uchiha Jun's reputation among the commoners improved significantly. Look, with so many family ninjas eliminated, the first to enter were their commoner counterparts. This realization brought some solace to the eliminated commoner ninjas, who initially suspected foul play but ultimately concluded that their abilities were insufficient. Rather than despairing, they were spurred on by a renewed fighting spirit. Thereafter, Uchiha Yen assisted Narajiha in the selection of family ninjas. Initially, they reviewed resumes earnestly, but as time passed, they resorted to judging appearances. Those deemed too unattractive, too old, or too overweight were swiftly dismissed. When would team leader Nara arrive? There were several spies awaiting interrogation. Sarutobi Hong harbored substantial grievances about Narajiha, who stood above him despite being a member of the Hokage clan. It was unbecoming for him to bow beneath another, especially considering the Nara clan served the Hokage. Upon seeing the members of his team, Narajiha discerned that Uchiha Jun harbored ulterior motives. Unsurprisingly, he met them with cold indifference, remarking, "Does everyone in the interrogation department share your fervor for work? You've already taken it upon yourself to consider matters reserved for the team leader." Sarutobi Hong was about to explode with anger when Shimura Tiani restrained his arm, suppressing his indignation and apologizing. "I'm sorry. I overstepped my bounds. May I inquire? Team leader, what are we to do now?" With a grim demeanor, Shimura Tiani exuded an air of unapproachability, yet remained courteous. Narajiha, recognizing their attitudes, immediately understood that Uchiha Jun had tasked him with a covert mission to eliminate them. That nefarious Uchiha Jun, always involved in unsavory affairs. Do what must be done. Why inquire about tasks? He had only just arrived that morning, and Uchiha Jun had provided no guidance. The three retreated, humiliated. Upon hearing about the recruitment for the 4th Squad, Minister Mori no Izumi felt compelled to intervene, fearing that the 4th Squad would transform into a Uchiha division. His surprise was palpable when he encountered Narajiha. Was it not Uchiha Jun who should oversee recruitment? Minister Mori, Uchiha Yen and Narajiha greeted him. "Have you finalized your selections? Allow me to see." "I apologize, Minister Mori, but the specifics of what is required must be confirmed by the team leader. I cannot overstep my authority by presenting you with the list," Narajiha replied. Minister Mori nodded in understanding. Despite being teammates with Uchiha Jun, the hierarchy between them necessitated such considerations. Casting a final glance at Uchiha Yen, he inquired, "How many Uchiha are there?" His concern stemmed from the potential that Uchiha Jun might bring in the frail and infirm to burden the resources. "Only I." Uchiha Yen protested vehemently. What did they take the Uchiha for? Even if they wished to join, they had to heed his family's wishes. Upon hearing that there was only one Uchiha, Minister Mori departed, visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai grew increasingly uneasy about Uchiha Jun's prolonged slumber until noon. He rushed to Uchiha Jun's residence and summoned Uchiha Reina. "Jun, how rude of you. Not only have you failed to return home, but you also linger here in bed." Uchiha Jun was yanked from his blankets by his mother. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Hakadai swiftly vanished from the house. If he ran fast enough, this matter would not concern him. "Mother, I was wrong. Please let go. The cries of a baby last night were so terrifying that I couldn't sleep." Uchiha Jun concocted an elaborate excuse to quell Uchiha Reina's ire. "A baby? You mean Shursui?" He asked, quite well-behaved, and wouldn't he cry? "Don't speak nonsense. Who is it that is causing this uproar?" Uchiha Jun raised his voice. "Are you referring to Shursui?" "Uchiha Shursui. My goodness, Shursui was born at this time. I had always thought he was the same age as Itachi. May I go and see him?" Uchiha Jun implored with a pitiful gaze directed at Uchiha Reina. "Do not change the subject. Why did you not return home?" "It's not that I didn't want to." Uchiha Jun's voice carried a note of grievance. "Father mentioned wanting to have another sibling, feeling I was a burden at home, and sent me to reside with Lord Orochimaru. The clan had summoned me, and as night fell, I dared not return." His voice dwindled, casting all the blame on his father, which only heightened Uchiha Reina's fury. Seizing the moment, he quickly produced 2 scrolls from his robe and thrust them into Uchiha Reina's arms. Roasted meat he had brought back the previous day. "Mother, this is roasted meat. I shall return shortly. Please enjoy this." Observing her son's pitiful demeanor, unable to return home, Uchiha Reina felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Uchiha Haisai. "Jun, return home with me." "Uchiha Haisai, I swear I will not spare him." "Mother, I have many responsibilities in the interrogation department. And this afternoon, I must assist Kakashi with training. I must take my leave now. Uchiha Jun departed from Uchiha Hakadai's residence, glancing back thrice. As he exited, he inadvertently collided with Uchiha Hakadai. The two exchanged a long, incredulous stare. Uncle Hakadai, thank you for your hospitality last night. I shall return home tonight. Upon uttering these words, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to proceed in conversation with the stern countenance of his elder. Upon entering the interrogation department, he overheard remarks about individuals being too overweight, too unattractive, and too short. Uchiha Jun regarded Uchiha Yen and Narajiha with suspicion. What are you two up to? Selecting brides or reading faces? Lord Jun, team leader. Narajiha's exaggerated tone was grating, yet as long as he performed his duties, a poor attitude was tolerable. It would not cost him any flesh. Uchiha Jun took the list and declared, leave Hinata Nichi, he is already pre-selected. Narajiha made a mark beside Hinata Nichi's name. What began as a discussion between two soon evolved into a trio, analyzing which individuals possessed amiable dispositions and which appeared to be genuinely good-natured. Following a thorough selection process, Narajiha felt he had developed a knack for reading faces and envisioned establishing a profitable venture in the future. Very well, once these individuals arrive, we shall gradually train them. For now, let us complete today's tasks. Uchiha Jun stretched lazily, instructing a shadow clone to deliver the names to Minister Mori. Upon receiving the list, Minister Mori noted the peculiarities. The numbers were insufficient to form 4 squads, yet each candidate possessed striking features, and there was indeed only one Uchiha. He signed his name, thus indicating that these individuals would soon become members of the 4th squad. Arriving at the prison, Uchiha Jun instructed Colonel Kamita to bring forth any individual at random, while Shimura Tiani prepared a large pot and sauce. When the spy was brought in, he was not restrained on a torture rack, but rather laid flat on a bench. Uchiha Jun remained silent, ordering Sarutobi Hong to boil water. He approached the spy, stating, Valen, 42 years old, a retired ninja with disabilities. Indeed, why should you treat me with such hostility? Why assume I am a spy for another nation? I have resided in Konoha for over 30 years. Valen protested vehemently, denying his identity as a spy. Sarutobi Hong, add some chili to the water. Following this, Uchiha Jun commanded Colonel Kamita, strip him of his clothing. Fortunately, the interrogation room was filled with men. Although puzzled, they did not question the order. To be honest, I have no interest in where you come from or your motives for coming to Konoha, Uchiha Jun remarked, brandishing the sauce while circling Valen. I recently acquired a snake, but it only consumes flesh. I am reminded that I possess the authority to determine the fates of those who cross my path. As he spoke, he began to apply sauce onto Valen with a brush, starting from the top and working his way down, as if marinating meat. What are you doing? I am a native of Konoha. What is your intention? I have made contributions. Stop this. Valen exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the pot across from him, emitting white steam. He remembered the addition of chili and, upon this realization, began to struggle violently. Uchiha Jun paid no mind to Valen's protests, casually brushing the sauce while commenting, this part is fatty, and this piece of shank is quite good. Ian, how are your knife skills? Uchiha Yen was taken aback, but quickly nodded. They're decent, quite fast. Good. Slice that piece of meat and put it in the pot, Uchiha Jun instructed, pointing at Valen's calf. Sure. I've killed pigs before. I have experience in cutting meat. Uchiha Yan's mind seemed to clear, instantly grasping Uchiha Jun's intent. As he drew his knife, he added, brother, bear with it. Your flesh is not quite like that of a pig. It may require a few extra slices. Uchiha Yan's blade was remarkably swift, and he began to carve into Valen's calf. Narachiha cooperatively held a plate to catch the falling pieces, slowly asking, Captain, how well does your snake like its meat cooked? As he prepared for a second cut, Valen began to scream in despair. Uchiha Jun activated his Sharingan and cast a genjutsu on him. I'll say anything. Please, just give me a quick end. Valen pleaded. That's irrelevant. Uchiha Jun replied nonchalantly. What are you dawdling for? Continue. This little bit won't suffice to feed my pet. I am from the Sand Village, and my latest mission is to find an opportunity to eliminate the Konoha White Fang, he confessed, his voice trembling as he spoke. Barely finishing his sentence, Valen succumbed, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Off to play chess with the Grim Reaper? What a pity. Uchiha Jun lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Noting that Wallen had succumbed without a single wound, Uchiha completed the record and handed it to Uchiha Jean, who signed without even looking at it. "Aren't you going to review it?" Uchiha inquired. "You handle the work. I trust you a little more. After all, smart people don't engage in foolishness. I've even provided you with a lesson on how to interrogate a prisoner, so you should be grateful I didn't ask for a fee." "The water isn't boiling yet." Shimura Taichi stammered, realizing the pot hadn't even heated up, yet the man had confessed. However, this man must not die. He had been placed under a curse seal. Who could have known he wouldn't endure the questioning? Just then, the Hokage was about to finish his work when Mori no Izumi delivered a document from the interrogation department. "Is it urgent enough for you to come in person?" the Hokage asked. "Lord Hokage, this is about one of the spies we captured recently, the most troublesome one, who was interrogated by Uchiha Jean," Izumi replied, struggling to get the words out. Upon seeing the document, his eyes nearly bulged out, incredulous that the man had confessed everything in under 5 minutes, though regrettably. He was now dead. But this can't be blamed on Uchiha Jean. Who could have known he was under a curse seal? Once again, it was Uchiha Jean. The third Hokage swiftly perused the document, absorbing every detail of the proceedings. "He is a capable child. Isn't he looking to recruit people? How is that going?" "Many have applied, but none have been fully gathered. Only one Uchiha clan member has shown interest." Mori no Izumi hesitated. "But it seems Uchiha Jean has a particular fondness for those with good looks. Here is the list." Mori no Izumi presented the compilation to the third Hokage for his signature and approval. Ordinarily, he could decide these matters independently, but the Hokage had subtly advised him to keep an eye on Uchiha Jean, hence the prepared list. Hearing that there was only one Uchiha, and that most were generally attractive, eased the third Hokage's concerns. He could not hold on to power too tightly. Denying the interrogation department had the right to make decisions on recruitment. "You can take responsibility for this," he concluded. "Yes, I will handle their onboarding process tomorrow." With the third Hokage's consent, Izumi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Recently, rumors had spread throughout the village about Uchiha Jean's severe psychological issues, and some civilians offered him condolences upon encountering him on the streets. Speculation arose about whether Uchiha Jean's team had faced some terrifying ordeal on the battlefield. Even Hinata had reported psychological problems not long ago, claiming he felt useless. Uchiha was not spared either, as he was humorously dubbed the smartest one who had become mentally impaired. Aside from Uchiha Jean, the busiest individual was Uchiha Yen, who, in addition to working in the interrogation department, was also monitoring Hinata. One day, while reporting on a mission, he noted Hinata's unusual behavior. "Lord Jean, recently Hinata has been frequently visiting the South Hegawa, a rather secluded area known to our clan, rarely visited by others." "South Hegawa?" Uchiha Jean interlocked his fingers, resting his chin upon them, frowning. "How many times has he gone?" "Twice, both late at night. His movements seem cumbersome and prolonged. I dare not follow too closely." He had begun to suspect that Hinata intended to provoke trouble with the Uchiha clan. If he fell off a cliff and into the water, they would be liable for damages. Continue to monitor him and try to persuade him to change locations. "Do not let him realize you are using Jinjutsu," Uchiha Jin instructed, underestimating his reliable teammate. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Yen would track him to South Hegawa, nor would he allow him to succeed in his schemes. Having followed Uchiha Jin for some time, Uchiha Yen had grown familiar with his methods. Profit is the mother of all endeavors. Focus solely on efficiency without dirtying one's hands. Today, Uchiha Jin arrived by the riverbank particularly early. Observing the three individuals already engaged in training, he refrained from interrupting and instead contemplated how to address these individuals. In the Battle of Kanu Bridge, Rin will die, Obito will be taken by Madara, and Kakashi will simply give up. Rin's capture stemmed from her neglect of self-preservation as a medical ninja, burdening her teammates. Obito was merely a lovesick fool, prioritizing his affection over the world. While he admired his devotion, he needed to consider his own identity. When it came to foolishness, the Uchiha clan had their fair share, each with their unique flaws. Kakashi was even worse. Despite being a descendant of the Hitaki sword style, he insisted on glorifying the Uchiha Sharingan. The more he pondered, the more perturbed he felt. "Hey, can you run on water now?" he called out. "Of course," was Obito's enthusiastic reply, although he was accompanied by Rin. Uchiha Jin crossed his arms, indicating for them to step onto the water. He then smacked the surface of the river, transforming the placid waters into a turbulent flow. The first to fall into the water was Obito. Kakashi and Rin only experienced a moment of panic before regaining their footing atop the surface. Obito's control over chakra was too inadequate. He needed to practice for another year, both climbing trees and treading water. Rin, you're doing well. You can learn medical ninjutsu. But you must dedicate double the time to training both ninjutsu and taijutsu, or you will become a liability, harming yourself and others. As for Kakashi, he was commendable, yet lacking direction. What do you wish to specialize in, ninjutsu or swordsmanship? Hey, I will protect Rin. Obito called out, surfacing from the water and shouting, which only heightened Uchiha Jean's irritation. You can't even protect yourself, yet you boast about protecting others? What a shameful display. Has the Uchiha clan become this shameless? Kakashi nearly retorted, with you around, does the Uchiha clan even have a shred of dignity? However, he reconsidered, dismissing the thought. After all, Obito was simply being himself, and the Uchihas were all flawed in their own ways. After addressing Obito, he turned to Kakashi, asking, have you made a decision? What will be your focus? Does it make a difference? I can manage both without conflict, Kakashi replied confidently. As a prodigy, he possessed a certain pride, believing that mastering both swordsmanship and ninjutsu would pose no challenge for him. Uchiha Jean furrowed his brows, pondering over Kakashi's weak familial values. While he himself was not exceptionally strong, the distinction between them lay in Kakashi's apparent indifference to the significance of family heritage, whereas Jean endeavored to utilize every useful aspect of the Uchiha legacy. What is your name? Kakashi suddenly froze, looking at him with suspicion, as if regarding a fool. Kakashi, surely you haven't lost your mind. Remember, you are Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 90. The Uchiha's Distinctive Flaws in Truth. Uchiha Jean found it perplexing how Hatake Sakumo had failed to instill a sense of family values in Kakashi, allowing him to grow up in such a manner. Kakashi was an exceptionally skilled ninja in every regard, undoubtedly inheriting remarkable genes. However, the extent to which he had been indoctrinated by the will of fire was astonishing. Forget it. I will accompany you in your training today, and I shall escort you home tonight. Kakashi promptly drew his kunai, bracing for a decisive battle with Uchiha Jean, prepared to face defeat, for he was assured of a ride home. The two engaged in an exchange of blows, with Uchiha Jean not exerting much thought into the confrontation. As Kakashi had no intention of achieving victory against someone of superior strength, it was more an outlet for his emotions. In his youth, Kakashi was aptly dubbed a genius. His prowess had grown substantially since his initial foray into battle. It was lamentable that he possessed the resources of Hatake Sakumo, yet failed to leverage them effectively. Fueled by frustration, Jean inadvertently delivered a kick that sent Kakashi sprawling several meters away, snapping a few trees in the process. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito rushed over in concern. Although their initial bout had been thrilling, it soon devolved into a one-sided thrashing of Kakashi by Uchiha Jean. They wished to assist, but were at a loss as to how to intervene, utterly bewildered by Jin's pace. Lord Jin, Kakashi is spitting blood. Uchiha Jin merely cast a glance and tilted his head slightly. Come out. A head suddenly emerged from behind a rock, revealing Uchiha Ing, who appeared unfazed by being discovered. Casually stepping forward. I was merely passing by, Lord Jin. Your passage seems rather lengthy. Has half an hour truly elapsed? Uchiha Jin bore no intention of reproaching him, recognizing that the woods did not belong to him. Yet, Uchiha Ying's actions were perilous. Had it been Nara Shikaku, a single explosive tag could have resulted in severed limbs. Uchiha Jean hoisted Kakashi and utilized medical ninjutsu to mend his injuries, discovering a broken rib. Rather than hastily treat him, he inquired, does it hurt? Kakashi's face was pale, rendering him unable to speak. If you understand pain, remember next time not to confront an opponent when the disparity in strength is evident. If I had exerted a fraction more strength, you would have had no chance to feel pain. A green luminescence enveloped Kakashi's rib, and upon seeing his complexion improve, Jin effortlessly slung him over his shoulder. And you, far too reckless. Uchiha Ing pouted, having thought she had concealed herself well, only to realize she had been noticed from the outset. I wanted to train with you and graduate sooner. Uchiha Jin shook his head, remarking on her ignorance of worldly suffering. Graduation meant that once war broke out, one would be thrust onto the battlefield, where countless lives had been lost amidst the flames of conflict. A sudden splash echoed as something fell into the water, creating waves that soared several meters high. Uchiha Jin leapt back to avoid getting drenched, while the other three were not so fortunate, all becoming drenched. I think I saw someone fall in, Obito exclaimed, shielding Rin as he sat on the ground, water stains on his goggles. Shouting, go take a look. Uchiha Jun's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Uchiha Ing drew a kunai, halting at the riverbank, embodying the calm and elite demeanor characteristic of Uchiha warriors. Jin narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She was indeed the next generation of Shadow Guardians. Suddenly, Uchiha Ing bellowed, fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom. Kakashi tumbled from Jun's shoulder, unable to even cry out in pain before being unceremoniously cast aside. Uchiha Jun extended his neck forward, incredulously observing Uchiha Ing, struggling to comprehend her reasoning. What kind of logic is this? Are you not afraid of scalding your feet by boiling the water? Uchiha Ing, however, remained unfazed, pushing a log into the river and standing atop it to inspect the situation below. Lord Jin, there seems to be someone who has perished. In an instant, Uchiha Jun appeared beside her on the log, sensing the heat emanating from the river, realizing that one could not drown, but could certainly be scalded to death. Must you state the obvious? Go to the village and inform them to send help. Obito and Rin were the first to react. We will find someone, Jin instructed. Xiaoying, accompany them. I shall escort Kakashi home. His injuries are severe. I will leave a shadow clone to watch over things here. Once everyone had departed, Uchiha Jin swiftly vanished into the woods, carrying Kakashi. Hataki residence. My apologies, Lord Tsukumo. I inadvertently injured him while distracted, but he has been treated. Albeit he still retains the sensation of pain. Uchiha Jun sincerely apologized as he entrusted Kakashi to Hataki Tsukumo. Tsukumo glanced at Kakashi, confirming his well-being before responding. No need for concern. What ninja does not sustain injuries? He is still alive, is he not? Stay for dinner. I wish to discuss something with you. In the dining room, Uchiha Jun and Hataki Tsukumo sat across from one another. The meal consisted of simple fare, a few fish, several fish heads, a dish of pig brain, a few cold appetizers, and a bowl of miso soup, all of which Jun found unappetizing. Jun, what are your thoughts on Kakashi? Uncertain of which aspect Tsukumo was inquiring about, Jun wished to remark that Kakashi was his son, and did Tsukumo truly lack insight into his own child's character? Feel free to speak candidly. I am merely interested in your perspective. Hataki Tsukumo spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. Confronted with questions regarding Kakashi, he resembled a father burdened with worry. Accolades of Konoha's white fang and genius ninja seemed trivial when faced with the reality that his own son had strayed off course. As a prodigy of Konoha, Kakashi had the potential to become an outstanding ninja. However, as Hataki Kakashi, he was woefully inadequate, lacking goals and direction, indulging in too much without mastering anything. Hataki Tsukumo nodded repeatedly, and Uchiha Jun discerned this issue. How could he not? It was not a matter of finding solutions. Resting his elbow on the table, Jun propped his chin in his hand, gazing at Hataki Tsukumo with a bemused expression. Regardless of which perspective one considers, Kakashi has yet to develop the basic combat mentality requisite for a ninja. To confront an opponent knowing they are stronger, without any semblance of caution. What is your opinion? Foolish. Hataki Tsukumo exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. If you yourself hold such an opinion, why even ask me? Forget it. He is my son, and I shall reprimand him as needed. It is not the first time. Having spent years on missions, Tsukumo acknowledged his neglect in Kakashi's upbringing. Uchiha Jin calmly remarked, You initially intended for me to temper Kakashi's arrogance, believing I was of a similar age and had no friends among the Uchiha. You hoped we could become mutual rivals and friends. Chapter 91. The obliteration of Nara Shikaku. Yet you did not anticipate the disparity between individuals would be so vast, prompting your decision to have Kakashi learn from me. Hataki Tsukumo remained silent, offering no denial. In truth, even if our strengths were comparable, we would not become friends, not due to arrogance on my part, but simply because our values differ fundamentally. Uchiha Jun shifted his posture, casually continuing his discourse, unaffected by Hataki Tsukumo's thoughts about him. I allocate 2 hours each day to train with Kakashi. In essence, I am squandering time. If I dedicated those 2 hours to my own training, the results would be far more significant. I only agreed to assist him in gratitude for your guidance and swordsmanship. The room descended into silence. I wish to understand your values. Hataki Kakashi shattered the tranquility, and all that Uchiha Jun had ever exhibited was what everyone wished to see. To the common folk, he was a down-to-earth, amiable, and considerate Uchiha genius ninja. To the higher-ups, he was a deviant Uchiha, greedy, and unscrupulous, who seemed incapable of stirring any significant turmoil, diverting attention to other matters. In the eyes of various clans, he displayed a certain smoothness and worldly wisdom, compelling those clan leaders to engage with him with utmost vigilance. The 4th Division of the Interrogation Department would likely witness many ninjas from various clans in Konoha, becoming an unshakable presence even to the Hokage. This is a complex issue. For instance, if one were compelled to abandon a mission to save a comrade, only to be betrayed and blamed by that very comrade upon return, what course of action could one take in such an ambiguous situation? Uchiha Jun offered a very practical example, though he was uncertain when such a situation might arise. This conundrum plunged Hatake Kakashi into deep contemplation. With your integrity, one might suppose you would choose to die to vindicate your innocence. But how would Lord Orochimaru handle such a scenario? And what of Lord Jiraiya? Orochimaru would likely disregard such matters, while Jiraiya might strive to prove his righteousness, prioritizing comrades over missions. Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had already been led into Jun's rhythm. Jun rubbed his forehead, gazing at the untouched meal before him, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps this was the reason Lord Orochimaru was willing to take me as a disciple. In truth, I am indifferent to the opinions of others. Their words do not cost me a piece of flesh. At that moment, Kakashi realized that although Jun was merely using a metaphor, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Were Orochimaru in his place, he would never choose to save a comrade at the cost of a mission. Would Jun do the same? Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Scrutinizing Uchiha Jun before him, would he make the same choice as Orochimaru? Feeling the intensity of Kakashi's gaze, Jun stood and respectfully said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Kakashi. I will do my utmost to make him aware of the harsh realities of being a ninja. As for other matters, they require your direct guidance. I have a mission tomorrow, so I entrust Kakashi to your care." Kakashi watched as Jin departed, and their conversation sparked a voice within him. Uchiha Jun would be the first to betray Konoha in its early days, and it would be prudent to eliminate him early. Yet another voice cautioned him that if he were to perish before Kakashi had matured, Jin would become the only one willing to protect Kakashi in Konoha, provided he possessed sufficient leverage. As Jun strolled through the streets, he admired the scenery of Konoha bathed in twilight. "Lord Jin, are you feeling better? Have you been resting enough? I feel utterly incompetent for not being able to join your squad." Uchiha Jun paused, taken aback. The speaker was a Chunin-level ninja, scratching his head awkwardly in greeting. "I'm feeling much better. I've just been rather fatigued lately. Health is the foundation of our endeavors. But do not lose heart. There are many good positions in Konoha, like that of a school teacher. I'll give it a try next time there are openings." Lord Jun is so gentle, responsible, yet exhausting oneself to the point of illness. I've heard that Nara Shikaku also fell ill, reportedly shouting at the sky on his first day of work, claiming to be mentally incapacitated. Jin nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Nara Shikaku? Mentally incapacitated? The Hokage could hardly be mentally incapacitated. Yes, and Hyuga Toshiro, also a comrade of yours, has gone mad, insisting he is ill. Oh, I know about this. My third aunt's son's friend mentioned it. All the tests showed no issues. Yet he insists he is sick. What do you think Jun and the others have experienced on the battlefield to fall ill at such a young age? Uchiha Jun maintained a stern expression. Then, in a flash, he dashed to Orochimaru's residence, unable to contain his laughter any longer. Nara Shikaku, mentally incapacitated. Hyuga Toshiro, gone mad. Uchiha N, crouched beneath a nearby tree, looked on in confusion, opening his mouth but failing to produce a sound. Jun composed himself, asking, "What are you still doing here?" Lord Orochimaru said I have an ailment and requested to examine me. He told me to wait while he fetches some medicine. What? Orochimaru claims you are ill, and you dare consume what he gives you? At that moment, Orochimaru appeared in the corridor. Jun instinctively recoiled, sensing the coldness emanating from Orochimaru's golden slit-like eyes. You've already fought, yet you remain angry? It's merely a couple of kidneys. Who hasn't he experienced some renal deficiency at some point? Here, take this and see how it works. Orochimaru handed Uchiha in a round pill, which In took without a second thought and swallowed. Jun's forehead was lined with black lines. He couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called medicine resembled colored soldier pills. Soldier pills could be found aplenty in the laboratory. One could eat them like candy and still have more left over. I feel significantly refreshed. My chakra is brimming and flowing smoothly. Could my ailment be gone? Uchiha N's exaggerated expression made Jin cover his face, unable to bear the sight. What a fool to be duped by Orochimaru. Regular checkups and timely treatment are essential, Orochimaru advised kindly. Experience prevails. I wasted so many words to invite him over last time, yet Orochimaru managed to secure a long-term patron with just a few words. You'll be fine. Head back for now. The village will not be too peaceful these days. Once Uchiha left, only Jin and Orochimaru remained in the courtyard. Are you still angry? Lord Orochimaru? I merely relayed what Lord Jiraiya said. At this moment, he sought to deflect blame. Who cares whose head it lands on? Toshiro had undoubtedly fallen into Orochimaru's hands, and if he wished to remain here, a display of submission was necessary. It was not disgraceful. Consider this a gift to atone. Should you remain angry, I'll toss a batch of medicine into the water supply, rendering all the male ninjas of Konoha impotent. How wicked. But I was compelled. Chapter 92. The scavenger observing Uchiha Jin feigning innocence. Orochimaru felt disdain. How had he ended up with such a troublesome character, yet one whose inquiries aligned with his interests? Just like the gifts received today, he was quite satisfied. What have you done now? You stealthily brought a Hyuga here. Surely you've caused some trouble for those old geezers outside. I did nothing at all. Uchiha Jin raised his hands and feigned innocence. Our small team is currently ill. I have heart troubles. Nara is mentally incapacitated, and Hyuga has gone mad. What can a madman do? Who can tell? Haha, Jin. It is a privilege to have you as a devoted disciple. Hee. I feel immensely honored to have Lord Orochimaru as my mentor, though ostensibly complimentary. Their words bore an undercurrent of collusion. Meanwhile, in another location, Uchiha Jin was guiding his team in searching for the person who had fallen into the water. Upon learning that it was a Hyuga, they dispatched their own individuals to search as well. There's no one at the bottom. We've already searched several times. We indeed saw someone fall, Obito insisted, refusing to give up. Captain, do you believe that? One of the ninjas, skeptical of Obito's claims, turned to Uchiha Jin for confirmation. I am unsure who fell. I was preparing to take Kakashi back, facing away from the river, but later confirmed that someone indeed fell. And it is not inconceivable that the current swept them away. However, I must acknowledge my oversight. I forgot they were still students with little experience and nearly boiled the water with a fire jutsu. All the ninjas, setting fire to the water's surface. Aside from two Uchiha, no one else was involved. Everyone blindly assumed that it was Obito's doing. After all, he was recognized as the school's underachiever. The river water was still warm. If a person fell in, they should be cooked by now. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate the missing ninjas. Uchiha Zen noticed the fatigue of all the ninjas and, not wishing to waste time, proposed a suggestion. After everyone had retreated, Uchiha Zen took Uchiha Kage and Obito back to the Uchiha clan. All right, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can all go home. Lord Zen, I too wish to train with you. Then after school tomorrow, go with Kakashi. What about me? Obito, undeterred, realized that Uchiha Zen did not wish to offer him much guidance. What you lack is the fundamentals. That's something no one can help you with. You must put in the hard work to establish a solid foundation. The Uchiha are born with a higher starting point than others. Your shortcomings stem from not knowing what you want to do, your mind clouded with thoughts of Rin. Upon hearing this, Obito's face turned crimson, leaving him speechless. It is not wrong to have someone you like, but as a man, you cannot expect a girl to protect you at critical moments. If that is the case, don't dare claim to be an Uchiha. I won't. I will protect Rin. Watching Obito's distant figure as he ran away, Zen shrugged. I have a few questions I wish to ask your father. Oh, actually, it's the same for me. What he knows, I know. As they interacted, Zen found that Uchiha Kage's personality resembled that of a boy, proud, occasionally foolish, and still puzzled as to why one would use fire jutsu on water. Is that so? I wish to know where my great-grandfather's grave is. You should ask my father about that. It should be in the Uchiha clan's shrine. He should be able to help you find it. Uchiha Kage replied earnestly. Father, Lord Zen is looking for you. Uchiha Hakadai paused momentarily, then pointed at Uchiha. Take little Kage to train. She has been skipping class frequently. The room was left with only the two of them. Uncle Hakadai, I want to know what task was given to you by Uchiha Izuna, my great-grandfather? Uchiha Zen was direct, since Uchiha Hakadai was a guardian of the Dark Guards. He must have had a mission. It would be meaningless to merely protect the clan without purpose. In an instant, Uchiha Zen was ensnared in a Jinjutsu. You know everything. Uchiha Hakadai expressed a mix of shock and anticipation, along with a sense of relief. Yes, my father has already told me. But the choice of which path to take is mine. Right now, I just want to know what this plan is for. Calm, rational, and aloof. He wore a friendly smile that belied an air of authority. It is to guard against the Senju, should they pose a threat to our ancestor Uchiha Madara. Hoping that our bloodline can bear the responsibility of the Uchiha clan. Under pressure, Uchiha Hakadai revealed secrets kept for years, feeling significantly lighter. The powerful ninja they had guarded for generations had finally emerged, and their identity would finally be recognized. Uchiha Zen narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked mockingly, "Guarding? No. It's slaughter. It's about being a scavenger, able to hide one's bloodline right beneath the enemy's nose. That is a grand strategy, and he succeeded. What a farce of guarding." Uchiha Hakadai felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, the information left by his father was just that. That esteemed one sacrificed his brilliance for the future of our clan, becoming a foundational ninja of the Uchiha clan. He did it for his brother, Lord Madara. That esteemed one entrusted a glimmer of hope to his brother. Placing the peace of the clan in his hands, it was purely for his brother, Lord Madara. Uchiha Hakadai felt that communication had never been so effortless. It seemed this new master understood some of the deeper truths. Clarifying his own identity, Uchiha Zen recalled his most important task and inquired, "Uncle Hakadai, do you know where my great-grandfather is buried?" "Huh. That esteemed one was buried personally by our ancestor. No one knows where." Uchiha Hakadai had an ominous premonition. Surely, he did not intend to dig up the grave, did he? "Are you asking this to pay respects?" "No. I simply wish to see if there are any remains of his legacy." Uchiha Zen brightly changed the subject, ensuring he did not reveal his intention to dig up the grave. "Are there any other dark guards?" Uchiha Hakadai's expression darkened, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Yes, but some have already defected, and others have lost the qualifications to be dark guards. Defection is quite normal. Who would want to guard a future that seems hopeless? As for those who lost their dark guard qualifications, they likely chose to abandon their duty, wishing only to live as ordinary Uchiha." The Jinjutsu was instantaneously dispelled, and the scene returned to normal. Uchiha Zen reassured him, "You've worked hard. I will take care of things from here." Chapter 93. Seamless perfection. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai was moved to tears. The secret he had held onto for so long was finally understood. "It's not hard at all. I'm not weary in the slightest." Uchiha Hakadai spoke with a choked voice. "If you wish to lead the Uchiha, I am willing to support you as the new clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader is cursed. Whoever takes on that role meets an early demise. Wouldn't it be more interesting to study how to achieve immortality? Outlive them all and watch them seethe with frustration, unable to do anything about it. Isn't that rather amusing?" Uchiha Zen waved his hand dismissively. "The child next door, named Shursui, right? I wish to keep someone who can care for me in my old age. Could you help me ask if I can take him as my disciple?" "Huh, sure. They would be willing." Uchiha Hakadai nodded. Even if they were reluctant, he would coerce them into handing over the child. "Bring Shursui over tomorrow. Let him take care of him first." After giving all instructions, the hand signs were automatically dispelled, and the shadow clone dissolved. As for the disappearance of Hyuga-en, the Hyuga clan leader promptly reported the matter to the Hokage. The person who had jumped into the river was very likely their branch family member, Hyuga-en. "Hokage-sama, we indeed have a missing ninja named Hyuga-en. However, upon further investigation, he has gone mad. It is likely that Hyuga Hayashi's statement was interrupted by the elder of the Hyuga clan, who advised him to only speak half-truths about uncertain matters, allowing others to speculate without concern for whether their guesses were correct. "Mad. He has lost his mind." The third Hokage did not believe a word, suspecting that the clans had some ulterior motive. Yes, ever since he was publicly humiliated by the 4th Division captain, Uchiha Zen, he has been unable to cope and has gone insane. Hyuga Hayashi was indifferent to Hyuga-en's fate. After all, he was merely a branch family member. However, mobilizing so many people required giving the Hokage an explanation. "We will do our utmost to locate his body. If it cannot be found downstream, then I extend my condolences." Hyuga clan leader. The third Hokage suppressed his doubts and offered an uncertain response. He immediately dispatched Anbu to investigate Hyuga-en's situation. As it turned out, as Hyuga Hayashi stated, Hyuga-en had indeed lost his mind. Furthermore, since his return, there had been records of his abnormal behavior at the hospital. Not only was the hospital aware, but now the villagers were also spreading rumors, knowing that Hyuga-en had gone mad. It was unsurprising what he might do in his madness. However, the third Hokage, having sat in this position for so long, could not help but harbor doubts. Yet he found no flaws. Everyone could vouch for him, and he had fallen into the river under the watchful eyes of several witnesses. With the ones who saw it being mere children who had not become ninjas, the rescue efforts had been insufficient. Each coincidence was too perfect. The third Hokage scrutinized Hyuga's performance since becoming a ninja, the number of missions he had undertaken, and feedback from his teammates, who described him as overly ambitious and disdainful of the Uchiha. Having been publicly humiliated had undoubtedly caused him distress, yet he could not identify any faults. Nevertheless, he felt deep down that this matter was far from simple. Where were Uchiha Zen and Nara Shikaharu at the time of the incident? In the presence of Lord Hokage, Uchiha Jun was training alongside Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noira, and Uchiha Ing, while Nara Shikaku assisted Uchiha Jun in organizing files and personnel arrangements at the torture and interrogation department. They were all comrades, weren't they? The third Hokage sensed that the issue lay here. As teammates assigned to the torture department, Hinata's absence was peculiar. Might there be a connection? The Umbu reported the information they had obtained with utmost respect. Uchiha Jun had previously visited the Hinata household, where it was mentioned that Hinata Hayashi had initially intended to invite the teammate Hinata to the torture department, but due to health concerns, it was not feasible. Uchiha Jun felt a wave of disappointment as the old clan leader recommended Hinata Hizashi for the position, entrusting him with the remaining tasks. The third Hokage immediately shifted his gaze from Uchiha Jun to the old clan leader, suspecting he intended to secure a position for Hinata within the torture department. Uchiha Jun readily agreed, yet the third Hokage still felt something was amiss, perhaps his own overthinking. Upon returning to the Hinata clan, Hizashi recounted everything that transpired in the Hokage's office to the old clan leader. Well done, Hizashi. I fear I may not have much time left. My only concern is for Hinata. Father, I will protect Hinata. I just do not understand why we must go to such lengths to shield Uchiha Jun. Hizashi expressed his confusion, realizing he was leveraging his credibility in the Hokage's eyes to assist Uchiha Jun. My child, I have lived for over 70 years and have never misjudged a person. Even if I do not assist him, he will remain unharmed. It is better to extend a favor now, paving the way for future needs. The old clan leader's words hinted at fatigue. You and Hizashi are twin brothers. I hope that in the future, whether your children or Hizashi's, they are raised under your care. Hinata requires a more formidable leader. The old clan leader's remarks left Hizashi in disbelief, contemplating the disruption of Hinata's traditions by nurturing a branch family child, potentially leading to that child surpassing his own, thus becoming the clan leader while his own offspring would be relegated to a subordinate position. Yes, father, I will discuss this with Hizashi. Hizashi clenched his fists in determination, resolute that such a scenario could never come to pass. Meanwhile, Hizashi, absorbed in his duties, remained oblivious to the fate that had been intricately woven for him. He diligently completed the tasks assigned by Uchiha Jun, even reluctant to return home as night fell. Hizashi-kun, you haven't gone home yet? Nara Shikaku, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Uchiha Jun, finished his work, finding the entire burden of the 4th Division's tasks resting on his shoulders. Shikaku-kun, you haven't left either. Shall we grab a bite? After all, there is still much to do, and I want to be going back tonight. Well, your tolerance for the captain is quite impressive. Nara Shikaku rolled his eyes, noting that apart from Hondo Ranmaru, Hizashi was the most diligent worker among them, seemingly under some sort of spell. Jindarin is a good person, Hizashi stated earnestly. Shikaku did not contest this. He had known Uchiha Jun for over a year and had been tricked during their first encounter, prompting him to remain vigilant ever since. Characters like them, often dispatched as mere cannon fodder, could hardly be considered good people. Yet, in certain respects, Uchiha Jun evoked a sense of security in him that surpassed that of his so-called comrades and clan members. Humans are curious beings, even when faced with malevolence. If one extends a hand in times of need, they may be unwittingly categorized among the good. Indeed, he is a commendable individual. Shikaku pondered, planning to bring up the matter of overtime compensation with him tomorrow, as he had nearly 10 million ryo in his possession. He couldn't merely hoard it without spending. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jun, having been dismissed by Orochimaru, observed Hizashi and Nara Shikaku walking together, feeling a twinge of unease. He waved to them from a distance. Hey, have you just finished work? Upon recognizing Uchiha Jun, One greeted him respectfully, while the other wore a disgruntled expression. "Oh, you've been working overtime?" Uchiha Jun remarked playfully, scrutinizing Nara Shikaku with amusement. "I'll treat you to a meal, and we can set the overtime rates. Triple pay for working on holidays. I'll also arrange for employee dormitories. What do you think? Isn't your captain considerate of his subordinates? Are you trying to turn us into tools that are on standby 24/7? Nara Shikaku retorted. The torture department and the prison were currently intertwined. The war had just ended, and there were numerous prisoners to manage along with many other tasks. Which ninja isn't on call 24 hours? At least with me. The benefits are good. Be content." Uchiha Jun raised an eyebrow with a knowing smile. Nara Shikaku fully concurred with this sentiment. Although Uchiha Jun was not an ideal person, he ensured that those who worked alongside him would have their share of rewards. He hoped that Uchiha Jun would apply his less-than-ideal nature in advocating for benefits. As long as the funds were sufficient, he vowed to refrain from uttering any complaints, fully accepting his fate. Furthermore, this arrangement would help alleviate his current predicament of being unable to spend the money he had. Truly a wonderful comrade. "Let us have ramen," proposed Uchiha Jun. "You're treating your subordinates to a meal, and you're being so stingy?" Nara Shikaku scoffed, noting that a bowl of ramen cost 70 ryo, totaling 210 ryo for 3 people. With so much money at his disposal, offering them just this seemed rather paltry. Who was he trying to impress? "I simply feel this is the only meal that suffices." Uchiha Jun shrugged innocently, lamenting that he had never quite adapted to the local cuisine over the years. 2 slices of meat count as 1 dish. How miserly. 2 rice balls for a meal? Especially when dumplings are involved. How absurd. Who eats dumplings 1 plate at a time? "Thank you for your hospitality, Jindarin," Hizashi remarked nonchalantly, intrigued to experience it for himself. What a hassle. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Jun's presence alone earned them a discount. "Boss, aside from our 3 bowls, could you prepare as many more as you can? I'll take all of them and need an invoice at the original price," Nara Shikaku instructed. Feeling their gazes upon him, Uchiha Jun, unfazed, declared, "What are you looking at? This is your supper, funded by the public. I'll be seeking reimbursement from Minister Mori." After finishing their meal, Hizashi sensed that the two still had matters to discuss and took his leave. "You orchestrated the situation with Hinata, didn't you?" They strolled through the streets. Resembling friends engaged in light conversation, their expressions devoid of any excess. "You first recruited a clan member, and now Hinata. What exactly are you up to? Shikaku-kun, do you think you can still remain on my ship?" Uchiha Jun countered with a pragmatic question. "That depends on whether you can continuously provide what I need," Nara Shikaku asserted, fully aware that the only way to leave Uchiha Jun's ship would be to mirror Hinata's situation. "Of course, but I assure you, I am innocent in this matter," Uchiha Jun replied, shifting the conversation. "How is Hizashi doing?" "Quite well, far more reliable than you. However, I sense he is somewhat reluctant to return to Hinata." Nara Shikaku pondered, acutely aware that their 4th division in the torture department nearly dominated the power dynamics in Konoha. He understood that Uchiha Jun was plotting something significant, though he had not anticipated its vast implications. "Now, this is intriguing. However, I need a favor." Uchiha Jun discreetly slipped a scroll into Nara Shikaku's ninja tool pouch. "In a while, I will find an opportunity to send you out on a mission. I hope for your return alone." Nara Tomohiro cast a deep glance at Uchiha Zen, and he immediately sensed that trouble was brewing. It was evident that even members of the Hokage clan were not spared, and there was only one person in the entire Konoha capable of such audacious acts. Trouble indeed. Yet, there was a certain intrigue to it all. After parting ways, Uchiha Zen returned to Orochimaru's residence, opting for a clandestine entrance akin to Jiraiya's wall-climbing method. He was engrossed in the task of assisting Hinata with his severe burns when he was abruptly informed by a shadow guard that the 3rd Hokage had arrived, prompting Orochimaru to expel him rather forcefully. "Has the Hokage departed?" Uchiha Zen inquired softly, casting a glance towards the shadow guard. Upon receiving a nod in confirmation, he leapt down from the wall with a flourish, muttering, "Tch, it's as if I returned to engage in an affair." "Lord Orochimaru, your command." Uchiha Zen presented a bowl of ramen with utmost reverence, embodying a scene of filial piety. This Hinata possesses a faint life force, primarily due to extensive burns," Orochimaru remarked. Uchiha Zen felt a pang of despair. He had not anticipated this unforeseen circumstance. Who would have imagined that a respectable Uchiha would request him to assess the situation in the water? only to incinerate it first. Perhaps he was in a moment of confusion, Uchiha Zen mused, stealing a glance at Orochimaru, who was savoring his ramen. He cautiously asked, "Did you not invite the Hokage to dine, share a drink, or spend the night?" Orochimaru saw through his intentions without hesitation. "You are attempting to probe me while subtly including yourself. I am innocent," Uchiha Zen lamented, resting his chin on the laboratory table, casting a woeful gaze at Orochimaru, nearly offering his own eyes as proof of his innocence. Just as he awaited Orochimaru's conditions, he managed to smile, innocently declaring, "I too am blameless." Upon uttering those words, Uchiha Zen almost bit his own tongue. Oh heavens! Orochimaru is feigning innocence. Is he to use me as a shield, especially with Danzo still keeping an eye on him? Lord Orochimaru, please do not jest, Uchiha Zen sighed, feeling utterly distraught. The notion of innocence was far removed from him. Are you questioning my authority? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness piercing through. How could I dare to question my master? Uchiha Zen recoiled slightly, forcing a smile as he sat upright on his stool. Shifting the topic, Uchiha Zen recalled that such an erudite individual as Orochimaru must possess knowledge of the Uchiha and Senju clan histories. He casually asked, "Do you truly lack any tales of the Uchiha clan? Perhaps details about who lies buried where, or some tales from the Warring States period?" Orochimaru paused his examination of Hinata's life signs, intrigued. "I do have some gossip. But I must ask, are you interested in the romantic escapades of Madara or the tumultuous history of Hashirama and Madara?" Cough, cough, cough. Is Orochimaru collecting such wild tales? Uchiha Zen thought to himself, realizing that this was no mere history, but gossip indeed. "Master, you seem to be well versed in Uchiha matters. I am merely curious as to where Uchiha Madara buried his brother." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "I do not know, but are you certain you are uninterested in these tales? I have gathered them for quite some time. They are quite amusing. I was hoping to unearth some burial treasures. Does that reason suffice?" That may only be answered by Uchiha Madara himself. Even the second Hokage could not ascertain where his brother was laid to rest. Orochimaru commented, showing no reservations about his disciple's morbid curiosity. While it may seem somewhat unethical, he was no stranger to questionable deeds. The fact that he nearly cooked his own teammates and delivered them to his laboratory was enough to prove that his disciple was anything but virtuous. Truly an intriguing Uchiha. "Do you aspire to become Hokage?" Uchiha Zen's question was spontaneous and immediately regretted his inquiry. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru regarded him with an expression of disbelief, as if questioning his mental faculties. "Let us pretend I merely passed gas," Uchiha Zen quipped, approaching Hinata's experimental bed, observing the extensive burns covering his body, laden with tubes. "Lord Orochimaru, I wish to utilize his body to cultivate the Byakugan." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "A commendable idea. He belongs to the branch family. The caged bird seal could render an otherwise perfect pair of Byakugan into a defective product. Have you considered this dilemma? That is why I seek your assistance. During my last examination of two Hyuga, I discovered variations in their cranial nerve structures. I wish to experiment with surgical alterations to eliminate the caged bird seal. You may proceed with your endeavors. Should you fail, there is still Hyuga Chizun. If that proves insufficient, I can provide you with more materials." Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly. If Uchiha Zen could indeed unravel the caged bird seal, it might lead to significant advancements. Uchiha Zen perused the previous data, recalling every detail, activating his Sharingan, and donning gloves to commence the dissection of Hinata's head. Orochimaru, as before, intermittently offered him soldier pills while documenting the process and providing guidance during moments of confusion. The reconstruction of the cranial nerves was particularly arduous, requiring meticulous attention to ensure no damage occurred while maintaining Hinata's vital signs. The operation extended for 12 grueling hours, and upon finally assembling the head, Uchiha Zen felt utterly exhausted. Dissections of deceased specimens are far simpler. "Lord Orochimaru, this individual is quite uncooperative. I leave his fate in your hands, preferably sealed or bound by some curse." With that, Uchiha Zen slumped onto the laboratory table, succumbing to sleep, only to awaken the following day. "You are awake. Hinata is recovering well. Surprisingly, after the removal of his eye, there was no damage, akin to that of the main family. You may need a new living container." Orochimaru extracted one of Hinata's Byakugan eyes, placing it in a cultivation solution, attempting to foster a fusion with the cells of the first Hokage. Your idea is quite innovative. Why not directly inject the first Hokage's cells into Hinata's body? Uchiha Zen queried, perplexed. Orochimaru paused. I assumed you sought further applications. Uchiha Zen regarded Orochimaru with admiration. His master was indeed meticulous. But it seemed he merely intended to use him as a vessel. If you have other novel ideas, please feel free to explore them. I have no objections to furthering the understanding of life's essence. What is your interpretation of life? Orochimaru unceremoniously injected a small quantity of the first Hokage's cells into Hinata's body, simultaneously introducing another substance. Life is rather fragile. I aspire to spend more time observing the world's transformations rather than seeking dominion within a fleeting moment, succumbing to humanity's desires. Uchiha Zen spoke earnestly. Having dissected countless corpses, each unique, thus truly feeling the fragility of existence, he yearned to live longer, to witness the myriad changes the world had to offer. Lord Orochimaru, why are you so fixated on life? Death holds no significance. It only gains meaning when it can be exploited. Life itself is devoid of meaning unless it exists in the realm of eternity. Orochimaru appeared lost in thought, reflecting on the numerous lives he had witnessed depart, including his parents, who had perished due to persecution. Had Konoha acted with the same cleanliness concerning his parents' demise as Uchiha Zen did, perhaps he would not have unraveled the shackles of this world. If your parents were persecuted, what would you do? Zen. Uchiha Zen was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly declared, I shall ensure that those who persecuted my parents tremble at the mere mention of my name and meet their demise in the most gruesome manner. Even if that individual happens to be the Hokage. Orochimaru suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had anticipated this response. His excitement akin to discovering a life-giving oasis in a desolate desert. Do you desire a summoning beast? He inquired. Indeed. Uchiha Zen blinked, realizing that possessing a summoning beast would mean that, with proper preparation, he could rely on reverse summoning to escape death at a critical moment. Orochimaru produced a scroll, revealing numerous names, with his own at the end. Sign your name. As Uchiha Zen eagerly prepared to inscribe his name, he looked up at Orochimaru and stated, I wish to summon the essence of Watergate's girlfriend. You have encountered Kyubi. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he were concocting a nefarious scheme, also sensing the presence of the Nine Tails. A fortuitous encounter indeed. Uchiha Zen wrote his name and returned the scroll to Orochimaru, rambling, especially since it opens its mouth to utter the evil Uchiha. Whom have I wronged? I am but a law-abiding citizen. Spare me your nonsense. Orochimaru retorted, taken aback by Uchiha Zen's ability to sense the Kyubi. He recalled that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, had once summoned the Nine Tails. For a moment, he pondered whether binding the Kyubi as a summoning beast would be more fitting than this arrangement. Do you truly believe your own words? Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister grin. My words cannot be consumed for sustenance. Anyone who believes them is a fool. Thus, Uchiha Zen candidly voiced his sentiments, realizing he could not retract them. To alleviate the awkwardness, he hastily explained, what I mean is, one should not be overly rigid. It is wise to speak pleasantly. My current strength is insufficient to put on airs. I wish to live a few more years. Chapter 96. Brothers. It's time to collect the debt. In this excruciatingly embarrassing situation, a shadowy figure appeared, respectfully announcing, My lord, the interrogation department has summoned you several times. Uchiha Zen furrowed his brow. Nara Shikaku was not one to create trouble. He had hoped to ask Orochimaru for training today, to open his meridians. Do you know what this is about? The candidates for Team 4 have not been approved. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zen immediately grasped the convoluted nature of the situation. It seemed they were caught in the Hokage's web, for their salaries were drawn from the public funds, not from the mission department's commission. Orochimaru scoffed, deriding. The old man is becoming increasingly unreliable. My lord Orochimaru, what would happen if I were to suddenly pledge allegiance to Danzo? Uchiha Zen's voice was chilling, his expression inscrutable, leaving others in suspense. The shadowy figure shivered and quickly vanished from the laboratory, feeling that Uchiha Zen was increasingly resembling Lord Orochimaru, especially when he smiled. It compelled respect from the shadows. Ha ha ha, you could certainly try. It would be quite amusing. Orochimaru's reaction was one of delight rather than anger, reveling in the mischief, as if urging him on to create chaos. At the interrogation department, Team 4 gathered. Uchiha Zen entered to find the room filled with people. Nara Shikaku sat at his desk, and tossed a list at him upon his arrival. Not approved. Uchiha Jin quickly scanned the list and reassured, no matter. Leave it to me. The family ninjas summoned were encountering Uchiha Jin for the first time. They had been instructed by their clans to speak little, listen more, observe, and to avoid provoking Uchiha Jin. Even if they felt discontent, they were to mask it, lest they be punished. Your families have briefed you on how to conduct yourselves here, have they not? Uchiha Jin asked, looking up at the clan ninjas. They had technically been working here for several days, yet had come before approval due to their families insisting on an early arrival at the interrogation department. Everyone nodded in tacit agreement. Excellent. Now, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha In, and Yutaka Maruko? Upon seeing this name, Uchiha Jin nearly laughed at what was a serious matter. As the team leader, you shall accompany your squad with me to collect our funds. At the mention of money, confusion washed over the faces of all present. Only Uchiha In suddenly understood, rummaging through his belongings for drums to distribute among his teammates. They had been working in the interrogation department for several days without pay. If you do not wish to keep them, then do not let them work here. The family ninjas were bewildered, mimicking each other, some with basins, others with makeshift clappers. Following Uchiha Jin in confusion. Minister Mori, may I inquire as to what this means? Uchiha Jin respectfully placed the unapproved list before Minister Mori. Upon seeing the various items held by the group, Minister Mori felt an ominous premonition. This was an upper management decision, and as a subordinate, his duty was to comply. Could not the head of the interrogation department make such small decisions regarding filling vacancies? Uchiha Jin's eyes brimmed with skepticism, subtly implying that a mere interrogator could not even manage to fill vacancies while preaching compliance, rendering him no different from the rest of them. Minister Mori's expression darkened. This predicament was indeed embarrassing. When he had submitted the list to the Hokage, he had expected it to be handled. Days had passed, and he had tacitly accepted these individuals as part of Team 4. However, upon reporting to the finance department today, they had suppressed the approval, denying these individuals passage. Fine. If you lack the authority, we shall not fault you. Yet they have labored here for numerous days. The results are evident. We cannot simply dismiss them without compensation. At this juncture, the family ninjas suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, they had been working hard for days without reward. Minister Mori's forehead pulsed with veins. He knew Uchiha Jin would be a thorn in his side. If he were to question him, he could at least have a reason to dismiss him. But now Uchiha Jin was here for the money. Previously, the lists submitted had been adorned with large photographs, biographies, and names blended in, making them easy to overlook. His attention had been fixated solely on the name Uchiha, failing to recognize these individuals as ninjas from various clans of Konoha, particularly the less notable ones. If a single squad were to concentrate Konoha's numerous clan ninjas, how could the Hokage possibly feel at ease? Yet therein lay the issue. As the head of the interrogation department, the power to fill vacancies rested solely with him, which meant he would inevitably offend all the clans of Konoha. Uchiha Un's eyes flickered with realization, and he quickly grasped Uchiha Jin's intentions, adopting a troubled expression. Captain, perhaps we should let this go. We can return and explain to the clan leaders. They will understand your predicament. We cannot offend others for our sake. Other clan ninjas echoed their agreement, urging him to reconsider. My lord, you saved my life on the front lines. I would gladly follow you, even without pay. The speaker was Honda Ranmaru, a commoner ninja. Uchiha Jin turned to him, recognizing a familiar face. You are from the Kurama clan. His name is Honda Ranmaru. Do not misname him, Nara Shikaku interjected. Having observed the common ninja's exceptional abilities over the past few days, realizing he was far from ordinary. Apologies. I have yet to memorize all your names. Uchiha Jin said apologetically. As one individual spoke up, others began to waver, realizing that returning home would be a difficult matter to explain. If the family were to learn of the current circumstances, they would likely provide support, creating a win-win situation. As the master of interrogation, Sanai Izumi was more than capable of discerning the intentions of these individuals, which indicated that Uchiha Jin had the backing of a significant portion of the Konoha clan. Delving deeper into the matter, one might wonder if the Hokage would permit such occurrences. Should they arise, it would indeed reflect poorly on him. Presently, he found himself caught in a precarious position. Uchiha Jin let out a cold laugh, having already sown the seeds of discord between Sanai Izumi and the Hokage, muddling the waters of power within Konoha further. Rest assured, with me, Uchiha Jin, you shall not labor in vain. Even the Hokage must pay his dues. Sanai Izumi's expression darkened ominously, stating that he would propose this matter to the Hokage. Chapter 97. The Onslaught of Lord Zongzong. Uchiha Jun feigned enlightenment, exclaiming that it was indeed necessary for the interrogation department to seek approval from the Hokage. Had he known earlier, he would have approached the Hokage for funds. Sanai Izumi was at a loss for words, asserting his intention to report the situation and seek a solution. No need. I shall approach the Hokage myself, as it is not my first time requesting funds. Uchiha Jun waved dismissively, diverting attention to the matter of money. However, in Sanai Izumi's eyes, it appeared fruitless for him to go, as he was merely a messenger without any authority. It was even more disheartening that a mere minister of the interrogation department, a direct subordinate of the Hokage Esumbu, was met with such distrust. How ironic. Uchiha Jun provided no opportunity for further discussion and turned to leave with his entourage. On the streets, they intentionally slowed their pace, drawing the attention of many passersby. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they found the entrance surrounded by a throng of people. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Jun. Lord Zongzong, you are here as well. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, your presence will surely facilitate resolution, sparing me from running around. Uchiha Jun had not expected to encounter Danzo in the Hokage's office, which made matters much easier. Let the Hokage and Danzo engage in their mutual strife. What brings you here? Danzo was taken aback by Uchiha Jun's words, which seemed to suggest support. However, recalling his Uchiha lineage, he maintained a stern demeanor. I did not wish to come. It was only because I needed to fill vacancies in the 4th Division of the Interrogation Department. After several days of work, I was informed today that my request was not approved. Minister Sanai is unable to make decisions, so I have come to seek funds for salaries from the Hokage. By the way, I have members of your clan in my 4th Division, working diligently and efficiently. Not only did he have Danzo's personnel, but also those of the Hokage. He intentionally mentioned Shimizu while refraining from mentioning Sarutobi's clan, which greatly pleased Danzo, who sought to undermine the 3rd Hokage. Ahem. I have high standards for my clan members. They are naturally industrious, Danzo said, casting a smug glance at the 3rd Hokage. I mean no offense, but I simply wish to inquire if salaries can be processed now, so that they may return home. It would not do for word to spread that members of the interrogation department have been toiling for several days without pay. The efficiency of our team can be vouched for by Minister Sanai. The glint in Danzo's small eyes reflected a grand ambition. Word must spread. For if it did not, the 3rd Hokage's reputation would suffer. And how could he continue to lead? Dazen, we cannot allow others to see this as a joke. You are the Hokage. How can you delay the payment of ninja salaries? The 3rd Hokage's eyelids twitched. He lamented that his old friend had failed him at such a crucial moment. Moreover, Uchiha Jun's intentions, were they deliberate or unintentional? The list of names he had provided contained a significant number of clan ninjas. The motives of these clans were evident. But Uchiha Jun's actions raised questions of either complicity or intention. Hokage-sama, I presume you are acquainted with this matter? Allow me to introduce you to Lord Zongzong, a high-ranking official of Konoha. Please bow in respect, Uchiha Jun proclaimed, prompting those present to bow in unison towards Danzo, which gratified his aspirations of becoming Hokage. I was unaware that the filling of vacancies in the interrogation department required your report. I feel rather embarrassed for putting Minister Sanai in a difficult position. Had I known earlier, it would have spared us all this trouble. Uchiha Jun, oblivious to the gradually darkening expression of the Hokage, continued. Given that everyone has labored so diligently, could we settle their payments now? Do you even know who you have filled these vacancies with? The 3rd Hokage questioned. Ninja. Uchiha Jun innocently turned to Nara Shikahiza. You reported that they are all ninjas from Konoha, correct? Nara Shikahiza's eyelids twitched, realizing he would bear the blame. Yes. They are all from Konoha, selected based on their resumes, task information, age, height, weight, appearance, and date of birth, thoroughly vetted, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity. As our team still has vacancies. What nonsense. Is this a beauty pageant? Although he had heard of this from Sanai Izumi, it seemed utterly absurd. The 3rd Hokage surveyed those present, noting their similar physiques, youthful ages, and the fact that none were unattractive, regardless of gender. Had he been overly concerned? Dazen. This is where you err. Filling vacancies in the interrogation department is their prerogative. Why must you meddle in this? Danzo promptly interjected, seizing the moment to undermine the Hokage while disregarding Uchiha Jun. eager to demonstrate that he was a more suitable leader. Lord Zongzong is truly a commendable individual. Previously, I felt you were targeting me, but now I realize you are fair and just, considerate of your subordinates, Uchiha Jin added, further stoking the flames, projecting an aura of endorsement towards Danzo. The team members, witnessing their captain's behavior, naturally mirrored his actions, all turning their gazes towards Danzo. Unsure of the reason, but following their leader's lead, Danzo reveled in the admiration, basking in the adulation as if he were already Hokage. The third Hokage's expression darkened to an extreme, wishing he could eliminate Danzo and reprimand Uchiha Jin. Just yesterday, Orochimaru had remarked on Uchiha Jin's honesty, calling him a dutiful child. Was this really honesty? Devotion? Who was he trying to please? Yet he found himself unable to exact retribution. Your teammate, Hinata Yorin, has gone missing in the river, and you still have the leisure to engage in such frivolities? Just as he spoke, Uchiha Jin's face filled with astonishment. What? Impossible. I had previously sought him out to join my interrogation department and even apologized for our last confrontation. But who knew he had fallen ill? Unable to get out of bed? How could he possibly jump into a river? It is true. My father, feeling guilty, sent me to take Hinata Yorin's place in this role. Nishira's words were enough to validate Uchiha Jin's claims. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Uchiha Jin had indeed impressed him by considering his teammate in this situation. However, the question remained, was it mere coincidence that the majority of Konoha's clan ninjas were congregated in his division? Hokage-sama, may I inquire if there are any specific requirements for filling vacancies in the interrogation department? We selected based on the captain's preferences, seeking aesthetically pleasing candidates. As long as they were not too lacking in quality, Nara Shikahisa directed his gaze towards the Hokage, knowing that Uchiha Jin feigned ignorance regarding recruitment, thus leaving him to shoulder the blame while skillfully diverting focus to appearance, perhaps painting Uchiha Jin as a lecherous individual. Chapter 98, Untitled. As Nara Shikahisa posed this question, Uchiha Jin nearly choked on his own words. Is this how one speaks? When did I instruct anyone to seek out attractive individuals? This is a slanderous accusation, a flagrant defamation. The third Hokage's expression was sharp. Nara had always been the intellect behind the Hokage's office. Now, Uchiha Jin was manipulating the Nara clan to carry out his directives, his intentions inscrutable. The interrogation department could fill vacancies without the Hokage's approval. As long as one possessed the capability, they could assume office. Danzo stepped forward to speak on behalf of the third Hokage, asserting his authority during this critical moment. As he had already offended many ninjas and numerous eyes were upon him. Enough, Danzo. The third Hokage reprimanded, his patience with this old friend reaching its limits. This matter is mine to decide. Indeed, Hokage-sama, if you are unwilling to dispense funds, you may settle my task remuneration first. I can distribute my earnings among them. Uchiha Jin recalled that his remuneration from negotiations with the envoy had yet to be settled, and thus sought to reclaim his dues. Although it paled in comparison to the 3 mines, even the smallest morsel was still meat. What remuneration? How can you delay payments to the ninjas, Hisashi? Danzo's voice rose, entirely disregarding Uchiha Jin's lineage, fearing that onlookers might miss his outburst. Yes, this cannot be blamed on Hokage-sama. After all, the war has only just concluded, and the village is facing hardships. We understand. Uchiha Jin's feigned submission, whether intentional or not, was accompanied by a cautionary remark to Danzo not to be overly agitated. Such funds must be dispensed, drawn from my own resources, and all wages must be paid. Danzo, eager to flaunt his own stature, was willing to incur financial loss. Money was abundant, but reputation could not be bartered. If it could, he would gladly deplete his fortune for it. Thank you, Danzo. You are indeed a generous soul. If there are no objections, let us settle this today, and I shall send them home. Uchiha Jin produced an abacus from seemingly nowhere, clicking it with fervor. My task remuneration is 27 million, and with the wages for 11 ninjas, calculated at 100,000 each per day, plus overtime, the total amounts to 8 million. This sum can be drawn from my account. Both Danzo and the third Hokage exchanged glances, realizing Uchiha Jin had no qualms about demanding payment. From the envoy's demeanor, it was evident that such double-dealing was only something he would dare to attempt, despite the lack of evidence. Danzo, could you arrange for the task department to settle my payment first? I will have the task department loan you the funds, and these individuals are not without scrutiny. They simply have a 1-month internship, and their wages will be deferred to the next month. The third Hokage, with a commanding presence, asserted that allowing Uchiha to distribute salaries was out of the question, as it could result in half the clan becoming his subordinates. With the larger picture now established, there was no room for negotiation. Clan ninjas would remain clan ninjas. To stabilize Konoha, the third Hokage chose to compromise. Yet this did not equate to forgiving Uchiha Jun's actions. I see now. It was a misunderstanding. If Minister Mori clarified, there would be no issue. Our squad boasts the highest efficiency in the interrogation department. We must be reimbursed for overtime and night snacks. And I also wish to apply for apartment accommodations to save time. Uchiha Jun's suggestion aligned with the third Hokage's thoughts, since retreat was not an option. Minimizing clan interactions was prudent, and providing housing was an easy fix, while overtime and night snack reimbursements were minor expenses. Your foresight is commendable. I shall have arrangements made immediately. The third Hokage glanced at the visibly perturbed Danzo. Settle Uchiha Jun's remuneration. Yamato Hizashi. Danzo ground his teeth, his face ashen. 27 million was an attempt to usurp his financial authority in disguise, yet the words had left his lips. For the sake of reputation, he begrudgingly disbursed the sum to Uchiha Jun. Thank you, Danzo. You are far more generous than my master. Should you have any future tasks, simply let me know. As long as the funds are in place, I assure you I will complete them. Uchiha Jun grinned, pleased that the issue had been resolved, eager to avoid witnessing the contentious interplay between the two elder figures. As he exited the Hokage's office, a peculiar smile danced upon Uchiha Jun's lips. The third Hokage and Danzo then engaged in an unprecedented and vigorous argument. Upon returning to the interrogation department, the already somber atmosphere grew more oppressive. Occasional reprimands from Minister Mori echoed from the adjacent room. Uchiha Jun casually rubbed his ears, pretending not to hear. He maintained strict standards for his subordinates, but offered significantly better benefits than other squads. Why did these ninjas endure lives on the edge of a blade? Was it not for the sake of securing more resources to lead better lives? In the 4th Division, formality was absent. If you were capable, you could challenge the captain. For instance, Nara Shikihiko frequently berated Uchiha Jun for overtime, only to continue working afterward. Initially, his subordinates feared that Nara Shikihiko might retaliate against them, but after several instances, they realized their captain's temperament was contingent upon their abilities. Before long, Uchiha Jun's 4th Division became the envy of the interrogation department, inciting ire among other divisions, who felt powerless to change their fates. The vacancies in the 4th Division became coveted positions for members from all divisions, with some captains even wishing to join as ordinary workers, given the benefits and the occasional rewards from their captain. The individuals tasked with surveillance, Sarutobi Han and Shimura Taichi, also began to take liberties under the high intensity and generous benefits, reporting only trivial matters back to their clans, maintaining that everything was as usual. As the captain, Uchiha Jun left a shadow clone as a mere ornament in the office, having grown too lazy to even utilize shadow clones, aside from attending a meeting on Mondays. The rest of the time, he simply relaxed. Yet, others found no evidence to challenge him, for his work efficiency spoke for itself. Hatake Sakumo returned safely from his escort mission, and curiously, the news spread within mere hours. Villagers began to recount the illustrious deeds of Konoha's White Fang. Overshadowing the legendary Sannin, rumors surfaced suggesting that Hatake Sakumo would become the 4th Hokage. As the son of Hatake Sakumo, Kakashi naturally reaped the benefits, as the townsfolk gazed at him as if he were the burgeoning hero of a new era. Uchiha Jun sensed an unusual shift in the air and promptly decided to have the 4th Division lay low for a while, hoping to avoid drawing attention to them. Isn't it too suspicious to go quiet now? Nara Shikihiko frowned, sensing the oddity, but he wondered how it pertained to him, as long as they performed well. There should be no grounds for criticism. No, you understand the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. This is an opportunity to fade from public view. Uchiha Jun furrowed his brow, fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk as he instructed his subordinates to convey that they had been working hard lately, maintaining their benefits while having their workload.